Wang Tang traveled through time and became a parrot, but was bound to a fan-attracting evolution system. However, his owner was a mediocre female anchor. This is an incredible start, but Birdie never gives up. From then on, the live broadcast industry had a new rogue parrot that was foul-mouthed, sweary, and heartbreaking. Hot horse, hit me. Come and hit me, so what? What else can I do? Good morning, workers. Aren't you still up earlier than the chickens today? You always say you'll start working hard tomorrow. Oh, stop kidding yourself. You said the same thing yesterday. Emo? That's normal. Excellent people are sad in the first half of the night and sleep in the second half, but you are sad all night and can't get up the next day. Don't say you have nothing. Aren't you still sick? Stop complaining that life isn't fair. Life doesn't even know you, okay? Repeat after me. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. The live broadcast room barrage went completely crazy. Is this parrot peeping into my life? Brother Bird, stop scolding. The child is stupid. Help me, he didn't mention me in every sentence, but every sentence was about me. In just a few months, her sharp words went viral online, with fans crying and following her. I just love the way you can't stand me but can't get rid of me. Just when everyone is addicted to sucking birds and can't help themselves, a year later, the global spiritual energy revived and human beings awakened one after another. Everyone looked up at the sky, only to find that the parrot that used to only know how to complain, he had already evolved quietly, standing on the stars, becoming the magnificent demon emperor, overlooking all living beings. Chapter 1. This poop scooper is full of contrasts, so big, so white. Wang Tang opened his eyes in a daze, and was instantly dizzy by the white scene. Golden baby. You're not dead. That's great. A sweet and surprised female voice suddenly rang out, and then Wang Tang was pressed into a soft embrace, almost sending him away on the spot. Wang Tang was stunned. Wasn't he lucky? He wanted to ask, what is this for me? He opened his mouth, but only a series of dry sounds came out. Ga. Wait, that sound isn't right. Wang Tang looked down and saw a pair of gray wings and a pair of claws covered with tiny, soft feathers. In an instant, a memory of birds flooded into my mind. Wang Tang wanted to die. He actually traveled through time and space and became a bird, an African gray parrot. At this moment, an emotionless electronic voice rang out in his mind. 1 year from now, the spiritual energy of this world will be revived, and the host will begin evolving ahead of time. What? Spiritual energy reviving? I can evolve early? Wang Tang was stunned for a fraction of a second, then he was ecstatic. Then I'll just be a bird. This wave of huge profits. He has read many online novels and knows very well how great the advantage is to start evolving a year in advance. By the time the global spiritual energy begins to recover, Wang Tang might have evolved into a mythical monster. By then, wouldn't all the resources on this planet be in your pocket? The system prompt sounded again. Since there is no spiritual energy now, the host can evolve by converting the popularity points into attribute points. Popularity? You mean you want me to be an internet celebrity? The more popular I am, the stronger I can become? As a veteran who surfed the internet intensively in his previous life, Wang Tang understood it instantly. This is a very good cheat code, simple and direct. Wang Tang waited for the command from underground. Open the system panel. In an instant, a light screen that only he could see popped up. Frowny face host, Wang Tang, species, African gray parrot, constitution, 1 spirit, 7 strength, 4 agility, 5 lucky, 1 popularity value, 0, skills, flying LV1, climbing LV3, pronunciation simulation LV. Skill points will be awarded when popularity reaches a fixed value. Wang Tang silently turned off the panel, looked up and looked at his poop scooper carefully. The girl was looking down at him, her eyes sparkling, her features flawless and breathtakingly beautiful, but her hair was a little messy at this time, as if she had just woken up, and her eyes were a mixture of surprise and worry. Wang Tang couldn't help but think of this girl's information. Her name is Su Yuti, a girl from Sichuan. She is 18 years old this year, 168 centimeters tall, with big breasts, a perky butt, a slim waist and long legs, which can be called the golden ratio. What impressed Wang Tang the most were her eyes, which were amber and watery, and looked so affectionate that even a dog could see them. Little thing. What are you looking at? Realizing that her pet was looking at her, Hu Yuti couldn't help but smile and tapped his head with her finger. Wang Tang was amazed by the smile. He found that his hostess looked a little cold when she was not smiling, but when she smiled, the 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth were very sweet and conspicuous, and her hair was so long and thick, casually draped over her shoulders, making her skin look even whiter, as if it were glowing. My goodness, is this beauty real? Wang Tang stared with wide eyes. If this happened in our school, it would be the level of being posted on the confession wall every day. At this moment, the goddess was wearing a silk suspender nightgown, with her breasts surging and revealing a hint of snow white. Wang Tang was so close that he could see the almost invisible hairs on the delicate skin. Feeling the intense visual impact, he felt dizzy again. Baby Jean, play by yourself. Mommy's going to change clothes and go live. As Hu Yuti spoke, she bent down and gently placed Wang Tang on the ground. The moment his claws landed on the ground, Wang Tang swayed violently and almost lost his balance. This broken body is too weak. Hu Yuti didn't notice Wang Tang's embarrassment. She ran into the bedroom barefoot, without closing the door, and went straight to the closet to search. Wang Tang flapped his weak little wings, hopped and crawled to the door, and poked his little bird head in. Then he was shocked by the scene before him. Was there a burglar in this house? The quilt on the bed was rolled up into a ball, clothes were piled here and there, snack bags were scattered all over the floor. There was even a piece of purple lace underwear hanging arrogantly on the corner of the bed. Wang Tang estimated it by eye and it was 360. Hu Yuti heard the noise at the door, glanced over, and didn't take Wang Tang seriously at all. She naturally raised her hand and took off her nightgown. Suddenly, there was a huge wave. Wang Tang's eyes slid down involuntarily. There was the same charming purple color, a pair of jade legs, white and slender. The soles of the feet were like exquisite porcelain, and the red nail polish on the toenails was like ripe cherries, emitting a charming luster. Hu Yuti picked up the purple battlesuit and put it on. Then she began to have a difficult decision-making process in her wardrobe. Which one should I wear? Will this one make me look thinner? Will I have a belly from eating too much? Wang Tung froze at the door, his amber bird eyes unblinking, and the little bird was experiencing a huge shock in his heart. Being a bird seems to have some benefits. This nose seems a little warm. Help, will the parrot bleed from the nose? Just at this time, Yuri finally changed her clothes. She rushed to the live broadcast room. Unlike the bedroom, this place looks very tidy and has various live broadcast equipment. Contrast. This was Wang Tang's first impression of his poop scooper. Yuri skillfully turned on the fill light, adjusted the camera, and opened the live broadcast software. Ha! Such a beautiful girl, and she's actually a game streamer? Wang Tang was a little surprised when he saw Yuri's live broadcast page. This is a mobile game called Honor of Kings. Family. Something delayed me today, so I'm late. My apologies to everyone. After Yuri turned on the live broadcast, she immediately stood up, covered her chest with her hands, and bowed to apologize. In fact, the cheongsam she wore was very conservative and not revealing at all. Yuri, what's the point of apologizing? Hurry up and log in. Someone immediately urged in the barrage. Someone with the ID AI-kun was the most enthusiastic. Hurry up and start the game. My takeout has arrived. I bought 3 bowls of white rice this time, hoping to eat it while watching your livestream. How about I dance for everyone? Yuri said apologetically. Don't do that. Don't try to get close to that. We have someone else as your choice. You should just be the game host. Suddenly, there was a wailing in the barrage. You don't like watching dancing? How about I sing a song? I recently learned a new song. Yuri was still a little unwilling. The barrage of comments jumped even faster. We're one family. Don't say a word. Even if you don't sing, we're still good friends. Yuri. You need to find your place. You're a game streamer. Really? I, a shit scooper, only have a good appearance, but I can't even sing or dance? Wang Tang was a little surprised when he saw the barrage because, judging from her appearance, Yuri is a versatile person. Contrast, Wang Tang immediately thought of that word again. Okay. Yuri pursed her lips and obediently opened the game. At this time, some people in the barrage began to gloat over the other person's misfortune. For unlucky guys are going to be in trouble soon. It's not that we can't afford 4, it's more cost effective to fly 5. Everyone, place your bets. How many rounds do you want to play today to clear your credit points? At this time, Yuri had already lined up. Wang Tang began to watch her operations. Yuri chose a mid-lane mage. After arriving at the middle lane, she stretched out her hands and began to use skills, muttering to herself, I stab. I stab. But it's useless, all 4 elements are empty. Then, the screen went black and the countdown to resurrection began. Wang Tang was tired of watching. In less than 5 minutes, Yuri had died 4 times, an average of once every minute. Soon, a teammate got on the microphone and asked Yuri, will the mid laner eat the oil cake? Yuri blocked her teammate's speeches at the speed of light, and her actions to protect her parents were so skillful that it was heartbreaking. Seeing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but shake his head. If you're not good at it, practice more. Perhaps he had adapted to the bird's voice, and this time he could clearly make out a man's voice. The barrage exploded instantly. Who is speaking? Yuri, is there a man hiding in your room? How about chapter 2? Ha? Who's talking? When Yuri heard a sudden male voice behind her, she was startled and almost dropped the tablet in her hand. She stood up suddenly, seeing his owner's panic. Wang Tang couldn't help laughing, and his bird's head was shaking. Golden baby, were you talking just now? Yuri looked at Wang Tang in surprise and doubt. She couldn't believe that it was Wang Tang who said that, because Yuri had just bought this African grey parrot home not long ago. Strictly speaking, it's still a baby. Yuri has not formally taught it to speak yet. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked when they saw the culprit. It's actually a parrot talking? Ha ha ha. Yuri. This is karma. Fans always say you're bad and you don't accept it, but now you're being criticized by your own fool. What kind of bird is this? With such a slippery beak? Seeing the dense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, Yuri immediately grabbed Wang Tang's feet, lifted him up, and showed him in front of the camera. This is an African grey parrot. When netizens saw Wang Tang's appearance clearly, they suddenly understood. Wow. It's a plane. This species of parrot has an extremely high IQ and is one of the few known animals that can actually have a conversation with humans. Anchor, what's your parrot's name? Golden Baby. Yuri, still a little dazed, answered subconsciously, it's called Golden Baby. Golden Baby? That's a cute name. As netizens were discussing the matter, a series of reminders rang out in Wang Tang's mind. Popularity +1, popularity +1. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tang discovered that his popularity value had jumped to 231. Wang Tang was delighted. Is it easy to gain popularity? However, when the popularity value reached 250, it began to stagnate. Wang Tang quickly took a look at the number of people online in Yuri's live broadcast room. 308. Oh my god. It turns out the shit scooper is a small anchor. His popularity is too low. Wang Tang was very depressed. In fact, he was wrong about Yuri. The live streaming industry has long passed its golden age, and you can't become popular just by having a good-looking face. She has more than 300 regular audiences, which means she is quite famous. However, the fans in the live broadcast room came to see Yuri not because of her looks. Of course, they were not attracted by Yuri's gaming skills, but were attracted by her bad gaming skills that she didn't realize were good. It can be said that 9 out of 10 people sitting in the live broadcast room are black fans. So, when Wang Tang just said if you are not good at it, practice more, his fans immediately remembered him. This time, the game character was resurrected. After Hu Yudi put Wang Tang on the table, she quickly picked up her tablet and continued to operate. Wang Tang tilted his head and looked at the barrage carefully. He needs to think carefully about how to make this girl popular. After all, Wang Tang can't live broadcast independently now, and has to rely on Hu Yudi to attract fans. Jin Bao Bao, tell Hu Yudi to get out of here, you come and fight. In the barrage, some fans made jokes. Ha ha ha. People are worse than birds. Jin Bao Bao, your position is a VIP, you can't let your fans down. At this moment, Hu Yudi's screen went black again. Apparently, she had given away another life. Streamer, please turn on the mic. Please don't report me, teammates. That's right. Seduce them. Catch them and turn them into black base. Hu Yudi glanced at the barrage, then looked at her own record of 060, and had no choice but to turn on the microphone. However, before she could speak, Wang Tang leaned over and said hello, hi. The teammates were struggling to defend the home, and when they saw the culprit using the microphone, they immediately became furious and started to yell, how dare you use the microphone, 0-6-0, even if I play with my feet, I'm still better than you. Uninstall the game and find a class, okay? You're such a bad player, yet you still want to grab damage? If you don't send a signal and support doesn't come, you'll die. When Hu Yudi heard what her teammates said, she suddenly became anxious and prepared to explain. However, she was a step too late. Wang Tang had already spoken in his powerful voice, how is it? Saying it once was not enough, Wang Tang repeated it several times, how is it, how is it? Are you a fucking actor, and are you here just to piss us off? Wang Tang's two words made his teammates' blood pressure soar high in the live broadcast room. Netizens were also shocked. Holy crap. This parrot has become a spirit. Jin Bao Bao, are you going to ruin the anchor? It's over now. My teammates are not even defending their homes anymore. They're all shouting on the public screen that they want to report the streamer. Not only did the teammates report Hu Yudi themselves, they even opened all channels and asked the opposing players to report as well. Very spicy. Seeing this scene, Hu Yudi felt like the sky was falling. Really, as the game ended, a system message came soon. Deduct 12 credit points and be banned for 24 hours. Ha ha ha. After seeing this text message, the live broadcast room was filled with comments of gloating. Ha 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 ha. Hu Yudi, you have come to this day. It's so satisfying. They've finally been sanctioned. In the past, no matter how bad her record was, she could just turn on the microphone, say a few sweet words like brother, and she would make her teammates fall head over heels. At this moment, Hu Yudi put down the tablet, stared fiercely at Wang Tang, and squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth, gold, treasure, treasure. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Wang Tang flapped his wings, looked back at her fearlessly, and kept yelling. Seeing this, Hu Yudi became so angry that her chest heaved. Fuck. Who did this parrot learn this from? Why is it so rude? When the fans saw this scene, they were stunned. I heard that parrots usually learn from their owners. No way? Hu Yudi was quite civilized during her live broadcast. Who knows? Some people act one way when they're live and another way in private. Hu Yudi saw the comments and immediately said, don't blame me. I didn't teach it. Hu Yudi, you said you didn't teach me these words? The fans clearly didn't believe it. If you didn't teach it, how could it speak so fluently? I also had a parrot. I taught it for several months, but it wouldn't speak. An explanation is a cover-up. Streamer, since you can't play games now, why not teach your parrot to talk on livestream? Teach the golden baby to speak? Seeing the barrage, Hu Yudi couldn't help but glance at Wang Tang. She had never really taught her bird to talk. Yes. Anchor, please. A little gift. I've seen it a lot playing games, but this is the first time I've seen a bird talk. Soon, fans in the live broadcast room began to send small stars and small beers. Seeing the fans so enthusiastic, even more active than when she was playing games, Hu Yudi nodded confidently, okay. Now let's teach Jin Bao Bao to speak. Chapter 3 Grandpa is here. This chick wants to teach me how to speak. Wang Tang looked at Hu Yudi's confident look of I am an expert and his beak almost stretched to his ears. I've watched tutorials specifically on how to teach parrots to talk. Hu Yudi began to explain her experience to the audience. Anchor, how long will it take to teach you one sentence? A netizen asked in the barrage. Well, I'm not sure about that either. Upon hearing this, Hu Yudi also hesitated because she heard that the parrot was very slow in learning to speak. Sometimes, even if you keep teaching, the student still cannot learn. Anchor, don't be impatient, take your time. Some fans began to comfort him. Hu Yudi nodded. She looked at Wang Tang, cleared her throat, and said in a clear voice, call me mom. Mom. Generally, girls who keep pets like to regard themselves as mothers. Hu Yudi is no exception. Ever since she brought Wang Tang home, she has called herself mother. Seeing this, fans stared at the screen. They wanted to see how long it would take a bird as intelligent as the African gray parrot to learn a sentence. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang didn't cooperate at all. Facing Hu Yudi's expectant eyes, he shook his feathers, held his head high and said in a clear voice, Grandpa is here. Hu Yudi in the live broadcast room, fans were completely excited. Is this bird a spirit? Recognizing his granddaughter right there? Anchor, I told you to call me mom, but you just treat me like grandpa? Reverse the Tian gang. Super promotion. Ha ha ha. Reverse teaching is the most deadly. Hu Yudi was stunned for 3 seconds, her pretty face flushed red, and even her dialect uttered anxiously, Jin Bao Bao. What do you mean? Are you taking advantage of me? Wang Tang flapped his wings twice, jumped up and down on the table even more happily, and continued to shout at the top of his voice, come and hit me. Hit me. He looked so shameless and deserved a beating, even the audience in front of the camera wanted to roll up their sleeves. Some netizens also found it unbelievable. Is this fake? This parrot can understand what the anchor is saying? Are parrots really that smart? Don't they say that parrots only imitate words, but they don't know what they mean? I just checked on Baidu, and African grey parrots can indeed communicate with humans in a simple way. However, some fans were particularly supportive of Wang Tang's performance. Jin Bao Bao, well done. Keep up the good work. Swish. 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 People kept sending all kinds of small gifts. Although the amount is small, it adds up to several hundred. A live broadcast room with only 300 people is more active than some with thousands of people. This seemed to have triggered some mechanism in Douyin, which started to increase the volume, with new people constantly entering the live broadcast room. What the hell? What kind of live broadcast room is this? The female anchor is quite pretty. Hu Yuti was still unresponsive at this time and just sat there blankly. Some people started to complain. Don't just sit there. Show your talent. Seeing this, Wang Tang took a decisive step, walked in front of the camera, and greeted the audience. Hi, hi, hi. Grandpa is here. Holy shit. All the new netizens were attracted by Wang Tang. Just came in and got scolded by a bird? There's a phrase called MMP, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Where did Jin Bao Bao learn this sentence? Netizens are very curious. I'm sure this wasn't taught by the anchor. If it wasn't taught by the anchor, then where did it learn it from? Could it be the bird's keeper? I don't think so. I heard that if a parrot has a dirty mouth, it's worthless. There's another possibility. That's because Jin Bao Bao learned it from eavesdropping on Hu Yuti while she was watching the drama. So, Jin Bao Bao has seen the episode about the Golden Horn and Silver Horn Kings in Journey to the West? Seeing the comments from netizens, Hu Yuti nodded thoughtfully. Although I haven't watched Journey to the West specifically, I have indeed seen related videos. Fuck. This bird is too smart. It learned it just by listening once? Seeing Hu Yuti admit it, the fans couldn't help but look at Wang Tang. Some people have already started posting comments asking, "Host, how much did you buy this bird?" 8000. But you also need the certificate and other things, so the total is over 10,000. Hu Yuti explained everything in detail. Hiss. So expensive? After hearing the price of African grey parrots, some interested fans immediately backed off. Since I can't afford it, I might as well watch the anchor raise birds. Hu Yuti looked at the time and it was already very late. So, she said, family. It's already late today. I'm going to log off. Hu Yuti. Don't leave yet. I haven't seen enough of your bird. Some fans tried to keep him. Can I use a sports car to prolong my life? Sorry. It's really too late today. Hu Yuti shook her head. Don't force it. Staying up too late is bad for a girl's skin. A fan explained. The anchor is still a college student and has to go to class tomorrow. Okay. New friends, please click the upper right corner to follow us. Hu Yuti reminded with a smile. Swish. 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 Hu Yuti's number of fans suddenly increased by dozens. She was originally a small anchor, and gaining dozens of fans at a time made her very happy. Hu Yuti immediately realized that teaching parrots to speak might be more promising than playing games live, so, after the broadcast ended, she replayed the live broadcast and said, Jin Bao Bao may be a bit talkative, but he speaks his mind. As a viewer, this part is quite interesting. Well, since we didn't have enough footage for today's live broadcast, I might as well edit these two clips. Hu Yuti made a decision. So she opened the video editing software and began to edit the video carefully. Her eyes were shining and she had a smile on her lips. She was busy selecting clips, adding subtitles and emoticons, and she was having a lot of fun seeing Hu Yuti's serious look. Wang Tang nodded. This girl is not stupid. Using video to attract traffic is a very good way. Girl. You must become famous as soon as possible. Wang Tang waited silently on the side. During the live broadcast just now, he added a total of 2,365 popularity points. The system stipulates that a popularity value of 10,000 or more can be exchanged for one attribute point. When the accumulated popularity reaches 100,000, one skill point will be awarded. If Hu Yuti continues to maintain this lukewarm status, it will take another 3 or 4 days to reach a popularity point of 10,000. This progress is too slow. After a while of hard work, Hu Yuti finally finished editing the video. After editing, she posted the video on her Douyin account with a rather explosive title, Rebellious Son. I told you to call me mom, but you called me grandson? Soon after it was posted, someone commented in the comments section, haha. Watching it again, I still want to laugh. I was there. Host, you call it a rebellious son, and it asks you to call it grandpa. Who is the older one? The host's face turned green. It made me laugh to death. Let's fight. Whoever loses is a grandson. Garlic bird, it's not easy for either of them. Why don't you just discuss yourselves? This data looks like it's going to be a big hit. Hu Yuti took a look and saw that the video had just been posted for a while and it already had hundreds of likes and dozens of comments. Chapter 4, Beautiful Women Serving You in Bed. Golden baby, be good. Go sleep in the cage. Hu Yuti was getting ready to go to bed, so she pointed at the cage outside and said after she finished speaking, she laughed first. No matter how smart Jin Bao Bao was, he was just a bird. Could he really understand what people said and go back to the cage by himself? Unexpectedly, as soon as Hu Yudi opened her mouth, Wang Tang flapped his wings and jumped down from the computer desk. Then, snap, snap, he ran to where the birdcage was. I saw a huge, intricately structured golden birdcage standing on the ground, with exquisite food bowls, water pitchers, and several colorful plastic toys placed inside. Wang Tang glanced at the open cage door, lowered his head and went in. I'll go. Seeing this scene, Hu Yudi couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Golden baby, you're really going to become a spirit. However, when Wang Tang came into the birdcage, he immediately felt a sense of suffocation inside. Apparently, having been used to being a human, he was still not used to living in such a small place like a cage. Thinking of this, Wang Tang immediately jumped out of the birdcage again. After coming out, he did not forget to close the door of the iron cage with his beak. Golden baby, what's up with you today? Don't you want to sleep in the birdcage? When Hu Yudi saw what Wang Tang did, she immediately understood what he meant. You are a bird. If you don't sleep in a birdcage, where do you sleep? Hearing what his owner said, Wang Tang flapped his wings, snap, snap, and ran towards her bedroom. You dare! Hu Yudi panicked when she saw this. However, it was too late. When she ran into the bedroom, Wang Tang had already jumped onto the soft big bed. He took a deep breath and could still smell the girl's fragrance lingering on the quilt. Since you behaved well today, I'll let you sleep on my bed this time. However, if you dare to make the bed dirty, I'll beat the shit out of you. Seeing Wang Tang enjoying himself, Hu Yudi's heart softened. In fact, many girls like to sleep with their pets on the bed. Popularity +1, popularity plus. After lying on the bed, Wang Tang heard the system prompt sound constantly ringing, which was very annoying, so he couldn't help but communicate with the system with his mind. Brother Tonzi, can you be quiet for a while? I want to sleep. Just when Wang Tang thought it had no effect, the electronic prompt sound disappeared without a trace, and in an instant, the world became quiet. The popularity is rising quite fast. It seems that Douyin has started to increase the number of views. I hope this video of the poop scooper will go viral, so that when I wake up tomorrow, I will have enough to redeem attribute points. Otherwise, I only have 1 point in my physique, and I will die at any time. Before Wang Tang could think about it for long, the mattress sank and a faint fragrance drifted over. When he opened his eyes, Wang Tang found Hu Yudi sitting on the bed wearing a white suspender dress. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the video she posted earlier, grinning from ear to ear. Is this what it feels like to have a viral video? There are already over 99 likes in the text messages. Look at you, you've never seen the world. Wang Tang couldn't help but pout when he saw this. Hu Yudi happened to meet his gaze, and her eyes widened immediately. Is being looked down upon by a bird? However, thinking that her popularity had risen this time, all thanks to this parrot, Hu Yudi smiled and scooped up Wang Tang, then kissed him on the mouth. Golden baby. You have to behave well tomorrow too. When we make money, we'll buy you some delicious bird food. Ah. People are worse than birds. In my previous life, such a beautiful girl would never pay any attention to me. Wang Tang was a little depressed. It's getting late. Go to bed early. When it comes to sleeping, Hu Yudi is very self-disciplined. She turned off her phone screen, placed it on the bedside table, then turned off the light and went to sleep. Wang Tang was weak and tossed and turned for several hours before falling into a deep sleep again. When I woke up again, it was already bright day. Hu Yudi had already dressed herself up. She was not wearing any makeup and had a bare face. Even so, it is still very beautiful. Golden baby, stay home and be obedient. Before leaving, Hu Yudi did not forget to remind Wang Tang. Look at the popularity value. Thinking of this, Wang Tang immediately lost his sleepiness. 13245. As Wang Tang opened the system panel, the numbers in the popularity column instantly jumped into his eyes. Sure enough, it's over 10,000 popularity points. Exchange it for attribute points immediately. Wang Tang couldn't wait to give orders. It will cost 10,000 popularity points to redeem attribute points. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations, host. 10,000 popularity points have been deducted and successfully exchanged for 1 attribute point. Add this 1 point to your constitution. My current constitution is too weak, and I'm worried about being tortured to death by an unreliable owner. Wang Tang immediately added 1 attribute point to his physique. According to the system introduction, this physique is mainly about defense and life. The higher the physique, the longer Wang Tang's health bar will be. In an instant, a warm current flowed into his body, and Wang Tang felt that his body was undergoing some kind of strengthening. Puff, Wang Tang flapped his wings and felt stronger. I don't know, will my physical fitness be enhanced after my own training? Suddenly, Wang Tang thought of a possibility. After all, as human beings, exercising every day will make your body stronger. Thinking of this, Wang Tang immediately jumped off the soft bed. Then he ran to the birdcage and climbed up in a few clicks. After climbing onto the iron frame, Wang Tang immediately grabbed the iron frame firmly with his claws, and then hung his whole body upside down. He was going to do pull-ups. If someone were here, they would definitely be stunned. African gray parrots are climbing birds with very powerful claws, so doing pull-ups is not very strenuous for them. 1, 2, 3. Wang Tang was doing pull-ups while looking at the system panel. When he did 10 pull-ups, the decimal places appeared after his physique. Doing 10 pull-ups increases physical fitness by 0.01? Wang Tang was immediately excited. Although this is a small addition, as long as the value is increasing, he will be motivated. However, Wang Tang's body was indeed rather weak, and after doing 2 pull-ups, he felt quite tired. After doing 3 more, he climbed down panting, his stomach rumbling. I'm so hungry. Wang Tang began to look for food. There is some bird food in the food bowl. Wang Tang leaned over, pecked it twice, and immediately felt nauseous. Apparently, the parrot was not used to the bird food it ate. I almost forgot. Hu Yudi prepared a lot of snacks. Suddenly, Wang Tang had an idea and immediately flapped his wings and ran towards the living room. Sure enough, he saw a pile of snacks on the coffee table. Chapter 5, Deliberately Against the Master. I'm not feeling well right now, so I'd better not eat spicy food for now. I'd rather eat some nuts instead. Wang Tang rummaged through the snack pile for a while and found a bag of 3 mice. He scratched the bag with his beak, and with a swish, a hole was created. It contained pistachios, macadamia nuts, cashews, and a variety of other things that Wang Tang didn't recognize. However, he was not picky about food. He picked up one with his beak and started to eat it with a crunch. After a while, only a pile of dried fruit shells were left on the sofa. After eating several of them in a row, Wang Tang finally felt that his stomach was full. After eating, he felt thirsty again, so he searched for some water on the coffee table. Wang Tang threw aside lay-by and funeral coke. Soon, he found a bottle of Farmer Three Thieves mineral water. The bottle says, "We don't produce water, we are just nature's transporters. It should be okay if I drink this water, right?" he thought to himself, and then tried to pry the bottle cap with his beak. He tried several times, but it didn't move at all. Just as we were arguing, the door opened with a click. Huudi pushed the door open and saw her parrot committing a crime on the sofa. She immediately became furious. "Golden baby. Look at what you've done." She walked over quickly and snatched the bottle of water. Wang Tang immediately raised his head and looked at her eagerly with a look that was extremely pitiful. "Are you thirsty?" Huudi's heart softened when she saw him like that. She pointed at the birdcage and said, "Isn't there water there?" Wang Tang didn't move, still staring at the mineral water in her hand. "Great, you picked it. A parrot insists on drinking bottled water?" She was so amused that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to him. Wang Tang quickly put his beak in, but he couldn't get any water at all, and he fluttered around in panic. "Don't you want to drink? Go ahead." Huudi couldn't help laughing at his funny look. Then she instructed, "Come on, tilt your head a little." Wang Tang did as he was told. She tilted the bottle slightly, and the water finally flowed down smoothly. Wang Tang quickly opened his mouth to catch it and drank several mouthfuls happily. "You bird. You really know how to enjoy life. You sleep on a bed instead of a birdcage and drink mineral water instead of tap water." Seeing this, Huudi couldn't help but shake her head. In a blink of an eye, she saw the pile of nut shells on the sofa and immediately started nagging again. "Golden baby. Look at what you have done. What has become of the sofa? You are not a husky, how did you learn to destroy the house?" Huudi picked up the dried fruit shells on the sofa and threw them into the trash can while saying, "Looks like I need to install some surveillance cameras in the room. I'll film Jean Baobao's mischief, edit it, and post it on Douyin. Maybe someone will like it." She did what she said and placed the order on her mobile phone. After a while, a master came to install it. "Beauty, even this bathroom needs to be monitored?" The installation master was surprised to hear Huudi's various requests. He has never seen anyone requesting to install surveillance cameras in the bathroom. What if privacy is leaked? "Master, I live here alone and have a parrot at home. I'm worried it might mess up the bathroom. This camera needs to be connected to the internet." Huudi pointed at Wang Tang standing beside her and said, "When she is at home, she turns off the camera and is not connected to the internet, so there is no problem at all." "Okay. No problem. It'll be installed soon." The installer breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. As long as you're not connected to the internet, it's safe. "Master, do you have those miniature, anti-shake color cameras? I want to buy a few." Just after the master finished the installation, Huudi glanced at Wang Tang and said, "What do you want this camera for?" The installation master immediately looked at Huudi warily, because some people use this kind of camera for secret photography with bad intentions. If Huudi commits a crime at that time, he, the camera seller, will also be implicated, and his store's business license may even be revoked. "It's this parrot again. I bought a miniature camera and hung it on it to prevent it from getting lost," Huudi explained with a smile. "No problem. I have a form here. Please register and specify the purpose." The installer took out a form. Huudi did as she was told immediately. After finishing, the master took out an advanced miniature camera and handed it to Huudi. "Beauty, this camera is very expensive. I'll scan the code." Huudi didn't care. As long as it can become popular, the investment in buying cameras will be a small amount of money. After Huudi paid the money, the installation master put the miniature camera on Wang Tang's neck. This thing is not big, and Wang Tang hardly feels anything when wearing it. Afterwards, the master guided Huudi to install the app. That time, Huudi will be able to check Wang Tang's movements at any time through the mobile phone app. "Ah. I'm so tired. I need to take a shower. I have a live broadcast later." After sending the installation master away, Huudi turned off all the surveillance cameras and began to take off her clothes. Wang Tang's eyes suddenly widened. Huudi never thought that there was a man's soul living in the body of this parrot, and she was not on guard at all to crash. After a while, the sound of water was heard in the bathroom. After taking a shower, Huudi changed into clean clothes and prepared for the live broadcast. Click, 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 as a series of fill lights turned on. The live broadcast room suddenly became as bright as day. After Huudi finished preparing for the live broadcast, she patted the computer desk and said, "Jean Baobao, come here." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately flapped his wings and jumped onto the computer desk. This time, the video Huudi posted yesterday has more than 10,000 likes, the highest number of likes among all her works. Many viewers were still not satisfied after watching the video and entered the live broadcast room. Seeing the parrot in front of the camera, he immediately asked in a barrage, "Host, are you going to teach the parrot to speak live now?" "Yes. However, there are still not many people here now, let's wait a little longer," Huudi said with a smile. "Wow. The host has such a beautiful smile. Some netizens who were deceived by Hu Yuti's appearance posted comments praising her. She's so beautiful, she'll definitely be famous as a beauty anchor. Everyone, move your fingers and click the like button. Hu Yuti picked up the mobile phone beside her and gently poked the screen with her slender fingers. Okay. Netizens immediately gave thumbs up. In a short while, the live broadcast room had more than 5,000 likes. Gradually, old fans also entered the live broadcast room. When they saw Wang Tang at the table, they immediately laughed and joked, Jean Bao, did Hu Yuti bring you here to work? You don't know. Baby Jean is very picky. He won't eat the bird food in the cage, but insists on eating my nuts. He also won't drink tap water, but insists on drinking unopened bottled mineral water. When Hu Yuti saw the barrage, she immediately exposed Wang Tang's past to her fans. What? Jean Bao really enjoys himself? The fans were surprised when they heard this. No wonder he went to work so early today, it turns out he wanted to earn money for snacks. Golden baby. Just call me auntie and I'll buy you a sports car and some snacks. A female fan posted a funny comment. Ha ha ha. Sister Yu, you overestimate Jin Bao. No matter how smart it is, it can't understand the barrage. Seeing this, a netizen immediately responded with a smile. That's right. Host, how about we connect the microphones? The female fan suggested leisurely. She was Hu Yuti's eldest sister, so Hu Yuti naturally wouldn't refuse her request, so she smiled and nodded, okay. At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room were all looking forward to it, wanting to see if this parrot could really understand human language. Chapter 6. Do you want me to die of laughter during the live broadcast? As fans were eagerly waiting, Hu Yuti sent a request for a live broadcast to Yu. The screen suddenly split into two. On the left was a parrot with gray-white feathers and lively eyes, looking at the camera with its head tilted. On the right appeared a woman in her early 30s, wearing a smooth purple silk pajamas, with slightly curly long hair casually draped over her shoulders and a faint smile at the corners of her eyes. Hello? Golden baby. As soon as they came online, the top sister Yu greeted them in a bright voice. She held her chin with one hand, and her eyes showed a bit of curiosity and pampering. Hu Yuti looked at Wang Tang worriedly. She was afraid that Wang Tang would suddenly say Grandpa is here again. Beauty, so beautiful. Wang Tang spoke softly in his unique voice, ah. The eldest sister on the list was obviously stunned, her eyes widened slightly, and then she burst into laughter, holding her chest and staggering back and forth. Oh my. Baby Jean has such a sweet mouth. He's so good at talking. Hu Yuti couldn't help laughing, and finally let go of her worries. She muttered quietly, you're such a clever guy. You can judge people by their behavior, right? In the camera, the eldest sister looked at Wang Tang and said, it just so happens that I'm currently following a drama, and asked Jean Bao to learn some lines from it. Don't make it too difficult. Hu Yuti became nervous when she heard this. The eldest sister on the list moved a little further away from the camera, took out a tablet, clicked on the play button, and the picture suddenly moved, and a line sounded, I want to report concubine Shi for having an affair. Wang Tang immediately began to imitate, I want to report enoki mushrooms. After he finished speaking, he paused, looking confused as to what did I just say? He blinked twice and stared blankly at the screen. Obviously, this far exceeded Wang Tang's expectations. He was clearly speaking according to the script just now, but the parrot was imitating pronunciation, and when there were too many words, the sound he said was very different. Hu Yuti couldn't help laughing. What? You want to report enoki mushroom? Netizens in the live broadcast room also laughed. Ha! This line is too complicated. Jean Bao can't imitate it. I can't even speak straight. Even Jean Bao is confused. Jin Huan, now that you've reported enoki mushrooms, you can't report me anymore. Case solved. It turns out Jin Huan poisoned the parrot to silence it because she was afraid of being reported. So funny. I laughed so hard my stomach started to hurt. The top sister on the list opened the gift without saying a word and gave a sports car.at. This moment, a special effect of a sports car passing by appeared on the screen. There is a line of words next to the special effects. Yu gives the anchor a sports car X10. Holy crap. 10 sports cars? Seeing that the top lady on the list gave away 10 sports cars at once, netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. This sports car gift costs 120 yuan each, so 10 of them cost 1,200 yuan. This is the biggest gift Hu Yuti has received since the show started. A fan in the barrage asked, Sister Yu, did your hand shake and input an extra zero? What a mess. Hurry up and ask the anchor to return the money. Seeing the comments, the top lady on the list smiled and said, I just promised to give away a sports car for the live broadcast, but Jean Bao's performance is really likable. Thank you, Sister Yu. Seeing that the top sister on the list gave such a big gift at once, Hu Yuti immediately began to express her gratitude. Wang Tang shook his head as he watched. This girl needs some training on how to say thank you, so he shook his head and said, it's not that I don't have feelings for you, it's just that you don't drive a Porsche. Holy crap. Jean Bao's speech skills are even better than the anchor's. After hearing Wang Tang's words, the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. It even recognizes Porsche. It must be Hu Yuti who keeps talking to it all day long. Hu Yuti saw the comments and immediately started to refute them. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You did. Everyone saw how Sister Yu taught baby Jean to imitate speech just now. It has never been practiced before. It can't speak such a long sentence. Ha ha ha. As you are, so is your bird. I think the host is too reserved and can't let go of her pride, so she specially trained a parrot to speak as a mouthpiece. Are you really too proud to let go? It's simply because you haven't got the money. No wonder the anchor usually ignores us. It turns out that we didn't give him a sports car. He's picking on us. Suddenly, old fans started sending gifts again. This time it was a hot air balloon worth 52 yuan, which was the most generous thing the black fans had ever done. As soon as Wang Tang saw the hot air balloon special effects, he immediately spread his wings. The hot air balloon is flying, and Big Brother is the leader. Golden Baby calls me Big Brother. The old fan who sent the hot air balloon was immediately happy. He quickly sent out another Star Guardian. Wang Tang performed even more diligently. Demolition households in Nouveau Riche are not as good as Big Brother's protection. Holy crap. Interesting. This parrot is so smart. It really understands the barrage. Yesterday, I saw the anchor's video and shared it with my husband, and he said it was generated by AI. When I saw the gold baby say Grandpa is here, I couldn't believe it. It looked like it was completely against the streamer. No more words. Live well, and see the reward. Suddenly, all kinds of gifts began to float on the screen. These fans all want to see the parrot say various words of thanks. Wang Tang lived up to everyone's expectations and displayed all the words of thanks he had heard during live broadcasts in his previous life. Some of them were complicated, with only a few words being clear when spoken, but it made the audience fascinated. One by one, they are getting more enthusiastic about giving out small gifts in front of the camera. Hu Yudi covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, looking incredulous. She is still a new anchor and has never received so many gifts. Look at you. Everyone is against you, and yet you are the least promising. Wang Tang turned his head, glanced at his poop scooper, and couldn't help complaining. Holy crap. Hu Yudi, hurry up and learn from Jean Bao Bao. Baby Jean has been really worried about this family. Alas. This family will break up without me. Wang Tang acted helpless. Suddenly, the eldest sister on the list in front of the camera started to laugh. Finally, the gifts stopped coming out for a while, and Hu Yudi couldn't help but look at the backstage. The gifts alone amounted to 1,500. This is almost as much as her monthly living expenses. In the past, Hu Yudi could earn 1 or 200 yuan a day from live streaming at most, and a few yuan at least. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but hug Wang Tang and kissed him hard on the head. Wow. We've only been on the air for a while now, and there are already over 500 people in the live stream. After taking a look at the number of people online, Hu Yudi couldn't help but say. Wang Tang immediately jumped up and down in front of the camera. Add more levels. Add more levels. Hey. Baby Jean is reminding us to pay more attention. Seeing this, some new viewers smiled and followed Hu Yudi. Chapter 7 Bathing with a Beautiful Woman. Ah. Time flies. Hu Yudi glanced at the time and found that it was time to end the broadcast without her noticing. Hu Yudi, of course time flies by. You were slacking off the entire day while Jean Bao Bao was the only one entertaining customers. When the housing manager AI Cohen heard what Hu Yudi said, he couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha. Jean Bao Bao's broadcast is better than Hu Yudi's. Golden Baby, you're already a mature bird. You need to learn how to broadcast on your own. In my opinion, Jean Bao Bao should go solo. Hu Yudi is completely holding him back. Golden Baby, speak with your big voice. Hu Yudi saw the comments and said with a smile, I'm done with all of you. For those who haven't followed me yet, please click on the top right corner to follow me. Wang Tang shook his head and flapped his wings beside him. Follow us so we don't get lost. Look at Jean Bao Bao. Hu Yudi, you're becoming more and more perfunctory. Seeing this, fans started to cyberbully Hu Yudi again. Hey. I watched Gold Baby for a while today and my stomach hurt from laughing. I still can't get enough. Tomorrow, at the same time, we'll see you in the live broadcast room. Hu Yudi waved at the camera. After closing the live broadcast, she did not rest, but instead watched the live broadcast replay. Yesterday's video slicing made Hu Yudi taste the sweetness, and she plans to keep up the good work. The more she watched the live broadcast replay, the more surprised she was. Jean Bao Bao, how come you were so smart? As she spoke, Hu Yudi reached out and prepared to touch Wang Tang's head. Get out. Get out. Wang Tang immediately stepped back. Ha ha ha. This made Hu Yudi laugh again. Then, with a serious look on her face, she said, you have to edit this part about accusing Enoki Mushroom. It will definitely go viral if you post it. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh when he saw the owner editing the video seriously. This girl is not good at talking and she is not very relaxed, but she has a very good grasp of the market. Moreover, she is good at hands-on work and has great potential. After Hu Yudi finished editing the video, she checked it again before posting it on her Douyin account. Wow! So many private messages. After posting the video, Hu Yudi opened her message page and found it was full. She clicked on them and checked them one by one. Host, where did you buy this bird? I also bought an African gray parrot. Why doesn't it have a talking golden baby? Host, I'm Wu Qian, the head of the Jiuyao Guild, and I'm inviting you to sign a contract. Ask me to join the guild? Hu Yudi was stunned when she saw this private message because she had heard that most big anchors had their own guilds, especially those good guilds. They are of great help to live streaming. They will package and operate and make the traffic increase by multiples. Well, I'll find out more before I make a decision. Hu Yudi then added Wu Qian's contact information. The other party passed it quickly. Soon, Wu sent a video invitation. Hu Yudi chose to answer the call. A man in a suit appeared on camera. Hello. Beautiful, I'm Wu Qian. Your live stream is very unique. I promise, if you join our guild, we will definitely invest a lot of resources in you. What does it include? Hu Yudi immediately asked in detail. Seeing Hu Yudi's interest, Wu Qian immediately started talking. There are a lot of resources. First, we will arrange a senior operation to help you communicate with your fans. It can be seen that you are not good at this. Your fans are very willing to pay, but you are always embarrassed to ask for gifts, which is not conducive to live streaming. In addition to communicating with fans, we will also arrange several room managers for you to assist you in controlling the situation. There are not many people in your live broadcast room now, but as more and more people come in, it will be a mixed bag and you will need professional personnel to manage it. Thirdly, we will arrange for a video editor to help you edit your videos, and then use them for promotion. With all due respect, many of the scenes in your live streams could have gotten millions of likes, but you just didn't make good use of them. Hu Yudi nodded. She had to say that Wu Qian's opinions were very professional and all of them hit the nail on the head. However, she also knew that there was no free lunch in the world, so she asked, Mr. Wu, what do I need to abide by? We are a professional company, and you and Jean Baobao must receive professional training from the company. The company is spending resources to promote you, so you have to create value for the company. After signing the contract, there are performance requirements every month, as well as live broadcast time requirements. The contract period must not be less than 5 years. You can't just turn around and run away after being promoted, right? Wu Qian immediately listed a bunch of rules and regulations. These are not a problem for those anchors who want to become famous. Hu Yudi smiled and shook her head when she heard this. I'm so sorry. Mr. Wu, I'm still a student and I can't meet your requirements for the live broadcast time. In fact, what she couldn't accept the most was that the contract required that Jean Baobao be handed over to the company's staff for special training. Wu Qian frowned when he heard this. You are in a good opportunity now. If you don't seize it, you won't have this opportunity again in the future. It won't be easy to find a job in the future with the major you're studying, so you might as well focus all your energy on live streaming and use the few years of popularity to make enough money to last you a lifetime. Hu Yudi shook her head firmly. I have to finish my studies first. Okay. Seeing that Hu Yudi was determined, Wu Qian stopped trying to persuade her. He has seen many people like this. There are even those who post videos and get millions of likes. However, they were short-sighted and failed to seize the opportunity in time to convert traffic into money. When the heat comes down, they will return to where they belong. In Wu Qian's opinion, Hu Yudi is just like that. If you don't seize the opportunity and regret it later, it will be impossible to succeed again. Wu Qian had other plans in mind, which was to find another African grey parrot for drainage packaging. Even if Hu Yudi doesn't cooperate, there are plenty of people who will. After hanging up the phone, Hu Yudi said to Wang Tang, Jean Baobao, do you think my choice is right? Wang Tang immediately flapped his wings twice to show his agreement. So perfunctory. Hu Yudi was happy. Well, I'm going to take a shower. When Wang Tang heard the words of the beautiful poop scooper, his eyes widened. He followed Hu Yudi as if possessed by some mysterious force. Really, Hu Yudi didn't even close the door when she was taking a shower. Halala, there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. That beautiful figure is on full display. Even after taking a shower, Hu Yudi came out naked to get clothes. Seeing Wang Tang squatting at the door looking at her, she used her bare legs to drive him away. Go away. Don't step on you. As the jade legs opened and closed, Wang Tang suddenly saw endless spring scenery. He was both excited and uncomfortable, because, although Wang Tang has a man's soul, he is in the body of a bird and can do nothing. Soon, Hu Yudi set her sights on Wang Tang, golden baby. It's time for you to take a bath, or I won't let you go to bed today. As she said that, she grabbed Wang Tang and threw him into the bathtub. How can you bathe a bird like this? Wang Tang was horrified and flapped his wings hard. The water in the bathtub was left by Hu Yudi after she took a shower. It was mixed with shower gel and her body fragrance. Wang Tang fell into the bathtub and immediately choked on the water, but he didn't feel any romantic feeling in his heart at this moment. No. I have to add some quickly, otherwise I'll be killed by this girl sooner or later. Wang Tang made up his mind. Chapter 8, use this to test cadres? Little thing. Weren't you quite capable just now? Seeing Wang Tang's miserable appearance in the bathtub, the calm Hu Yudi said with a smile. Don't move. Mommy will give you a nice bath. Wang Tang quickly checked the system panel. Fortunately, after the live broadcast just now, the popularity has increased by more than 10,000. So, he decisively issued an order, exchange attribute points immediately. It will cost 10,000 popularity points to redeem attribute points. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations, host. 10,000 popularity points have been deducted and successfully exchanged for 1 attribute point. Add it to my physique. Wang Tang added the exchanged attributes to his physique without hesitation. Suddenly, a warm current surged through him, and he felt his body became stronger and his wings became more powerful. A flutter. Flutter, the water splashed by the wings directly soaked Hu Yudi's suspender pajamas. Great. So you were just pretending. Hu Yudi wiped the water off her face. Afterwards, she continued to bathe Wang Tang without even bothering to change his wet clothes. At close range, the round headlights were extremely conspicuous, and Wang Tang was stimulated by the tempting sight and felt extremely uncomfortable. Hu Yudi, are you using this to test cadres? Fortunately, after giving Wang Tang a bath, Hu Yudi knew to use a hairdryer to dry him. She was very satisfied with her masterpiece. It smells so good. The next day, Hu Yudi went to class as usual in the morning. Before leaving, she did not forget to turn on all the surveillance cameras. After Wang Tang got up, he started exercising. This scene was also recorded faithfully by the surveillance camera, just as Wang Tang was exercising tirelessly. The video that Hu Yudi posted last night gradually became popular. Zhang Tao is a college student who was most interested in strange and bizarre things. He happened to see Hu Yudi's video and started watching it because he thought the title was interesting. Damn! This parrot is a genius. When I saw Wang Tang imitating the lines from The Legend of Jinhuan and saying, I want to report enoki mushrooms, I burst out laughing. He immediately shouted at the bed, Li Xiang. I'll show you something fun. Li Xiang is Zhang Tao's college roommate. He is a top student, wears glasses, and looks serious. Hearing this, Li Xiang asked sternly, isn't this another video of a bunch of sows falling into a ditch? No. This time it's a bird, Zhang Tao explained loudly. Even a flock of birds falling into a ditch in a row is not acceptable. Li Xiang interrupted without hesitation. I sent it to you, take a look. Zhang Tao did not give up and directly shared the video with his roommate. Okay. Then I'll trust you one last time. Seeing this, Li Xiang opened the video. After watching for a while, his brows furrowed. This video, is it AI generated? The first part is just imitating lines from a TV drama, which is what a parrot should do. But look at the latter part, it's even organizing its speech based on the comments. This is too fake. Is it fake? I don't think so. I just watched his old videos again, they're really funny. Zhang Tao defended himself. Just believe it. Parrots can indeed imitate human speech, but most of them don't know what they are saying. Li Xiang shook his head. He is a rational person. When encountering things, he likes to analyze the logic behind them. This is a live clip. She's going to start a live show tonight, why don't we go and check it out? Zhang Tao proposed. Great. If this bird is really that smart, it would definitely be a wonder in the history of biology. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. It's so fake. This parrot must have been dubbed in post-production. At this moment, like Li Xiang, many netizens are skeptical about Wang Tang. After watching the video, they left questioning comments in the comments section. Of course, many netizens found the video very funny and tagged their friends and besties to watch it together. At Belia the Great, let me show you something fun. It's unbelievable that a parrot can actually read comments. At Chaorenshi, come and see, this parrot is smarter than you. Soon, the video data skyrocketed. By noon, the video had received more than 50,000 likes, 4,300 comments, and 13,000 reposts. At this moment, netizens in the comment section split into two parties and started arguing. Some people believe that the video is fake and generated by AI, while others believe that the video is real. Those of you who believe this video have it in this lifetime. Where's your brain? Use your brain to think. I'm a computer science major. I can tell from the video that it's been edited and pieced together. The traces are too obvious. That's right. We piece together all these coincidences to create the illusion that it can understand human speech. Just for fun. The person above, I was in the live broadcast room yesterday and saw Jean Baobao thanking the fans who gave him tips. Stop arguing. This anchor broadcasts live every night at 8 o'clock sharp. If you don't believe it, why don't you just go into the live broadcast room and watch it yourself? AI Kuan saw that the comment section was in full swing and immediately came out to speak. Right. There's no point in arguing now. Seeing is believing. We'll go to the live broadcast room later to see if this parrot is really as impressive as shown in the video. Just watch it. I still hold the same opinion. While this parrot can talk, it's definitely not able to understand human speech like in the video. If this parrot is really that smart, I'll do a handstand and take a walk. In the end, the arguing netizens reached a consensus and decided to go to the live broadcast room together in the evening to watch the live broadcast. 99, 100, 101. Since his physical fitness was raised to level 3, Wang Tang felt that his body had become much stronger. He did 100 pull-ups in a row and still felt as vigorous as ever. At this moment, his physical fitness also increased by 0.1. Call. Wang Tang grabbed the metal pole with his beak, climbed up, and then slid down along the pole. Next, I'll practice my voice. So, he went to Hu Yudi's bedroom and began to practice speaking in front of the mirror. How is it? Grandpa is here. It started with the easy ones, and then Wang Tang challenged some difficult ones. Just like last night, when it came to complex sentences, he spoke haltingly and unclearly. Just as I imagined, continuous practice can improve skill proficiency. Wang Tang noticed that after practicing his voice, there was an additional upgrade progress, 30 out of 1000. In other words, if you practice speaking 1000 times, you can improve your skill of simulated voice to level 2. This is normal. After all, ordinary people can improve their skills through continuous practice. Tired of talking, Wang Tang ran to the living room by himself. After Hu Yudi knew that he liked to drink purified water, she poured a cup of water and placed it on the coffee table before leaving. Flutter, jumping onto the coffee table, Wang Tang put his beak into the cup to drink water. After drinking the water, he went to the sofa again, took out a bag of nuts with his mouth and started eating. After eating and drinking, Wang Tang began to practice voice again. He didn't even notice the sound of Hu Yudi opening the door when she came home. Ha! A thief broke into the house? Hu Yudi heard voices coming from the bedroom and immediately became alert. She immediately took out her cell phone and checked the bedroom surveillance. Just then, the scene of Wang Tang practicing speaking in front of the mirror came into view. Ha! Jean Baobao worked so hard while I was away? Seeing this scene, Hu Yudi felt a little ashamed. Even a bird works so hard, and as its owner, she still feels tired of live streaming? Chapter 9. Send Xiaoer to school quickly. Jean Baobao, I'll teach you some words. You can say them during the live broadcast later, okay? Hu Yudi walked over to Wang Tang, who was practicing speaking, and whispered. Go away. Go away. Wang Tang was practicing very hard. After practicing for most of the day, his progress had reached 982, and he only needed to practice a dozen times to upgrade. Oh. You're still looking down on me. Hu Yudi couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She turned and walked outside. I'll go pick up all the nuts on the sofa. Wang Tang ignored him and continued to practice his voice diligently. Oh my. I didn't expect this golden baby to be so stubborn. Seeing this scene, Hu Yudi felt very helpless. Who is the master here? He is totally rebellious. Finally, when the system progress reached 1000 out of 1000, Wang Tang felt a warm current flowing through his throat that he found that he had more precise control over his voice. Then, Wang Tang began to try to say what he had failed to say before. I want to report concubine Shi for having an affair, huh? Jinbeo Bao, you can say this now? When Hu Yudi heard what Wang Tang said, she immediately returned to the bedroom. You didn't practice all day just to learn this sentence, did you? Well. Wang Tang looked at Hu Yudi provocatively. Golden baby, you are awesome. Hu Yudi immediately gave Wang Tang a thumbs up. Well, I can't let you, a bird, be so tired today. When there are fewer people in front, I will live broadcast the game first. As she said that, she started cooking. It's no wonder that Hu Yudi's cooking skills are very good. She quickly served 3 dishes and a soup on the table aflutter. As soon as Wang Tang saw the delicious food, his mouth was watering and he immediately flew to the table. Golden baby, what are you doing? Seeing this, Hu Yudi immediately picked up a pair of chopsticks and pretended to hit Wang Tang. However, she didn't really hit him, she just scared him and didn't let him eat the food on the table. You are a bird, you can't eat food. Hu Yudi explained. Meat. Eat meat. Wang Tang stared at the plate of steaming braised pork with his eyes wide open. Whose bird eats meat? You're a vegetarian. Hu Yudi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, seeing Wang Tang's eager look, she had no choice but to pick up a piece with her chopsticks and put it in front of him. You can only eat one piece. When Wang Tang saw the fragrant braised pork, he immediately opened his mouth, picked it up, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Crows eat meat, so it should be okay for a parrot to eat a piece of meat, right? Hu Yudi looked at Wang Tang worriedly, worried that he might have problems with his diet. However, Wang Tang's physical condition has now improved to 3 points, and his digestive system has also been strengthened. There is no problem at all in eating a piece of fat. Meat. Eat meat. After eating a piece, Wang Tang stared at Hu Yudi with an unsatisfied look. The last piece. Seeing Wang Tang's pitiful appearance, Hu Yudi picked up another piece. Wang Tang finished it in just a few bites. After finishing the meal, he set his sights on the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Seeing this, Hu Yudi couldn't help but laugh. Jin Bao Bao, this is one of your kind. We are of the same origin, why are you so anxious to fight each other? I want to eat. Wang Tang stared at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, his eyes rolling around. Okay. I'll give you some. Hu Yudi nodded, picked up some scrambled eggs with tomatoes and placed them in front of Wang Tang. She also muttered, Golden baby, how come you act like a human being? After eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Wang Tang set his sights on the soup cooked by Hu Yudi. That was a pot of cabbage and tofu soup. You want some more soup? Hu Yudi was completely shocked. Okay. I'll get you a bowl. After a while, a small bowl of soup was placed in front of Wang Tang. Hu Yudi warned, Jin Bao Bao, don't knock over the bowl. Wang Tang stretched his neck and drank the soup in the bowl. It's no secret that Hu Yudi's craftsmanship is very good. After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Tang flew off the table. Hu Yudi, on the other hand, was busy washing dishes and cleaning the kitchen. This bird life is really good. Wang Tang lay on the sofa, watching Hu Yudi busy in the kitchen. At this moment, Hu Yudi had become his little cook. After dinner, Hu Yudi rested for a while and then started to put on makeup and change clothes. After she was ready, she called out to Wang Tang, Jin Bao Bao, come here quickly. The live broadcast is about to begin, you have to be obedient. Wang Tang said nothing and followed Hu Yudi into the live broadcast room. As the live broadcast room opened, fans entered one after another. Hu Yudi immediately demonstrated to Wang Tang, Golden baby. Come and tell me, hello everyone, I am Golden baby. As she spoke, she turned the camera to Wang Tang. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang refused to cooperate at all. Don't scream, up. Hu Yudi was stunned. Inside the live broadcast room, fans were also excited. What the hell? What did Jin Bao Bao just say? It's the opposite of Tian Gang. It actually scolded the host, telling him to stop screaming. This bird is too opinionated, isn't it? Compared to Jin Bao Bao, Hu Yudi is too childish. Zhang Tao saw this and immediately called out to Li Xiang, who was standing nearby. Li Xiang. Come and see. That parrot is live streaming. Let me see what's going on. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang got out of bed and watched the live broadcast on the tablet with Zhang Tao in the camera. Hu Yudi angrily said to Wang Tang, Jin Bao Bao. You're going too far. I asked you to greet the audience, and you told me not to scream. Come. I'll teach you again. Hello everyone. I'm Jin Bao Bao. Li Xiang stared at the parrot in the camera intently, to see if it could learn what its owner had just said. As soon as Hu Yudi finished speaking, Wang Tang spoke, Hello everyone. I'm Jia Hui. When she heard the words, hello everyone, a smile appeared on Hu Yudi's face. However, her smile soon froze on her face. What the hell is Jia Hui? Ha ha ha. In the live broadcast room, netizens were overjoyed. Golden baby is teasing the anchor. That's hilarious. I told you this parrot is smart, right? However, there were also discordant voices. I said in the comments section that this bird can talk, but it's just a simple imitation and it can't understand human language. Look, it's not learning from its owner now. Li Xiang also seriously analyzed, maybe the owner of this parrot often sees Jia Hui's videos. It's a conditioned reflex. Li Xiang, didn't you see it just now? It's aggressive towards its owner. Tell that female anchor to stop screaming. Zhang Tao started to defend himself. That don't scream is also an internet meme. It must have been what the dog heard when its owner was watching videos. Li Xiang shook his head, still not thinking that this parrot could understand human language. At this time, special effects kept appearing in the barrage, and fans were sending gifts. When Wang Tang saw someone gave him a rose, he immediately jumped in front of the camera. Thank you for the rose, big brother. I wish you happiness, money to spend, and 17 or 18 beautiful women around you. Oh my god. When Li Xiang saw this scene, he couldn't help but swear. Zhang Tao immediately pointed at the screen and said, Look, Li Xiang, I told you it can understand the barrage. Zhang Tao, do you have any money in your account? Li Xiang asked. He wanted to test it. I don't have any money. I watched the live broadcast without spending any coins. The main thing is the companionship. Zhang Tao shook his head like a rattle. Then charge it up quickly. Li Xiang urged. What are you charging money for? Zhang Tao asked in confusion. Let's try giving other gifts. Li Xiang stared at the screen and said. Didn't you say this was pre-edited to trick people into buying traffic? Zhang Tao asked with a smile, then he said, I still have some big beers that were snatched from other live broadcast rooms, and they haven't expired yet. Come on. Give one a try. Li Xiang picked up Zhang Tao's tablet and started operating it. After a while, a special effect of a bottle of wine gift appeared on the screen. Seeing this scene, Wang Tang immediately shouted in his unique voice, Thank you for the big beer, brother. I wish you all the best. Damn. This parrot is such a show. Seeing this scene, Li Xiang was dumbfounded. This time, another netizen sent a group of 99 little hearts. Wang Tang quickly thanked him. With these little hearts, I wish you a promotion and a raise. This made Hu Yudi, who was standing by, dumbfounded. Seeing this, Wang Tang glanced at Hu Yudi and said, Sister, you still need to practice more. Ha ha ha. Baby Jean is starting to mock Hu Yudi. Look at that disgusted look in his eyes. The netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Send it to school quickly. Don't delay the child's college education. I can testify. It was in the same row I sat in when I was in college. Chapter 10 is so dirty. Who taught you this? Family. Since there aren't many people here, I'm going to play King of Glory for a while. Hu Yudi has not forgotten her old profession. As she spoke, she began to log into her account. Great. My takeout is almost here too. Immediately, old fans started posting comments. What's this about? Some new netizens posted comments in confusion. It goes well with rice. The host is the top of the 3 doughing dishes. Blessed are you who haven't had your dinner yet. Ha ha ha. You guys are so mean. Seeing the mocking comments in the barrage, Hu Yudi was very unconvinced. You bunch of haters. I was just in a bad state last time. Don't you guys ever have bad days? Even professional players have negative records, don't they? I can't make 060. It's rare for a game to be reported by 9 people at the same time. This time I'm going to use my unique skill, Xiang Yu. At this time, when it came to choosing a hero, she pre-selected Xiang Yu. Hu Yudi, do you have the guts to show your teammates your win rate? When netizens saw Hu Yudi and Xiang Yu's winning rate, they immediately said, just send it out. Hu Yudi immediately clicked send, but the message failed. Ha ha ha. 50 games, 36 win rate, you call this a unique skill? What do you know? Fulai said that the competitive lane doesn't focus on results. He's a professional player. Hu Yudi continued to be stubborn. Seeing this scene, old fans all laughed. It really is the familiar taste. Don't look at the battle record, but look at the winning rate. Fry can't take the blame for this. That's right. His winning rate is around 60 or 70. Xiang Yu is a very powerful hero. His second skill can restore health, and his ultimate skill also grants immunity. Hu Yudi spoke as she controlled the hero to come online. You guys are just laughing at me, wait till you see my highlights. As she spoke, she saw Lu Bu coming out on the opposite side of the confrontation lane, and she immediately flashed out, and then instantly followed up with her first skill. Everyone saw that Xiang Yu, controlled by Hu Yudi, flashed in front of Lu Bu and used his first skill to push him directly under the tower. Hu Yudi. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, fans all started questioning. Hu Yudi was in a panic. Oh no. I used my first skill the wrong way. I wanted to show off my skills and push Lu Bu down from the tower. You've also pushed under the tower now. But it's under the opponent's tower. Flashing to give away first blood, and then maximizing the loss. Ha ha ha. Your reputation as the first Blood Emperor will resound throughout the Canyon of Kings once again. Don't panic. I'm Xiang Yu, and I'm very tanky. Wait until I reach level 4, I'll be immune to my ultimate, and I can kill you with low health. Seeing that she had given away the first blood, Hu Yudi still insisted on being stubborn. As a result, when she arrived at the line, all the soldiers were killed by the tower, and they were still level 1, while the opposite Lu Bu was already level 2. The result is self-evident. In less than a minute, Hu Yudi's Xiang Yu was sent back to the city by the opposing Lu Bu again. This time, new netizens were all shocked. Did she do it on purpose, or was it an accident? My 5-year-old son's games aren't this abstract. Basic exercises, don't be stupid. At this moment, Wang Tang shouted at the top of his voice. Ha ha ha. Jin Baobao still understands Hu Yudi. Netizens were amused when they heard Wang Tang's comments. Oh my. This Lu Bu is too good. After being resurrected again, Hu Yudi came to the line and dared not leave the tower. 666. The prison fabrics are even over the limit. Hu Yudi, you're so audacious. Next, the opponent's Lubu took advantage of the economic advantage and blocked the line directly, preventing her from taking any soldiers. Seeing Hu Yudi cowering under the tower, Wang Tang tilted his head and taunted, "Hu Yudi, the overlord of Western Chu, you've turned me into a turtle of Western Chu." Fans heard the words and posted barrages. 666. Jin Baobao's comment is quite sharp. It really lived up to the VIP status. Next, it was the familiar recipe and the familiar taste, and they lost the game 0-6-4. Seeing this scene, netizens began to post comments, "Now I know where this winning rate comes from. When we win, it's because our teammates are so strong." At this time, Hu Yudi started another game at the speed of light. Netizens looked at Hu Yudi in admiration. What speed? As long as you drive fast enough, you won't be able to catch up with the points deduction, right? This time, I choose Lubu. Lubu, also have unique skills. When it came to selecting heroes, Hu Yudi locked onto Lubu. When netizens took a closer look, they found that Lubu's winning rate was even lower than Xiang Yu's, only 29. Hu Yudi, are you serious? A unique skill with a 29% win rate? You must have learned this from Lubu, right? Little black guys. Stop talking and watch me operate. Hu Yudi is full of confidence. At this time, the person opposite was Xiang Yu. Netizens began to tease, "You just said that Lubu was overpowered. This time I want to see how you use Lubu to fight Xiang Yu." Hu Yudi learned a skill and her confidence was overflowing. This Lubu, his skill has real damage, it hurts so much. Look, Xiang Yu doesn't even dare to come out to fight. Do you think he dares to look at the minion line? If he does, he'll melt. As she spoke, she controlled Lubu and pressed him under the enemy tower, swinging her faulty on Hua Ji. "Take my halberd." "No. I won't eat." Netizens started joking again. This moment, Xiang Yu on the opposite side used the same operation as Hu Yudi in the previous game. He flashed and appeared behind her, followed by his first skill, pushing the card like a king. Halala, Hu Yudi's Lubu was pushed under the opponent's tower. Then, her screen went black. Ha ha ha. Hu Yudi, look at that guy Xiang Yu. The fans were delighted. Hu Yudi was very depressed. This was the operation she imagined, but it was actually executed by the other party. At this moment, Hu Yudi's hero begins to recite his lines. "Where is my Diao-chan?" Hearing this familiar line, Wang Tang's eyes rolled and he said in his unique voice, "My Diao, where is Chan?" He deliberately changed the punctuation of this line, which immediately reflected the profoundness of Chinese. Fuck. Netizens in the live broadcast room looked at the parrot in front of the camera as if it were a monster. "It's so dirty. Who taught you this?" "Hu Yudi. I didn't expect you to be such a person." Hu Yudi glanced at the comments and immediately said, "It wasn't me. I didn't teach it." "You're still saying it's not you? This is your bird. Golden Baby learned it all by himself. Today I went to school, and he was practicing speaking all by himself at home. Besides practicing speaking, he also exercises his body." Hu Yudi explained. "Ha ha. Do you think we are fools? A bird can also exercise?" After hearing Hu Yudi's words, netizens laughed as if they were hit with a tickle, and laughed uncontrollably. "I know you don't believe me, I'll cut out the surveillance footage and post it on my personal homepage." Hu Yudi decided to speak with facts. "You can't always take the blame for Jin Baobao." "Okay. I'd like to see it. Fans are very curious." "Okay. I'll send it now." Hu Yudi couldn't start the game at this time, because she was reported again and her credit points were deducted. Chapter 11, Spend money and get scolded by birds. Anchor, don't bother. Just edit a few surveillance videos and upload them. When netizens saw that Hu Yudi was going to post the parrot's daily training routine, they immediately made a suggestion. "Yes. I like to watch the original version. When you edited some clips together, it just looked too fake." "Alright. This saves me some trouble." Hu Yudi read the comments and nodded. So, she opened the mobile phone app, directly found the clips of Wang Tang exercising and practicing speaking from the cloud storage, and uploaded them all at once. Netizens have been waiting for this for a long time and clicked on the video as soon as possible. Sure enough, in the picture, there was a parrot with gray hair and a red tail. At this moment, it was facing a dressing mirror and talking incessantly. "Grandpa is here, what's going on? Don't scream. Oh my god. This parrot is really practicing speaking all by himself." Seeing this scene, netizens were shocked. Throughout the entire video, Jin Baobao was practicing speaking without stopping. Look at the time, it's been at least half an hour. Soon, netizens clicked on the second video. I saw the gray parrot climbed onto an iron rack, grabbing the iron bar with its claws and doing pull-ups. I thought it was just some kind of exercise, but I didn't expect Jin Baobao to be able to do it so well. The movements are standard and the frequency is very high. Even a bird is so self-disciplined. Golden Baby, I advise you to be kind. This kind of bragging is really hurting my pride. If I had put in half the effort, I wouldn't be as fat as I am now. After watching the video, some people had added their acquaintances below. Sister Feifei at Fifan, this is so cute, I really want to take it home and hide it. Pian at Little Hat, even a bird works so hard, what reason do you have not to exercise? Ha 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 Sia at Linger, come and see, even a bird can do it better than me. Some people even commented in a malicious way at, "Boss, there is a promising single-shot player here, please introduce him to the national team." After watching the video, Zhang Tao looked at Li Xiang and asked, "Li Xiang, is this video photoshopped?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiang carefully examined it for a while and shook his head. There is no trace of Photoshop at all. This is outrageous. A bird is so self-disciplined. Zhang Tao looked like he had seen a ghost. I told you before, if you don't work hard, you will be useless in the future. Li Xiang looked at his roommate seriously. Stop scolding me. Stop scolding me. I will definitely work hard starting tomorrow. Zhang Tao said depressedly. At this time, in the live broadcast room, many viewers who had watched the surveillance video came to post comments. Golden baby is so awesome. I've always wanted to lose weight, but I always fail. Starting tomorrow, I'll work hard with Jin Bao Bao. Come on. On the side, Hu Yudi read the barrage and read it out loud. Wang Tang tilted his head and immediately started complaining. You always say you'll start working hard tomorrow. Oh, stop kidding yourself. You said the same thing yesterday. Oh shit. I got bitten by a parrot. The fan who posted the barrage was instantly defeated when he heard Wang Tang's words. Ha ha ha. Baby Jean is amazing, he keeps coming up with golden lines. Golden baby, it's because you guys evolved so quickly, otherwise, you'd be the one stuck in the cage being watched. Hu Yudi looked at Wang Tang lovingly and continued to read out the barrage. Wang Tang squinted at the screen with disdain. I think this is good. If you evolve too much, you have to go to work. If you evolve too little, you have to go to the table. When netizens heard this, they praised it again. 666. This sentence is really too heartbreaking. Oh. I'm such a failure as a human being. Not even a bird can see through me. Host, how about you let the netizens connect with Jin Bao Bao? Well, there are so many people in the live broadcast room now, I don't know how to choose. When Hu Yudi saw the barrage, she felt a little embarrassed, because at this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room is stabilized at around 800.1. Fan commented, this is easy. Just set a threshold. A hot air balloon can connect to the microphone, and a sports car can cut in line. Right. If we connect the microphones side by side, it's definitely impossible to connect so many people. Those who have money can pay to support the show, and those of us who don't have money can just watch for fun. Okay. Hu Yudi nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, the gift special effects appeared in the live broadcast room. Hu Yudi immediately found the fans who sent gifts and sent them an invitation to join the live broadcast. Soon, the screen split in two. On one side, there was a gray parrot, and on the other side, there was a girl in her early 20s. Seeing Wang Tang, the girl was very excited. She waved to the camera and said, hello. Golden baby. Hello. Beautiful. Wang Tang immediately responded with his unique voice. Well, I just graduated from university and I'm facing a difficult choice. If I choose to go to work, the salary is very low. I'm still young, so I'm going to buy some materials to prepare for the civil service exam at home. The girl started to talk incessantly. It can be seen that she has been troubled by this problem recently. As soon as Wang Tang heard this, he knew what was going on. It must be that the girl's family did not agree. After all, it takes a lot of effort for an ordinary family to raise a child to graduate from college. If children graduate from college and do not go to work but continue to rely on their parents at home, it will not only be a heavy burden but also not be good for their future development. Thinking of this, Wang Tang said directly, Sister, are you still young? It doesn't matter, you will be old in 2 years. I'll go. After hearing Wang Tang's words, netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but swear, this review is so sharp. But, Jin Bao Bao is right. You're indeed young now, but if you stay at home for a few years, you'll be old. By then, even if you don't pass the civil service exam, it'll be hard to find a job. Sister. My advice is, you should work and take the civil service exam at the same time. Look, Jin Bao Bao is a bird. If it can work so hard, what excuse do you have? Okay. I get it. I'll follow everyone's advice. At this time, the girl's face turned red. Oh my god. I didn't expect that Jin Bao Bao could be a life mentor. After the first live broadcast ended, netizens in the live broadcast room were still discussing what Wang Tang had just said. The more they chewed on it, the more it made sense. At this time, a female netizen posted a comment. This is a famous quote from Eileen Chang. I see. But, it's amazing that Jin Bao Bao could say that in such a fitting occasion. You can't treat Jin Bao Bao as a bird at all. I heard that African gray parrots have the IQ of a 4 or 5-year-old child. I didn't believe it before, but today I finally saw it. Golden baby is definitely the smartest among African gray parrots. At this moment, someone sent out another hot air balloon in the live broadcast room. Chapter 12, the next victim is here. Thank you Ho Long Tao for the hot air balloon. Now, please welcome Ho Long Tao to join the microphone. When Hu Yudi saw the special effects of the gift, she immediately expressed her gratitude. Her eyes were curved with a smile, and her voice was clear and soft, as if coated with a layer of honey aflutter. Wang Tang flew onto Hu Yudi's shoulders. Seeing this, she gently smoothed the hair around her ears and adjusted the camera. A young man wearing a large printed t-shirt and with bright yellow hair soon appeared on the other side of the screen. The non-mainstream teenager's eyes were red and swollen, and he looked like he had just cried. Seeing this scene, netizens in the barrage asked, Brother Tao, what's wrong with you? My eyes are swollen from crying. Could it be that his high school grades weren't ideal and he failed the entrance exam? Before Ho Long Tao, who was connected to the microphone, could say anything, Wang Tang, who was standing on Hu Yudi's shoulder, suddenly flapped his wings and interrupted in a clear voice, Emo. Huan, emo. Hu Yudi couldn't help laughing out loud, but quickly pursed her lips. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she was enduring it with great difficulty. Wang Tang, on the other hand, tilted his head calmly, his bright dark eyes fixed on the screen. In the live broadcast room, netizens launched barrage, ha. Even though I know it's inappropriate to laugh right now, I just want to laugh. Jin Bao Bao was reminding us that Brother Tao is in a bad mood because of his girlfriend. As expected, Ho Long Tao said in a tearful voice, Host, my girlfriend broke up with me. Ah, what is it? A light flashed in Hu Yudi's eyes, the soul of gossip awakened, the body leaned forward slightly, and asked softly. I broke my leg while delivering food today. Ho Longtao explained, and as he spoke, he moved the camera downward to show his leg with a splint. Seeing this scene, more comments appeared. Brother Tao, are you serious? I thought it was a joke. That's really tragic. Is this why your girlfriend broke up with you? Hu Yuti was a little surprised. I told her I couldn't bring her breakfast tomorrow. Ho Longtao shook his head. Hu Yuti was speechless for a moment, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. She glanced at the comments, then looked at Wang Tong, who had an "I knew it a long time ago" expression on his face, and finally said softly, "Brother, this is a bit difficult to comment on." In the live broadcast room, netizens also posted Barrage's family. I'm so sad now, what should I do? Ho Longtao said sadly. At this moment, Wang Tang interrupted and said, "No. This is not the saddest time for you, Upon hearing this, Ho Longtao immediately looked at Wang Tang in the live broadcast room. Netizens were also very curious. Host, please ask Jin Baobao why Brother Tao isn't at his saddest right now? Wang Tang blurted out, your girlfriend doesn't like you at all. Netizens expressed their agreement. Oh my god. Jin Baobao's words hit the nail on the head. I don't think she likes you either. Even if you broke your leg, you still can't get her attention. But what can I do to make her come back? Ho Longtao looked at the camera in distress, still hoping to get help from netizens. Just as Hu Yuti was thinking about how to enlighten him, Wang Tang beside her shook his head and said, goodbye, the next one will be better. Oh my god. After hearing Wang Tang's words, the viewers in the live broadcast room were amused. They then expressed their opinions. Haha. This parrot is better at persuading people than I am. Taozi, don't cry, stand up and stroke it. You're a grown man, but you still can't see through a bird? Maybe breaking up now is a good way to cut losses and let you see your girlfriend's true face sooner. Amidst the clamor, someone suddenly turned their attention to Hu Yuti. Host, I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. Hu Yuti panicked and waved her hands quickly. It's none of my business. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were innocent and anxious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I've never even been in a relationship, but I've never been a scumbag. That netizen continued to post comments at this time. What Jin Baobao just said must have been taught by you, right? You are the first female anchor on the internet who teaches men how to fall in love. That's right. His values are even better than his appearance. I love him. I love him. Seeing these comments, Hu Yuti immediately felt relieved. Then she glanced at Wang Tang secretly. Hu Yuti knew very well that she had never taught him anything, and Wang Tang learned all these by himself. After checking the time, Hu Yuti quickly said, family. Today's live broadcast ends here. I'm going to log off. Are you ending the broadcast now? There are already 1,000 people in the live broadcast room. This is the most popular time since you started broadcasting. Upon hearing this, the administrator Ai Kuan couldn't help but advise. In fact, he was a classmate of Hu Yuti. I happened to be watching a live broadcast and saw that one of my classmates was broadcasting live, so I came over to support him. He watched Hu Yuti grow from an unknown person to a rising star step by step. Yeah. Or, let's play it for a while longer. Netizens tried to persuade him to stay. Hu Yuti shook her head firmly. It's too late. Jin Baobao is also very tired today. Good night, everyone. If you haven't followed me yet, please click the follow button in the upper right corner. Li Xiang, this female anchor is so principled. She said she'd end the broadcast, and she did it right away. I haven't seen enough of Jin Baobao yet. Zhang Tao felt a little unsatisfied when he saw the live broadcast screen go black. This bird is really something. Li Xiang nodded. How about we help her? How can I help? Zhang Tao asked curiously. Have you forgotten what our major is? A smile appeared on Li Xiang's face. Video editing is our specialty. You mean, you want to help her promote it? Zhang Tao found it a little unbelievable, because he knew very well that his roommate had no interest in anything other than studying. That video Hu Yuti made is terrible. Let's edit it. Maybe we can even earn some living expenses. Li Xiang explained. Okay. Zhang Tao agreed after hearing this. Then I'll contact Hu Yuti. We have to get her consent. Li Xiang thought about it and sent a private message to Hu Yuti. Offer to help me promote the video? Hu Yuti was a little surprised when she saw the private message she received. She even suspected that she had met a scammer. Hu Yuti, don't worry. This is a win-win situation. This happens to be my specialty. I make videos, and as long as they are popular, I can also make money. I just want your authorization. Li Xiang explained. Okay. No problem. As long as the video you make doesn't infringe on my legal rights, I'll authorize you. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuti immediately agreed. Having professionals help her make videos can also save her some time. I'll practice first and send you the finished product later. Li Xiang didn't waste any words. Turn on your computer and start working. Half an hour later, he sent the finished video to Hu Yuti. Hu Yuti clicked on it and saw that the video made by Li Xiang was much better than hers. It added a lot of special effects and subtitles, making it have a brisk pace and prominent humor. Even Wang Tang's micro-expressions were magnified with special effects, which made it look much better than her own. You are so amazing. Thank you. Hu Yuti immediately sent a message of thanks. You're welcome, win-win cooperation. Li Xiang smiled and added, I'll cut 2 more in different styles and post them on Bilibili and Quisa later. Okay, do you want me to forward it? Well, that would be great if you're willing to share it. Use the hashtags #HumanityParrot #Aviary Emotional Master, no problem. After Hu Yuti replied to the message, she couldn't help but bury her face in Wang Tang's soft feathers and whispered, "Golden baby, you are so great." Wang Tang didn't say anything, but just rubbed her cheek lazily. Chapter 13. You are such a bad parrot. Baby Jean, go to sleep obediently. Mommy is going to take a bath. Hu Yuti carried Wang Tang to the soft bed and gave him instructions. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw Wang Tang flapping his wings and jumping off the bed. You're just clingy. Hu Yuti looked at Wang Tang helplessly, but didn't care. After all, in her eyes, no matter how smart Wang Tang is, he is still a bird. So, next, when Hu Yuti entered the bathroom, she did not carry Wang Tang on her back when she took off her clothes or took a shower. After she finished washing herself, she did not forget to come out, pick up Wang Tang and wash his paws. After returning to the bedroom, Hu Yuti remembered Li Xiang's words, so she opened her mobile phone and started searching on Bilibili. Soon, she searched for Li Xiang's B Station account and was a little surprised. Wow! This Li Xiang is also one of the top 100 up hosts on B Station? After browsing Li Xiang's works, Hu Yuti discovered that he was a blogger who mainly made popular science videos, with an astonishing number of fans reaching 2.31 million. Golden baby, we'll start broadcasting early tomorrow since we have a day off. After forwarding the work published by Li Xiang, Hu Yuti said to Wang Tang, "Good night." Wang Tang flapped his wings and said, "Golden baby, you are getting smarter and smarter." Upon hearing this, Hu Yuti immediately reached out and touched Wang Tang's head. "Go away. Go away." Wang Tang immediately struggled in resistance. "Ha ha ha. You're still not happy." Hu Yuti was even happier. However, she still turned off the lights and went to sleep. After all, you need to get enough rest to prepare for tomorrow's live broadcast. Hearing the faint breathing sound beside him, Wang Tang was not sleepy and he opened the system panel. Host, Wang Tang, species, African grey parrot, constitution, 3 spirit, 7 strength, 4 agility, 5 lucky, 1 popularity, 73214, skills, flying LV1, climbing LV3, imitation pronunciation LV2, skill points, 2, great. We've accumulated over 70,000 popularity points. Wang Tang was very satisfied. He immediately gave the order, exchange attribute points. It will cost 10,000 popularity points to redeem attribute points. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations to the host. 70,000 popularity points were deducted and successfully exchanged for 7 attribute points. Add all points to your physique. Wang Tang thought about it and decided to add all his attribute points to his physique, because he wanted to know how much his physical fitness could be increased at most in his current state. Sure enough, as 7 attribute points were added to the constitution, the plus sign at the end disappeared. A system prompt sounded. After the host advances to the first level, you can continue to increase your physical fitness. Level 1? If all attributes reach 10 points, it's level 1? Wang Tang understood instantly. It is introduced in the system that these attribute points are based on humans as a reference. If all attributes reach 10, it is the power of one person. If it exceeds 10 points, you will be a first level transcendent, and every time you break through a major level, you will gain a talent. I've been getting more and more popular recently. I believe it won't be long before I can truly reach the first level extraordinary realm. Wang Tang was very excited, because, when he reaches the first level, he will be able to gain superpowers. At that time, even with the body of a bird, he will be able to do many things that humans cannot do. After reaching level 2, upgrading to level 3 requires 100,000 proficiency points. It's inhumane. Wang Tang checked the skill progress and immediately decided to use the skill points to improve the simulated pronunciation. As his skills increased, a warm current flowed through him, and he felt his throat being strengthened again, allowing him to make more sounds. However, to reach the next level, skill points are required, and the proficiency is even more terrifying, requiring 100 million times. After level 2, skills need to be upgraded. Relying on practice will have little effect. I'll start flying practice tomorrow. Before going to bed, Wang Tang set a goal for himself. So comfortable. Early in the morning, Hu Yuti kicked the quilt away and stretched lazily. Wang Tang was awakened, and his eyes widened when he saw the pair of lively little rabbits. Golden baby. It's another beautiful day. No school today, I'm taking you for a walk. Hu Yuti grabbed Wang Tang. Go out and play. Go out and play. When Wang Tang heard that he could go out and play, his eyes suddenly lit up. It has been several days and he hasn't seen the outside world. Next, Hu Yuti began to wash up. After washing up, she put Wang Tang on her shoulders and reminded him, "Baby Jean, hold on tight." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately grabbed the clothes on Hu Yuti's shoulders with his claws. Soon, the two arrived at the community. At this moment, many people have already gotten up early to exercise. Ahem. An old man passed by and started coughing. Wang Tang remembered the simulated voice he had just upgraded yesterday and immediately started learning it. After a while, he opened his mouth and made a sound. Cough. Cough. Hu Yuti was startled when she heard a cough next to her ear. She immediately said to Wang Tang, "Jean Bao Bao, you are going to scare me to death." The old man who had just walked a short distance heard the coughing behind him and immediately said with a smile, "You are a bad parrot." Imitation of the old man's cough. "Uncle, I'm sorry." Hu Yuti immediately apologized. "It's okay. Parrots are like that. Even if you teach them specifically, they won't learn. Just a few words will tell them." The old man waved his hand out. This time, birds were singing on the branches, and Wang Tang immediately followed suit. Jitcha. Jitcha. The voice is so lifelike. "Jean Bao Bao, are you in a good mood today?" Hu Yuti looked at Wang Tang with a smile. This moment, 2 birds flew by, leaving behind 2 piles of bird droppings, which almost hit Hu Yuti on the head. What's going on? Hu Yuti was a little depressed. Wang Tang was very clear that it was probably the two bird calls he had just learned that angered the two birds. However, he just learned it blindly and had no idea what it meant. I am a bird now, too. I wonder if I will be able to understand their bird language in the future. Wang Tang looked at the bird on the branch, thoughtfully. If you can master bird language, that would be an amazing skill. After all, birds are everywhere in nature, including at murder scenes. If Wang Tang could speak bird language, wouldn't he be able to catch the murderer easily? When the time comes and he translates it, it will surely shock everyone and gain him a large number of fans. Let's go. Let's go to the bun shop next door and eat buns. After wandering around the community for a while, Hu Yuti took Wang Tang to the bun shop for breakfast. Boss, give me a cup of soy milk and a steamed bun. Hu Yuti has a small appetite. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Tang immediately said anxiously, another bowl of soy milk and a basket of buns? When the boss heard Wang Tang's words, he looked at him in surprise. Beauty, your parrot also wants to eat? Boss, I'm packing. Hu Yuti didn't want Wang Tang's abnormality to be noticed, so she spoke immediately. Chapter 14, Jin Baobao is going to be famous. Beauty, do you want more buns? The boss did not forget to ask. Yes. A basket of fresh meat buns. Hu Yuti nodded. Since Wang Tang wanted to eat buns, she was naturally happy to pamper it. Let me see what happened to the video I forwarded yesterday. Hu Yuti opened her cell phone and started checking it. Soon, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow. 120,000 likes? It's only been one night, so I'm afraid it will exceed 200,000 likes in the whole day, right? Hearing this, Wang Tang slowly turned his head and glanced at her with his bright black eyes, with an expression that said, what's the big deal? Golden baby, we are going to be famous. Hu Yuti was so excited that she reached out to rub its feathers. Go away. Go away. Wang Tang immediately flapped his wings and dodged backwards, his voice full of disgust. The other customers in the store were amazed. An uncle asked with a smile, girl, your parrot is really smart. What kind is it? It's an African gray parrot. Hu Yuti answered a little proudly. At this time, the boss handed over the packaged buns and said with a smile, very chewy. You are quite talkative. Yes, much smarter than ordinary parrots. Hu Yuti replied, smiling so much that her eyes narrowed into crescents. At this moment, a tabby cat emerged from behind the boss. It squatted there silently, its amber eyes fixed on Wang Tang, and it made a low meow sound from its throat when calling. The tabby cat arched its back, as if it was hunting. Wang Tang lowered his head, glanced at the tabby cat, and said in a unique voice, Grandpa is here. Tro-ha-ha. The diners around burst into laughter when they heard this. The boss couldn't help but say, Xiaohua suffered because she couldn't speak. Is this cat the boss's? Hu Yuti asked curiously. No. If you like it, take it home and keep it. It's a stray cat that often comes to my store looking for food. The boss explained. Great. I think this cat and Jin Baobao really hit it off. Hu Yuti said happily. Wang Tang couldn't help but glared at her fiercely. Sister, what are you looking at? Is this tabby cat getting along? It clearly wants to eat me. However, Wang Tang was not at all afraid of it. After all, his physical fitness has now reached 10 points, and both his claws and mouth have been unprecedentedly strengthened. If a real fight breaks out, this tabby cat will definitely not be Wang Tang's match. When the time comes, I will get a cat at home, and I won't be so lonely when Hu Yuti goes to class. A young woman with a child next to her gently suggested, Sister, if you plan to keep a pet, it's best to take it to the pet store for injections and deworming first. Yeah, thank you, sister. Hu Yuti nodded quickly. She asked the boss for a cage and put the kitten in it. As for Wang Tang, he was still squatting calmly on Hu Yuti's shoulder. Just when Hu Yuti took the stray cat to the pet shop, Wu Qian from Joyo Entertainment was planning a plan against Wang Tang. After searching for several days, he found an African gray parrot named Xiaohui and Douyin that looked very similar to Wang Tang. This time, Wu Qian quickly reached an agreement with Xiaohui's owner. After all, who can resist the temptation of becoming an internet celebrity? In order to ensure the success of the plan, Wu Qian brought his team and went to the site in person. The middle-aged couple who opened the door were obviously the parrot's owners. Mr. Wu, welcome, welcome. The two greeted warmly. Afterwards, the two introduced themselves to Wu Qian. My last name is Tang Ming, and this is my wife, Yin Ping. Is this Xiaohui? After greeting the middle-aged couple, Wu Qian stared at an African gray parrot in the living room. Yes. It's Xiaohui. The host Tang Ming nodded. Why doesn't it seem as talkative as it does in the video? Wu Qian couldn't help but frown. That's right. The video is a compilation of what Xiaohui usually says. His conversations are random. The host Tang Ming immediately explained, this is not conducive to promotion. Wu Qian couldn't help but frown when he heard this. You said your parrot talks a lot in the morning and evening, so I rushed here early in the morning, and all you find is silence? Mr. Wu, if you have any needs, just let us know. Xiaohui and I will do our best to cooperate. On the side, the hostess Yin Ping immediately said with a smile. Well, actually, it's not impossible to do it. Wu Qian thought for a moment and said. Please give me some advice, Mr. Wu. The host Tang Ming immediately said politely. Well, you guys changed Xiaohui's name to Xiaohui. Wu Qian thought for a moment and said. Slagash? The middle-aged couple were stunned when they heard this. Wu Qian took out his cell phone, which contained a video. He clicked play, and suddenly a gray parrot said demonically to the camera, Hello everyone. I am Xiaohui. Oh. It's this scumbag. When the host Tang Ming saw this, he suddenly realized something. Here, I have a video of this bird talking. Try to get little gray to imitate it. Wu Qian explained. When you teach, remember this feeling. It should sound magical and make people want to laugh. Okay. These are simple words to imitate, and they won't be difficult for Xiao Wei. The host Tang Ming nodded. The African gray parrot he raised was 12 years old and was considered an adult parrot, so it was easier for it to learn to speak. As long as you cooperate with our promotion, Xiao Wei will soon become a big name. However, you must sign a confidentiality agreement beforehand. Wu Qian reminded. One more thing, the subsequent video copyright and account operations will belong to us, no problem. Tang Ming and Yanping looked at each other and said immediately the conditions offered by Wu Qian are very good, they can earn millions a year. Soon, they signed the relevant contracts. At this time, a photographer came over and arranged for Zazui to take photos and videos. First, change the account ID to Xiaohui and Jin Baobao, then buy some fans. I saw that Jin Baobao's owner account is Suyuti. When netizens watch the relevant videos, the account they search for first will definitely be ours. The accompanying operations manager said he makes a living from this and knows very well how to grab traffic. With these, and some technical means, we can package Xiaohui into an internet-famous bird, replacing Jin Baobao's status. Wu Qian was very satisfied. 2 hours later, the account of Xiaohui and Jin Baobao already had 2 million followers. Afterwards, Wu Qian asked the operator to post several videos on the account. The first few are videos of Jin Baobao, and the latter are videos of Zazui. Among them, many scenes were about Wang Tang, but after the technical staff added some text, they became useless. After doing all this, Wu Qian began to arrange people to throw the slag into the stream. Joyo has a dedicated Douyin Matrix account. After issuing an order, dozens or even hundreds of accounts will promote together. In less than one morning, the number of likes on the video soared to 530,000. Following this trend, it is bound to become a video with millions of likes. Why did the fan growth suddenly speed up? Wang Tang, who was still in the pet hospital, checked the system panel and was immediately shocked. Almost every time I refresh the page, the fan value will increase by hundreds. In just one morning, the number increased by a full 170,000. Chapter 15. Huyuti, am I a stand-in? Golden baby, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? On the side, Huyuti saw Wang Tang's dazed look and immediately asked worriedly. Would you like to have your bird checked out? The pet shop owner asked immediately after hearing this. He stared at Wang Tang for a while, and soon asked in surprise, Beauty, is this bird of yours Xiaohui? Yes. How did you know? Upon hearing this, Huyuti immediately nodded. She thought the pet shop owner had seen Li Xiang's video. You're really popular right now. I just saw a video of you, and it's got almost 600,000 likes. The pet shop owner said enviously. He has all kinds of small pets in his shop and often pays attention to pet videos, so naturally he came across the video that suddenly became popular. In addition, the pet shop owner also came across many related hosts, all of whom were praising how smart, human-like, and interesting this African gray parrot named is. I didn't expect that the real person was right in front of me. When Huyuti heard that there were almost 600,000 likes, she immediately took out her phone to check. However, when she opened her video, she found that it only had 170,000 likes. Even under the video, someone commented, did this host steal the video? I just saw the real one, and it has 620,000 likes. What? I'm the one who stole the video? When Huyuti saw this video, she immediately became angry. She clicked on the netizen's personal homepage and then clicked on her favorite page. Sure enough, the first one was a parrot video with 630,000 likes. The pet shop owner came over to take a look and immediately said, that's the video I just saw. Upon hearing this, Huyuti immediately clicked to play. The video begins with Wang Tang's line during the live broadcast, hello everyone. I'm Xiaohui. Then, there were clips of I want to report enoki mushrooms and grandpa is here and exercise. Could it be that this video was posted by a fan? Huyuti felt a little doubtful. She suspected that this account was sent by a fan who was watching the live broadcast. After all, the name of the account is Xiaohui and Jin Baobao. Both names are related to Wang Tang. Wang Tang took a look and his first reaction was the same as Huyuti's. Some celebrities also have many fans who post videos on Douyin. Whatever the reason, Wang Tang was very satisfied. Because the fan value he gained is real, so Wang Tang opened the system panel again. Frowny face host. Wang Tang, species, African gray parrot, constitution, 10, spirit, 7 strength, 4 agility, 5 lucky, 1 popularity, 189191, skills, flying LV1, climbing LV3, pronunciation simulation LV3, skill points, 1. Seeing that the popularity value had risen to 180,000, Wang Tang immediately issued an order, exchange attribute points. It will cost 10,000 popularity points to redeem attribute points. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations, host. 180,000 popularity points were deducted and successfully exchanged for 18 attribute points. Afterwards, Wang Tang started to add points frantically. First, consume 3 attribute points and increase the spirit points to 10 points. As his spirit points increased to 10, Wang Tang instantly felt that the vision in front of him was a little different. A mosquito flew past his eyes, and he could actually see its wings clearly. It can even vaguely predict the flight trajectory of mosquitoes. Next, increase your agility to 10 points. Wang Tang did not choose to continue adding strength. After all, from today on, there will be a new neighbor in the house. This new neighbor is not very friendly. Therefore, at this time, Wang Tang's first choice is to increase his agility to 10 points. At this time, he looked and saw that he had 10 attribute points left. The luck attribute is crucial, raise it to 10 first. The last point, Wang Tang added strength. So far, all of his attributes have reached 10, except for strength, which is only 5. However, according to the current growth rate, it will take at most 1 day to enter the realm of first level transcendence. Jin Baobao, let's go back quickly and take advantage of this wave of traffic to do a live broadcast. Seeing that the pet doctor had already given the stray cat an injection, Hu Yudi couldn't wait to go home. Wang Teng nodded his little head. He had the same idea. After being groomed by the pet hospital, the stray cat's fur became very smooth and it looked much more pleasing to the eye. Well, let's just name you Silver Baby. Hu Yudi glanced at Wang Tang and gave the tabby cat a new name. Wang Tang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. This girl must have thought she was good at naming. Gold Baby, Silver Baby. How money-loving must one be to come up with such names? However, Wang Tang was a little confused. Although Hu Yudi is a money grubber, she refused Jodo Entertainment's offer for the sake of her studies. After all, Wu Qian promised to give Hu Yudi a guaranteed annual salary of over 1 million. After returning to her residence, Hu Yudi packed up simply and immediately brought Wang Tang and Yin Baobao to the live broadcast room. As soon as she started the live broadcast, netizens immediately entered the live broadcast room. When they saw Hu Yudi in front of the camera, they couldn't help but laugh and joke. Hu Yudi, why are you here so early today? Family. Today is Saturday, there is no school. Hu Yudi explained honestly. This made Wang Teng shake his head. If it were any other female anchor, she would definitely say, my family. Because I miss you. I can't bear to leave you for even a moment. Ha? Hu Yudi, you bought a cat? At this time, someone noticed the cat in front of the camera. This cat is not bought, it's a stray cat. Hu Yudi immediately began to explain everything in detail. Is it a stray cat? When fans heard Hu Yudi's words, they immediately became worried. Then you have to lock it up. Don't let it bite the golden baby. How could that be? The first time Silver Baby saw Gold Baby, she liked him. Hu Yudi smiled and shook her head. I brought it back because I saw it and Jean Baobao get along very well. It also helps Jean Baobao find a companion. After hearing this, the fans were even more speechless. Hu Yudi, please be more careful. Why don't you find a cat to keep the parrot company? Isn't this like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? Listen to me. Never let the cat out. Otherwise, when you're not home, your cat will. Picture. Wang Tang took a look at the picture. It was the scene in Tom and Jerry where Tom grabbed Jerry. Silver Baby looks very cute. It's definitely not as cruel as I imagined. However, I will let them get along with each other when I'm at home. If they really don't get along, I'll lock Silver Baby up. Hu Yudi saw the barrage and said. Fans worriedly reminded, well. Hu Yudi, don't be careless. If the golden baby is eaten by this cat, we will be very sad. As the broadcast started, the number of people online in the live broadcast room continued to increase. Soon, it exceeded 1,000. Wang Teng knew it was time for him to take care of things himself, so he stared at the tabby cat in the cage and said in a clear voice, call me daddy. Chapter 16 Call Daddy. What the hell? As soon as Wang Teng finished speaking, the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments, various interjections, and exclamation marks filled the screen. Sure. Unfortunately, I'm uneducated and can only say fuck. Golden Baby actually let a cat call him daddy. This is amazing. Did you notice the kitten's expression? He was stunned. Silver Baby still suffers from not being able to speak. Silver Baby, I have so much pain that I can't express it. I'm the only one in my family who can't speak. Hu Yudi was also caught off guard when she heard Wang Teng's words. At this time, fans turned the flames of war on her host. Host. Baby Gold says he's your grandpa and you want to be his mom, but he wants Baby Silver to call him dad. The generations in your family are a bit messed up. I've said before, they each have their own opinions. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard that tears came out. Hu Yudi was immediately depressed when she saw the barrage, Golden Baby. Wang Teng immediately turned around, flapped his wings, and yelled fiercely, don't scream. This scene made the netizens in the live broadcast room even happier. I just came in after arguing with my boyfriend. I'm laughing so hard I've completely forgotten what we were arguing about. Me too. The goddess I licked for 2.5 years deleted me on Chinese Valentine's Day. I've been depressed for a week, and now I'm rolling around on my bed laughing like a maggot. Golden Baby is a cure for all kinds of unhappiness. A new netizen couldn't help but ask, host, how much is your bird? I want to buy one too. An old fan immediately responded, it is not recommended to keep a golden baby, as it will hurt your self-esteem. Ha? Why? The netizen who inquired about the price asked in confusion. If you watch more live broadcasts, you'll understand. Jean Baobao argues with the anchor every day. The key is, the anchor can't win. Golden Baby's mouth is so poisonous. Sometimes I can't even think of what to say. Some netizens express disbelief, no matter what you say, it's still a bird. Although it hasn't said much so far, every word it says is classic, and the timing is just right. At this time, another netizen posted in the barrage, anchor. I also have this African gray parrot at home. It doesn't talk much. I would like to ask you, how should I teach it? Upon seeing this comment, Hu Yudi immediately sat up straight, cleared her throat, and acted like an expert. This is easy. African gray parrots are very intelligent and are one of the few birds that can communicate with humans. If you want to raise them to be like Jean Baobao, you must respect them and treat them as a friend. The netizen who asked the question suddenly realized, so that's how it is? Other netizens in the live broadcast room also posted barrages, hurry and write this down. Lao Dang finally handed over the burning technique. If someone else said this, I wouldn't believe it, but Hu Yudi, I have to believe it. Why? Look, the anchorman had an argument with her own bird and couldn't even win. How could she abuse the baby? That's right. It's just like raising a child. The more you control him, the more he goes against you. This African gray parrot has the IQ of a child, right? Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh when he saw the faithful expressions of netizens in the comments. These fans have been fooled by Hu Yudi. They had no idea that Hu Yudi had previously raised a bird and ended up killing it. If I hadn't been so lucky, the grass on my grave would probably be several feet high by now. Hu Yudi lost herself in the admiration in the barrage of comments and was a little carried away. She even considered herself a master of bird breeding. Although some people think that what Hu Yudi said is wrong, they can't find any reason to refute it. After all, the golden baby she raised is so smart. At this time, another netizen who raises birds asked Hu Yudi for advice. Anchor. Are there any other talking birds like Jean Bao? Yes. There are talking birds like the golden baby, as well as larks, budgies, macaws. Hu Yudi counted on her fair fingers. Anchor, isn't that right? Can larks talk? Why can't you speak? Haven't you heard of the saying, speaking like a lark? Hu Yudi argued convincingly. Host, please don't lie. Why does my lark never talk? The lark you raise can't talk because you haven't found a way to make it talk. If you don't believe me, try raising an African gray parrot. Can it talk like a golden baby? Hu Yudi said proudly of this. At this time, netizens were confused. Could it be that we really raised the wrong animals? Hu Yudi secretly patted his chest. In fact, she didn't know which birds were prone to talking. The ones just counted are all birds that Hu Yudi can remember the names of. Seeing Hu Yudi's guilty look, some old fans have already seen through her true intentions. So, they deliberately teased, Master, what should we pay attention to when raising birds? For example, what food should we feed them, what water should we drink, and what nest should we sleep in? Well, that's my specialty. A smile appeared on Hu Yudi's face. She immediately started talking. I'm not very clear about other birds, but for this African gray parrot, you have to eat the same way as humans. I feed Jean Bao the same food as I eat myself. Please watch the VCR, the same goes for drinking water. I give it the same water I drink myself. What about a bird's nest? If you respect your bird enough, you should let it sleep in your bed. Is that right? Seeing Hu Yudi's confident look, netizens were a little confused. Is this chick really teaching real things? Only Wang Tang knew that Hu Yudi was setting a trap for the netizens. If someone really raises a bird as she says, they might end up killing it. Fortunately, at this time, a pet shop owner came out to explain in the live broadcast room. The host's bird raising method is quite special and not very universal. Of course, there are also useful experiences. For example, it is best not to feed African gray parrots directly with tap water. Because tap water contains more bacteria, parrots may develop parasites if they drink it for a long time. Seeing someone come out to disrupt her, Hu Yudi coughed and then said, what I said may not be entirely correct, but it is truly my experience in raising birds. Next, I will post the relevant clips of feeding Jean Bao on my personal homepage. Friends who are interested can take a look. As she spoke, she actually took the time to post the surveillance footage of Wang Teng eating, drinking, and sleeping yesterday on her personal homepage. Oh my god. Is this actually true? When the pet egg owner who was talking about science saw the surveillance records, he began to doubt his life. In the picture, Jean Bao was eating braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and drinking soup. Don't African gray parrots have weak stomachs? Oh. I get it. It's just like raising a cat. In the countryside, you feed your cat whatever you eat, but pet cats in the city only eat cat food. Some netizens found an explanation after watching the clip posted by Hu Yudi. Oranges grown south of the Huai River are oranges, while those grown north of the Huai River are tangerines. The ancients were right. What they didn't know was that inside this golden baby's body was a completely human soul. Wang Teng is eloquent, but he has nothing to do with his master Hu Yudi. As for being able to eat like humans, it's because of the system adding points. Wu Qian was also learning from others in the live broadcast room. When he saw the surveillance records sent by Hu Yudi, he saved them immediately. He planned to let Tang Ming and his wife study them in depth later. Chapter 17, Eyes Opened. Parrot bullies cat. At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly flapped his wings and slid to the door of the cat cage. He swiftly lifted up his beak. With a click, the cat cage door popped open. Fuck. The live broadcast room exploded instantly, and comments flooded in like a flood. Huh? Jin Bao opened the cat cage? Hu Yudi. Keep an eye on your cat. Don't let it eat the bird. This is a tabby cat. The golden baby is a piece of cake in front of it. Golden baby is courting death on an epic scale. Hu Yudi was looking down at the comments. When she heard the voice, she looked up and her pretty face turned pale. She stood up and rushed to the cat cage, ready to close it, but it's too late. Swish, the tabby cat came out of the cat cage in an instant, arched its back, raised its tail high, and fixed its burning eyes on Wang Teng, who flew back to the table. Silver baby, go back. Be good, go back. Hu Yudi immediately patted the cat cage gently, signaling the tabby cat to return to the cage. However, this cat was newly adopted by her and was completely disobedient. It made a low, excited purring sound in its throat. Watch me. Wang Teng glanced at Hu Yudi and flew quickly towards the tabby cat. The tabby cat had been coveting Wang Teng for a long time. When it saw him coming to it, it immediately pounced on Wang Teng. It's over. Jean Bao is asking for trouble. He's sending a bird's head flying from 1,000 miles away. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room all shook their heads. If it's a pet cat, maybe Jean Bao still has a chance to survive. How could it be so brave as to challenge a tabby cat? I have a tabby cat in my hometown. It often catches all kinds of birds. African gray parrots are climbing birds and have poor flying abilities. When Silver Baby saw the takeout coming to the door, he kicked his hind legs and jumped into the air. His movements were fast and fierce, everyone's heart was in their throat. However, in Wang Tang's eyes, the movements of the tabby cat seemed to be in slow motion. Just when the cat's claws were about to hit the feathers, Wang Tang suddenly changed direction in midair. He was not as agile as a parrot. He spun down like an eagle and pressed his claws accurately on the cat's face. Meow. Silver Baby screamed, and the whole cat was pressed to the ground by an unexpected huge force. Unable to move, the live broadcast room was silent for a second, and then the barrage of comments flooded the screen frantically. Ha! What did I see? Am I dazzled? The parrot killed the cat in seconds? Anchor, did you drug the cat? Or maybe this cat has already become familiar with the bird, and this is just for show? Hu Yuti was also stunned. She was stunned for 2 seconds before rushing forward. Golden Baby. Let go. Don't bully it, none of your business. Wang Tang didn't even turn his head, staring fiercely at the tabby cat that was pinned to the ground. He did this for 2 purposes. The first is to establish authority. If the cat is not disciplined and made to understand its position in the family, it may not be able to recognize the situation. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? The second purpose is naturally for popularity. In people's original concept, birds cannot beat cats. In front of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, Wang Tang instantly killed a tabby cat, and the show effect was super explosive. If this gets out, won't it go viral on the entire internet? Hey! Are you? Hu Yuti originally came to mediate, but Wang Tang not only did not give her face, but also scolded her, which immediately made her angry. Ha ha ha. It's none of your business. Hu Yuti, Jin Baobao said you're meddling in other people's business. When netizens saw this scene, they immediately laughed. Meow. Silver Baby kicked around with his limbs, cat hair flying all over the floor, but he couldn't break free from the claws that were as strong as iron pincers. After several failed attempts, it finally collapsed and made an aggrieved meow sound to show its submission. Only then did Wang Tang raise his paw proudly. As soon as Jin Baobao regained his freedom, he was still unwilling to give up and took advantage of the moment when Wang Tang turned around to launch another sneak attack. As a result, history repeated itself. The tabby cat had just attacked, but was slapped on the forehead by Wang Tang. Oh my god. This speed is so fast. If it were a video, I would say the host sped it up, but this is a live broadcast. It seems that Jin Baobao was really amazing. Look at its eyes. They've completely lost their usual gentleness and are as sharp as an eagle's. Someone seized the opportunity and took a screenshot. In the picture, Wang Tang is holding down the tabby cat with one paw, looking sideways with sharp and cold eyes, full of dominance. Meow. Meow. At this time, the tabby cat sent a signal for help to Hu Yuti. It looks so pitiful. Obviously, Silver Baby has clearly understood that this parrot is the boss and cannot be provoked, whether it's strength or agility. It crushes everyone in the entire range. If Wang Tang wanted to, he could just chop Silver Baby's head open with one claw. After all, his strength and agility both reached an astonishing 10 points. Golden Baby, just let Silver Baby go. It knows it's wrong. Hu Yuti advised. It's not that it knows it's wrong. It's that it knows it's going to die. Wang Tang flapped his wings, slowly adjusted his feathers with his beak, and said in a cold voice. Hiss. Jin Baobao's words are so domineering. I realized I was wrong too. So wrong. I was actually worried that the cat would hurt the Golden Baby. Golden Baby is so powerful that he can suppress Silver Baby with just one claw. At this time, Wang Tang sniffed his nose slightly and smelled a foul odor. So he lowered his head and looked at the tabby cat on the ground, but he saw a wet spot on the ground, spreading towards him. It turned out that under the threat of death, the tabby cat couldn't help but pee on the ground. Unlucky. Wang Tang flapped his wings, immediately flew up from the ground, and landed on the table again. Holy crap. That tabby cat was actually frightened to the point of peeing. Golden Baby is mighty and domineering. I'm afraid that from today on, Gold Baby will become Silver Baby's nightmare. Who said Gold Baby was courting death? It was showing Silver Baby the throne of the family. Hu Yuti also noticed the wet marks on the ground, and she immediately said to the camera, family. I'm temporarily off the air now. Fans expressed their understanding. I understand. I completely understand. The host needs to clean the room. Ha ha ha. In the end, Hu Yuti took it all on her own. Seeing the barrage, Hu Yuti put her hands on her hips and looked at Wang Tang fiercely. Golden Baby, look at what you have done. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Wang Tang stood on the table with one paw, tilting his head and looking at Hu Yuti provocatively. This time, Silver Baby ran back to the cat cage quickly and even closed the cage door. Ha ha ha. Silver Baby feels safer in the cage now. This is really a knife cutting my butt, it's eye-opening. One day I can actually see a bird bullying a cat. Host, please take Jin Baobao to get checked out. I suspect it's not a parrot, but actually an eagle. Chapter 18, Pecking the Mineral Water Bottles? Look. I told you that Silver Baby is very docile. Seeing the tabby cat return to the cage on its own initiative and close the door of the cage, Hu Yuti said proudly after hearing her words. Netizens posted comments, it's not docile at all. It's just a golden baby. Try another bird? Look at Silver Baby, he's shivering in the corner. The child has never seen such a ferocious bird in his life. At this time, Hu Yuti planned to close the live broadcast room. Netizens posted comments one after another. Anchor, go and do your own thing. Let Jin Baobao broadcast for a while. Yes. This live broadcast room makes no difference whether you are there or not. Anyway, we're all here to see the Golden Baby. Hu Yuri was stunned when she saw the barrage. She felt very lost. I worked so hard for so long and finally saw the hope of fire, but in the end, it was all because of my own bird. At this time, some netizens posted a comment. In fact, Hu Yuri is still very important. Seeing this barrage, Hu Yuri smiled. However, the smile didn't last long, because the netizen posted another comment. After all, without Hu Yuri, this live broadcast room can't be opened by myself. Are you polite? I'm so touched. Hu Yuri couldn't help but point at the camera. On the side, Wang Tang flapped his wings and laughed. Ha ha ha. The haters in the live broadcast room were all amused. A smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Don't say that. When Jin Baobao isn't fierce, he looks mean. Golden baby, are you, even you laugh at me? Hu Yuri pretended to hit Wang Tang. Wang Tang was not at all intimidated. He stared at her and raised his head. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. I really hit you, and you're not happy. Hu Yuri gestured twice in the air, her teeth itching with hatred. The barrage starts to make up the knife. Hu Yuri, if you're unhappy, you might not be able to hit Jin Baobao with that speed, that is. Besides, can't you tell the difference between the big and small Wang? You're so popular now, all because of Jin Baobao. These comments made Hu Yuri even angrier. She wanted to reach out and pull the hair off Wang Tang's body. Wang Tang's fur instantly exploded, and he flapped his wings and let out a menacing growl. Wow. Wow. Are you still trying to scare me? You're so fierce. Hu Yuri was amused then. She smiled and said to the camera, family. I'm going to let Jin Baobao play it by himself for a while. I'm going to clean the room. Let's go. We'll have Golden Baby with us. Netizens posted comments. Hu Yuri quickly took the mop, cleaned up the cat's urine on the floor, and went to the bathroom to wash the mop. This time, a new netizen entered the live broadcast room. They were surprised to see a parrot standing in front of the camera. What kind of live broadcast room is this? Why is there a bird here? More than 1,000 people gathered to watch a bird? An old fan immediately explained, don't underestimate this bird. Upon seeing this, Wang Tang immediately flapped his wings, stretched his neck, and began to introduce himself. Hello everyone. I'm Jia Hui. Ah ha ha. This bird can talk? The new netizens were immediately amused. This accent is so magical. Nick Chung, bring your bird when the court opens. Brother, come and see me. Wang Tang continued his performance with his unique smoky voice. 666. New netizens start deducting 6. I originally thought the bird owner was just trying to get more airtime, but I didn't expect it to be the star of the show. Can this bird understand barrage? At this moment, Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew to the cat cage. He stuck his head into the crack of the cat cage and yelled in a nasty voice, Hot cat? Hot cat? Seeing this scene, new netizens immediately posted worried comments. This bird is really asking for trouble. It actually put its head into the cat cage. That's right. That cat is a tabby cat. Aren't you afraid it might bite you? Where's the anchor? Remind her quickly. The administrator, AI Kuan, immediately posted a comment explaining, new brothers, you don't know, but Jin Baobao is no ordinary bird. Other netizens also posted comments explaining, you just arrived and don't know yet, this bird is very fierce. It just let the cat out and suppressed it with one claw. You won't believe it, but that tabby cat was so scared that it peed itself. Now the anchor is just going to get a mop and clean up the cat pee? Seeing the barrage, new netizens were stunned. Am I in a proper live broadcast room? Can a parrot scare a cat to pee? I don't believe you. At this moment, in the live broadcast camera, Silver Baby saw Wang Tang's head sticking in, and immediately stepped back in fear, his eyes full of fear. Fuck. Lily Yuan Shangpu. Seeing this scene, netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room were stunned. Everyone sit down, basic exercises are not allowed. Old fans calmly posted comments. Just at this moment, Hu Yuri brought over a bottle of mineral water. She smiled and said to Wang Tang, Golden baby, are you thirsty? After saying that, Hu Yuri placed the mineral water on the table. Then, she said to Wang Tang, call me mom. If you call me mom, I'll boil water for you to drink. Obviously, Hu Yuri was planning to get back at him in front of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang glanced at her sideways, stretched his neck, and said in a clear voice, Grandpa is here. Ha ha ha. Host, this trick of yours doesn't work. When netizens saw this, they all started to laugh. Hu Yuri was still a little unwilling. She pointed at the mineral water bottle on the table and said, Mom. Call mom. Wang Tang didn't even look at Hu Yuri. He flapped his wings and flew onto the table. Hu Yuri smiled and said, Jin Baobao, you're capable. Turn on the water and sprinkle it yourself. She still remembered that yesterday, Wang Tang wanted to drink the water in the bottle, but he hesitated for a long time and couldn't open the bottle cap. He looked so embarrassed. Host, you found a way to control Jin Baobao. I heard that some bird bloggers also train their birds this way. They let the birds talk or perform a talent first, and then reward them with food. This method is simple, but effective. However, just as netizens were posting comments, Wang Tang quickly pecked at the mineral water bottle. Then, everyone was shocked to find that there was a hole in the mineral water bottle. Squeak, a stream of water gushed out. Wang Tang immediately adjusted his position, opened his beak and caught the water. Holy shit. Show. Seeing this scene, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. How can this bird be so powerful that it can peck through the bottle with its beak? Could the anchor have done something wrong? I guess the host must have cut a hole in the bottle with a knife beforehand. At this time, Hu Yuti was also stunned. She originally thought that she could use drinking water to control Wang Tang a little, but she didn't expect that it would peck a hole in the bottle. Chapter 19 Where's my husband? Where's my husband? Soon, water stopped spewing out of the mineral water bottle, and Wang Tang had had enough to drink. He glanced mischievously at Hu Yuti, who was standing there in a daze. This little girl actually tried to threaten me with water just now. She must be punished. Thinking of this, Wang Tang shook his head twice, immediately lowered his voice, and imitated a woman's words. Wait. Where's my husband? Where's my husband? What the hell? Seeing this scene, the barrage exploded instantly. Who is this bird imitating? Female voice, is this hard to guess? Could it be that it is imitating its mistress? Hu Yuti, I didn't expect you to be such a woman. When Hu Yuti heard Wang Tang suddenly imitating a woman's voice, and the content was still so unbearable to hear, she immediately looked at the barrage. Sure enough, the barrage of comments turned the tide against him again. She immediately waved her hands and explained, don't get me wrong. Jin Baobao didn't imitate me. I don't have a husband. I know you're not the one imitating me. But, do you dare to say that you haven't seen such a movie? In the barrage, fans questioned what movie. Hu Yuti was a little confused. You're still lying to us. Jin Baobao can recite the whole passage, and you still don't want to tell the truth? The fans chuckled. This movie is quite old. Those who have seen it probably don't have it anymore, right? AI Cohen glanced at the barrage and asked. What are you talking about? That film was only released 10 years ago. It's been 10 years. I miss it so much. 10 years ago, I didn't save it, but now I want to take it out and review it. Host, please excuse me. Although Hu Yuti didn't know what the movie was, she immediately realized it was not serious after seeing the comments. Her pretty face turned red. Apparently, Jin Baobao imitated a video from somewhere, making netizens mistakenly believe that they were watching indecent videos repeatedly in front of the bird. Golden baby. Hu Yuti immediately looked at Wang Tang with her beautiful eyes blazing with fire. You're such a drama queen. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Wang Tang immediately jumped up and down on the table, looking very frivolous. Ha ha ha. How funny. This parrot isn't afraid of its owner at all. Some new netizens couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. Wang Tang immediately stretched out a wing and pointed to the upper right corner. Follow us and don't get lost. His voice returned to his signature smoky voice, sounding a bit vulgar. Yeah. Must pay attention. This is the first time I've seen such a talkative parrot. After hearing Wang Tang's reminder, some netizens who entered the live broadcast room turned their attention. After a while, Hu Yuti's followers increased from 112,000 to 113,000. My fans have exceeded 100,000 so quickly. Hu Yuti was a little surprised. Before Wang Tang appeared on camera, her total number of followers was only 14,000. In other words, because of Wang Tang, Hu Yuti's followers increased by a full 100,000 in just a few days. At this time, it was already lunchtime, and there were still more than 1,800 people in the live broadcast room. Hu Yuti took a look and found that it was in the top 20 of the Sichuan popularity list. She couldn't help but feel a little smug. If I can maintain this popularity, I, Hu Yuti, can be considered a small internet celebrity. Wang Tang took a glance and saw Hu Yuti's satisfied look, and couldn't help shaking his head. Never seen the world. At this time, a netizen in the live broadcast room posted a comment. Host, do you want to upgrade your live broadcast equipment? It's too monotonous to broadcast in this room all the time. Monotonous? Hu Yuti immediately became nervous when she saw the barrage. She was worried that she would lose fans because she was not well prepared. Yes. Look, this room is so small and narrow that even if Jin Baobao wants to fly around, he can't do anything. Netizens posted comments one after another. Yes. Hu Yuti glanced at the room and nodded. So, she said, how about I switch to the living room for the live broadcast? There's more space there. Sure. The living room is fine. When you have time, go out and broadcast some outdoor content. Hu Yuti immediately took out her notepad and wrote down the audience's request. Change the live broadcast equipment, broadcast outdoors. Soon, Hu Yuti moved the live broadcast equipment to the living room. Yeah. Not bad. The space here is indeed much larger. Netizens saw the living room environment and began to comment. At this time, they have automatically put themselves in the role of the poop scooper and are raising a golden baby together in the cloud. Well. The anchor can still be saved. Listen to the advice and eat your fill. Netizens are very satisfied with Hu Yuti's attitude. Also, we're all here for the golden baby, and the gifts are all for it. You can't be stingy if you put it in your bag. Yes. We must improve the quality of Jin Baobao's food. Golden baby can talk. If we find out you're abusing it, we'll report you and have your live stream shut down. Hu Yuti was moved to tears. These fans really came for Jin Baobao, and she actually became Jin Baobao's exclusive servant. Wang Tang was also moved when he saw these comments. So he planned to do a few more jobs of flutter. Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew to the parrot stand. What is Jin Baobao going to do? Netizens' attention was attracted by Wang Tang. Administrator AI Kuan took a look and guessed, isn't Jin Baobao going to exercise? What? A bird can exercise? The new audience members' mouths opened in shock. Go check out the streamer's homepage later and you'll see a video of Jin Baobao exercising. It's so cool. At this moment, Wang Tang grabbed the iron bar with his claws and started doing pull-ups. Holy crap! Jin Baobao's movements are so standard? The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Hurry up and record the screen. Let those who saw the video and said it was AI take a good look. No wonder Jin Baobao can beat the tabby cat. It turns out he's so self-disciplined. At this time, the tabby cat in the cat cage glanced at Wangtung, who was doing pull-ups on the shelf, and fell into deep thought. Silver baby, I have a bold idea. Wait. Is this cat going to start working out too? After a while, the tabby cat lay down in the cage. It used its hind legs to kick on the cage and actually did sit-ups in a very methodical manner. 666. Seeing this picture, the live broadcast room's barrage of comments was crazy. Huyuti, come and take a look, you're the laziest in the family. Hurry up and start exercising. The parrot is doing pull-ups on the rack and the cat is doing sit-ups in the cage. Fuck. Is it this curly? Silver baby has been bullied too badly. He wants to work hard in a corner where no one cares, and then surprise everyone. Netizens have started to make things happen, cats and birds have started exercising, so why should I continue to be decadent? Charge. 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 I'm 91 now, and I'm fine after watching the live broadcast. I was plowing the fields when I saw this live broadcast. I immediately picked up the ox and plowed 50 mu of land myself. Chapter 20 Police Notification for Record, 301, 302, 303, every time Wangtung did a pull-up, netizens counted it. Is this bird real? It's powered by non-fu batteries, right? 1 is better than 6. Some netizens entered the live broadcast room midway and sent barrages of questions. It's the real deal. It was having a passionate battle with the anchor before you showed up. That's too much. He actually did over 300 pull-ups. I think it shouldn't be called Jin Baobao, it should be called Su Sanduo. It's not impossible to change it to Feng Yuxiu. It's a battle of strength and weakness, and a matter of life and death. The camera turned and the tabby catting Baobao in the cage had just finished a few sets of sit-ups. When he looked up, he saw Wangtung still working hard on the horizontal bar. The cat's eyes widened instantly. Hurry up, host. Let the kid take a break. Excessive work is bad for his health. Netizens were worried after seeing this. Huyuti saw the barrage and immediately shouted to Wangtung, golden baby. Come down quickly. Wangtung turned around and said, Huyuti, come up. Ha ha ha. Jin Baobao is such a rebellious person. When netizens heard Wangtung's words, they all laughed. Lubu among birds, specializing in stabbing my adoptive father. Golden baby, he has never cared about life or death, and always goes against his master. Raising this bird makes my blood pressure and happiness soar every day. You. Believe it or not, I'll put some earwax in your ears. Huyuti was furious when she heard this and immediately waved her hands. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Wangtung was not at all panicked and continued to act like a jerk. Ouch. Oh my. My breasts hurt from laughing so hard, both sides hurt. In the live broadcast room, all kinds of incredible comments appeared one after another. I want to buy one to treat my daughter. She's so rebellious now that she can punch through the earth. This bird can definitely battle with her for 3 days and 3 nights. Second. This isn't a bird, this is a hardcore family education sheet. Wangtung did 500 of them in one breath before he folded his wings gracefully and landed steadily on the table. He also did not forget to adjust his feathers elegantly, as if he had just taken a short walk. 500. Jin Bao is amazing. And, it seems like 500 isn't even its limit. With this physical ability, Jin Baobao is the holy son of the parrot world. Golden baby, are you hungry? Huyuti immediately and considerately brought a bag of dried fruits. It contains walnuts, cashews, and macadamia nuts. Huyuti first took out a walnut and placed it on the table. Bang, Wangtung slapped the walnut with one claw, smashing it into pieces in an instant. Fuck. Such strength. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked. I need to use a tweezers to eat walnuts, but Jin Baobao just swatted them away with one paw? This claw landed on my crown, shouldn't we just start eating? I never thought that the seemingly harmless golden baby could actually be so lethal. At this moment, a comment flashed across the livestream. I am from the Sichuan police. Please bring your bird and come to the police station to file a report. The police asked the anchor to file a report? When netizens saw the barrage, they were stunned. Isn't this a fake? Such a punishment? It's not impossible. I saw a news report a few days ago that someone opened a fake police station next to the train station. What's even more outrageous is that they run a fake police station, and their efficiency is even higher than the real thing. Huyuti immediately clicked on the personal homepage of the Sichuan police and found that there was official certification. Holy crap! Is this really the official Sichuan police account? Anchor, are you sweating profusely now? The live streaming bird was actually called in by the police to file a report. Let's be honest, judging by the killing power displayed by the golden baby, if it attacks someone's eyes, it can really peck them blind. Not only the eyes, but also the hands and other places can be pecked open. Seeing the comments from netizens, Huyuti suddenly panicked. On the contrary, Wangtung was extremely calm. He guessed that this was an official police account doing something like this. If it was really targeting Huyuti, the police would have come and confiscated it long ago. Host, I did some research and found that African gray parrots are a first-class protected species in China. Keeping one requires relevant certificates. Bring all your documents. Some netizens gave a reminder in the barrage. Oh. Okay. Huyuti immediately took out the relevant documents she had previously obtained, then took out the birdcage and motioned Wangtung to go in. Wangtung immediately flapped his wings. Go away. Go away. Golden baby, we are going to the police station now. Get in the cage, be good. Hu Yuti said softly aflutter. Wang Tang didn't even look at the cage, he flapped his wings and flew onto Hu Yuti's shoulder. Ha ha ha. Baby Jean won't even go into the birdcage. Seeing this scene, netizens were immediately amused. Golden baby, ha, cage? Do I look like a cage to you? The family status is clear at a glance. All right. Hu Yuti couldn't persuade Wang Tang, so she had to nodi in the barrage. One netizen said, Anchor, why don't you use your mobile phone to broadcast live on the road? Yes. No matter what problem you encounter, everyone can give you some advice, good. Hu Yuti nodded. Before she left, she put some cat food and water in the cat cage. After going out, Hu Yuti hailed a taxi and went to the police station. At this time, a beautiful female police officer was already waiting at the door. When she saw Hu Yuti, her eyes lit up and she immediately stepped forward to greet her. Are you Jean Bao Bao? Ah, that's right, I'm Hu Yuti, and it's the golden baby. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuti pointed at Wang Tang on her shoulder somewhat embarrassedly. Beautiful lady, don't be nervous. We asked you to come here not because you have committed any crime, but because we need your assistance with something. The policewoman said with a gentle smile. After hearing what the policewoman said, Hu Yuti finally felt relieved. She immediately said, I will cooperate. It's like this. We, the police, would like to ask you to help us shoot a video promoting wildlife protection. The policewoman explained the whole story with a smile. It turns out that the Sichuan police have recently been carrying out a legal publicity campaign on protecting wild animals. Coincidentally, the deputy director came across Hu Yuti's live broadcast and gave Li Yue, who was in charge of the matter, a task. Go contact this Jean Bao Bao and ask her to help us shoot a short video promoting wildlife protection. As for Li Yue using the official account to post barrages during live broadcasts, it was also for the purpose of livening up the atmosphere. This can bring a wave of traffic to Hu Yuti. After all, the anchor was broadcasting a bird live, and being called by the police to file a report and spread it was also a very big gimmick. When netizens learned the truth, they couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The official pranks are the most deadly. The police have really figured out this wave of traffic. I worried for nothing. It turns out Jean Bao Bao went ashore to work. Some people previously speculated that Hu Yuti was caught by the police for raising an African grey parrot without a license, and they were worried that they would not be able to watch the live broadcast. Hu Yuti followed Li Yue into the office with some trepidation. Wang Tang stood tall on her shoulder and said in a clear and melodious voice, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 21 is included in the series, The Elite Parrot in the Police Force. Hearing Wang Tang's words, policewoman Li Yue couldn't help but smile and said, Jean Bao Bao, I'm going to rely on you later. Flutter, Wang Tang said nothing, and immediately flapped his wings and flew onto the policewoman's shoulder. It's no wonder that this policewoman is very beautiful, with delicate features, a dashing temperament, and healthy wheat-colored skin. She has a completely different style from Hu Yuti. Seeing this, Li Yue was startled, like a frightened little rabbit. Hu Yuti quickly comforted him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Golden baby doesn't bite. Hello, Officer Rabbit. Wang Tang lowered his head and looked at Li Yue's heaving chest, and spoke in his unique smoky voice. Good. Good for Jin Bao Bao. Li Yue immediately responded awkwardly. Apparently, she wasn't used to having a bird land on her shoulder. What's more, Li Yue had seen with her own eyes this bird crush a walnut with one claw. Hu Yuti hadn't closed the live broadcast yet. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all amused. King Officer Bunny. Baby Jean knows how to give nicknames. Ha ha ha. Just tell me if this nickname is not appropriate or not. Look at how scared Jean Bao Bao is that the beautiful policewoman is, she dares not move. I never knew that Jean Bao Bao was so cool outside. At this time, the photographer came in carrying a camera. When he saw Wang Tang sitting on Li Yue's shoulders, he couldn't help but tease, Mountain Parrot. Then the photographer stretched out his arm and said, come on. Fly into my hand. Wang Tang glanced at him and shouted at the top of his voice, don't scream. Ha ha ha. This bird is shy. The photographer laughed awkwardly. It seems that Jean Bao Bao is still obsessed with looks. Netizens also tried hard to hold back their laughter. To ease the awkwardness, the photographer introduced himself to Hu Yuti. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Lin Shigong. I studied photography before, and I'm in charge of this shoot. Hu Yuti was about to respond with a smile when Wang Tang, who was on Li Yue's shoulder, suddenly imitated her tone and said in a clear and melodious voice, say my name and make you laugh. I am the foster father of the canyon, Hu Yuti. The photographer looked at Wang Tang in surprise. Li Yue also looked at Hu Yuti curiously. Did you teach this? No. I didn't. Hu Yuti was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She stretched out her hand and pretended to hit Wang Tang. Jean Bao Bao, do you deserve to be punished again? In the live broadcast room, netizens also curiously posted comments. What does Jean Bao Bao mean by this? You newcomers might not understand, but actually, in the past, the anchor was live streaming King of Glory, and she was terrible at the game. Oh. I understand. The canyon raising daddy means she gave away a lot of heads. Ha ha ha. Jin Bao Bao is so funny. Li Yue interrupted Hu Yuti with a smile. Okay, we're about to officially start filming. Can you turn off the live broadcast first? Okay. No problem. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuti immediately said to the camera, family. I'm busy now, so I'm going to end the broadcast first. After saying that, she ended the live broadcast at the speed of light. Seeing that Hu Yuti turned off the live broadcast, Li Yue took out a tablet, clicked on a video and started playing it. A sick deer appeared on the screen. It looked like it was injured, and there was an AI voiceover, save me. Save me quickly. Next, a passerby called the police, and the police came to rescue the injured cicadere. Hud watched the video and asked, "Comrade, should we let Jean Baba play the injured bird?" Right. No lines are needed, just coordinate with our actions. We can add the special effects and subtitles in post-production. Li Yue smiled and nodded. Then she reached out a hand and touched Wang Tang's feathers. "Golden baby, you must cooperate well later." "Who are you looking down upon?" Wang Tang turned his head away proudly. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, the photographer couldn't help but laugh. It seems that this bird doesn't have any grievances against him, but rather it confronts everyone it sees. Upon hearing this, Li Yue immediately smiled and said, "Great, great. Our golden baby is the smartest." Next, the group came to a forest. After the relevant personnel set up the scene, they arranged Wang Tang to take his position. Hud pretended to be a passerby. After getting ready, Li Yue made a gesture. The photographer immediately started shooting. Everyone looked at Wang Tang expectantly, eye in their eyes. No matter how smart this golden baby is, it is just a bird. However, Wang Tang's performance afterwards made them feel ashamed. "Help me! Help me!" The moment the camera was focused on Wang Tang, he immediately became possessed by his acting spirit, flapping his wings and crying pitifully, "Save me! Save me!" He curled up one of his paws schemingly, his eyes looking weak and helpless. Ouch! That's the feeling. The deputy director who was watching the scene was immediately amazed when he saw this. Passed in one try. On the contrary, Huyuri had to do several NGs because she had no experience in filming. Just as Huyuri and Wang Tang were cooperating with the police to shoot a public welfare video, a fan made a video of the previous live broadcast accident and posted it online. This video is very short. At the beginning of the video, Huyuri hands Wang Tang a walnut, and Wang Tang smashes it with his claws in public. Then, the screen turned to the barrage area, where the Sichuan police sent a barrage, asking Huyuri to bring her bird to the police station to file a report. The fan's caption is also very eye-catching, too cruel. The police asked the bird-raising anchor to go to the police station to file a report, and bird claws are listed as controlled knives. As the video was released, it quickly attracted a large number of netizens to watch. After watching the video, netizens left messages in the comments section. "Holy crap! Is a parrot so fierce? Can it crush a walnut with one claw? Doctor, how did you hurt your head? Bird owner, I was hit by a bird. Doctor, please be objective and don't get emotional. Bird owner, please watch the VCR. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. This is the first time I've seen a bird owner called in by the police. Does anyone know the follow-up? Wait for the follow-up." Soon, someone on the scene arrived and said, "I was at the scene and saw the barrage of comments sent by the Sichuan police with my own eyes." At that time, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. And then? Was the live stream blocked? No. The anchor was called to the police station. Did he really go to the police station for tea? It wasn't until the anchor arrived at the police station that we realized they and her bird had been invited by the police to film a public service video. Ha ha ha. The anchor must have been scared to death at that time, right? Sure enough. The cosmic lens is a program, and even a parrot got accepted. This bird should be from Shandong, right? Sichuan people. Go watch the live broadcast. There's so much more to it than just this, I can't even begin to describe it. Gradually, as more and more netizens gathered to watch, Wang Tang got a new nickname, the elite parrot in the police force. Chapter 22. It doesn't look like an act. After the shooting of the public welfare video was completed, the police officers in the police station had become friends with Wang Tang. The deputy director smiled and said to Wang Tang, "Jean Baobao, come to the bureau often to play in the future." "Yes, sir." Wang Tang stood on Li Yue's shoulder, chest out and head high, standing straight, and answered in a proper manner. Ha ha ha. This scene made the uncle in the hat laugh so hard that he started laughing. He's a good police officer. The deputy director couldn't help but look at Hu Yudi. What does Jean Baobao like to eat? I'll ask someone to buy some. I can't let the child work in vain. Hu Yudi was flattered. Director Wei, there is no shortage of golden treasures. Yes, this is a little gift from us. Director Wei looked at Wang Tang with a smile. If possible, even he would like to raise a bird like this. Seeing Director Wei say this, Hu Yudi couldn't refuse anymore, so she mentioned some nuts that Wang Tang usually liked to eat. Next, Director Wei arranged for someone to send Hu Yudi and Wang Tang back home. Before leaving, Li Yue did not forget to add Hu Yudi's WeChat account. She wanted to visit Wang Tang when she was free. This was the first time Li Yue had seen such an interesting bird. Well, first, let the fans know that I'm safe. After returning home, Hu Yudi did not forget to turn on the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, a large number of netizens entered the live broadcast room. 178 people online, 321 people online, 768 people online, 918 people online. Originally, Hu Yudi had to live broadcast for half an hour, or even an hour, for the number of online viewers to exceed 1,000, but this time, she did it in just a few minutes. Why are there so many people? Hu Yudi was stunned when she saw the crazy increase in the number of people online. Look at the bird. Anchor, look at your bird. Netizens who entered the live broadcast room posted comments one after another. Where's the police parrot? Let it come out and say hello. Anchor, although you are very beautiful, please don't block us from watching the birds. Hu Yudi was stunned for a long time when she saw the dense barrage of comments. Then she reacted, oh, I'm back home now, let me report to everyone. Then she turned the camera to Wang Tang on her shoulder. Wang Tang saw the words, Police Elite, in the barrage at a glance. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that this was his new nickname. Then, Wang Tang rolled his eyes, folded his wings, and shouted in a clear voice, here. Fuck. When netizens saw Wang Tang's reaction, they immediately exclaimed. As expected of a bird that's been to the police station, even the way he stands is different. So organized and disciplined. They stand straighter than even a veteran like me. Ha ha ha. Me too. My looks faded after I was discharged from the army. Now I have a big belly and a bald head. I can't compare to when I was in the army. Hu Yuti felt her shoulders sink. She turned her head to look at Wang Tang, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Golden baby, you have to be so dramatic. She then explained to the audience in the live broadcast room, Jean Baobao learned this from Uncle Hat. A fan asked curiously, host, how is the public welfare video shooting going with you and Jean Baobao? Hu Yuti saw the comments and proudly puffed out her chest, it's a piece of cake. You will be able to see the finished film soon. Really? I didn't realize the host has such good acting skills. When the fans heard this, they were a little surprised because, in the previous live broadcast, Hu Yuti sang out of tune and danced out of time. Anchor, how was Jean Baobao's performance? Another netizen asked about Wang Tang's performance. Golden baby? Hu Yuti saw the comments and glanced at Wang Tang without blushing or beating her heart, it's okay, just a little bit worse than me. The comments were suddenly filled with eagerness to protect the bird. Golden baby is just a bird, don't expect so much from it. Exactly. Jean Baobao is already amazing for completing the filming. I haven't even been an actor yet. At this moment, a netizen posted a comment in the live broadcast room, everyone, hurry up and go to the official account of the Sichuan police. The public welfare video they filmed has been released. So soon? Netizens were very excited. When Hu Yuti saw these comments, her eyes felt a little dazed. Only Hu Yuti herself knew that during the filming, several NGs were made because of her. Zheng Tao had been watching the live broadcast, and when he saw the comments, he immediately called out to Li Xiang, the public welfare film shot by Jean Baobao is out. Oh? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang took out his cell phone and started searching. After a while, he saw the newly released video on the homepage of the Sichuan police official account. It was just released not long ago. Li Xiang glanced at the release time and clicked play. Soon, the video screen appeared. Wow. Jean Baobao's acting is really good. Look at him, he's so convincing. After looking for a while, Zhang Tao immediately said. Li Xiang also nodded, if I hadn't watched the live broadcast, I would have thought its claws were broken. Golden baby still uses the original voice, no dubbing. Soon, Hu Yuti appeared on the screen, making the two of them frown. Hu Yuti's acting is terrible, isn't it? She had no expression the entire time. Moreover, her eyes were very vague and she didn't dare to look at the camera the whole time. Ha ha ha. Just now, during Hu Yuti's live broadcast, she said that her acting was better than Jean Baobao's. I feel like Jean Baobao can turn her into ashes in an instant with just one look. Sure enough, when the two of them opened the comments section, netizens all had the same opinion that he kept praising Wang Tang's amazing acting skills. By the way, he didn't forget to step on Hu Yuti. Birds express their true feelings, but people really can't act that out. Hu Yuti, a bird can act better than you. One after another, netizens passing by clicked on the video. They were surprised when they saw the comments in the comments section. Is this injured bird an act? I can't tell at all. I thought it was a documentary about the police rescuing injured wild animals. Really? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. Immediately, a fan responded below, go search for Hu Yuti yourself, she's still live streaming. Is this bird called Hu Yuti? Let me go take a look. Then, Hu Yuti saw people coming in and out of the live broadcast room, and the number of people online exceeded 2000. New netizens who searched for Hu Yuti thought the bird was called Hu Yuti.so. They entered the live broadcast room and immediately posted comments, Hu Yuti, show me your claws. They say you're acting, but I don't believe it. Quick. Anchor, let Hu Yuti show us its claws. Hu Yuti was so amused that she yelled angrily, my name is Hu Yuti. You want to see my claws? Come on. Look. I'll show you enough. As she spoke, she did not forget to put her hand in front of the camera. Wow. So fierce. Wang Tang, who was watching the fun, didn't mind making trouble and shouted at the top of his voice. The barrage instantly exploded with laughter. Haha. Host, Jean Baobao said you're incredibly fierce. Golden baby's comments hit the nail on the head. This is Hu Yuti's true face. She's from the Sichuan Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't be fooled by her usual appearance. Chapter 23, call your position when working. Jean Baobao, you are slandering me again. Hu Yuti put down her hand and glared at Wang Tang unhappily. Call the position. Wang Tang stood straight, stretched his neck, and said seriously, when working, you must use your job title. When netizens saw this, they were immediately amused. Ha ha ha. Baby Jean is acting so arrogant. Did you hear that, Hu Yuti? Call me by my position. So what exactly is its position? Sir Jean? Comrade Police Parrot? Position. What's your position? Jean Banwan. Hu Yuti couldn't help but speak after hearing this. A barrage of questions instantly floated across the screen. What does Jean Banwan mean? Well, that's a Sichuan dialect, probably not a nice word. A netizen from Sichuan replied after careful consideration. Ha ha ha. Jean Baobao has had enough. He's even made a pretty girl like Hu Yuti swear. Why doesn't it have a title? It's a short video actor now, so we should call it Teacher Jean. Hu Yuti checked the time and said, family. It's getting late now. Jean Baobao needs to take a nap. See you in the live studio at 8 p.m. It just started and it's already gone? The new netizen was stunned when he saw this. It was the first time they had seen such a woeful anchor. At this time, someone had just come online in Huyuti's live broadcast room. If it were any other anchor, they would be extremely happy. However, some old fans expressed their agreement after seeing the barrage. It's time to rest. Jean Baobao has been filming and arguing with people today. He's exhausted. Let's come back to the live broadcast room tonight. Anchor. Prepare some talents for Jean Baobao. Send teacher Jean off to get off work. After turning off the live broadcast, Huyuti picked up Wang Tang and walked towards the bathroom. What are you doing? Wang Tang looked confused. What's going on? You're covered in dust today. You're not allowed to go to bed until you wash yourself clean. As Huyuti spoke, she naturally took off her clothes, turned on the shower to test the water temperature, and stepped into the bathtub with ease, not treating Wang Tang as an outsider at all. After all, who cares about a bird? Wang Tang's whole body froze, his eyes wide open. Huyuti finished washing herself and reached out to pull the dazed Wang Tang over. Come here. Go away. Go away. Wang Tang protested strongly, flapping his wings. You just left. You're covered in dust. Huyuti tested the water temperature and pushed him into the water. Wang Tang immediately thrashed around in a panic, splashing water everywhere. Huyuti laughed as she picked up her phone and snapped several photos. Ouch. Jean Jiwei is soaked to the skin. Jean Bolwan, you've got this day too. After taking a shower, she took out a hairdryer and dried Wang Tang's hair. I have to say that although Huyuti's attitude was not good, her service was still very good. Wang Tang gradually began to enjoy it. Hey. Jean Bao, are you almost falling asleep? Huyuti was extremely dissatisfied when she saw this. I'm busy all the time, but the bird looks like it's enjoying it. Go. Go to bed. Huyuti put Wang Tang on the soft bed. She herself was lying on the side wrapped in a bath towel. I wonder how much popularity it has gained. Wang Tang opened the system panel with anticipation. Host, Wang Tang, species, African gray parrot, constitution, 10, spirit, 10 strength, 5 agility, 10 lucky, 10 popularity, 133214, skills, flying LV1, climbing LV3, pronunciation simulation LV3, skill points, 2, yeah. My hard work paid off. Another 130,000 popularity points. Wang Tang was very satisfied. He immediately gave the order, exchange for 5 attribute points. It will consume 50,000 popularity points. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations, host. 50,000 popularity points have been deducted and successfully exchanged for 5 attribute points. Wang Tang immediately added some strength plus 1. Soon, the strength reached the maximum value of 10 points, and the plus at the end disappeared. Now, all 5 of my attributes have reached 10 points. Should that be enough for advancement? Wang Tang was looking forward to it. Sure enough, on the panel, below the race, a level page appeared with tips for advancement. Advance immediately. Wang Tang gave orders with his mind. Advancing to the first level requires 100,000 popularity points. Current progress, 80,000/100,000. That's a lot of requirements. You need to consume 100,000 popularity points to advance? Wang Tang was slightly surprised, however, considering the current rate of his popularity growth. This is just a matter of one live broadcast. Well, now all my attributes have reached the limit of human beings. I have no problem protecting myself. It's better to be late than late. Thinking of this, Wang Tang closed the system panel, closed his eyes beautifully, and began to take a nap. Jodio Entertainment. Wu Qian called Tang Ming and his wife to the headquarters. Mr. Wu, are you looking for us? Tang Ming and his wife looked at Wu Qian respectfully. Look, we've found an outstanding female anchor, and you need to work with her. Wu Qian explained his intentions. Working with a female anchor? Tang Ming and Yan Ping were stunned when they heard this. Here's the script, take a look. Wu Qian handed a folder to Tang Ming and his wife. Tang Ming took it and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that Wu Qian found a female anchor to play the role of their daughter. To do live streaming well, you need to master all kinds of speech techniques and live streaming skills. It's a bit too late to train you from the beginning, Wu Qian explained. Understand. We all understand. The two of us will fully cooperate. Tang Ming assured. Okay. Let me introduce you to your daughter. A satisfied smile appeared on Wu Qian's face. Soon, a tall, seductively dressed woman walked into the office. Dad. Mom. The female anchor walked in and immediately greeted the two of them familiarly. Why? Tang Ming and Yan Ping were stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up to respond. That's too much. Your reaction is too much. You are parents, how can you be so polite to your own daughter? Wu Qian took a look and immediately offered his opinion. Ah, yes. Tang Ming sat down immediately. My name is Lu Ruyan. The female anchor introduced herself to Tang Ming and his wife. Lu Ruyan used to be a small anchor. Because of her outstanding appearance and willingness to improve herself, she was signed by Wu Qian. However, after investing a lot of resources, it has been lukewarm this time. Wu Qian thought of using Jia Zhaohui to bring Lu Ruyan to fame. After all, she is not inferior to Huyuti in any aspect, and is also a school beauty. However, there are nearly 3,000 universities in the country. Even if each school selects one campus beauty, there will be 3,000 of them. However, there are very few female anchors who can become popular through short videos. Unlike Huyuti, Lu Ruyan is particularly eager to improve herself. She is good at singing and dancing, and has a charming demeanor. As long as she is given the opportunity, she will definitely be able to climb up the pole, unlike Yudi, who not only has no talent, but is also very lazy. She will end the live broadcast as soon as she says so. She is the type that is useless even if she is given a chance. Thinking of this, Wu Qian looked at Lu Ruyan expectantly. Ruyan, how are you preparing? Chapter 24 Qian Duo is so awesome. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. I've been watching Xin Yue's live broadcasts these past 2 days and I'm confident I can do better than her. Hearing Wu Qian's question, Lu Ruyan immediately made the assurance. Alright. Better today than tomorrow. We'll start the show at 6 p.m. Wu Qian nodded with satisfaction. Wait a minute, let's show Xin Yue what live streaming is. Wu Qian made a lot of preparations in order to cultivate a bird that became an internet celebrity. Naturally, the appetite is also big. What he cares about is not just the tips in the live broadcast room. In the past 2 days, Wu Qian contacted many merchants, increased his popularity during the live broadcast, and started selling goods immediately. In addition to promoting the products, he also contacted several manufacturers and planned to launch a series of Zha related peripheral products, for example, Zha keychains, ornaments, even stickers and dolls. Wu Qian wants to use capital to build into an IP, and even have it appear on variety shows and take on endorsements in the future. Previously, Jodo Entertainment signed a contract with an internet celebrity dog with their company's series of packaging. The final profits they reaped amounted to hundreds of millions. The dog even appeared in many short plays, movies, and TV series. It is precisely because of this successful case that Wu Qian is so persistent in creating an internet celebrity bird. Humph. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Fans are calling you to live stream, but you go to sleep. When you wake up, you won't be able to reap the benefits of that traffic. Wu Qian thought of Xin Yue and snorted coldly. Time soon came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Ruyan came to the prepared live broadcast room. This place is spacious and bright, with a Parrot stand and various live broadcast equipment, all of which are top-notch. It is also equipped with professional photographers and live broadcast assistants. In order to prevent Xiaowei from having any problems during the live broadcast, Tang Ming and his wife were also in the room. As the live broadcast started, netizens soon entered the live broadcast room. After all, there is a popular video on this account. 500, 700, 1200. The number of people online in the live broadcast room jumped rapidly, and Lu Ruyan was very excited because, during her previous live broadcast, her highest popularity was only over 700, and it dropped very quickly this time. The popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise. In a blink of an eye, the number of viewers exceeded 2,000, 3,000. There are over 4,000 people online, more than double the number of people in the official live broadcast room. This is the power of capital. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but clench her palms. She was glad that she made the right choice. Choice is more important than hard work. If Lu Ruyan had not chosen to sign a contract with Zhou Yao, she would still be a small anchor with less than 1,000 fans in her live broadcast room. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast room. Lu Ruyan smiled and waved to the camera. A lot of money? Didn't you say you were going to bed? Many netizens came from Xin Yue's live broadcast room. Lu Ruyan immediately explained. Newcomers may not know this, but the one in our live stream is Zha Hui. Like Qian Duo, he's also an African gray parrot. As she spoke, the camera turned to Xiaowei. Tang Ming immediately picked up a piece of prepared bird food and guided it from a distance. Seeing this, Xiaowei immediately opened his mouth and said, "Hello everyone. I'm Zha Hui." Both his expression and voice are 70% similar to Wang Tang. It turns out to be Slag Ash. It's pretty cute too. Seeing this scene, Wu Qian on the side breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered the video to be streamed again. With the help of money, the popularity of the video has risen again. The number of likes exceeded 800,000, 900,000, and 1 million. Netizens who have watched the video continue to enter the live broadcast room. In the blink of an eye, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10,000. Lu Ruyan immediately shouted, "Everyone in the live studio. Welcome to the studio. To celebrate Zha Hui's debut, we'll be giving out lucky bags worth 10,000 diamonds every 10 minutes. Wow. The host is so generous?" After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room were a little surprised, because the ratio of Douyin, diamonds, and RMB is 10 to 1. In other words, it would cost $1,000 to send out 10,000 diamonds. The live broadcast assistant will immediately perform the operation. Swish, a red envelope appeared in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room. When netizens clicked on the lucky bag, they immediately sent out a message. Zha Hui is super cute. Driven by the attraction of lucky bags, the activity and retention in the live broadcast room are ridiculously high. These data affect the official amount given. In the blink of an eye, the number of people online in Zazui's live broadcast room has exceeded 20,000. The smile on Lu Ruyan's face became even more intense than before. When she was watching Xin Yue's live broadcast, she was a little envious of her for having such a smart bird. But now, the popularity of Lu Ruyan's own live broadcast room is 10 times that of Xin Yue's live broadcast, and this is just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Xin Yue was ready and said to Wang Tang, "Qian Duo, we are very popular today. You have to continue to perform well. None of your business." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang glanced at Xin Yue and said, "You." Xin Yue's chest heaved with anger. However, she soon put on a smile, because the live broadcast room has been opened. One after another, people entered the live broadcast room, but it was much slower than at noon. Has the video's popularity passed? Xin Yue felt a little disappointed. At this moment, Zhang Tao entered the live broadcast room. He opened the gift list and gave out a firework tube. Seeing the gift special effects, Wang Tang immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "When the fireworks go off, it's worth a ton of gold. Ha, it's more fun with lots of money." After hearing Wang Tang's words, Zhang Tao posted a comment with satisfaction. When Xin Yue saw Zhang Tao's gift, she said, "Family? If you're still a student, don't give me gifts. Obviously, she still remembered the ID. Zhang Tao immediately responded with a comment, "It's okay. I didn't charge any money, I just grabbed this from another livestream room. I'm so touched. They actually went to other livestreams to grab gifts and give them to me." Xin Yue couldn't help but speak after hearing this. "How about I dance for everyone?" "No. No. Anchor, I'd rather watch Qian Duo dance." Upon seeing this, Agkuan immediately posted a comment. "I in the barrage." One netizen asked, "Xin Yue, do you know an African gray parrot named Zhazhahui?" "Zhazhahui? Isn't that just a lot of money?" Upon seeing this, the administrator AI Kuan immediately responded, "Yeah. It's Qian Duo. I asked it to introduce itself, but it contradicted me and insisted on making some rubbish. What a pity." Xin Yue said with a smile. "No. I just saw a live streaming room that was really popular. There was a bird in it called Zhazhahui. That netizen posted a barrage." "What? It's Slagash, then who am I?" Seeing the comments from netizens, Wang Tang immediately understood that someone wanted to steal the show and used a substitute. Chapter 25 Capital is setting up a trap again. So, that livestream I just saw was a fake? The fan who asked the question immediately reacted. Originally, he thought that the African gray parrot named Zhazhahui knew Wang Tang, because the name of their live broadcast room looks too much like a CP. What's their live stream room called? I'll go check it out. When Hu Yudi heard that someone was impersonating Wang Tang, she immediately spoke angrily. How dare he impersonate Jin Baobao so blatantly? Is he treating her as a soft persimmon? Call him Zhazhahui and Jin Baobao. Is this the number? Hu Yudi was a little surprised when she heard this. She had previously thought that this was a fan account and would occasionally click in to take a look, thinking that it was opened by someone who liked Jin Baobao. She immediately began searching. Soon, Hu Yudi found the live broadcast room. 40,000 people online in the live broadcast room? Hu Yudi almost thought she had seen it wrong. Her fingers paused on the screen, and she felt anxious and angry. Jin Baobao accompanied her in live broadcasts every day, and the popularity she earned through her own ability was snatched away by an imposter who stole her name and took advantage of the popularity? Why? A knockoff who stole someone else's stuff is actually more popular than us? Jin Baobao worked so hard. Why do they? Halfway through her words, her voice was already trembling with grievance. I in the barrage, fans also stood up for Hu Yudi and Wang Tang. I knew it wasn't right. That scumbag, aside from saying I'm a scumbag, doesn't talk much. He doesn't have any of the sass and cleverness of Gold Baby. I feel so sorry for the anchor. I feel so sorry for Jin Baobao. This is so infuriating. What the hell is this? Stealing Jin Baobao's fame to make money, do you have any shame? The barrage of comments instantly exploded, and the fans were like lit firecrackers. Angry words rolled across the screen, almost drowning the live broadcast room. Some people are straightforward and get so angry that they send voice messages directly. What they say as soon as they open their mouths is classic Chinese culture with a lot of maternal connotations. They use the other party's relatives and organs as the radius and draw a circle to expand it. They wanted to rush over along the internet cable and tear up the fake live broadcast room. When Wang Tang saw Jodo Entertainment displayed on the Zhazhahui and Jin Baobao account, his eyes rolled, and he drooped his head and said darkly, Capital is setting this up again. Capital? Is there something shady going on? When netizens heard Wang Tang's words, they reacted instantly. Hu Yudi saw the comments and immediately explained, it's like this. A few days ago, the person in charge of Joyo Entertainment contacted me and wanted to sign a contract with me. But the conditions they proposed were too extreme. I simply couldn't agree to them. Especially when they said they wanted to take Jin Baobao away for professional training. How could I possibly agree? When she mentioned Jin Baobao, her voice softened unconsciously, with the firmness of someone protecting her child. Given the nature of Joyo Entertainment, it is impossible for them to treat Jin Baobai well in order to gain traffic. This is so fucking infuriating. Is this what a human being does? Destroy it if you can't get it? Don't even let a bird go? These beasts. They'll do anything for money? The fans' anger reached its peak, and their heartache for Hu Yudi also doubled. Some people have begun to organize themselves to report, and the barrage of comments is full of shots of go and do it. However, at this moment, in Zhazhahui's live broadcast room, Lu Ruyan was already shouting at the camera, 1, 2, 3, link up. What the hell? Even fake people dare to promote products and cheat people out of money? Zhang Tao, who was watching the live broadcast in the dormitory, slammed the table so hard that the cups on the table jumped up. His face flushed and his neck thickened as he roared, they're using Jin Baobao's reputation as a stepping stone and playing us for fools. On the side, Li Xiang was extremely calm. He said, it's useless to just get angry. We have to find a way to deal with them. Li Xiang, what are you going to do? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately looked at Li Xiang. Protect your rights. I took a look, and a lot of the content in his video was edited from Jin Baobao's live broadcast clips. We can directly report him to the official website for stealing the video. Li Xiang said calmly. Will this work? A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes, but he scratched his head uncertainly. I often see those forwarded videos. Ordinary reposts might be hard to prosecute, but when they profit from stolen goods, the nature of the matter changes completely. Li Xiang's eyes were determined. I'll edit the comparison video right now. Let's call on all fans to report them together. I don't believe we can't deal with them. Okay. I'll go with you. Zhang Tao nodded vigorously, clenching his fists tightly. Jojo Entertainment live room. Mr. Wu, Hu Yuti has noticed. She's watching our live broadcast. An assistant reported to Wu Qian in a low voice. So what if they find out? Wu Qian couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. I've got her. This is business war, and there are many cases of fakes killing real ones. There was once a kindergarten teacher who became unexpectedly popular, but soon the capital created a substitute to take away the traffic. Even under the manipulation of capital, the kindergarten teacher who initially became famous was exposed to a lot of black material, her family was cyberbullied, and she was expelled from school. After suffering multiple blows, the kindergarten teacher eventually suffered from depression. Go tell Lu Ruyan to take a break from promoting the products and compete with Hu Yuti online. Stomping her underfoot in front of everyone. There was no warmth in Wu Qian's voice. Okay. The assistant immediately went to make arrangements. Hu Yuti was shaking with anger when a request for a live broadcast from Jia Jiahui and Jin Baobao suddenly popped up on the screen. The words on it pierced her eyes like needles. Damn it. Is he going to shit on our necks? That's too arrogant. This is murderous and heartbreaking. It's clearly an attempt to humiliate the anchor. Seeing this scene, netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked. Angry comments flooded in like a tide. Some people were so angry that they started cursing, while others were so anxious that they sent private messages to Hu Yuti, asking her not to answer the call. Don't accept it, host. This is a trap. Administrator AI Kuan looked at Hu Yuti worriedly. They are so numerous and powerful, they just want to step on you to get to the top. That's right. Announcer, please don't answer. We won't bother with such a villain. They have 40,000 people in their live stream room, and they have the guild backing them up. We're definitely going to lose if we try to PK with them. Fans were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and the comments were full of words of dissuasion. Some people even started sending gifts to try to divert her attention. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Tang beside him suddenly flapped his wings and said in a clear voice, "The advantage is mine." What? 300 versus 40,000, and the advantage is mine? The opponents are all big brothers and guild accounts. This PK is just giving away heads. Host, don't listen to Jin Baobao. The other team is clearly trying to climb to the top by stepping on your and Jin Baobao's corpses. The fans became even more anxious and wanted to get into the screen and pull Hu Yuti away. At this moment, Yu, the top sister on the list, suddenly posted a comment. Host, Jin Baobao has spoken, answer. If you lose, we will stand by you. Whoever dares to bully Jin Baobao, we will fight him to the end. Yes. Anchor. We all support you and Jin Baobao. The live broadcast room was filled with comments of anger, worry, and countless people defending Jin Baobao. After reading the barrage, Hu Yuti took a deep breath and bit her lips until they turned white. A hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes, and her fingertips pressed heavily on accept. Yes. If they lose, they lose. I want to see how long they can be so proud. Chapter 26. What are you barking about? Soon, the live broadcast screen was split into two halves. Lu Ruyan appeared in the camera, her carefully carved face instantly formed a sweet smile, and her voice became soft and coquettish. Oh, is that Sister Hu Yuti? I've heard that your baby Jean is very smart. Lu Ruyan deliberately dragged out her tone when she spoke, her eyes curved into crescents, but she couldn't hide the sarcasm in her words. I really envy you for having such good luck. You can get traffic just by raising a bird, but luck alone isn't enough these days. Strength is the real deal. As she spoke, her fingertips gently curled the ends of her hair, with a caring look that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at our live broadcast room, it's managed by a professional team. Xiaohui is very popular now. Sister, if you don't know how to manage it, why don't you let me teach you? After all, we all raise parrots, and I can't bear to see you waste such a good opportunity. She suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, but her eyes drifted towards Wang Tang. But then again, no matter how smart Jin Baobao is, he's just a bird. How can we not teach him well? Look at him, his feathers are all standing on end, he has no manners at all. Look at our little gray cat. He says whatever you tell him to say, never loses his temper, and never gets angry at his owner. Sister, are you spoiling your golden baby too much? He's just a flat-haired beast, and you let him sleep on the bed. Aren't you afraid he'll catch some disease? You. Hu Yuti was so angry that her whole body was shaking, her lips quivering, but she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lu Ruyan's words pierced her heart like needles, especially when she heard her belittling Jin Baobao as unruly and a flat-haired beast. Hu Yuti felt as if a stone was blocking her chest, making it stuffy and painful. After spending these few days with Wang Tang, Hu Yuti sincerely regarded Wang Tang as her closest friend. To her, Jin Baobao was not just a talking parrot, but also a family member who could laugh with her and listen to her. Seeing that Hu Yuti was so angry that she broke down by Lu Ruyan's words, Wu Qian couldn't help but give her a thumbs up afterwards. Jodo Entertainment's internet trolls rushed into Hu Yuti's live broadcast room, posting all kinds of comments that were meant to pull her down and set the tone. What about the low quality of the golden baby? It's useless to raise him. Like bird, like owner, Hu Yuti had just entered university and had never seen such a situation of stabbing each other openly or secretly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back. Hu Yuti told herself not to cry. If she cried, wouldn't the other party think that she and Jin Baobao were easy to bully? Lu Ruyan became even more proud, even raising her chin as she began to direct. Sister, hurry up and dance. Our live streaming room is very popular, and since you're a live streamer, I'll give you a hand. How much traffic you can grab is up to you. You. That face is so disgusting. The fighting chicken of green tea. I can smell it through the screen. I wish you a rotten face if you dare say that about Jin Baobao. Netizens who knew the truth were so angry that they frantically flooded the screen with comments full of curses against Lu Ruyan. At Wu Qian's signal, the guild's agents immediately started sending gifts, with rockets and sports cars filling the screen like crazy. Stimulated by the support, some retail investors also started to buy stocks. In an instant, the PK progress bar in their live broadcast room soared like a rocket, directly suppressing the health bar of Hu Yudi's live broadcast room in the corner, almost invisible. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, but she deliberately widened her eyes and pretended to be surprised. Hey sister, why, no one voted on your side? Is it because your Jin Baobao is so unpopular that even fans are too lazy to support him? Her tone was filled with exaggerated regret, and she tapped the screen lightly. Do you want me to ask our eldest brother to come over and help you? Even though this is a PK, a one-sided crushing victory wouldn't look good. I feel sorry for my sister. Lu Ruyan turned her head and whispered to her own camera, her voice just loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone, please be gentle. Give the girl across the street some face, or she'll start crying and I'll be so heartbroken. After saying this, she turned back, with a dazzling smile on her face. Don't worry, sister. It's okay even if you lose. Do you want to come to our guild? My sister asked Mr. Wu to give you a small position. It's better than you trying to hold on by yourself, right? Then let your baby Jean learn some manners from our little Gray. Maybe he can even make a living. Hu Yudi was so angry that she was shaking all over, and finally couldn't hold back her tears from falling, not because she was afraid of losing, but because of this naked humiliation. Not only do they want to steal Jin Bao's fame, they also want to belittle and destroy it in various ways. Hu Yudi raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and hugged Wang Tang tighter on her shoulders. Her voice was tearful but very firm. My golden baby doesn't need to learn any rules. It's fine with whatever it does. It's not your turn to tell it what to do. Wang Tang tilted his head to look at Hu Yudi, whose shoulders were shaking from crying, then glanced at Lu Ruyan's smug face on the screen. He suddenly straightened up, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. This silly girl, I am the only one who can bully her. Others? Are they worthy? In Xiao Hui's live broadcast room, netizens who didn't know the truth were cheering. Let the two birds PK. Yeah. Watch the birds. I'm tired of watching the female anchor's talents. This is my first time seeing parrots compete. It's so exciting. Let Xiao Hui and Jin Baobao compete. Let the two birds compete with each other? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but hesitate. Wu Qian saw the barrage and immediately signaled her to agree. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan immediately smiled and nodded. Great. They're both African gray parrots, so they must have a lot in common. Let's all look forward to it together. Let the other side's bird and gold baby PK together? When Hu Yudi heard this, a strange expression appeared on her tearful face. She is no match for Lu Ruyan, but she believes that Jin Baobao will never lose to that imposter. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also happy. Isn't this guy on the other side just giving himself a kill? I don't understand. In the world of parrots, is there any other bird that can rival Jin Baobao? That's right. If Jin Baobao says second, who dares to say first? Just wait for Jin Baobao to crush that knockoff to the ground. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had already given up the C position, and the assistant immediately brought the parrot stand over and placed it in front of the camera. Off camera, Xiao Hui's owner Tang Ming immediately took out Xiao Hui's favorite food to lure him in. Seeing this, Xiao Hui immediately opened his mouth and said, Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Hui. In the live broadcast room, some netizens who had not seen Jin Baobao immediately posted comments. I heard Xiao Hui's famous saying again. It's so magical. Xiao Hui, you are awesome. Brother, come and kill me. After saying his iconic line, Xiao Hui, under Tang Ming's enticement, said to the camera, Congratulations and get rich. After hearing these auspicious words, netizens immediately sent gifts to Xiao Hui's live broadcast room. After watching Xiao Hui's performance, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hu Yudi provocatively. Sister, it's your golden baby's turn, don't let everyone down. Unexpectedly, before Hu Yudi could say anything, Wang Tang tilted his head and looked at the screen. What are you barking about? Chapter 27, Swearing all the time, this bird is too crazy. What? When Lu Ruyan heard Wang Tang's words, the smile on her face froze instantly. She never imagined that a parrot would say she was barking like a dog. Holy crap. Baby Gold is awesome. Seeing that Wang Tang made Lu Ruyan lose face as soon as he opened his mouth, the fans in Hu Yudi's live broadcast room were all excited. The green tea bitch was so angry that she couldn't even speak. Weren't you quite capable when you humiliated Hu Yudi just now? Jin Baobao, the bird is so angry. Did the owner suffer so much when the bird was away? Sure enough. Evil people still need evil birds to grind. Look at me. I wanted to take you with me out of kindness, but you ordered your bird to scold me. Lu Ruyan couldn't argue with Wang Tang, so she immediately shifted her attention to Hu Yudi. However, Wang Tang didn't tolerate her at all and continued to fire at full force. Don't scream, you. Lu Ruyan was offended by a bird one after another, and her defense was broken. Her fingers almost touched the screen. Seeing this, Wu Qian immediately signaled Lu Ruyan not to interrupt anymore. After all, she is a human being, and even if she wins an argument with a bird, it won't be glorious. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and left the camera. Wang Tang jumped off Hu Yudi's shoulders and stood in front of the camera in high spirits. On the other side, Xiao Hui also stood in front of the camera. Under Tang Ming's enticement, it kept saying, Good morning, and congratulations on your prosperity. These are the auspicious words that Tang Ming and his wife taught Xiao Hui before Wang Tang glanced at Xiao Hui in the camera with disdain, opened his beak, and cursed, Idiot, huh? The netizens in the opposite live broadcast room were all shocked. That bird across the street is cursing again? This picture is hilarious, Xiao Hui kept shouting to the camera, Gong Xia Fei Kai. However, the other parrot kept calling it an idiot. Ha ha ha. In front of Jean Baobao, that fake guy has no ability to resist at all. The offensive and defensive dynamics are changing. Hu Yudi, watch carefully and learn seriously. When Hu Yudi saw the barrage, her pretty face turned red. She looked really embarrassing just now, however. She felt warm in her heart when she saw Wang Tang venting his anger for her. Wang Tang cursed while moving his feet, and then, pretending to be careless, he stepped on Hu Yudi's mouse. There was suddenly no sound in Hu Yudi's live broadcast room. A smile of success appeared in Wang Tang's eyes. The next moment, he began to increase his firepower, shouting frantically, "Fuck you." In the live broadcast room, netizens were still unclear about the situation and posted comments one after another. Hey! Hu Yudi, why is there no sound in the live broadcast? What happened? Check the equipment quickly. At this moment, the screen of the live broadcast room opposite suddenly went black. What's going on? In Hu Yudi's live broadcast room, fans were all confused. Not only them, but even Hu Yudi herself was confused. She quickly said to Wang Tang, "Jean Baobao, you stepped on the mouse." At this moment, inside the Jodo Entertainment live broadcast room, everyone's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, because their live broadcast room was just blocked for using swear words. Fuck you. Wu Qian's face was as gloomy as water, and he smashed the tablet in his hand because, for this debut, he spent millions, but now, it's all fucked up. In addition, the previous live streaming sales did not go smoothly, and the contracts signed between Jodo Entertainment and some merchants are also facing breach of contract. Mr. Wu, calm down. This was an unexpected situation. We didn't expect a bird to curse so much. Lu Rian walked to Wu Qian and comforted him in a low voice. Bang! Wu Qian was so angry that he slapped Lu Rian loudly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lu Rian felt her face burning, however. She didn't dare to get angry, and immediately said humbly, "Boss Wu, it's all my fault for not broadcasting it well." At this moment, Wu Qian didn't care about venting his anger on Lu Rian. He turned around and said to the people in the company, "Quick! Right now, create another number." "Yes. Mr. Wu." Wu Qian's men responded immediately. They all know very well that the current losses from the closure of the live broadcast room are small, but the breach of contract is a big deal. Soon, the sound returned to Hu Yudi's live broadcast room. Wang Tang had already shut his mouth and was surprisingly quiet. At this time, someone posted a comment in the live broadcast room. "Huh? I'm so happy. The live broadcast room on the other side has been blocked. Is it because of stolen videos and illegal diversion?" Upon hearing this, AI Kun immediately asked. "No. I just opened the live broadcast room on the other side because of Jean Baobao. Because of the golden baby?" The fans in the live broadcast room were all confused when they heard this. Hu Yudi also looked at Wang Tang in confusion. Wang Tang had an innocent look on his face as he leisurely combed his hair with his mouth. Jean Baobao used foul language during a live broadcast, which led to official punishment. Besides, because of the serious impact, the maximum penalty is imposed. The account will be banned for 7 days. Holy crap! Is there such a thing? All fans were shocked when they heard the reason why the other party's live broadcast room was blocked. "Golden baby, did you do this on purpose, or was it an accident? I think I learned this from Donkey Dahua. He even mutes his mic and uses love to influence others." Hu Yudi smiled and said, "You all know that Jean Baobao is just a bird." Ha ha ha. The fans were delighted. Everyone remembered the arrogance of the other anchor, and at this moment they felt inexplicably happy. This time, a large number of people began to flock into the live broadcast room. Obviously, this is because the fake live broadcast room was blocked and Hu Yudi took up the traffic. "Anchor! You idiot! You just said a bunch of swear words in one breath. How is this training done? It's really amazing. It's really eye-opening. What are you talking about? Our baby Jean is very well behaved and never says a bad word." When Hu Yudi saw the comments, she immediately corrected them righteously. This time, some netizens stared at Wang Tang curiously. "Anchor, you bird, it seems that you can understand human language?" They had discovered this when they were on the same line before, that Jia Zhahui could only mechanically repeat things like, "Hello everyone, I'm Jia Zhahui, wish you good fortune, good morning." This bird named Jean Baobao speaks eloquently, with ups and downs in rhythm and full of emotions. This is obviously revenge for its owner. Of course. Our golden baby is smart and everyone loves him. Hu Yudi said proudly after seeing the barrage. "Besides using foul language and swearing, is there anything special about you, golden baby?" The new netizen continued to ask. Hu Yudi took a look and saw that at this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had risen to more than 30,000. It can be said that they completely reaped the benefits of being blocked by the other side. Is this a blessing in disguise? Hu Yudi's mood improved again. After all, these nearly 40,000 traffic were obtained by Jodo Entertainment spending a lot of money and resources, and I just lie down and accept it. It's a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. The other side is racking their brains, but they're not as good as Jean Baobao's inspiration. When AI Kun learned about the whole incident, he also smiled and posted comments. Then, he explained to the new audience, Arjun Baobao knows a lot. That's right. Jean Baobao is the smartest parrot. It has many talents. It can do fitness, play supporting roles, criticize people, and praise people. At this moment, Wang Tang tilted his head and said in his unique smoky voice, "Music. Show your talent." Chapter 28. It has become a spirit and can dance to the bird is rocking? Well, no, I'm not good at dancing. After hearing Wang Tang's words and looking at the number of people online in the live broadcast room, Hu Yudi felt a little embarrassed. Old fans in the live broadcast room also posted comments. "Don't let Hu Yudi dance." When she twisted, her body was stiff and completely out of tune with the beat. She is the first beauty who can stop people from having evil thoughts. Wang Tang glanced at Hu Yudi and said proudly, "It's me who's dancing." "Ah? Is it the golden baby who wants to dance?" When netizens heard this, they were stunned. Can Jean Bao Bao still dance? No idea. I've never seen it jump before. You'll have to ask the host. Hu Yuti also shook her head, I don't know either. Seeing that Hu Yuti was still not playing music, Wang Tang started whistling himself. Suddenly, a beautiful melody sounded. Golden baby can whistle? Ha! Isn't this the bird shake melody that's been all the rage online lately? 666. Baby Jean can actually play the birdie. Wang Tang blew the melody and moved to the rhythm. His round body tapped the table, his little head swayed left and right to the beat of the drum, his wings occasionally opened and then quickly folded, and his claws moved back and forth to the beat, each move precisely on the beat. Holy crap! Not only can the golden baby blow, it can also dance on its own. Every movement is perfectly timed to the beat. Can you believe it? Anchor, did you teach this? Hu Yuti saw the comments and immediately shook her head. No. Jean Bao Bao learned all this on his own. Old fans in the live broadcast room also posted comments. This is hilarious. Hu Yuti can't even dance herself, how can she teach Jean Bao Bao? Jean Bao Bao is more like teaching Hu Yuti. It seems that the nickname was not wrong. As far as dancing is concerned, I would like to call Jean Bao Bao Teacher Jean. Not to mention the anchor, even a dance major like me can't dance as well as Jean Bao Bao. It's so magical. Could this music be composed specifically for birds? That makes sense. I'll play bird rocking for my bird later. At this time, Wu Qian was holding his mobile phone and staring at Hu Yuti's live broadcast room. When he saw that there were more than 30,000 people online in Hu Yuti's live broadcast room, he was so angry that his face turned pale. This is a complete waste of time and effort, and it only makes things difficult for Hu Yuti. Mr. Wu, the assistant called out cautiously. Go create an account and run a carnival in Hu Yuti's live broadcast room. Wu Qian ordered. The assistant looked at Wu Qian in surprise. She really wanted to ask, Mr. Wu, what are you talking about? However, the assistant did it anyway. Wang Tang was dancing to The Bird is Shaking when suddenly, a gorgeous gift special effect appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Wow! Carnival! In the barrage, netizens exclaimed in surprise. Hu Yuti's breathing tightened when she saw the special effects of this gift, because a carnival costs 3,000 RMB. This is the biggest gift she has received since she started live streaming. Hu Yuti immediately bowed to the camera. Thank you, Sister Orange, for the carnival. I wish you all the best. Apparently, she'd done some homework recently and carefully memorized some words of thanks. After delivering the gift, the assistant immediately looked at Wu Qian, waiting for his further instructions. Keep sending. Wu Qian's eyes did not leave the phone screen. Immediately afterwards, the carnival special effects appeared on the screen again. Orange is giving away 2 anchor carnivals. Holy crap! Another carnival. Boss Orange is so generous. Upon seeing this, the administrator AI Kuan immediately sent a message to express his gratitude. Big sister has good taste. In the live broadcast room, netizens also posted barrages of comments. However, this is just the beginning. Point 1 carnival special effect disappears, and then the next one explodes through the screen. Awesome! Awesome! The barrage is boiling. A bird has received so many rewards? But I'm not jealous of Jean Bao Bao making this money. He really has a job. Seeing that Wu Qian did not ask him to stop, the assistant gritted his teeth and continued delivering the goods. She had a vague guess in her mind that Mr. Wu might want to sign Jean Bao Bao to Joyo Entertainment. After all, Joyo Entertainment has made a lot of preparations to create the internet celebrity bird IP. Wu Qian even used his resources and connections to connect all aspects of Cute Pets Rush Forward. The program team has confirmed that Jia Zhaohui will be invited to the show next season, but now, Jia Zhaohui has failed. Instead, this golden baby rose up strongly by stepping on the corpses of scum from the live broadcast clip just now. Anyone can see that this bird named Jean Bao Bao is truly human-like. It is much better than Xiaohui. It wasn't until Carnival X10 that Wu Qian slowly spoke. Enough. Mr. Wu, what should I do next? Please give me your instructions. The assistant immediately asked Wu for instructions. Apply for a live broadcast. Then, make an offer to buy the golden baby. Wu Qian stated his purpose. Good. The assistant nodded immediately. The number 1 lady on the list applied for a live broadcast? Fans were excited when they saw the request for live broadcast. They all reminded, Anchor, please agree quickly. Let us pay our respects to the rich man. Hu Yuti immediately took action. Orange used the voice link and soon she appeared in the lower left corner. Thank you, Sister Orange. Thank you so much. After seeing the voice connection was successful, Hu Yuti immediately expressed her gratitude excitedly. Orange didn't directly ask to buy the golden baby, but instead praised it. The golden baby is so cute. The more I see it, the more I love it. Yes. Jean Bao Bao is the smartest parrot I have ever seen. Hu Yuti agreed. She was very happy to hear the top sister on the list praising Wang Tang. At this time, Orange suddenly said, I have a request. Sister Orange, if you have any requests, just tell me. Hu Yuti said with a smile. The top lady on this list gave a total of 30,000 in rewards in a short time. She must really like Jean Bao Bao. My husband went abroad, and now I'm alone at home. I'm very lonely. I've raised cats and dogs before, but neither one of them can compare to the feeling that a golden baby gives me. I want to buy a golden baby from the anchor. Orange said slowly. You want to buy a golden baby? Hu Yuti was stunned when she heard this. In the live broadcast room, netizens were also very surprised. The number 1 lady on the list gave 10 carnivals just to buy a gold baby? I checked online, and a licensed African grey parrot costs around 8,000. This 30,000 reward is enough to buy 3. But even with 30,000, you can't buy a golden baby. Right. Jean Baobao is so human. Even if you give me 30,000, I won't sell him. Hu Yudi was taken aback for a moment, then said without hesitation, I'm so sorry. Sister Orange, my golden treasure is not for sale. You can add me on WeChat, and I'll refund all the rewards you just gave me. Upon hearing this, Orange immediately smiled and said, Host, I think you misunderstood. The 10 carnivals I just gave as a reward were simply because I like the golden baby. As for buying the golden baby, I'm willing to offer 1 million. Chapter 29, I've never seen anything like this before. A bird buys sanitary napkins. What? 1 million? When netizens heard the price quoted by Orange, they were shocked. Spend 1 million to buy a bird. Do you have a mine at home? I don't understand the world of the rich. Boss Orange, check out my private message. I also have an African grey parrot at home. I don't want 1 million, give me 100,000, and I'll personally drive the bird to your door. Just after the female assistant quoted the price, Wu Qian held up his phone and stared nervously at Hu Yudi on the screen. He even didn't want to miss the subtle expressions on her face. Unexpectedly, when Hu Yudi heard Orange's offer of 1 million, her expression remained unchanged. She said apologetically, Sister Orange, I won't sell Jean Baobao. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell it. Hearing Hu Yudi's words, Wu Qian couldn't help but frown. This little girl is quite greedy. Thinking of this, he raised 3 fingers to the female assistant. Orange raised the price again. Host, I really like Jean Baobao. If you are willing to give it up, I will add another 2 million. Hiss. Another 2 million? In the live broadcast room, netizens gasped. The price has increased to 3 million. That's enough to buy a house in Kawato. I've never seen so much money in my life. Hearing the price Juzi offered again, Hu Yudi still shook her head, her eyes clear but stubborn. Sister Juzi, I'm serious. I treat Jean Baobao as my family. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell him. Send me your WeChat ID and I'll return the reward money to you. No need. Just consider it a good relationship. Host, don't take it personally. I really like Jean Baobao. Orange said immediately. She was worried that if she couldn't buy the bird, she would refund the money and arouse suspicion from others. After hanging up the microphone, the female assistant looked at Wu Qian and said, Boss Wu, this Hu Yudi is very stubborn. She won't sell it. Wu Qian nodded. Since plan A doesn't work, let's implement plan B. What's plan B? The female assistant asked curiously. This is not something you should know. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian glanced coldly at the female assistant. Anchor, I think your choice is right. In the live broadcast room, netizens all praised Hu Yudi's persistence. However, if I came across it, I would definitely sell it. The first lady on the list gave too much. Yeah. 3 million. That's enough for me to buy a Porsche. The guy above, you should be more open-minded. You already have 3 million, and you can't afford a Porsche? Hu Yudi smiled and touched Wang Tang with her hand. Golden baby, can't be measured by money. Considering that this shit scooper still has a conscience, Wang Tang did not resist this time. Family. If you haven't followed me yet, please click the follow button in the upper right corner. It's almost 10 p.m. now, and we're going to end the live stream. Hu Yudi glanced at the time and said with a smile. Anchor, there are still more than 30,000 people in the live broadcast room. Netizens couldn't help but post comments. Can I work overtime to give gifts? 10 o'clock in the evening, it's time to have fun. Hu Yudi shook her head firmly, no. Baby Jean is still growing. He's been tired all day. He needs to go to bed early. Yeah. Okay. I can see that you really love your bird, host. Only then did netizens start to express their understanding and leave comments. Anchor, you don't have classes tomorrow, so you'll be broadcasting in the morning, right? Yes. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I will start the live broadcast early. If you want to see Jean Baobao, you can come to the live broadcast room tomorrow morning, around 10 o'clock. Hu Yudi nodded. After closing the live broadcast room, Hu Yudi took Wang Tang to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, I took it back to the bedroom to sleep. Or perhaps Hu Yudi was deeply touched by Wang Tang's protection tonight. She kept holding Wang Tang in her arms while she slept. In the middle of the night, Hu Yudi let out a muffled groan from her nostrils, then curled up into a ball. She covered her stomach with her hands, and her pale face was covered with sweat. Hu Yudi! Wang Tang immediately shouted at the top of his voice that he was worried that something was wrong with Hu Yudi's health. Hu Yudi endured the severe pain in her lower abdomen and climbed out of bed. She quickly rushed to the bathroom. When Wang Tang rushed over, Hu Yudi was squatting on the toilet. She wiped it with toilet paper, picked it up and saw that it was covered with bright red. Hu Yudi couldn't help but say depressedly, why is it so early? It's over. I'm out of sanitary pads and haven't bought any more. It turns out that relatives are here. Wang Tang was suddenly enlightened when he heard this. However, this silly girl didn't even prepare sanitary napkins in advance. How can she go out and buy something in her current condition? At this moment, Wang Tang flew outside. Golden baby. Hu Yudi immediately shouted. Wang Tang turned a deaf ear to him. He went to the living room and used his claws to dig open the TV cabinet. There was a lot of change in it. This was something Hu Yudi had thrown in there after buying something. Wang Tang picked up a 20 yuan note with his beak and flew out of the window. Soon, he arrived at the 24-hour convenience store outside the community. At this moment, there was a saleswoman guarding the store. She was immediately startled when she saw a bird flying in by something. Wang Tang put the money on the counter and spoke in a clear voice. The saleswoman opened her mouth wide when she heard this. A bird actually comes to buy things with money in its beak. After Wang Tang threw down the money, he flew straight to the shelf behind. Could this bird have stolen its owner's money to buy snacks? The saleswoman was curious and immediately followed Wang Tang. Wang Tang's eyes swept across the rows of shelves. Soon, he stopped in the living area. The saleswoman immediately looked up. I saw all kinds of sanitary napkins on the shelves. Then, in front of her surprised gaze, Wang Tang flew to a shelf and took out a bag with his mouth. Snow White, night use type. The saleswoman took it from Wang Tang's mouth and glanced at it. Wang Tang flew straight to the cashier and shouted, "Change." Fuck. This guy, he even knows to ask for change? The saleswoman couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands. The shock Wang Tang gave her tonight was really too great. However, seeing that Wang Tang looked anxious, she immediately found the change in the drawer, put it together with Snow White, and put it in a plastic bag. Thanks. After Wang Tang thanked her, he immediately took the plastic bag from the saleswoman with his mouth. Then, he flew out in the eyes of the saleswoman. I've never seen anything like this. I actually saw a bird buying something, and it was buying sanitary napkins. When the saleswoman saw Wang Tang leaving, she was stunned for a long time. Soon, she clapped her hands suddenly. This scene just now must have been recorded by the surveillance camera. So the saleswoman went back to the counter and immediately checked on the computer. When she saw a gray parrot flying into the store with a piece of money in its beak, she couldn't help but laugh. I'll post this video on Douyin. I'm sure a lot of people will be curious about it, right? Chapter 30 evolved to the first level. It's so late, where is Jean Baobao? Hu Yuti was thinking about Wang Tang. After a simple wash, she put some toilet paper on the bed and hurried to the living room, but she searched the whole house and didn't see Wang Tang. Just when Hu Yuti was getting anxious, Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew in. Ah! Golden baby. Hu Yuti was immediately pleasantly surprised. Then she saw a plastic bag in Wang Tang's mouth. What's in there? You were out picking up trash in the middle of the night? Hu Yuti looked at Wang Tang with annoyance. She had seen related videos before, in which a blogger's bird would bring back garbage from outside. Wang Tang threw the plastic bag in his mouth directly onto the coffee table in the living room. Hu Yuti walked over curiously and opened the plastic bag with her hands. The next moment, her beautiful eyes widened, because a pack of Snow Whites was lying in a plastic bag. Could it be that Jean Baobao went out and picked up an empty package? Hu Yuti immediately picked up the pack of sanitary napkins from the plastic bag. It felt heavy in her hand and was not an empty shell at all. Then she saw a few coins under the plastic bag. Hu Yuti understood instantly. She looked at Wang Tang with shock in her eyes. Jean Baobao, did you just buy this? Didn't you buy it, or did you rob it? Wang Tang glanced at Hu Yuti and retorted. Golden baby, you are so smart. Hu Yuti immediately picked up Snow White and ran to the toilet. After changing, she came out and hugged Wang Tang in her arms. At the critical moment, Mom still has to rely on you. Go away. Go away. Wang Tang immediately struggled hard. It's getting late, let's go to bed. Hu Yuti did not let go, but carried Wang Tang to the bedroom. My popularity should be high enough to evolve to the first level, right? Wang Tang was no longer sleepy at this time, so he checked the system. Host, Wang Tang, species, African Grey Parrot, level, 0, constitution, 10, spirit, 10 strength, 10 agility, 10 lucky, 10 popularity, 213456, skills, flying LV1, climbing LV3, pronunciation simulation LV3, skill points, 3, as the system panel popped up. He saw that in the popularity column, it showed 213456. Obviously, last night's live broadcast increased the popularity by more than 130,000 points. I wonder what kind of superpowers I can awaken when I reach the first level. With anticipation, Wang Tang clicked on the advancement button. With his mind swish, Wang Tang felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the next moment, the level column on the system panel became level 1. Below the luck value, there is also an additional talent page, showing that the first talent is Crisis Sense. It's actually Crisis Sensing. Wang Tang was very satisfied. This is Spider-Man's superpower in Marvel. When a crisis comes, the owner can sense it in advance. Attributes can be increased again. Wang Tang looked at his 5-dimensional attributes, thinking about what to add. I might as well improve my physique. After all, the stronger your physique, the longer you live. Thinking of this, Wang Tang immediately gave the order, exchange for 19 attribute points. To redeem 19 attribute points, 190,000 popularity points will be consumed. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations, host. 190,000 popularity points were deducted and successfully exchanged for 19 attribute points. Add all points to your physique. Wang Tang decisively went all in on his physical condition. In an instant, the physical fitness column increased from 10 points to 29 points, his physical fitness had doubled, and Wang Tang could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. Moreover, after breaking through the limitations of the first level, he could also feel that he had gained some special abilities. That is, Wang Tang can precisely control the bones throughout his body. A pair of wings became extremely flexible, and even the nails on the claws could retract. Later, Wang Tang learned that to evolve to the second level, all attributes needed to reach 100.at the same time. The awakened talents will be even more extraordinary, because, at the first level, it is still about strengthening bones and fur. The most important thing is, my lifespan has increased by a full 50 years. Now I have 95 years left. I can outlive that silly girl. Wang Tang checked his lifespan and found that he only had 95 years left, which is considered a long lifespan for humans, perhaps because of the relative's visit. Hu Yuti stayed in bed for the first time. Wang Tang did not wake her up, but quietly got out of her arms. Then he came to the living room. Hearing the noise, the silver baby who was sleeping in the cage suddenly woke up. Its hair stood up and it looked at Wang Tang with vigilance. Obviously, after not seeing each other for one night, silver baby felt even stronger pressure from Wang Tang. Could it be that this is because I have reached the first level and the aura that naturally emanates from me? Seeing the nervous look of the tabby cat, Wang Tang guessed in his heart. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, in Wang Tang's eyes, the tabby cat has now become a hammock and can no longer pose any threat to him. Wang Tang came to the window and looked outside. In an instant, he could see the trees in the distance clearly. Is this the change brought about by breaking through the first level? Flutter, Wang Tang vibrated his wings, becoming more powerful. A swish, with a dive, Wang Tang flew out from the windowsill like an arrow. Although he didn't time it, he could feel that his flying speed was several times faster than before. However, the African grey parrot is a climbing bird and is not good at flying. Wang Tang is now far less capable of flying than some birds of prey. My current physical fitness far exceeds that of all known birds of prey. What I lack is flying skills. Thinking of this, Wang Tang began to practice flying in the air. Just like the simulated voice, the flying skill also needs to be practiced 1,000 times before it can be upgraded to LV2. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Wang Tang practiced flying outside for 3 hours. The flying skill was also successfully upgraded from LV1 to LV2. After reaching level 2, Wang Tang could clearly feel that he could control his wings more flexibly. At the same time, some more advanced flying skills also appeared in his mind, as if they were engraved in his bones. For example, flight turn. After mastering this skill, Wang Tang can move freely in forests and cities, fly flexibly, and avoid various obstacles. In addition, there is long-term flight, which Wang Tang did not have before. This skill requires excellent navigation ability and long-lasting flying endurance. To upgrade from LV2 to LV3, 100,000 is required, and Wang Tang does not plan to rely on his own practice anymore. So, he decisively opened the system, add some points. After consuming 2 skill points, Wang Tang successfully upgraded his flying ability to level 3. In an instant, various flying techniques appeared in his mind. The first is hovering, which is a highly difficult flying skill. For example, hummingbirds can hover in the air and remain motionless. This skill requires extremely high energy consumption and precise flight control. Before, Wang Tang's physique was sufficient, but his flight control ability was insufficient. The second type is high-speed dive, a difficult flying skill mastered by birds of prey such as falcons. They can dive down from high altitude at high speed to catch prey. This skill requires strong muscle strength and precise visual tracking. Phew! I'm so hungry. Time to wake up, silly girl, and have dinner. After trying out some newly acquired flying skills, Wang Tang immediately flew back. Chapter 31. Jean Baobao is in the news. Hu Yudi. Hu Yudi. Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew into the bedroom, landed lightly on the bedside table, and shouted to Hu Yudi, who was still sleeping soundly in the quilt. Hu Yudi opened her eyes in a daze, and when she turned her head, she saw Wang Tang looking at her with his little head tilted. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Golden baby? Why are you making so much noise so early? You're still sleeping, the sun is shining on your butt." Wang Tang flapped his wings, flew to the windowsill, grabbed the curtains with his claws, and pulled them open. The bright sunlight suddenly poured in, illuminating the entire room. Ha! What time is it now? Hu Yudi shuddered, frantically reaching for her phone, and exclaimed, "It's already 9 o'clock. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Eat. Eat." Wang Tang stared at Hu Yudi and spoke in a clear voice. "Golden baby, I'm sorry. I overslept." Hu Yudi looked a little ashamed when she heard this. She immediately struggled to get up from the bed. Afterwards, Hu Yudi went to the bathroom to wash and change clothes. While she was packing up, the convenience store clerk had already edited and sent out the surveillance footage from last night. The title is very eye-catching. It's called "I've Never Seen Such a Thing Before." A bird comes to the store in the middle of the night to buy sanitary pads. Shortly after the post was published, a netizen commented, "Holy crap. Is this fake? A bird actually knows how to buy sanitary pads for its owner? Is there anyone who knows anything about this who can tell me if this is a post dubbing? This is surveillance, so I have to believe it. Shanbois, I saw something incredible. A bird can actually buy things." Netizens who saw this video reposted it one after another, or at their good brothers and girlfriends to watch it, and the popularity of the video quickly climbed. Soon after, a female netizen took to the comment section to cyberbully her boyfriend. "I'm on my period, and my boyfriend just told me to drink more hot water. Now it seems that he is worse than a bird." There were also male netizens showing off their affection by tagging their partners in the comment section. "Baby, can I buy you a bird like this? It can keep you company when I'm not around." Someone else noticed the details. No one praised it. This bird even said thank you after buying something. So polite. People also came to ask for the price. "How much is this bird? It seems so fun to keep one." Someone immediately responded, "This is just an African grey parrot. The minimum price is 8,000. This one is in such good condition, the minimum price is a few taels. Fuck. So expensive? Goodbye. I don't deserve it." Another person commented in the comments section, "Damn bird dealer, this is clearly my bird." When the female salesperson saw the video, the number of likes went up like crazy, and she left all kinds of messages and forwarded the video in the comments section, and laughed so hard that she couldn't stop it. Her Douyin account is called "I Don't Eat Coriander." She posts selfie videos every day. The one with the most likes is less than 100, and they are all liked and replied by acquaintances. But today, I just posted the video of that bird, and in less than half an hour, it got over 5,000 likes. As time passed, by 8 in the morning, the video became more and more popular. Every time the saleswoman refreshed her post, she saw the number of likes increase by 10,000. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god. This video is going viral." Soon, private messages came in one after another. These are netizens asking for specific information about the bird. Initially, the saleswoman responded, "I don't know. It just suddenly flew in the middle of the night. After I bought the things, it flew away again. Soon, the saleswoman saw an ID called Observe Everywhere, and her hands trembled. Observe Everywhere is an account under Sichuan radio and television station. The message read, "Hello. I'm a reporter from Sichuan radio and television station. May I interview you?" Interview me? The saleswoman's heart was pounding. In all her years, this was the first time she had been interviewed by a TV station, so the saleswoman couldn't wait to reply, "Yes. Of course." Soon, an interview car arrived. The person in charge of the interview was a female reporter, followed by a photographer. The female reporter almost stuffed the microphone into the saleswoman's mouth. She said, "I can't help but ask, what evidence do you have to prove that this bird is real?" "What? Prove this bird is real?" As soon as this question came out, the saleswoman's brain suddenly crashed. The photographer on the side immediately reminded, "Can you check the surveillance records? After all, they are official media and they have to confirm the authenticity of this matter." "Oh." The saleswoman smiled and nodded, "Sure. My workplace is not far from here, I'll take you there." Soon, the group arrived at a 24-hour convenience store. After reviewing the relevant surveillance records, the Daily News reporter immediately began interviewing the female salesperson. After all, if this kind of rare thing is broadcast, it will definitely attract a lot of traffic. Soon after the interview, the official account of Observe Everywhere published this news with the title, "A bird came to the store to buy things late at night, and the little guy turned out to be a national first-class protected animal. Birds are bought and are national first-class protected animals. These two factors are very eye-catching." Looking around, he is a big V with more than 50 million followers. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused a strong response. In half an hour, the number of likes exceeded 100,000, and in an hour, the number of likes exceeded 300,000. In 2 hours, the number of likes skyrocketed and exceeded 1 million. The comment section is also very lively. "News sister, have you even observed the bird? If the bird wasn't so small, I'd have suspected there was a person hiding under its fur. Could it be a high-tech bionic bird? It's unbelievable. It shatters my entire perspective." Soon, a netizen commented below, "Huh? Isn't this Jin Baobao?" Obviously, this netizen has watched Wang Tang's live broadcast. Is Jin Baobao the name of a bird? Right. The person above, just search for Hu Yudi on Douyin. She has a lot of videos on her homepage. Zun de fake do? Let me go check it out. Soon, netizens came to Hu Yudi's personal homepage. When they clicked on the video on the homepage, it was instantly confirmed. That's it. The appearance, demeanor, and tone are all exactly the same. Netizens left comments under the first video, observing from all directions. +1 for observing from all sides. I came here because of your reputation. You, a bitch, even bought your own sanitary pads. You're so cool. After buying something, he even said thank you. How polite. Polite? Are you praising baby Jean? Is that right? When some old fans saw the comments, question marks appeared on their foreheads. New brothers, please watch more videos on Hu Yudi's homepage. Jin Baobao will definitely subvert your worldview. So, after reading the old fans' reply, netizens continued to watch the video. Soon, while watching the video, they exclaimed, "Holy crap! This bird actually scolds its owner? It's more than just a badass. It even swears." Last night during the livestream, it scolded another African grey parrot so badly that it couldn't even lift its head. Jin Baobao used swear words, without repeating them, and directly shut down the other party's live broadcast room. Is there such a thing? When netizens who came to check in heard the old fans exposing Jin Baobao's past, they were stunned. Holy crap! If this is so interesting, I have to pay attention. Chapter 32, A Bird, $1 million endorsement? What? Jin Baobao is on the news? Hu Yudi was confused after answering the phone. The call was from AI Kuan in the class. Look around quickly, the number of likes has already exceeded 1 million. At this rate, it's going to break 2 million today. AI Kuan's tone was very excited. Okay. I'll go check it out. When Hu Yudi heard that Wang Tang was on the news, she instantly lost all sleepiness. Soon, she opened Douyin and searched for the official account of Sequang Wancha. The first video on the homepage is news about Jin Baobao. It turns out that Jin Baobao was buying sanitary pads in the early morning, and it was recorded by the surveillance camera. After reading the news, Hu Yudi suddenly realized, looking around, he has more than 40 million fans, and his traffic is terrifying. The fact that birds buy sanitary napkins in the middle of the night is a first-class protected animal in the country, which is quite explosive. Hu Yudi saw a comment in the comments section, where has this news spread? Next, netizens from various IP addresses around the country commented, I was watching birds and buying sanitary pads in Xiguang, and my wife just scolded me, saying I'm not even as good as a bird. I'm watching in Beha. 666. Now the whole country knows that Sichuanese birds buy sanitary pads. More than that. Even in America, I know that birds buy sanitary pads. I'm in Africa right now, right here in the birthplace of the African grey parrot. If anyone needs one, reply 1 below and I'll send it to you shortly. Seeing this, Hu Yudi couldn't help but glance at Wang Tang beside her. Jin Baobao, you're on the news. You're going to be a star soon. It's on the news? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang couldn't help but open the system panel. Really, in the popularity column, it has now soared to 354135. In the morning, Wang Tang had just used up all his popularity points, and all of these points had increased in the past few days. However, he was not very satisfied, because, on Hu Yudi's phone, the video has received more than 1 million likes, but the converted popularity value is less than 400,000. Not accurate enough. Obviously, many people were just watching the fun. and knew that a bird went to a convenience store to buy sanitary napkins late at night, but they didn't know who this bird was. In fact, this is also normal. There are often people's works that become very popular on the internet, but when you mention the author, many people don't know him. At this time, Huyuti noticed an interesting comment posted by Snow White. Snow White, be safe and secure, even the birds know it. As soon as this comment was posted, netizens quickly liked it. 666. Snow White has really capitalized on this wave of traffic. This is an easy win. Snow White, quickly contact Jean Baobao and ask him to be the spokesperson for your brand. Yes. We must pay Jean Baobao for the advertising fee. Someone else made a joke below. Am I unworthy of having more freedom? I'm willing to pay double the advertising fee. Below, people posted in the names of Sophie, Kotex, and ABC. This made Huyuti laugh. Jean Baobao actually became the spokesperson for sanitary napkins. Wang Tang is also innocent. The reason why he bought Snow White was because he saw that Huyuti had used the same packaging as Snow White before. At this moment, the official Snow White account also reposted the video and added a special slogan, Snow White, safe and secure, even the birds know it. Moreover, after the advertising slogan, the official also added, we solemnly invite Jean Baobao to be the image ambassador of Snow White. 666. Snow White, are you serious? After seeing this video, netizens left comments below. What about the advertising fee? Arjun Baobao's appearance fee can't be less. Inviting a bird to be a product ambassador is fun. Honestly, this wave of Jin Baobao's promotion is even more impressive than Snow White's multi-million-dollar marketing budget. While other netizens were just watching the show, Huyuti actually received a private message from Snow White's official account. Invite Jean Baobao to endorse Snow White? And pay me millions in advertising fees? When Huyuti saw the content of the private message, she felt like she was dreaming. She never imagined that her first big fortune would come from Jean Baobao's endorsements. Moreover, these are not nuts or bird food, but sanitary napkins. After careful consideration, Huyuti chose to accept it, because she herself has always used Snow White. And the fact that Jin Baobao was accidentally recorded while buying sanitary napkins did bring huge traffic to Snow White. When Wu Qian saw this news, his thigh was broken. He called an emergency meeting. At the meeting, Wu Qian said to his partners, look. I told you that the internet celebrity bird IP has huge potential. Mr. Wu, your vision is correct, but this time our project failed. The partners heard this and said the boss of Joyo Entertainment is Wu Qian, but he has 3 partners. Don't worry. I will definitely make this project a success. Wu Qian patted his chest and made the promise. Judging from this news, packaging a parrot is indeed more commercially valuable than a cat or dog, because it can talk and is closer to humans. The other partners nodded. After leaving the meeting room, Wu Qian immediately made a phone call. Lao Mo, I want to eat fish. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Come to the market. A deep voice sounded on the phone. Wu Qian packed up, put on sunglasses and a mask, and drove to the vegetable market. He came to a fish stall. A man who was killing fish glanced at Wu Qian, stood up silently, and took him into the inner room. Who do you want to kill? Lao Mo had messy long hair, a beard, and smelled of fish. He was sharpening the curly knife. I'm not here to kill anyone this time, it's a bird. Wu Qian lowered his voice and said. Kill who? A bird, you say? Upon hearing this, Lao Mo stopped sharpening the knife and looked at Wu Qian in surprise. He was a middleman who helped Wu Qian deal with various troubles many times. It's not about killing birds, it's about stealing them. Wu Qian stated his purpose. He had already found out that Huyuti was a freshman and she did not live in the student dormitory but rented a house outside. This is an internet celebrity bird, you have to pay extra. After listening to Wu Qian's words, Lao Mo said, and raised 2 fingers. 2 million? Wu Qian asked. After hearing this surprised Lao Mo, who was about to raise the price. He originally planned to bid 200,000, but unexpectedly, the sponsor directly quoted 2 million. Okay. 2 million. Lao Mo agreed immediately. I want this bird on Monday. Wu Qian stated his conditions. No problem. Lao Mo nodded. Okay. I'll give you a deposit of 1 million first, and then another million after the deal is done. Wu Qian nodded. No. This is an internet celebrity bird. If anything happens to it, I have to get out of the spotlight immediately. I have to pay first, then the goods. Lao Mo was firm in his attitude. Wu Qian hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to agree. After all, he had previously planned to pay 3 million to Huyuti to buy the golden baby, but now he hired someone to steal it and saved 1 million. Soon, Wu Qian paid the 2 million yuan into his account. Lao Mo immediately took out his phone and sent a message to a person named Zhang San on his WeChat list. I'll give you 1 million, go steal a bird. Zhang San readily accepted it, and then he gave a task to his subordinate Li Si. I'll give you 500,000 yuan, go steal a bird. Li Si got the 500,000 yuan and immediately used his tricks to find a man named Wang Wu. I'll give you 100,000 yuan, go steal a bird. Wang Wu got the 100,000 yuan and immediately found his fellow villager, Ermotzi, come with me to steal a sparrow. After the job is done, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Chapter 33. You need to pay more. Ouch. Is this the bird that buys sanitary napkins? When Huyuti took Wang Tang into a breakfast shop, they immediately attracted the attention of customers. Yes. Yes. It's called Golden Baby. Huyuti smiled and nodded. Seeing the curiosity and admiration in these people's eyes, she felt happier than if she had received any praise herself. That's amazing. Everyone started praising Wang Tang. Some children even asked their parents, Mom, can I take a photo with the baby? Huyuti heard it and immediately said, shoot. Shoot. Soon, several children gathered around to take photos. Seeing how happy these children were, Wang Tang gave them special face and kept posing in various ways to make them laugh. Beauty, today's breakfast is free. You, my golden baby, have made my business several times better than usual. Finally, when paying the bill, the boss said with a smile, "Thank you, boss." Hu Yuti immediately thanked him. The look she gave Wang Tang became even more doting now that Jinbei was so famous. He can even enjoy free meals. At this time, Hu Yuti received a call from Snow White's official. After consultation, the two sides decided to arrange Hu Yuti and Jean Baobao to bring the goods today. After all, videos of people looking around are very popular at this time and can bring a lot of extra traffic. So, Hu Yuti posted a doing video full of apology. Family, I'm so sorry, I have to discuss cooperation with the brand this morning, so the live broadcast can only be arranged tonight. See you in the live broadcast room at 8 o'clock tonight. Fans left comments in the comments section. 666. Jean Baobao has become an internet celebrity. Family, has anyone used Snow White? How was the experience? Golden Baby is carefully selected and trustworthy. Jean Baobao, dysmenorrhea? What kind of sanitary napkins do you use? A female netizen with dysmenorrhea said, I use Mian Mapien, Jean Baobao. Everyone in the comments section uses Snow White, Husubao, and Yanigia, but you use Mian Mapien. No wonder you have dysmenorrhea. If you use Mian Mapien, it seems you are not qualified to watch this video. Right. Those who use the cotton code, go to the kids table. After reading the comments for a while, Hu Yuti turned off her phone. She took Wang Tang to the place designated by Snow White to sign the contract. You are Hu Yuti's sister, right? I am Bai Jie. A young woman in professional attire introduced herself. She is the person in charge sent by Snow White Company. Hu Yuti immediately shook hands with Bai Jie. This is the golden baby. Bai Jie looked at Wang Tang curiously. Call out. Wang Tang immediately whistled at Bai Jie. He looks like a cheapskate. Ha ha ha. Baby Jean can whistle. Bai Jie was immediately amused. Then, she took out a folder and handed it to Hu Yuti. This is the contract. If you have no objection, please sign your name here. After taking it, Hu Yuti began to carefully review the contents of the cooperation contract. After making sure there were no holes, she signed her name. Afterwards, Bai Jie rented an office as a live broadcast studio. This time, she also brought a large number of samples and various event slogans. Obviously, Snow White Company attaches great importance to this cross-border live broadcast. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Hu Yuti was a little nervous. It was her first time promoting products, and it was for a big company like Snow White. Wang Tang glanced at Hu Yuti, flapped his wings, and flew to the exhibition stand. Hu Yuti immediately glared at Wang Tang. Jean Baobao, what the hell are you doing? Hu Yuti, come up. Wang Tang stretched his neck and spoke in a clear voice. Ah. Hu Yuti was stunned. Bai Jie, who was directing the team, couldn't help but look over and asked, did Jean Baobao say that? Yes. Hu Yuti nodded. Golden baby. You're amazing. Bai Jie immediately came over, squatted down, picked up Wang Tang, and said softly, Jean Baobao, can you speak during the live broadcast later? More money. You have to pay more. Wang Tang flapped his wings and said. Ha ha ha. Pay more. Okay. I'll pay more. Bai Jie was immediately amused. At that time, a bird selling goods in the live broadcast room will definitely make the goods sell even better. In order to help Wang Tang perform well, Bai Jie also instructed her assistant to buy him a lot of nuts, all of which were of good quality. Finally, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Hu Yuti started the live broadcast on time, and people kept coming into the live broadcast room. When they saw Hu Yuti and Bai Jie standing in front of the camera, they immediately started posting comments. And the bird? We're here to see the birds. Anchor, let the birds sell the goods. Hey. Bro. I'm coming. Wang Tang rushed into the camera from the corner. Fuck. As Wang Tang entered the camera, the barrage of comments instantly became lively. Just like in the video, so shameless. Jinbei, please introduce yourself to everyone. Hello everyone. I am Jinbei. Hu Yuti said to Wang Tang. You are Jinbei, then who am I? Wang Tang didn't talk to Hu Yuti, but stared at her with his head tilted. Ha ha ha. You are Hu Yuti. Netizens were amused by Wang Tang's appearance. On the side, Bai Jie couldn't help but laugh. Watching the video is one thing, being there is another. Before meeting Wang Tang, Bai Jie was worried that the bird was carefully trained by its owner and that it was not that smart. However, since she saw the parrot, she has completely dispelled her concerns. This golden baby is smarter and more charming than the one in the video. Looking at the number of people online in the live broadcast room, there were already more than 4,000 people at this time. Bai Jie immediately gestured to Hu Yuti. Hu Yuti understood and said loudly to the camera, family. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast room. I'm going to give everyone a lucky bag. Assistant, arrange a lucky bag worth 10,000 do coins. As soon as she finished speaking, a lucky bag popped up in the live broadcast room. Netizens rushed to grab the lucky bags. Some old fans started posting comments. Hu Yuti is getting better too. She's giving out lucky bags worth 10,000. That's right. She used to be so stingy. With the blessing of the lucky bag, the popularity of the live broadcast room increased rapidly. Soon, the number of online users exceeded 10,000, 20,000. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room had reached its peak, Hu Yuti picked up a pack of Snow White sanitary napkins and began to explain it a little awkwardly. In the live broadcast room, netizens posted various disruptive comments. Not yet purchased, looking forward to delivery. Already filmed, credited to the anchor's account. The underwear is of great quality and doesn't pill. A big brand, trustworthy, and really comfortable to wear. Really comfortable, worth buying. The contraceptive effect is very good, the feet are not covered, and the washing is very clean. Seeing these comments, Yuri became even more nervous and even stuttered when she spoke. On the side, Jia's face was full of worry. She could see that this was Yuri's first time selling goods and she had no experience in dealing with these things. At this moment, Wang Tang flapped his wings violently and shouted in his unique smoky voice, 1, 2, 3, link up. Chapter 34 Sales skyrocketed. Oh my god. This bird is amazing. It even knows how to yell 1, 2, 3, link up? Hearing Wang Tang's words, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all shocked, and the barrage of comments flew. A host, Jin Baobao has spoken, and you haven't even connected yet. What are you waiting for? That's right. Hurry up and get the link. Yuri was a little overwhelmed when she saw the comments in the live broadcast room. Jia immediately made an OK gesture. Yuri immediately shouted, go. If Jin Baobao says go, then go. After saying that, she became a little nervous. After all, the product hasn't even been fully introduced yet. How can anyone buy it? Soon, a series of prompts appeared on the screen. Yu is placing an order. AI Cohen is placing an order. User XXX is placing an order. Yuri saw a series of familiar IDs and immediately became anxious. She hurriedly said, family. Buy it when you need it. If you don't need it, don't buy it randomly. Obviously, she is a very honest person and is worried that the fans in the live broadcast room will place orders to boost sales because they support her soon. An old fan posted a comment, Yuri, stop being so self-indulgent. We placed the order because Snow White is so sincere this time. Exactly. In the past 2 years, there haven't been many sanitary napkins that haven't had a bad reputation. Snow White is one of them. The quality has always been strong, but the price is a bit high. Today, the official price is lowered for a promotion. What are you waiting for? Stock up on it? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. This is for girls, what are you guys taking pictures of? Yuri still had some doubts. Can't it be used as a shoe insole? AI Cohen posted a barrage of comments and made jokes. He then explained, I bought it for my girlfriend. Yuri immediately looked at the price on the shared bike and found that it was indeed much cheaper than what she usually bought, so she breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, although Snow White's sanitary napkins are of good quality, they have never had much influence and are not considered a mainstream brand. This time the traffic has come at them, so of course they have to take the opportunity to promote it. Looking at the ever-increasing sales in the background, Jia's eyes lit up with surprise. She didn't expect that this parrot had such a strong appeal, and Yuri, thanks to Wang Tang's help, gradually relaxed and began to fluently introduce the product's features, advantages and usage methods. In order to make the live streaming process less boring, Wang Tang also made various jokes to make it more interesting. He even flew over to the booth and deliberately lowered his voice. This Snow White is like putting a little cloud on your butt, so soft and comfortable. Netizens were immediately amused and started posting comments, haha. Damn little cloud. You're a bird, what do you know? Golden baby, you haven't used it before. Exactly. Jinbeo, you haven't used Snow White before, so what goods are you carrying? During the interaction between Wang Tang and netizens, the live broadcast atmosphere became very hot, the number of online people continued to rise, and the number of orders also skyrocketed. After the live broadcast of selling goods ended, Jia smiled from ear to ear. She handed over a nut and said, Jin Baobao, you are amazing. It's a piece of cake. Wang Tang caught it with his mouth, and quickly broke the shell with his beak and ate the kernel inside. This time, the sales of the products have far exceeded expectations. You two have become rising stars in the sales industry. I'm sure there will be many businesses looking for you to cooperate in the future. Jia said with a smile. She checked the sales data and found that the total sales of this live broadcast exceeded 2 million. Yuri smiled and said, Sister Bai, this is purely a coincidence. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jia and Yuri shook hands. Then, she picked up Wang Tang again and said, Golden baby, see you next time. Goodbye, beautiful sister. Wang Tang said immediately. Ha ha ha. Baby Jean is so sweet. Jia was immediately happy. And next, Yuri and Wang Tang were sent home by the driver arranged by Snow White Company. Golden baby, we are millionaires now. Yuri walked briskly in the community. She comes from an ordinary family. She earns her own money for rent and live broadcast equipment, and works as a tutor during the summer vacation. Seeing the money deposited into her bank card, Yuri immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to each of her parents. As a result, my father called soon. Dad. Yuri answered the phone. Shaddai, you just transferred 200,000 yuan to me? Dad asked immediately. Yeah. I turned it. Yuri said in a cheerful tone. Where did you get so much money? Mr. Hu asked worriedly. Obviously, he was worried that his daughter would learn bad things outside. I made money from live streaming. Yuri told the truth. You can make so much money from live streaming. Mr. Hu was obviously a little skeptical. Did you sign up with a guild? Be careful. Some guilds specifically target newbies. Yuri immediately explained, Dad. Don't worry. I didn't sign a contract with the guild. This time, I accepted an endorsement, huh? You got an endorsement deal because of your bird? Dad seemed to be listening to a foreign language. Dad. Go look around and see Jin Baobao's video on the homepage. Yuri knew that her father didn't believe it, so she said. Okay. I'll go check it out later. Daughter, I'll transfer the money back to you. Your mom and I don't spend much money at home, and you've just started your live streaming business, so you'll need a lot more money. Dad nodded and said. Dad. You've lived frugally for our family all these years. This money is your daughter's filial piety to you. Your car is already very old from running Didi. Use this money to buy a new one. I know you've been eyeing a new car for a long time but have been reluctant to buy it. Now that your daughter has grown up and can support herself, Dad, you and Mom should live a good life at home. Hu Yudi said this with true feelings. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and then Father Hu's relieved voice came, Hey. Good. Good. My daughter has grown up. Shout I, since this money was earned by Jean Baobao, you must treat it well. Our family is blessed by it. He really didn't expect that a bird could make the whole family's living conditions so much better. Yeah. Dad, don't worry. Hu Yudi nodded solemnly. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the 600,000 yuan still lying in her bank card, gritted her teeth and made another decision. Jean Baobao, let's donate half. With this in mind, Hu Yudi directly found a trustworthy foundation and donated 500,000 yuan to disabled children. Hu Yudi received a total of 1 million yuan in endorsement fees. She donated 500,000 yuan and transferred 200,000 yuan to each of her parents. Now she has 100,000 yuan left. After doing all this, Hu Yudi felt at ease and warm in her heart. She gently stroked Wang Tang's wings with her hand. Golden baby. I'll buy you some more delicious food with the remaining money. Wang Tang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this silly girl who usually looked heartless actually had such positive values. If an average young person earns so much money for the first time, he or she will probably use it to buy cars, mobile phones, brand-name clothes and luxury goods. Suddenly, Wang Tang felt a sense of alarm in his heart. Chapter 35, First Encounter with the Enemy. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Is there any danger? Wang Tang immediately looked around vigilantly. He knew that this was the first talent crisis warning triggered. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Xian Duo, what's wrong with you? Xin Yue felt that Wang Tang was instantly furious and immediately asked worriedly. Are you feeling unwell? I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. Wang Tang said, pretending to be tired. He knew that someone must be trying to harm him. Yeah. You've had a tiring day today. Xin Yue nodded, then she took Wang Tang towards their rented place. At this moment, a van was parked outside the community. There were two people in the car, one was tall and thin, and the other was short and had no hair. Fifth brother, why didn't we just take them by surprise and attack them when they were off guard? The bald man asked the tall and thin man. You're full of jingles, you're going to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu slapped Baldi Ermatzi on the forehead. Didn't you see there are surveillance cameras in the community? So what should we do? Ermatzi touched his bald head, feeling somewhat confused. Tomorrow is Monday, and the girl has to go to school. Since no one is at home, let's pretend to be doing repairs. With two of us, how can we not catch a sparrow? Wang Wu said with a smile. Fifth brother, it's you who's the best at stealing. Ermatzi immediately flattered him. Wang Wu said complacently, this is called professionalism. No. I have to add some quickly. Lying in bed, Wang Tang had no desire to sleep at all. He opened the system panel. After one day, the popularity value has risen to 1.89 million. Exchange for 189 attribute points. Wang Tang gave the order without hesitation. To redeem 189 attribute points, 1,890,000 popularity points will be consumed. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations, host. 1,890,000 popularity points were deducted and successfully exchanged for 189 attribute points. No need to talk about anything else. I'll fill up my physical fitness first. Thinking of this, Wang Tang frantically improved his physical fitness. After consuming 71 attribute points, he successfully increased his physical fitness to 100 points. When his physical fitness reached 100 points, Wang Tang felt the biggest change. That is, his body was constantly strengthened, his bones became very hard, and his skin membranes became extremely tough. He even had a vague suspicion that he was about to become invulnerable to swords and guns. However, nothing is known yet as it has not been tested yet. I still have 118 attribute points. I'll add 50 to agility. Only with enough speed can we better avoid danger. Afterwards, Wang Tang added another 20 points of spirit to himself. As for the last 48 points, he added them to strength. Relook at the panel. Frowny face host, Wang Tang, species, African Grey Parrot, level 1, constitution, 100, spirit, 30, strength, 58 agility, 60 lucky, 10 skills, flying LV3, climbing LV3, pronunciation simulation LV3, skill points, 18. Should this be enough to face the coming crisis now? Wang Tang closed the system panel, closed his eyes and went to sleep. As long as he is given a few more days, it will be enough for him to evolve to the second level. By then, not only will all his attributes experience a qualitative leap, but he will also gain new talents and abilities. The next morning, Xin Yue got up as usual and went to class. Before leaving, she said to Wang Tang, Chen Duo, there are snacks and dried fruits prepared at home, you can help yourself. There is also water on the coffee table. Wang Tang flapped his wings and said slowly, got it. Ha! Say a few more words, and you still think I'm annoying. Xin Yue changed her shoes, closed the door and left. After Xin Yue left, Wang Tang immediately got up from the bed. He came to the cage and knocked on it with his claws. Ding ding, the iron rod was clanging loudly, but Wang Tang didn't feel any pain at all. The silver baby in the cage nearby was awakened and immediately shrank back in fear when he saw this. After testing his claws, Wang Tang used his beak to bite the cage. Click. Soon, the iron wire on the birdcage actually bent. Oh my god. My mouth feels like a vice. Wang Tang was quite satisfied that if he continued to exert force, he could bite the thin wire directly through. However, Wang Tang did not do so a flutter. Afterwards, Wang Tang tested the flying speed again, accelerated instantly, and shot out like a sharp arrow. Just as Wang Tang was making a fuss at home, the bird-stealing duo also began to act. They found a set of maintenance workers' clothes, put on safety helmets and carried tools in their hands. The security guard took one look at the two of them and decided to let them go. After all, this is an old community and people often ask maintenance workers to come to their homes, so they are used to it. Fifth brother, where is the bird? Ermatzi asked Wang Wu in a low voice. You don't even know this? 2B. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu walked forward with his bag. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you scolding me? Ermatzi touched his bald head, feeling very aggrieved. I'm talking about building 2, block B. Wang Wu quickly found the direction, lowered his hat, and led the way. Soon, the two went upstairs. After getting out of the elevator, Wang Wu immediately checked the surveillance camera in the corridor and cut off the power in the room. When he arrived at Wang Tang's house, Wang Wu took out a piece of wire, poked it into the keyhole twice, and the door opened. I'll deal with the surveillance first, you look for care. After Wang Wu entered the house, he gently closed the door and then neatly destroyed the surveillance camera. Ermatzi immediately took out a hammer from his toolbox and looked around the house. What are you doing with a hammer? Wang Wu saw this and scolded in a low voice. So what do we do? Ermatzi asked immediately. In the past, when he received an order, he would just take a hammer, walk behind the target, and hit him on the back of the head. If one hit doesn't kill him, use a sledgehammer and hit him again. 40 small hammers, 80 big hammers, invincible. Wang Wu pulled out a few cylinders from his backpack, assembled them, and said confidently, times have changed. I have a blowgun with a needle coated with anesthetic. If I poke it right, I can bring down even an elephant. Wang Tang had already sensed that someone was coming through his crisis sense and had already hidden in the bathroom. When he heard what the two people said, he immediately became alert. After all, it was his first time facing an enemy, and they were two humans who were much larger than him. Moreover, these two men have weapons aimed at Wang Tang. Where's K'er? Wang Wu looked around the living room, staring at the empty cage. It won't fly away, will it? It has wings. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. Ermatzi pointed to the open window and said, Fly your head. Wang Wu walked behind him and slapped him on the head. Hurry and find it. Ermatzi walked towards the bedroom angrily, while Wang Wu approached the bathroom step by step. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Wang Tang's feathers exploded. Chapter 36. The thief was so scared that he wanted to call the police. Wang Wu carefully pushed open the bathroom door, holding the blowpipe tightly in his hand. Just as he put half of his body in, a gray shadow rushed towards him as fast as lightning. Ouch! What is that? Wang Wu felt a flash before his eyes and a piercing pain came from the back of his hand. He subconsciously let go of his hand. With a clang, the blowpipe fell to the ground. Obviously, Wang Tang's target was the blowpipe in Wang Wu's hand. He had just heard how powerful the old man was at blowing the blowpipe. Wang Tang had also heard of people using this thing to steal dogs before. Wang Tang's claw scratched across the back of Wang Wu's hand, leaving 3 hideous bloody marks on it, so deep that the bone was visible. Then, he landed steadily on the sink, tilted his head, and said in an extremely provocative tone, Grandpa is here. Wang Wu was stunned, and Ermatzi also ran over after hearing the noise. They both stared at the parrot on the sink in amazement. This bird can not only talk, but also taunt? Fifth brother, is this bird a spirit? Ermatzi stuttered. What a spirit? This is a parrot, it can talk. What are you still standing there for? Can't you see how badly my hand is injured? Wang Wu became angry and embarrassed. Ermatzi finally reacted and swung his hammer towards Wang Tang. You flat-haired bastard. You dare to hurt my fifth brother? I'll smash you to pieces. In Wang Tang's eyes, Wang Wu's movements were slowed down infinitely, and even the trajectory of his swinging hammer was clearly visible. Swish, just as the hammer was about to hit him, Wang Tang spread his wings and flew away from his original position in an instant. Bang! Ermatzi smashed the sink directly with a hammer, cracking the tiles on it. Wow! It's flying pretty fast. Ermatzi missed the target with his hammer, so he immediately picked up the hammer and continued hitting. Wang Tang solved the biggest threat and felt relieved, and started to tease the bald man. He deliberately flew slowly and attracted him to swing the hammer continuously. Bang! 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 Soon, the tiles in the bathroom were almost destroyed by Ermatzi, and he was also exhausted and out of breath. On the other side, Wang Wu seized the opportunity and picked up the blowpipe on the ground. He endured the severe pain in his right hand and aimed with his left hand. Wang Tang noticed Wang Wu's actions out of the corner of his eye and naturally did not give him this opportunity. Start circling around Ermatzi. Ermatzi was holding a sledgehammer in his hand, but he was nowhere near as agile as Wang Tang. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Wang Wu immediately winked at Ermatzi. Ermatzi, calm down. Why? Ermatzi immediately stopped moving. Crash! Wang Tang landed directly on Ermatzi's bright bald head and scratched it gently with his claws. This light bulb is quite bright. I don't need to turn on the light at night. Fifth brother, hurry. It's on my head. Ermatzi shook his head in panic, trying to shake Wang Tang off. Wang Wu seized the opportunity, raised the blowpipe and shot. With a whoosh, a tiny anesthetic needle flew out. Wang Tang was already on guard and dodged it. With a light jump of the anesthetic needle went straight into Ermatzi's head. Ouch! Ermatzi screamed, feeling a sharp pain on the top of his head, and then began to numb. Fifth brother. You pricked me. Wang Wu was also dumbfounded. I didn't mean it. Wang Tengfei returned to the sink, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha. You idiot teammates. Are you the reinforcements monkey invited in? At this time, Matzi had already begun to stagger. Fifth brother, I feel a little dizzy. Before he could finish his words, he fell to the ground with a thud, and then he started snoring. Wang Teng shook his head. It's great to be young. Fall asleep right away. Wang Wu looked at his fallen companion, then at the smug parrot, his face turning blue with anger. I'm going to catch you today. As he said this, he picked up the blowgun again, ready to shoot Wang Teng with the anesthetic needle. Before Wang Wu could react, he saw a gray shadow flash by, and the blowpipe in his hand was suddenly hit by a huge force, instantly twisted and deformed, and fell to the ground with a clang. He was horrified to find that there was a noticeable dent on the fine steel blowpipe. How is this possible? Wang Wu was stunned. Now, Wang Teng's eyes were sharp and his voice was as cold as ice. It's my turn. Don't come over here. Wang Wu took out a net from his bag in horror and threw it towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng had anticipated this move long ago, and he accelerated instantly, emerging from the gap in the net like a gray lightning bolt. His enhanced agility allowed him to dodge the attack easily. Too slow. Wang Teng did a graceful flip in the air. With your level, you're still trying to learn how to steal birds? Wang Wu was completely enraged and swung the net wildly, making a mess of the bathroom, with hand sanitizer, towels, and toilet paper scattered all over the floor. Wang Teng dodged with ease, and from time to time he used his claws to leave scars on Wang Wu's body, making him look extremely embarrassed. Ah! I must catch you. Wang Wu was already furious. Swish. Swish. Wang Teng's claws were extremely sharp, and wherever he scratched, a bloody mark would be left on Wang Wu's body. When Wang Teng drilled under Wang Wu's crotch again, leaving a trail of blood, Wang Wu slipped and sat down on the ground, screaming in pain. Wang Teng's bird eyes widened instantly. It seemed like the stupid thief just now sat down on a broken tile, the chrysanthemums are withered, and the ground is covered with wounds. Devil! You are a devil! Wang Wu was covered in bruises. He struggled to crawl out of the bathroom, leaving trails of blood on the ground. It was a miserable sight. Where are you running to? Wang Teng flapped his wings and chased after him. Call the police. I want to call the police. Wang Wu muttered as he saw the approaching devil parrot. If he continued to stay here, he suspected that he would be tortured to death by this parrot. You want to call the police? You're a thief. How can you be so useless? Wang Teng was a little surprised when he heard what Wang Wu said. What he didn't know was that at this moment, in Wang Wu's eyes, he was more terrifying than the police. After all, he stole something, was arrested, and was released after a few months. But this death-like parrot can be fatal. Wang Wu took out his cell phone, trembling, and was about to call the police when Wang Teng passed by like a flash of lightning. Ouch! Wang Wu felt pain in his intact left hand, and his cell phone flew out of his hand and fell to the ground with a bang. Wang Teng walked slowly to Wang Wu, raised his paw and stepped lightly. With just a click sound, a glass cup suddenly turned into a pile of fragments. What kind of monster is this? Wang Wu's eyes were filled with fear. Now he deeply regretted taking this deal. What kind of bird was this? It was clearly a monster. I'll count to 3, and if you don't run, I'll rip your throat out with my claws. Wang Teng stared at Wang Wu sharply, his voice frighteningly calm, totally unlike the tone a bird should have. Wang Wu, as if pardoned, crawled towards the windowsill. Under Wang Teng's gaze, he hurriedly flipped out of the windowsill and fled in panic. Seeing this, Wang Teng shook his head. Look, you are anxious again. The reason why he let the thief escape was to avoid exposing his own strength. Otherwise, a parrot killing an adult would surely cause panic. By then, Wang Teng will definitely be caught and sliced into pieces for research. After the tall Wang Wu escaped, Wang Teng began to simply arrange the scene. In fact, he had intentionally guided the bald man to wreak havoc in the bathroom to cover up his own actions. Later, Wang Wu happened to sit down on the tiles, so he didn't need to disguise himself at all. Chapter 37. The parrot can also decorate the scene. The police are logic experts and they will look for reasonable explanations. Wang Teng's current task is to provide the uncles and hats with the most reasonable and least brain-intensive explanation. First, Wang Teng used his claws to pick up Ermatzi's big hammer, continued to destroy it in the bathroom to completely cover up his traces, and finally put it back to Ermatzi. After doing all this, he did not forget to cut some wounds on his body, and even dropped a few feathers at the right time. Just as Wang Teng was handling the scene, residents in the community also saw Wang Wu running away. When everyone saw him climbing out of the window of the community, they immediately shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" When Wang Wu heard this, he immediately ran faster. He even threw away all the tools on his body, escaped into the van, and sped away. Call the police. Seeing a thief entering the community in broad daylight, the residents immediately called the police. Soon, a siren sounded. Hearing the siren, Wang Teng immediately stopped what he was doing. He wet his hair, making it look messy. When the police arrived at the door, the first thing they saw was the damaged surveillance camera and the pried open door. Help! Help! When Wang Teng noticed the police coming in, he made a frightened and pitiful sound. Is there anyone in the room? The police arrived at Wang Teng's location immediately later. They discovered that the one crying for help was actually a parrot. At this moment, the parrot was hiding in the corner of the cage, hugging its head with its wings, its feathers drooping and trembling slightly. A parrot? A middle-aged policeman was a little surprised. However, when he looked at Wang Teng carefully, he was a little uncertain. It looks like a golden baby? The accompanying police officers also looked at him and said, "It really looks like him." When the police approached, Wang Teng became even more terrified. He flew around in the cage, his eyes full of fear, and he looked extremely frightened. "Captain Zhang. There's someone here who's fainted." Just then, someone found Ermatzi fainted in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang immediately went to the bathroom and conducted a careful inspection. There's a needle stuck in his head. He must have been drugged. The bathroom was a mess, with signs of vandalism. Notify the owner of the house and ask her to take inventory of the losses. When Hu Yuti received a call and learned that her house had been robbed, she immediately rushed back. She immediately went to check on Wang Tang. Baby Jean, how are you? Captain Zhang immediately said, this parrot is frightened and has some wounds on its body. It looks like the thief is coming for it. Ah. Baby Jean is so well behaved, why would anyone want to attack him? Hu Yuti asked immediately after hearing this. We received a call from a resident of the community. A thief climbed out of the window and ran away. Another person fainted in the bathroom. We will bring them back for a thorough investigation. Captain Zhang said immediately. He was obviously very familiar with Wang Tang and warned, Hu Yuti, you must be careful in the future, try not to leave your golden baby bird at home. People these days will do anything for money. 2 years ago, a very human-like internet-famous fish was stolen from a park in Yuqing. Golden baby, don't be afraid. We're safe now. The bad guys have been chased away by the police. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuti immediately reached out and took the trembling Wang Tang out of the cage and held him in her arms. Hu Yuti, please take inventory first to see if there is any damage at home. We will register it. Captain Zhang reminded, good. Hu Yuti held Wang Tang and started checking the house. Quickly, she shook her head, nothing valuable is missing. At this time, the police had completed collecting traces at the scene. They took Ermatzi to the police station. Shortly after arriving at the police station, Ermatzi woke up. He opened his eyes and found himself in the police station. He panicked, why am I here? You've been arrested. The facts of the crime are clear. Tell the truth. Captain Zhang sat opposite Ermatzi. He asked, do you still remember how you fainted? Why don't you remember? Fifth brother was blowing a bird with his blowpipe and it hit me on the head. Ermatzi said depressedly after hearing this. There were 2 hammers at the scene, both with your fingerprints. Are they yours? Yes. Did you smash the things in the bathroom? Yes. Ermatzi confessed the truth. Do you know where Wang Wu went? Captain Zhang looked at Ermatzi, I don't know. Ermatzi's head shook like a rattle. After collecting and comparing information, the police soon discovered that this was a repeat offender. However, this pockmarked guy only did some sneaky things. His methods were cruel but the harm was not great. So, Captain Zhang asked in confusion, why did you steal the bird? I have no money left. I must steal. Ermatzi said righteously. Don't steal. If you don't steal, you won't have any money to use. Then why don't you go get a job? You have hands and feet. It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in my life. I don't know how to do business, so I can only rely on stealing to make a living. Captain Zhang continued, aren't you afraid of going to the detention center? Going into the detention center is like going home. It's much better here than at home. It's so boring being alone at home, but once I got in, everyone there is so talented and speaks so nicely. I love being in there. Ermatzi had one hand handcuffed, but he smiled and talked freely. Captain Zhang shook his head when he heard this. He had no way to deal with this habitual offender. The police also opened Wang Wu's mobile phone and obtained the information inside. This guy's called Wang Wu. Someone contacted him via WeChat and gave him 100,000 yuan to steal a bird. It was none other than Jin Bao Bao. After checking the WeChat records, colleagues from the information department told Captain Zhang. Then the facts are clear. They are indeed going after the golden baby. Captain Zhang nodded when he heard this. In fact, this case is not a big deal and the facts are very clear. The only regret is that one thief escaped. Jin Bao Bao is now an internet celebrity bird with a huge social impact. We need to solve the case as soon as possible. Soon, Deputy Director Wei arrived at the scene. He was very familiar with Wang Tang. After all, he had collaborated with this clever parrot to shoot a video last time. Captain Zhang assured him, Director Wei, don't worry. This case is very simple. It was indeed not difficult. Through WeChat chat records, they quickly solved this bird stealing case that had been subcontracted through layers of subcontracting through Wang Wu's mobile phone chat records. The police arrested Li Si as soon as possible. Lic then gave out Zhang San, and Zhang San then gave out Lao Mo. Finally, the police found the culprit Wu Qian through Lao Mo. After figuring out the whole story of the case, even the uncles in hats who were handling the case couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wu Qian offered a 2 million yuan reward for stealing a bird, but after all the subcontracting, only 10,000 yuan was left in Ermatzi's hands? Ermatzi was furious when he heard the news. I didn't expect fifth brother to be so ruthless. He got 100,000 and only gave me 10,000. How unfair. When Wu Qian learned that Wang Wu and Ermatzi had messed things up, his face was full of regret. After the case was solved, the Sichuan police immediately announced the case. After reading the announcement, netizens immediately became furious. What? Wu from Joyo Entertainment actually hired a murderer to steal the baby gold? The funny thing is, he spent 2 million to hire a killer, but after all the subcontracting, the thief who came to steal was left with only 10,000 yuan. That's called a middleman making a profit. After Hu Yuti learned the truth, she hated Wu Qian so much that her teeth itched and netizens left messages in the comment section. Hu Yuti, you should move out as soon as possible. Yes. Spend a little more money and rent a place with a better environment. Golden baby is a valuable bird now, worth millions, so it's only natural that a thief would covet it. After reading the comments, Hu Yuti nodded in agreement. She looked at Wang Tang, Jin Bao Bao, we're moving today. Chapter 38. The little parrot made a great contribution. After careful selection, Hu Yuti chose a newly built community and rented a garden house there. The rent was a bit expensive, but the community was under closed management and was more secure. Hu Yuti called a moving company and moved her luggage to her new residence in one go. She held Wang Tang in her arms and refused to let go for a moment. Obviously, Hu Yudi was very worried about the thief's visit. After arriving at his new home, Wang Tang couldn't wait to get out and play, so he kept saying, "Go down and play. Go down and play. Golden baby, do you want to go down and play?" Hu Yudi immediately put Wang Tang on the sofa. "Just stand here for a while. You're injured, don't move." Wang Tang was helpless. He was such a successful victim that he not only fooled Uncle Hat, but also Hu Yudi, the shit scooper. There was nothing he could do but nod slightly. "Baby Jean, you rest here first. Mommy will go clean up the house." Hu Yudi dragged boxes and hung various clothes in the closet, then she took the kitchen utensils to the kitchen and installed the live broadcast equipment. After finishing all this, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Hu Yudi was sweating all over and sat on the sofa to rest. She looked at Wang Tang and said, "Baby Jean, what do you want to eat tonight? Mommy will make it for you. Eat meat." Wang Tang really missed the braised pork cooked by Hu Yudi. "Okay. I'll go burn it right away." Hu Yudi immediately stood up and brought all the meat and vegetables she had bought. Wang Tang was looking around his new home. He found that this new house was much better than the previous one in terms of space and everything else. Moreover, the house is fully decorated and the owner has even installed a smart home. Wang Tang shook his feathers and spoke in a clear voice. "Xiao AI classmate. I am here. Turn on the TV." In an instant, the LCD TV in the living room turned on automatically. Wang Tang selected a movie and started playing it. Hearing the noise in the living room, Hu Yudi was startled and rushed out with a kitchen knife. When she saw Wang Tang watching a movie seriously, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Jean Bao Bao, you can even turn on the TV by yourself. Go away. Go away." Wang Tang signaled Hu Yudi to continue cooking and not to disturb him. "You are the boss." Hu Yudi couldn't help but smile. When she saw Wang Tang just this afternoon, her heart skipped a beat, because at that time, Wang Tang's hair was messy, there were bloodstains on his body, and he looked listless. On the other hand, the police arrested Wu Qian, Lao Mo, Zheng San, and Li Si, who were involved in the case, and immediately launched a surprise interrogation. It doesn't matter if there is no trial, but once there is, you will be shocked. Zheng San and Lao Mo turned out to be wanted criminals who had been hiding for many years, especially Lao Mo. He has several lives on his hands. However, his last crime was more than 10 years ago. But if the Jean Baobao case had not happened this time, perhaps this deep-sea tycoon would have continued to hide. As for Zhang San, he is a serial killer. He is good at counter-reconnaissance and handling crime scenes. In that era when criminal investigation methods were relatively backward, he often escaped the law. However, after collecting DNA from him, it was found to be a match to multiple homicide cases. Captain Zhang burst into laughter when he heard the result. "So, we have picked up 2 great merits? This is all thanks to Jean Baobao." The other police officers all said this with a smile. Someone suddenly had an idea and said, "Little Parrot, great achievement." "Hey. That's right. Hurry up and send the materials to the propaganda department. Have them write an article and post it on our official Douyin account. This time, we're finally going to get rid of the label of the worst official account for the Sichuan police." Director Wei said with a smile. In fact, they are under great pressure because, in the Sichuan region, Sichuan radio station has a big account called Observe Everywhere with more than 40 million fans. The Transportation Bureau has another person named Tan Ping Traffic, who is also a super V. Even the official account of China Mobile released a video about itself being castrated, which was widely praised on the internet. When several police officers from the publicity department received the material, they couldn't stop grinning. This is God's gift. With this explosive material, if we can't generate traffic, we'll be beheaded. Exactly. Whether it was the outsourcing of their bird theft or the interrogation of that pockmarked idiot, even us professional police officers couldn't help but laugh. And that brilliant ending where they uncovered 2 wanted criminals was absolutely amazing. After watching it, a few people immediately started writing relevant copy, and finally filmed and edited the video. Everyone worked tirelessly in overtime until 10 o'clock in the evening to finally edit the video. After being reviewed by several bureau leaders, Li Yuwei immediately posted the video on the official account of the Sichuan police. Long before, when the Sichuan police issued a police notice, it had already caused a certain amount of heat. This video provides additional details about the case, and netizens immediately came to watch it. After watching the video, they left comments in the comment section. "I can't stop laughing. Look, the interrogator's hat has the corners of his mouth harder to hold down than an AK. I can't help it. There are just too many funny moments in this case. I thought I was reading encyclopedia of embarrassing stories. What a joke. Wu Qian spent 2 million to hire someone to steal a bird, and after so many subcontractors, only 10,000 came into Air Motzi's hands." Speaking of outsourcing, we have to mention a certain movie. The special effects cost tens of millions, and were ultimately completed by a few college students. Netizens began to discuss, this Lao Mo is really ruthless. He got 2 million and directly pocketed 1 million. It's the same with Zhang San. He gets 1 million, but when the next buyer gets it, only 500,000 is left. If we talk about ruthlessness, it has to be Wang Wu. He only took half of everyone else's money. He got 100,000 yuan, but he only gave Ermatzi 10,000 yuan. Someone immediately asked, who is Ermatzi? Why didn't I see him in the official announcement? He's Zhou. His real name might be Zhou something, and his nickname is Ermatzi. Ermatzi was truly miserable. In the end, he took it all on his own. During the attack, he was accidentally injured by an accomplice using an anesthetic needle, leaving the police with a wound. And that Wang Wu, he escaped in his Wuling scooter. Ermatzi, hey. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Some people even made animated pictures, which are very vivid. Picture, speaking of this Mr. Zhou, he's quite talented. Watching the police interrogation, he showed no remorse at all, and even seemed a bit smug. Yes. He said he's a professional dog thief. He charges 80 for a big dog and 40 for a small one. Over the past few years, he's stolen at least 800, if not 1,000. Damn dog dealer. My dog was stolen by a dog dealer. Hey. Although Joe is not a good for nothing, he does have an interesting soul. It's impossible for him to work, and he can only make a living by stealing. I love the detention center. Everyone in there is talented and speaks well. After this interesting video was released, it was gradually reposted by major official sources and became more and more popular. Chapter 39 Jinbeobeo, you are a lucky bird. Sichuan Metropolitan News. Recently, Sichuan police cracked a bizarre theft case. The suspect, Wu, hired thugs to steal a nationally protected first-class animal. After layers of subcontracting, the result was ridiculous. Elephant News, Sichuan police recently cracked a theft case, apprehending 2 fugitives who had been on the run for years. As various official accounts and self-media continued to repost the news, it gradually made its way onto the social charts. Although the traffic on the social list is not as high as the Douyin hot search list, it also attracted millions of people to watch. The number of likes and reposts of the video released by the official account of Sichuan police increased at a visible speed, and the comments section was completely overwhelmed. Ha 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 ha. I declare this the best comedy of the year. Even the screenwriter wouldn't dare to write this. One netizen even tagged the director of Crazy Stone in the comment section. Director Ning, this is a ready-made script, hurry up and shoot it, I want to see it. After deducting money from numerous sources, he finally pocketed 10,000 yuan and used it to steal nationally protected animals? Mr. Zhou is truly too dedicated. Laugh at the memes, not the people. I'm a member of society, Zhou. Am I the only one who feels bad for that parrot? Golden baby, I was so scared. The Sichuan police are standing up. This wave of popularity is due to, this wave of cases were handled beautifully. To celebrate solving 2 major cases, the police are having a dinner at a food stall tonight. Chief Wei held up his phone, repeatedly refreshing the back-end data. His hands trembled with excitement as he watched the skyrocketing number of followers, comments, likes, and favorites. His eyes even moistened. It's a big deal. It's really a big deal. Our official Sichuan police account has finally made it. We're so proud. Young police officer Liu Wei and several other colleagues who attended the dinner also gathered together, with excited smiles on their faces. Liu Wei said with a smile, Director Wei, netizens are urging us to update in the comments section. They're asking if we have any more material for this kind of legal education comedy, saying it's more exciting than watching TV dramas. Director Wei waved his hand, full of confidence, yes. Of course not. Tell all netizens, stay tuned. We, the Sichuan police, will continue to update legal education videos. Follow us and don't get lost. Remember to click 3 times. There is no doubt that at this moment, the Sichuan police have completely gotten rid of the label of the worst official account and have become the top internet celebrity in the new government media. It all started with an African grey parrot named Jean Baobao and an outrageous bird-stealing war. Gradually, some netizens were still not satisfied after reading the news, and flocked to Hu Yudi's previous live broadcast clips and videos. The comment section was full of messages such as, came here because of her reputation and watched the lucky bird. Meanwhile, in the new home. Hu Yudi came out of the kitchen carrying the fragrant and shiny braised pork, filling the house with the fragrance. She saw Wang Tan leaning on the softest cushion of the sofa, one of his wings resting on the remote control like a human hand, staring intently at the huge LCD TV in the living room. I'll film it for you. Putting down the plate in her hand, Hu Yudi immediately picked up her mobile phone and took 2 photos. At this moment, on TV, the anchor of the local news channel was reporting seriously. The course of this case was bizarre, and the outcome was even more unexpected. The unexpected event led to the resolution of a long-standing cold case, resulting in the arrest of 2 wanted criminals. Netizens jokingly called it a single bird leading to the discovery of a major case. Our city police stated that the net of justice is vast and will not let any criminal slip through. While the anchor was reporting the news, interrogation footage was playing on the screen. Ha! The police accidentally found 2 wanted criminals? Hu Yudi opened her mouth wide when she heard this. She couldn't help but hug Wang Tang, golden baby. They call you the lucky bird. Wang Tang flapped his wings in disdain, nimbly dodging Hu Yudi's claws. His small eyes were still fixed on the TV as he calmly said, basic exercises, don't be silly. That look was exactly like that of a reclusive tycoon who had hidden his achievements and fame and had long been indifferent to worldly praise. Hu Yudi was so amused by his pretentious expression that she took out her cell phone again and took a few photos. Then, she pushed the steaming bowl of braised pork onto the coffee table in front of Wang Tang. Golden baby is the best. Come and try this braised pork. Mommy made this for you. You've been through a lot today, so I'm going to calm you down and help you recover. Hu Yudi's tone was full of doting and fear. If the ones who went to steal were not those 2 stupid thieves but those 2 wanted criminals, then Jean Baobao would be in great danger today. Hu Yudi had no idea that with Wang Tang's current strength, even if the 2 wanted criminals went there in person, they would never come back. Smelling the rich aroma of meat, Wang Tang immediately buried his head in the bowl and started pecking at the food with his clever bird's beak, making smacking sounds. While eating, Hu Yudi sat on the soft sofa next to him, leaning back against the cushions, watching him wolf down his food while contentedly browsing her phone. Soon, she came across the video of the little parrot performs a great service released by the Sichuan police. Wow! This video has over 2 million likes. Hu Yudi couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the likes on the video. Afterwards, she began to read netizens' comments, and the various hot memes in them made her laugh nonstop. Of course, Hu Yudi also saw netizens' concern for Wang Tang. Seeing this, she immediately took a few photos of the new home, mixed them together with the previous photo of Wang Tang watching TV on the sofa, and posted them on her Douyin personal homepage, and also added a text. Seeing everyone's concern for Jin Baobao, I immediately filmed the video after moving to my new home to report to everyone. Soon, a large number of netizens left messages in the comments section. Seeing that Jin Baobao was okay, I feel relieved. Wow! This photo of Jin Baobao watching TV looks so bossy. Someone skilled in photo editing, please give Jin Baobao some sunglasses and a big gold chain. Soon, someone posted a picture of Wang Tang wearing sunglasses, a big gold chain, and a cigar clipped to his wings. 666. It's that smell. Looking at the silly comments from netizens and the new attention reminders that kept popping up in the background, Hu Yudi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Jin Baobao, you've made a splash this time. Look, we've gained so many new fans. Hearing Hu Yudi's reminder, Wang Tang raised his head from the bowl, with sauce still on the corner of his mouth, and glanced at Hu Yudi calmly. You have never seen the world. In fact, he couldn't wait to open the system panel with his mind. Sure enough, in the popularity column, a long string of numbers appeared again, 1.25 million popularity points. And that's only half a day. Wang Tang was ecstatic, feeling that his bird life had reached its peak and his future was bright. Breaking through to the second level and unlocking new talents was just around the corner. At this moment, Hu Yudi's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, she finally answered, hello? Excuse me, is this Ms. Hu Yudi? I'm the chief director of the show Cute Pets Rush Forward, and my last name is Lu. A middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a little anxious but trying to remain polite. Cute Pets Rush Forward? Hu Yudi was stunned when she heard this. She had heard of this program, which was a very popular live variety show recently, but what does this have to do with me? Suddenly, a light flashed through her mind, and she looked at Wang Tang on the sofa. Could it be that the program team wants to invite Jin Baobao? Chapter 48 Bigger Stage, Cute Pets Rush Forward. Wang Tang, who was standing by, immediately perked up when he heard what Hu Yudi said on the phone. This variety show increases followers faster than ordinary live broadcasts. Hello, Director Lu. What can I do for you? Although Hu Yudi understood Director Lu's intention, she still asked. Ms. Hu, this is what's going on. Director Lu's voice was a bit awkward and anxious. You might have seen the preview for our next live show. We were originally planning to invite a very intelligent African grey parrot to participate. Upon hearing this, Hu Yudi immediately remembered the African grey parrot Zhao Zhaohui that Wu Qian had previously planned to promote. Sure enough, Director Lu continued on the other end of the phone. But, you must have seen the news today. Mr. Wu, who originally recommended the parrot, is currently unable to cooperate with our work due to his involvement in some cases. Our production team just learned the exact news and is very shocked. Director Lu's tone was full of helplessness. Joyo Entertainment previously spent a lot of money to open up all the links in order to get Zhao Zhaohui on the show. In view of the generous sponsorship and the promised traffic of the internet celebrity parrot, the program team had already sent out the trailer, and the silhouette of the African grey parrot was printed on the poster, which was called The Magic Grey Parrot Appears. Now the sponsor is suddenly in jail, and the original scumbag has collapsed, so naturally he can't appear on the show. This puts the program crew in a very difficult situation. The live broadcast preview has been released, and the whole network knows that there will be an African grey parrot in the next episode. Now where can we find an African grey parrot that is heavy enough to take over the show? At this time, netizens left messages in the Weibo comment section. Program crew. Have you seen the police video? Here is the ready-made traffic password at. The house is in ruins, hurry up and ask for Jin Baobao. How can the fake one have the appeal of the real one? Jin Baobao, I heard someone wants to invite an African grey parrot to a show? Tactical fadeaway, if you don't invite Jin Baobao, I won't watch it. I want to see Jin Baobao arguing with everyone on the show. I beg the production team to invite Jin Baobao. Let him battle with the husky and destroy the house. It can be said that the comments section was completely occupied by calls for Golden Baby. That's why the program staff, after discussion, unanimously decided to invite Golden Baby to participate in the program. However, Director Lu was a little embarrassed because the project for Cute Pets Rush Forward was previously scheduled to be produced by Zhao Zhaohui under Joyo Entertainment. The grudge between the boss of Joyo Entertainment and Hu Yudi has long been a rumor. After rewording, Director Lu said sincerely, Miss Hu, our program team held an emergency meeting and agreed that your Golden Baby, in terms of fame, intelligence, and current positive image, is the most ideal and only guest candidate for our next show. I wonder if you would be willing to bring your baby Jin to participate in our next live broadcast recording. Don't worry. Jin Bao is not someone else's substitute, it is itself. Hu Yudi was a little stunned by this sudden formal invitation, and her heartbeat accelerated instantly. This is Cute Pets Rush Forward. This is currently the most popular pet live variety show in China, bar none. How many pet owners dream of letting their pets show up there but can't? Hu Yudi covered the microphone, looked at Wang Tang excitedly, and lowered her voice. Golden Baby. Did you hear that? Cute Pets Rush Forward invited us to the show. Wang Tang had already listened to the entire conversation. He proudly raised his head, flapped his wings, and flew to Hu Yudi's shoulder. He then spoke into the microphone of his mobile phone in a clear and melodious voice. That's right. The clear voice of the parrot came through the microphone to the other side. Director Lu on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned and silent for several seconds, as if overwhelmed by the response coming directly from the bird in question. Then he burst into ecstasy as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Great. Great. Jin Baobao agreed. Ms. Hu. Did you hear that? Jin Baobao agreed. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will have our staff take care of the details right away. We will definitely satisfy you with the remuneration. Director Lu's voice was so excited that it was almost incoherent, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. That's right, Jean Baobao's nod not only solved the program crew's urgent problem, but may even bring in explosive traffic far beyond expectations. After hanging up the phone, Hu Yudi still felt a little unbelievable. She picked up Wang Tang and spun around happily. Golden baby. We're going to be on TV. It's the hottest variety show right now. Wang Tang felt a little dizzy after being spun around by her. He pushed her face with his little wings and said in disgust, "Go away. Go away." But he was calculating in his mind, cute pets rush forward, live broadcast nationwide, how much popularity would that earn? What's more, this spot originally belonged to that imposter Zha Zhaoguiya. Now, after a series of changes, the situation has fallen on Wang Tang's head. Wu Qian can be said to have lost more than he gained. When he thought of this, Wang Tang felt refreshed. Is this the function of luck? Suddenly, Wang Tang thought of the luck value on the attribute panel. He decided to continue increasing his luck value and raise it to 100. After opening the system panel, Wang Tang issued an order without hesitation, exchange for 90 attribute points. To redeem 90 attribute points, 900,000 popularity points will be consumed. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations to the host. 900,000 popularity points were deducted and successfully exchanged for 90 attribute points. Wang Tang frantically used his mind to click on the plus behind the luck value until it could no longer be clicked. Just when he was adding some points, Hu Yudi also received a call from the Cute Pets Rush Forward program team. She immediately pressed the record button and discussed the details of the cooperation with the other party. After the collaboration was finalized, the official account of the Cute Pets Rush Forward production team immediately released the latest announcement with a particularly eye-catching headline. In response to strong calls from netizens, the next episode's mystery guest has been revealed. Please welcome our African gray parrot, the wise and courageous #golden baby #. The announcement also specifically posted a link to the Sichuan police video and said, "Thank you to the Sichuan police for finding the most suitable guest for us, wow." Netizens were instantly excited and flocked to the comment section. Ha! The police carefully selected them, they are trustworthy. Sichuan police, I feel like I've become a casting studio, dog head, golden baby. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. I can already sense how exciting the next episode will be. A crisis that could have ruined the reputation of the show Cute Pets Forward was transformed into a win-win cooperation that everyone was happy with thanks to Wang Tang's amazing online appeal. Chapter 41. Li Bai's coffin lid can no longer hold him down. Hu Yudi opened Douyin and received private messages of congratulations from fans. They were also concerned about when Jean Baobao would be able to start broadcasting. She looked up at Wang Tang, who was nestling comfortably on the sofa, staring at the TV intently. Her heart softened and she immediately decided, let's broadcast it for a while to let the fans know that he is safe. She carefully moved the live broadcast equipment to the living room and quietly pressed the start button, fearing that she would disturb the little ancestor. But as soon as the live broadcast started, fans flocked in. However, what caught their eyes was a slightly tricky candid camera angle. With the camera facing the gray figure on the sofa, netizens posted comments one after another. What kind of live broadcast angle is this? Why does it feel so sneaky? It feels like a sneaky dog. It looks exactly like I'm trying to secretly film my cat doing something bad. Hu Yudi quickly lowered her voice and explained, Baby Jean is watching TV. I don't want to disturb him. Ha? Baby Jean is watching TV? Does he understand? Some new netizens were stunned when they heard this. An old fan immediately explained, what's the big deal? Jean Baobao is a longtime fan of the show. It loves watching Journey to the West. It learned the line Grandpa is here from the Monkey King. I was just saying it sounded so familiar. It turns out this line is from Journey to the West. Anchor, give us a shot. Let's see what Jean Baobao is watching on TV. When Hu Yudi saw the barrage, she immediately turned the camera, and suddenly, the TV screen appeared in the camera. Neza 2, the Devil Child Conquers the Dragon King? I didn't expect that Jean Baobao prefers mythological movies. Ha ha ha. Is Jean Baobao watching the sequel? I remember it often said Tai Jinrun's line before, come and hit me, come and hit me. Don't say that. Jean Baobao is a rebellious person, he really looks like Neza. Wang Tang had already discovered that Hu Yudi was live streaming, so he decided to do something to increase the popularity of the live streaming. So, when the line in the movie, the thunder is rolling and I'm so scared, sounded, Wang Tang immediately stood up from the sofa. He started reciting at the top of his voice, and not only that, he also flapped his wings and swayed his body to the rhythm, performing a Neza dance. Ha! Jean Baobao was so excited when he saw the demon boy Neza that he even danced along? Netizens who watched the live broadcast were stunned. Golden Baby is too smart, right? I used to think the owner had taught it specifically, but it turns out I can learn it just by watching a movie. Awesome. Jean Baobao's Neza dance is even better than my daughter's. She spent 5,000 to learn it, and she only knows a few moves. At this time, a netizen suddenly had an idea. Anchor, have you ever tried to teach Jean Baobao to recognize words? Teach Jean Baobao to read? When Hu Yudi saw this comment, her cerebellum couldn't help but shrink. Other netizens also responded with comments. What kind of hellish joke is this? You're already a grown-up, and you still can't get rid of studying? However, many netizens said, I have read relevant reports. African gray parrots are known as the Einstein of the bird world. Their IQ is equivalent to that of a 7-year-old child. If they are taught, they might really learn it. Netizens seem to have discovered a new world. Host, please teach Jean Baobao to read on the live broadcast. Hu Yudi was a little hesitant. Anchor, what are you worried about? Could it be that the video of Jean Baobao using money to buy things was staged? Exactly. If he can't read, then how did baby Jean recognize money in the surveillance video? Seeing someone questioning, Hu Yuti immediately became serious. Okay. Let's try it. But it may not listen to me. Baby Jean, can mommy teach you how to read? Hu Yuti walked up to Wang Tang and spoke softly. Go away. Go away. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang immediately flapped his wings. The live broadcast room suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. 3 consecutive rejections. Baby, don't get close to me. Just take out a piece of money and let it recognize it. Let's take it out for a walk, whether it's a mule or a horse. This is the best way to dispel doubts. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuti immediately walked to the bedroom and took out some change from her bag. When she moved, she brought the change in the drawer with her, thinking of the 20 yuan note Wang Tang took out when he bought sanitary napkins last time. Hu Yuti took out a 20 yuan note and placed it in front of Wang Tang. Jean Baobao, tell mommy how much this is? If you can recognize it, I'll give it to you. Wang Tang tilted his head and glanced at me, his tone full of disdain. Who are you looking down on? You want to bribe me with $20? You have to pay more. As Wang Tang's voice fell, the barrage of comments was suddenly filled with question marks. No. It really knows. Not only do I know him, but Jean Baobao also looks down on 20 yuan. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Hu Yuti felt a little relieved when she saw Wang Tang recognize the 20 yuan unexpectedly. Another netizen named Strawberry Hairpin in the barrage proposed a new challenge. Host, I'm going to play a carnival. How about you let Jean Baobao learn an ancient poem? The guy upstairs, you're going too far. An ancient poem has so many words, it's difficult for ordinary children to understand. That's right. Jean Baobao spent several days studying. Your Highness intends to expose concubine she's adultery. Wouldn't it take you a month to study this ancient poem? Hu Yuti saw the comments and apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Strawberry. Baby Jean can only learn some simple things. However, before she finished speaking, Wang Tang arrogantly retorted, who are you looking down on? Hu Yuti couldn't help but look at Wang Tang in surprise. Wang Tang jumped up and down on the sofa twice, full of momentum. Come on. As long as the salary is in place, Li Bai will have to kneel. 666. Jean Baobao, you're full of jingles. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? The netizens in the live broadcast room were happy again. The female netizen named Strawberry even sent a carnival directly a swish. The luxurious special effects of the carnival rose on the screen. Seeing this, Wang Tang immediately said, thank you beautiful lady for the carnival, may you be happy, healthy, and prosperous forever. 2 orioles sing in the green willows. Rich man, let's be friends. Quick. Make arrangements for baby Jean. Netizens immediately urged. Just now, Jean Baobao said that as long as the salary is paid, Li Bai will have to kneel down. We must arrange a Li Bai song for him. Li Bai's? Seeing the netizens' requests, Hu Yuti immediately started thinking, first of all, it has to be a simple song. If it's too complicated, Jean Baobao will definitely not be able to learn it soon. Hu Yuti's eyes lit up, and she said softly to Wang Tang, Jean Baobao, follow me and recite, Quiet Night Thoughts by Li Bai. The moon shines brightly before my bed. However, she had just started when Wang Tang shook his head and said, 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. A lifetime of hard work, all spent in one night. As soon as he finished speaking, the live broadcast room was filled with question marks. Anchor, is this the pair that Jean Baobao is carrying? The moon is shining brightly in front of the bed, and there are 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. Li Bai's coffin lid can't hold it down. Hu Yuti, what kind of videos do you watch every day? Look how you've corrupted Jean Baobao. Chapter 42. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Hu Yuti felt something was wrong when she heard Wang Tang reciting a poem, and now when she saw the barrage of comments, she felt like the sky was falling. No. Listen to my explanation. This is really not what I taught you. She almost jumped up from her chair, waving her hands at the camera, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. If fans simply didn't believe it. Hu Yuti, stop pretending. If you didn't teach it, how could a bird like Jean Baobao know this poem? Did it secretly sign up for Chinese classes? That's right. You can't say this poem was broadcast on TV, right? Which station is so brave as to broadcast a poem that would make Li Bai so angry that he would crawl out of his grave? This, Hu Yuti had no way to defend herself. Even she herself felt that what netizens said was very reasonable. Jean Baobao was just a bird. How could it know this poem? Hu Yuti even suspected that she might have come across this poem that made Li Bai so angry that he came back to life when she was browsing Douyin. The more she thought about it, the more she felt helpless. Hu Yuti simply leaned back in her chair, spread her hands, and said in a resigned tone, look. Who was it that just now insisted that Jean Baobao recite a poem? Now that it's recited it, you're not happy again. These fans are too hard to please. The comments were instantly flooded with ha 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 comments, with some even jokingly saying, host, it's not that we're hard to please, it's mainly because the line all spent in one night is so heartbreaking. This isn't reciting poetry, this is reading our payslips. This is pure defense-breaking literature. I'm afraid Jean Baobao might have secretly possessed a human soul, otherwise how could he understand the pain of working people so well? Kneel before the truth. I suggest that Jean Baobao be renamed a wakebird. Golden Baby, please stop saying things that are detrimental to unity. If you keep saying that, we'll all cry. Just as Hu Yuti was joking with her fans, a comment suddenly changed the subject. Host, next week Jean Baobao will be on Cute Pets Rush Forward. How much do you know about this show? Don't let him be completely in the dark and let our Jean Baobao down. Mentioning the variety show, Hu Yuti instantly perked up, sitting up straight and starting to talk non-stop. I know it so well. I follow this show every season. It is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a live broadcast at the pet's own home, recording their daily life, such as how much Jean Baobao usually eats and how long he sleeps, and maybe you can even capture him exercising. The second part is even more interesting. We have to go to the cute pet park set up by the program team. At that time, each participating cute pet will be assigned a temporary poop scooper. Thinking about how Jean Baobao will interact with the stars, I am looking forward to it. On the side, Wang Tang tilted his head and listened very carefully, because he had never heard of this variety show before. Sounds quite interesting. So the host has watched this live variety show before. I was worried that you didn't understand anything and agreed to it in a rush. Administrator Ai Kuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Hu Yudi's detailed explanation. When Hu Yudi heard this, she immediately became anxious and glared at the camera and said, "You. Am I such an unreliable person? Ha ha ha. You are." The haters in the barrage immediately responded and exposed all kinds of shortcomings, and the barrage was filled with a joyful atmosphere again. At this time, someone else posted a comment. "Host, do you know anything about the other participating pets? Did you find out about the enemy situation in advance?" The smug look on Hu Yudi's face froze instantly. She scratched her head and said a little embarrassedly, I haven't had time to look at this yet. I was thinking of checking it after the live broadcast today. Ha ha ha. I just praised you for doing your homework, and now you're exposed. The host is so cute. He seemed so confident at first, but ended up not even understanding his opponent. The fans' teasing made Hu Yudi's face even redder, but fortunately, some enthusiastic netizens soon started to explain the situation in the barrage and helped her out. Here I come. Here I come. This season we have 3 veteran guests. The first one is a retired military dog, codenamed Wolf Warrior. Ha? Wolf Warrior? Is it related to that movie? Could this dog also share the same sentiment, whoever offends China will be punished, no matter how far away they are? Don't talk nonsense. It has nothing to do with the movie. But this Wolf Warrior's story is legendary. Someone summed it up as a warlord father, a gangster mother, a politician child, and an unbeatable family. It sounds impressive. I think I can understand Warlord Dad, but is its father also a military dog? Someone asked curiously. That's right. Warwolf's father was a military dog at a border post. While on duty, he always liked to sneak out to have some fun. He started having an affair with a female wolf in a den outside the post. Later, the trainer found out and put his father in solitary confinement for a month. Guess what happened? The pregnant wolf actually found her way to the outpost, howling outside every day, and they couldn't drive her away. A month later, she gave birth to a warwolf outside the outpost. The wolf was later adopted by the trainer, officially joining the army. Holy crap. This story is too outrageous. The child of a military dog and a wild wolf, this is simply an interracial love story. 666. This Wolf Warrior has its own story, he's sure to be incredibly popular on the show. Jean Baobao lost at the starting point. Hu Yudi looked at the comments and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Oh my god, this is too outrageous. If Jean Baobao's background is compared to this one, it's far behind. The second regular guest is also a dog, a border collie. It's very smart and has been in the news just like Jean Baobao. Enthusiastic netizens continued. It started because it was walking another corgi on the street. When the corgi didn't want to cross the street, it bit the corgi's leash and dragged it across the street. What? A dog walking another dog? I'm completely stunned. These shepherds might be spirits. No wonder they're on the show, they're all talented. Ha ha ha. Corgi, don't I have any dignity? I'm being dragged away by my own kind. The comments were filled with joy, and Hu Yudi was also laughing so hard that she fell backwards. This moo is so cute. If Jean Baobao met it, they would be a perfect match. The third permanent guest needs no introduction. He's a tiger named Gong Bai Wang. He's also incredibly popular. On Douyin alone, he has 5 million followers, which is quite impressive. I know Gong Bai Wang. I've seen its videos. He looks silly and cute, not like a tiger at all, but more like a big cat. Sometimes he even acts coquettishly with the keeper. The contrast is perfect. Hu Yudi nodded quickly. She had indeed seen the video of this tiger before and was particularly impressed. Besides the regular guests, I heard there's a new member. There's a husky named Husky Pig, whose specialty is destroying houses and opposing their owners. It's said that he can tear down a house down to the load-bearing walls, and it drives his owner crazy. I heard that a cat who can do backflips is also among the invited guests. We'll find out next week whether or not it will be on the show. Looking at the netizens' introductions, the smile on Hu Yudi's face gradually disappeared, replaced by panic. Wow. So many powerful opponents? Can Jean Baobao compete with them? Ha ha ha. Is the anchor panicking already? Well, currently, you have the fewest followers among anchors, only 1/10 of the second to last. The hater replied heartbreakingly. On the side, Wang Tang was full of confidence. After all, he has a human soul, and any move he makes is the ceiling of the pet world. Thinking of this, Wang Tang flapped his wings and said loudly in his unique smoky voice, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. As soon as this sentence came out, the barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. That's way too powerful. Hu Yudi, did you see that? Jean Baobao was much more confident than you. Exactly. You can tell he doesn't take his opponents seriously. That's the aura of a big boss. Jean Baobao's inner thoughts, I don't care who my opponent is, I just want to dominate everyone on this show. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became lively again, and fans began to discuss what clothes Jean Baobao should wear on the show and what skills he should show. Huudi glanced at Wang Tung standing beside her and clenched her fists. Golden baby. We're both very powerful. Let's go on the show and defeat them. Hearing this, Wang Tung couldn't help but glance at her sideways and said with disdain, "Go away. Go away." Chapter 43. The Sichuan in Chongqing female Tyrannosaurus is about to awaken. Ha ha ha. Isn't the host hurt? The look in Jean Baobao's eyes clearly shows that you're holding him back on the show. As soon as the barrage of comments passed by, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Eye in the camera, Wang Tung was tilting his chubby little head and glancing at Huudi with his black eyes. His expression was full of disdain, as if to say, with your level, you still dare to compete with me? The originally quiet live broadcast room was made extremely lively by this sudden famous scene. The gift special effects kept floating like snowflakes, and even the barrage of 666 almost covered the screen. How could Huudi bear this provocation? She put her hands on her hips, deliberately put on a stern face, and threatened Wang Tung with her eyes, while slowly counting down, "Golden baby. Mommy will give you a chance to reorganize your words, 1, 2, as soon as the words fell, the barrage of comments started to burst into laughter. Help! The Sichuan Yu female Tyrannosaurus is about to awaken. Is she going to switch from magic attacks to physical attacks? I bet 50 cents. The host's rage bar is full, and the ultimate move Shu Daoshan will be triggered in the next second. By then, even Jean Baobao's magic cloak will be useless. Who said Huudi was the last tenderness of Sichuan and Chongqing? Come out now. Stop fantasizing. The last bit of tenderness in Sichuan and Chongqing was lost decades ago, as they fled to other places. Photo, the picture above is a clip from The Wrangler, right? Some mischievous netizens even imitated Wang Tung's tone in the comments, "Come and hit me. Come and hit me if you have the guts." Faced with Huudi's aggressive posture, Wang Tung was not panicked at all. The IT flapped its grayish-white wings twice, and instead of retreating, it moved forward. It also deliberately tilted its head and looked at Huudi provocatively with its mean eyes. Its little look made it look like, "I just like the fact that you can't stand me but can't get rid of me. Oh my god. Look, look." Huudi and Jean Baobao are in passionate confrontation mode again. Ha ha ha. I'm just here to watch the fun. I've already got my little stool ready to eat some melon. Sunflower seeds and mineral water are sold in the front row. These two funny guys get together and there's new fun every day. It's more exciting than watching variety shows. Huudi was amused by Wang Tung's deserving a beating look. She stretched out her finger and gently stretched it towards Wang Tung's bright red tail, deliberately teasing him, "If you are more aggressive. If you are more aggressive, I will pluck the hair on your butt and turn you into a bald-tailed bird." These words really hit Wang Tung's soft spot. He immediately took several steps back as if his tail had been stepped on, and while retreating, he cursed anxiously, "Idiot. Idiot." This time, Wang Tung deliberately imitated the voice of a baby. His voice was full of anxiety but also a bit cute, which made people unable to get angry at all, and netizens posted comments one after another, "Tisk tsk tsk. Baby Jean cursed so rudely. It seems he really cares about the fur on his tail. I'm dying of laughter." It turns out Jean Baobao's weak spot is his tail hair. Next time, host, just target this spot. Host, I advise you to be kind and stop provoking the golden baby. If you really piss it off and it goes all out, our livestream will probably be shut down. Seeing this barrage reminder, Huudi's heart skipped and she quickly withdrew her hand. In an instant, she switched back to gentle mode and softened her tone to coax him, "Jean Baobao, be good. We must be civilized and not swear, otherwise we will be warned by the platform, understand?" Ha ha ha. I said the anchor would be a coward. I was right. You have to be a coward. Have you forgotten what happened to us livestream last time? 40,000 people were watching, and in less than 10 seconds, Jean Baobao cursed and shut down the livestream. That account had over 2 million followers, and they spent a lot of money to run it, and it's gone just like that. It's heartbreaking just thinking about it. Honestly, Jean Baobao's dirty mouth skill is too powerful. He has Huudi under his thumb. That's right. This is a skill that only titled Doluwa can use. It can destroy heaven and earth, directly summon the river crab beast, and turn the live broadcast room black. Speak politely, don't gossip. Baby Jean needs to learn some polite language. At this moment, some netizens began to change the subject. Huudi, stop messing with Jean Baobao. The live broadcast will be over soon. Let Jean Baobao show us a talent. Yes, yes. Let Jin Baobao show off his talent. The last time he danced bird rocking he was so beautiful. How about letting him dance it again? Huudi's eyes lit up when she saw this comment, and she immediately asked, "Does everyone want Jean Baobao to dance bird rocking again?" The last time it did, the response was fantastic, and a lot of people were asking if there was a full version. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrage was filled with voices of agreement. This is possible. It must be arranged. Jean Baobao's dance to bird rocking is the most authentic. No one else's dance has that flavor. I dare say, when it comes to the background music of birds shaking, no one can beat Jean Baobao. He is the dancing king of the bird world. Life's not easy, little birdie, show off your skills. Jean Baobao, show us your skills. Huudi grinned from ear to ear and turned to Wang Tung, saying, "Jean Baobao, everyone's so excited. How about we dance to swaying birds later? I'll find you an accompaniment right away. I guarantee it'll be the most emotional version from last time." As she spoke, she picked up her phone, skillfully opened the music software, slid her fingers quickly across the screen, and soon found the accompaniment of birds swaying with a beep. Cheerful music instantly sounded in the live broadcast room, but what was unexpected was that Wang Tung stood there motionless, with no intention of cooperating at all. He tilted his head, his eyes rolling around, as if he was thinking about something. Hu Yudi was a little puzzled. Huh? Why isn't Jin Bao Bao dancing? Last time, when the music started, didn't it immediately move to the rhythm? The netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused, and the barrage was full of doubtful voices. Hey! Why is Jin Bao Bao standing still? Didn't he react? Hu Yudi, is it still angry with you? After all, you just threatened to pull out its hair. Ha ha ha. I guess Jin Bao Bao is in a bad mood. He must be thinking, just now he was mean to me, and now he wants me to dance? No way. Jin Bao Bao's inner thoughts, I'm angry. Without a plate of braised pork, this thing will never be solved. It's over, it's over. The top streamer in the bird world has refused to operate. Streamer, please think of a solution. Hu Yudi looked at Wang Teng standing motionless on the table and thought he was just throwing a tantrum. She quickly squatted down, moved closer to the table, and softened her voice, almost coaxing a child, saying, "Good boy Jin Bao, mommy was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have said I was going to pull your hair out. Don't be angry. After the dance, mommy will feed you your favorite nuts and give you an extra 100 pocket money, okay?" Chapter 44. Jin Bao Bao was a great singer and dancer. Wang Teng glanced at Hu Yudi with his eyes slanted, raised his little head slightly, and suddenly flapped his wings and shouted at the top of his voice, "Turn it off! Turn it off! It's so noisy!" His voice was full of impatience, and he was obviously dissatisfied with the accompaniment of bird rocking. Ha ha ha. Turns out he's not throwing a tantrum. Jin Bao Bao just complains that the music played by the host is too loud. I told you. Our golden baby isn't that petty. Turns out he has requirements for the accompaniment. Wait. I remember now. The last time Jin Bao Bao danced to bird rocking, I think he made up the music himself, right? The whistle accompaniment was even better than this. That's right. Host, try turning off the accompaniment. Maybe Jin Bao Bao wants to dance to his own rhythm, so that it's more authentic. That's right. Only the music composed by Jin Bao Bao himself is the real bird sway. Hurry up and turn off the accompaniment, let's listen to the exclusive background music of the top bird artist. Hu Yudi suddenly understood. She stood up, smiled and shook her head. You little guy, you really ask for too much. Okay, I'll listen to you and turn off the accompaniment. As she spoke, she casually clicked pause, and the live broadcast room instantly became quiet. Everyone stared at the screen intently, even their breathing slowed down a bit, for fear of missing Jin Bao Bao's wonderful performance. Many old fans have even turned on the screen recording function, ready to save this famous scene and watch it repeatedly. Wang Tung stood in the middle of the table, his little head slightly raised, as if he was brewing his emotions. He first flapped his wings gently. Twice, then took a deep breath and began to whistle, but when this melody came out, netizens were immediately stunned. This is not the tune of bird rocking at all. Ha! That's not right. This isn't the melody of the bird rocks. What is Jin Bao Bao doing? Is Jin Bao Bao going to do another dance? Is it changing the program at the last minute? No wonder he asked the host to turn off the accompaniment just now. It turns out he doesn't want to dance to bird swing at all. This little guy is quite opinionated. Why does this melody sound familiar? I'll quickly open the song recognition app and try. I know. It's I'm a Little Bird. That's right. That's the song. As the familiar melody became clearer and clearer, Wang Teng began to dance to the rhythm of the music. Sometimes he tiptoed gently, and sometimes he spread his gray wings and spun in circles. Although his movements were simple, they were extremely cute and perfectly matched the mood of the song. What was even more surprising was that while dancing, Wang Teng opened his little mouth and sang in his unique smoky voice, I am a little bird. I want to fly, but I can't fly high. Although the voice was a little immature, it was surprisingly nice to listen to. The high notes were sung accurately and steadily, without any deviation from the tune. Netizens were immediately shocked. Oh my god. Baby Jean can actually sing? This is amazing. Oh my god. Singing and dancing by herself, this is even more exciting than the last time she danced to Birds Flutter. Is this the rhythm of her debut? Hurry up, host. Send teacher Jin Bao Bao to debut right away. I'll be the first to sign up as a fan. This smoky voice is so unique. It's even better than many internet celebrity singers. Jin Bao Bao is such a treasure. Hu Yudi stood aside and was also completely stunned. She stared blankly at Wang Tung singing and dancing, her heart full of surprise. She couldn't even sing this song well, especially the high notes. Every time she sang I want to fly, but I can't fly high no matter what I do, her voice would break easily. But Jin Bao Bao could sing it so steadily, the discussion in the barrage was even more heated, with GIF special effects coming one after another, instantly making the live broadcast atmosphere lively. At this moment, Director Liu, the chief director of Cube Pets Rush Forward, also came to the live broadcast room. He saw a parrot jumping and singing on the table in the camera, and his mouth opened wide. Am I dazzled? Director Liu, what's wrong? The assistant asked quietly on the side. Hurry up and open Douyin and search for Hu Yudi. I'll show you a new one. Director Liu said immediately. Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately did as he was told. Soon, he was also shocked. How can a bird sing so beautifully? Not only can it sing, it can also dance by itself. This golden baby is amazing. Director Lu clenched his hands excitedly. He realized that inviting Jean Baobao this time might push cute pets forward to new heights. Thinking of this, Director Lu immediately said to his assistant, Xiao Wang, I'm going to give you a task now. Director Lu, please speak. The assistant immediately looked at Director Lu respectfully. In a moment, go contact Hu Yudi and ask her to give you a replay of the live broadcast. Edit the clip of Jean Baobao singing and dancing, post it on our official account, and then push it live. Director Lu said without hesitation. Director Lu, I understand. The assistant nodded. Director Lu intends to use this new parrot that has just joined the program team as the highlight of the new season. I originally thought that I invited Jean Baobao just to fill the void left by the collapse of Jia Zhahui, but I didn't expect it to bring me such a big surprise. Director Lu continued to stare at the phone screen. He had previously paid special attention to African grey parrots. After learning more about them, he found that although African grey parrots are very smart and can imitate human speech, they can only speak simple words. It is rare for someone like Jean Baobao to be able to sing a complete song. After he appears on the show, his performance will definitely drop everyone's jaws. Director Lu picked up his phone, swiped a gift, and then posted a comment. Jean Baobao's high notes are so accurate. Did the anchor teach her herself? Soon, someone in the barrage replied, definitely not. With the host's singing level, it's strange that he can teach Jean Baobao. Ha ha ha. Host, don't be jealous. Even though you can't sing as well as Jean Baobao, you're pretty. That's right. Hu Yudi needs talent and good looks, and needs skills and good looks. When Hu Yudi saw the barrage, she was so angry that her mouth twisted. It can be said that every time Wang Tang shows a talent, she will be pulled out and cyberbullied. Wang Tang was singing with great enthusiasm at the moment, and he even deliberately winked at the camera. He looked so proud. He sang and danced at the same time, his grey-white wings sparkling under the light, making him look like a top bird star. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm already shaking my legs to Jean Baobao's singing. This is too addictive. You sang so well. I really want to sell my house to give Jin Baobao to buy Carnival, but the landlord won't agree. Facepalm, 666. The person above is a true fan of Jin Baobao. Hu Yudi looked at the lively scene in the barrage and couldn't help laughing and said, alright, Jean Baobao, you've hidden it well enough. Not only can you dance, but you can also sing. I'll give you the live broadcast room in the future, so you can broadcast it yourself. The joyful atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached its peak with Wang Tang singing. After he sang the last sentence, he twisted his wings and bowed to the camera. Netizens were still not satisfied and kept commenting on the comments, saying one more song and I haven't heard enough. Various GIF special effects also rose up, accompanied by calls for overtime. Hu Yudi looked at the reluctant netizens and said with a smile, don't worry, follow us, there will be plenty of opportunities to watch Jean Baobao perform in the future. It's getting late today, so let's end the show. First. See you tomorrow at the same time. Chapter 45 can understand all bird languages. Just as Hu Yudi reached out to close the live broadcast room, Wang Tang suddenly jumped to the center of the camera, waved his wings, and said in a baby voice, good night. Makabaka. This sudden line from a children's animation once again hit the funny spot of netizens. Hilarious. Baby Gold is watching in the garden, baby? Who would understand? A parrot is more playful than me, with new surprises every day. Makabaka. See you tomorrow. Good night, golden baby. Hu Yudi looked at the screen full of happy comments, smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. Okay, it's time to end the live broadcast. Everyone, go to bed early and come to the live broadcast room tomorrow to watch Jean Baobao show off. After she finished speaking, she clicked the close button. The light in the live broadcast room faded away and the room instantly became quiet. Hu Yudi let out a long sigh. These 2 hours of live broadcast were more tiring than her preparation for the college entrance examination, but she was willing to do it, and even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Hu Yudi turned her head to look at Wang Tang, who was combing his feathers on the table. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She reached out and picked him up before Wang Tang could react. Hu Yudi kissed him on the furry head. Golden baby. You are so awesome today. Wang Tang was a little confused by her sudden enthusiasm, and subconsciously pushed her face away with his wings. Don't get close to me. Hu Yudi immediately panicked, thinking she had hurt Wang Tang. She quickly let go of her hand and carefully pulled his feathers apart to check. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did mommy use too much force? Did I hurt you? Wang Tang looked at her nervous expression, flapped his wings and jumped back to the table, spread his wings, stood on one leg, and performed a difficult movement to indicate that he was fine. Seeing this, Hu Yudi hurriedly stopped him. Your injuries haven't healed yet, you can't jump around everywhere. What if you fall again? As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly buzzed, and the caller ID showed the program team of Cute Pets Forward. Hu Yudi's heart tightened as she picked up the phone. A warm voice immediately rang out from the other end. Hello, Ms. Hu. I'm Xiao Wang, the program team's assistant. Director Lu asked me to discuss some work with you, okay? No problem. I'll send you the live replay right away. When Hu Yudi heard Xiao Wang's words, she immediately responded. Then, she added Xiao Wang's contact number, turned on the computer, and sent him the live broadcast replay. Just as the file was successfully sent, Xiao Wang's message popped up. Ms. Hu, sorry to bother you. By the way, Director Lu also asked if Jean Baobao has any other talents besides singing and dancing? We want to plan the program segments in advance to make Jean Baobao shine. Hu Yudi was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Wang Tang. What else can this guy do besides whistling, singing, and dancing to bird rock? As she was thinking about it, she saw Wang Tang flapping his wings and flying to the bird stand. He called twice into the phone, then hooked the metal pole with his claws and did it hanging upside down while winking at Hu Yudi. Hu Yudi quickly said into the phone, it seems it can do some acrobatics. It's hanging upside down right now. Really? That's great. Xiao Wan was even more excited. Ms. Hu, could you please record a clip? I'll edit it in. Okay. No problem. Hu Yu started filming immediately. Wang Tang was also very cooperative. In addition to the inverted hook, he also performed single claw hanging on the pole and spinning in circles and standing up with wings. He even did some movements that seemed a bit difficult very steadily, and Hu Yudi couldn't help but applaud after recording the video and sending it to Xiao Wang. Hu Yudi quickly walked to the bird stand, looked up at Wang Tang who was still swaying, and said with a tone full of distress, "Jin Bao Bao, come down quickly, your injuries are not healed yet." Seeing Hu Yudi's worried look, Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew to her shoulder and landed, rubbing her ears with his little head. Giggle. Itchy. Hu Yudi was so amused that she was shaking with joy. Next, she went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she took a small comb and carefully combed Wang Tang's feathers. "You are injured today, so you won't take a bath." When I passed by the living room, the tabby cat Inba was squatting beside the sofa. Hearing the noise, it stared at Hu Yudi with its round eyes, wagging its tail gently, and meowed, begging for a hug in anticipation. Hu Yudi squatted down and rubbed its head. "Silver baby, be good and go to your nest to sleep. Mommy is going to accompany Gold baby." After saying that, she carried Wang Tang into the bedroom, leaving Yin Bao Bao squatting there with his tail drooping, looking at the bedroom door with a resentful look on his face, like a neglected poor little thing. Lying on the bed, Wang Tang did not go to sleep immediately, but silently said in his mind, "Open the system panel." Suddenly, a light blue screen that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Frowny face. Host, Wang Tang, species, African Grey Parrot, level 1, constitution, 100, spirit, 30, strength, 58 agility, 60 lucky, 100 popularity, 453456, skills, flying LV3, climbing LV3, imitation pronunciation LV3, skill points, 25. This live broadcast actually gained 100,000 popularity points? When Wang Tang saw the popularity column, he was delighted. It used to take several days to increase the number of points to 100,000. Now that the fan base has increased, the popularity is increasing faster and faster. At this rate, I will soon be able to accumulate enough points for advancement. Exchange for 45 attribute points. To redeem 45 attribute points, 450,000 popularity points will be consumed. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations to the host. 450,000 popularity points were deducted and 45 attribute points were successfully exchanged. As the system prompt sounded, the popularity value on the light screen instantly changed to 3456, and the attribute points increased by 45 points. Wang Tang thought about it and decided to max out his agility first. After all, I will be on the show later. With higher agility, I will be more flexible in my movements and less likely to get injured. So, Wang Tang used his mind to click frantically on the plus after agility until the agility value became 100 and then stopped. The remaining 5 points were all added to the spirit. Next, he began to upgrade his skills. The show will be on soon, and simulated pronunciation will be very useful. Thinking of this, Wang Tang directly consumed skill points to improve simulated pronunciation. Congratulations, host. Consuming 4 skill points, the simulated pronunciation has been upgraded to LV4. Congratulations, host. Consuming 10 skill points, the simulated pronunciation has been upgraded to LV5. After the simulated pronunciation reaches level 5, the plus sign at the end disappears. Obviously, this skill can only be upgraded to level 5 at most. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. The first skill has been upgraded to the maximum level, and the advanced skill, language, has been successfully unlocked. Language? Wang Tang was stunned. He checked it immediately. Language LV1, mastering a language. Currently, he can understand the meaning of the parrot's call. Wait. From now on, I can understand what other parrots' calls mean. Wang Tang's heart was pounding. Before, he could imitate the calls of other birds, but he had no idea what they meant. Now that I have unlocked this skill, I will be able to communicate with other parrots in the future. This is such a surprise. Upgrade. Keep upgrading. Wang Tang immediately used the remaining skill points to upgrade his language. Congratulations, host. Consumed 10 skill points and upgraded the language to LV2. Congratulations, host. You have successfully mastered all bird languages. When Wang Tang heard the system prompt sound, he couldn't help but take a breath. Now he can not only understand what the parrot says, but also the calls of birds like sparrows, pigeons, and magpies. This advanced skill is so practical. Wang Tang flapped his wings excitedly twice and almost fell off the bed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stabilized himself in time. Hu Yudi was awakened by his movement and patted his head drowsily. Why isn't Jin Bao Bao asleep yet? Are you too excited? Wang Tang rubbed her palm, whispered good night, then curled up beside her pillow and closed his eyes. Chapter 46, The Passionate Mayo. Thousands of people online were scolded by birds, as the morning sun just flooded the windowsill. Hu Yudi squatted in front of the bed, gently rubbing the feathers of the sick bird in the quilt with her fingertips, and her voice was so soft that it could squeeze out water. Baby Jean, you must stay at home and recuperate today. You are not allowed to jump around. While she was muttering and giving instructions, she walked around the house checking the doors and windows, and even carefully pushed the ventilation gaps on the balcony. After all, Wang Tang acted too realistically as if he was injured yesterday. The listlessness when he flapped his wings almost made her take him to the pet hospital overnight. Only after confirming that all exits were closed tightly did Hu Yudi go out with her bag. The moment the door clicked and locked, Wang Tang on the bed immediately stood up. How could he even look sick? He flapped his wings and flew onto the coffee table in the living room. As soon as he stood firm, Wang Tang heard a whoosh sound of wind. The tabby cat Bao Bao, who had been curled up on the sofa and taking a nap, suddenly jumped into his cat cage as if he was scalded. He did not forget to hook the cage door with his claws and click it shut. His round eyes stared at Wang Tong, full of vigilance that if an outsider saw the scene, he would definitely be shocked. How could a cat treat a bird as its natural enemy? But Wang Tong knew very well that ever since he evolved to the first level, the invisible deterrent power on his body had already subdued this greedy tabby cat. Now, this tabby cat has completely turned into a hakimi. Wang Tong shook his head. His eyes swept across the coffee table, and instantly locked onto the breakfast left by Hu Yuti, dried fruits on a glass plate, biscuits in an oil paper bag, and a bottle of mineral water next to it. He walked to the walnut, raised his paw and slapped it. The hard walnut shell cracked on the spot, revealing the plump kernel inside. With a soft dong sound, the silver baby in the cage shrank in fear, its claws tightly clinging to the cage bars, watching Wang Tang peck at the nuts with his beak and eat them with relish. When Wang Tang opened the biscuit box and the crispy aroma filled the living room, Yin Baobao made a gurgling sound of envy in his throat, but did not dare to move his tail. After eating enough dry food, Wang Tang felt thirsty. Although the mineral water on the coffee table quenched his thirst, it lacked some flavor. So he flapped his wings and flew to the kitchen, stared at the refrigerator door twice, hooked the door handle with his claws and pulled it gently with a click. The refrigerator door opened. He was not interested in the vegetables and meat inside, but the popsicles in the refrigerator caught Wang Tang's attention. He hooked the popsicle bag with his claws and carefully dug it out, then turned around and closed the refrigerator door to prevent the cold air from escaping. But when Wang Tang saw the words on the popsicle packaging clearly, he almost threw the popsicle on the ground. The three big words "Old Bachelor" were clearly visible, and the logo next to it was even more magical, the familiar square dance portrait, but with a grinning emoticon printed on her face. It looked funny no matter how you looked at it. What the hell is this old bachelor? Complaints aside, the popsicle was quite tempting. Wang Tang tore open the package with his claws, opened his mouth and took a bite. The cool and sweet taste spread in his mouth instantly, and the heat disappeared in an instant. He held a popsicle in his mouth and slowly walked back to the living room, like an old man enjoying afternoon tea. After eating and drinking, the feeling of boredom came over him again. Wang Tang stared at the smart speaker in the living room and suddenly had an idea. He cleared his throat and called out in a clear voice, "Xiao AI classmate. I'm here." A clear response immediately came from the speaker. "Turn on the TV." Wang Tang continued to order. As the TV screen lit up, he finally had something to entertain himself during his boring time. But after watching for a while, he felt that just watching was not enough and started to imitate the voices on TV. First, he imitated the woo-wah sound of a police car siren, which he did perfectly. Even the ups and downs of the tone were accurate to the last detail. Then he imitated the ding-dong sound of the doorbell, which was crisp and pleasant, exactly like the real thing. The silver baby in the cage was in great trouble. When he heard the sirens, he curled up into a ball. When he heard the doorbell, he couldn't help but peek out through the cage door. Several times he thought someone had come to the house, and his tail was trembling with fear. It didn't until he saw clearly that it was Wang Tang playing a prank that he shrank back into the corner in disappointment, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. Before I knew it, it was afternoon and I heard the sound of a smart lock opening outside the door. As soon as Hu Yuti opened the door, she heard the sound of running water in the living room. She was so scared that her heart tightened. Oh no! Did I forget to turn off the faucet when I left home this morning? She didn't even bother to change her shoes and rushed into the kitchen in her high heels, but the faucet was closed tightly and not even a drop of water came out. Hu Yuti quickly ran to the bathroom again, and the result was the same. All the faucets were working fine. Am I hallucinating? Hu Yuti wiped the sweat from her forehead and was wondering when suddenly a dog barking woof 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 was heard from the living room. The sound was loud and no different from the barking of the neighbor's dog downstairs. She followed the sound and saw Wang Tang stretching his neck and barking like a dog at the air. His serious look almost made her laugh. Hu Yuti put her hands on her hips in faint anger as she shouted, "Jin Baobao. You're deliberately making all these noises. Are you trying to scare your mother to death?" Wang Tang turned his head and glanced at her, then opened his mouth and spat out two words, "Idiot. Idiot. You." Hu Yuti was choked and speechless. She pointed at Wang Tang for a long time, but finally couldn't help laughing. This little guy just loves to go against the grain. But as she laughed, her eyes fell on the messy coffee table. The dried fruits in the glass plate were scattered all over the floor. The biscuit box was open with a wet spot next to it, and the most conspicuous thing was a wrinkled wrapping paper. Hu Yuti picked up the wrapping paper and saw the three words "Old Bachelor" on it. She reacted instantly and turned around and ran to the refrigerator. I opened the refrigerator and sure enough, the popsicles I just bought yesterday were gone. She stormed back into the living room, pointed at Wang Tang, and demanded, "Jin Baobao, did you steal my popsicle? Can you even open the refrigerator door?" Wang Tang did not argue. He flapped his wings and flew to the kitchen. He landed in front of the refrigerator door. In front of Hu Yuti, he hooked the door handle with his claws and pulled it gently, and the refrigerator door opened again. He still felt it was not enough, so he took out a bottle of lay-by from the box and raised his head to peck at it. "Jin Baobao. That's cold, you can't drink it." Hu Yuti hurried forward to stop it, but it was still a step too late. With a click, Wang Tang had already pecked the bottle with his mouth, and the cold soda spurted out instantly, splashing all over him, and even a few drops got on Hu Yuti's cheek. Wang Tang didn't care at all. He opened his mouth and drank from the crack, with a smug look on his face. Hu Yuti was both angry and amused, and could only sigh helplessly, "You are such a traitor." After saying that, she turned around to wash her face and clean up, and then it was time to clean and cook, and I was busy all the time. After dinner and a short rest, it was time for the live broadcast again. As soon as Hu Yuti started the live broadcast, netizens poured in like a tide, and the number of online users jumped rapidly, 998, 1503, 2012. In less than 5 minutes, it exceeded 2,000 and was still rising. Golden baby. Here I come. Host, please let Jin Baobao show his face. I've missed him so much since I haven't seen him for a day. Has Gold Baby been well behaved today? Has he recovered well from his injuries? Seeing the urging in the barrage, Hu Yudi deliberately put on a stern face and said to the camera, "Don't praise it, it was very naughty at home today and kept making trouble for me." As soon as these words came out, the barrage instantly exploded. Ha ha ha, naughty? Tell us how you messed up so we can have some fun. I guess Jean Baobao must have destroyed the house again. We suggest the host install a surveillance camera. We want to see Jean Baobao's daily life living alone. Hu Yudi cleared her throat and began to complain. When I came home this afternoon, I heard the sound of running water as soon as I walked in. I thought the faucet was not turned off, so I quickly ran to the kitchen and bathroom to check, but all the faucets were turned off. Before he finished speaking, the barrage became lively. Could it be that the host remembered it wrongly? Wait. Could it be that Jean Baobao turned on the faucet? Oh my god, is Jean Baobao going to become a spirit? Can he even turn on the faucet? Quickly, give Jean Baobao a camera. He's not going to get soaked by the water, is he? Hu Yudi smiled and shook her head, revealing the answer. You all guessed wrong. That sound of running water was imitated by Jean Baobao. Not only did he imitate the sound of running water, he also imitated the barking of a dog. He almost scared me. What? Imitating the sound of running water? This is amazing. Did you imitate it like that? Host, please have Jean Baobao perform a live performance. We need to authenticate it. Right. Let Jean Baobao perform a segment and see if it really looks like that. Seeing the shouts in the comments, Hu Yudi also wanted to prove that she was not lying, so she shouted to Wang Teng in the corner, Jean Baobao, come here quickly. Perform for everyone in front of the camera. Wang Teng flapped his wings and slowly flew to the table in front of the camera. He tilted his head to look at the camera, then glanced at Hu Yudi, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Come on, imitate the sound of running water from a faucet for everyone to hear. Hu Yudi urged Wang Teng to eye in the live broadcast room. Fans were staring at the screen, and some even called their families to watch this magical parrot start its imitation show together. The preparations were almost complete. Wang Teng stretched his neck and spoke in a clear and melodious voice, hot horse. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The smile on Hu Yudi's face froze instantly, her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was also flooding the screen like crazy. What does Jean Baobao mean by this? Why is the host's face red? It feels like he has a fever? This, you may not want to know. Hu Yudi glanced at the barrage and said in a low voice. At this time, in the barrage, the administrator Ai Kuan replied seriously, Warm Mayo, it's a polite greeting to outsiders in Sichuan and Chongqing. It means hello. Netizens immediately put the idea into practice. Hello, upstairs. Enthusiastic horse. Family members. I shared my livestream with the family group. Do you think I'll get beaten? Chapter 47, Large-Scale Social Death Scene. Anchor, is Aikuan's explanation correct? In the barrage, people kept asking questions about Hu Yudi. This is our Sichuan dialect, probably a greeting to your mother. Hu Yudi stared at the camera, but her eyes wandered around like a primary school student who had done something wrong. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes, and she stammered for a long time before she squeezed out a sentence. What the hell? After hearing Hu Yudi's authentic explanation, netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. Isn't this an insult? The administrator is so wicked. Help! I just said this to my dad, and now he has drawn the 7 wolves. I sent it to the family group. Is it too late to withdraw it now? Hu Yudi looked at the screen full of distress signals and the corners of her mouth twitched as if she had been electrocuted. She also didn't expect Wang Teng to suddenly come up with a classic Chinese quote, which caused chaos in the live broadcast room. Hey! That's not right. If it was insulting, why didn't the authorities close the live broadcast room? At this time, a netizen posted a barrage and asked. That's right. The anchor must be fooling us. As everyone knows, swearing is prohibited during Douyin live broadcasts. I did a quick search on AI. The first meaning is to describe a person or thing that is full of passion and energy, similar to as enthusiastic as a galloping horse. This usage is common in banter or compliments between friends. The second meaning is that in the Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan dialects, this phrase is often used in jokes between friends or to educate children, with a lighthearted and humorous tone. Put. That AI teacher is quite humorous. Seeing the comments from netizens, Hu Yudi couldn't help laughing. At this moment, Wang Teng beside her suddenly tilted his head, staring at her with his blackbird eyes, and called her by her name, Hu Yudi. What did you call me for? Hu Yudi turned her head subconsciously, and before she could react, she heard Wang Teng throw out another classic national quintessence, hot horse, yes. I'll put some earwax in your ears. Hu Yudi instantly got furious and jumped up from her chair, rolling up her sleeves to teach this naughty parrot a lesson, but Wang Teng was not at all panicked. He moved frantically on the table as if he was equipped with springs, back and forth, left and right, jumping around and challenging, come and hit me. Come and hit me. That little thing looks so shameless, he really deserves a beating. Ouch. My chest hurts so much from anger, it hurts on both sides. Hu Yudi raised her hands several times, looking at Wang Teng's round head but reluctant to put them down. Finally, she could only cover her chest and sigh, looking at him with anger and helplessness, as if she was looking at her own rebellious child die in the live broadcast room. Netizens were laughing like crazy. 666. Jean Baobao is quite particular. He knows to make the anchor agree before scolding him. It's so fun to raise a bird like this. Watching it do its thing every day won't make you sick. Don't just be envious of the people upstairs. You need to spend time with your African gray parrot, otherwise it will easily become depressed, and when it gets depressed, it will pull out its own feathers, and then it will be as bald as a kiwi fruit. Ha! Birds can get depressed? I've learned something new. Hu Yuti looked at the comments and suddenly had an idea. She put her hands on her hips and stared at Wang Tang in a serious manner. Jin Bao Bao, you really want to go against me today, right? If you don't behave yourself, I will take away all your snacks and see what you will eat in the future. She felt that this trick would definitely be able to control Wang Tang. Wang Tang's eyes rolled when he heard this and he stopped provoking. Golden Baby agreed to imitate the sound of running water? Netizens are looking forward to it again. Quick! Jinbeo Bao, start your performance. Show time. I've already turned on the screen recording, waiting for the famous scene. Everyone stared at Wang Tang on the screen. He tilted his head and shook it, then took a deep breath, straightened his neck, and then a series of clear and loud sounds came out. The sound is so similar. Not only is the tone up and down, but it also has the unique rhythm of water flow, and it is very penetrating, and the entire live broadcast room can hear it clearly. The smile on Hu Yuti's face froze instantly, her eyes widened, her mouth was so big that an egg could fit in it, and her face was full of shock, as if to say this is impossible. Then, a blush began to spread from her neck, and in the blink of an eye it dyed her cheeks red, and even her earlobes were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood. The comments were silent for a few seconds, and then they became boiling hot. Ha! This sound doesn't seem right. What the hell? What did I hear? This bird was just imitating a hissing sound? Ha ha ha. I get it. Baby Jean did this on purpose. To ha ha. Help. This parrot has become a spirit. Someone even shared the live broadcast room in the group chat, and all members, hurry to Hu Yuti's live broadcast room. Parrot online live broadcast anchor goes to the toilet. Best of the year. I can't take it anymore. I laughed so hard that the neighbors called the police. This parrot knows how to perform. The host's face is completely red. Baby Jean is so naughty. Massive social death scene. Recorded. Rare material. Help. This imitation ability is too strong, but the direction is a little off. Hu Yuti was embarrassed and angry. She reached out her hand and wanted to hit Wang Tang gently, but seeing his head tilted an innocent look, she couldn't bear it. She could only sigh helplessly and said to the camera with a helpless smile, "Look, this is my traitor." Wang Tang jumped on the table, seeming to be very satisfied with his prank. With a sly smile in his bird eyes, the laughter and comments in the live broadcast room did not stop for a long time. Host, just tell me, is this imitation the sound of running water? Ha ha ha. You asked Jinbeo Bao to imitate it, and it really did, but you didn't want it to happen. Ouch. Anchor, did you leave the door unlocked when you went to the bathroom? The anchor is alone at home, so it's normal for her to not close the door when she goes to the bathroom. I can't even imagine what it would be like if the anchor had a boyfriend in the future. Then we must put the golden baby in a cage, otherwise, everything will be exposed. Then I have to talk about my uncle's parrot. It's now locked up in the toilet. It became the director at such a young age. At this time, Hu Yuti was no longer obsessed with asking Wang Tang to imitate the sound of flowing water. She looked at Wang Tang with a stern look. Golden baby, I'll count to 3 and give you a chance to make amends. If you imitate wrong again, the snacks will be confiscated. 1, 2, before Hu Yuti even said 3, Wang Tang knew that today's show effect had been maximized. He immediately stretched his neck and imitated it seriously. Ding. Hua la la. Is that the sound of the water dispenser? Netizens recognized it immediately. Oh my god. Jinbeo Bao's imitation is so real. It sounds exactly like my water dispenser. You really are capable. You were just being naughty on purpose just now. That's right. Good job, Jinbeo Bao. Hu Yuti looked at the netizens' praise, nodded with satisfaction, reached out and touched Wang Tang's head, and said with a smile, "You are sensible." At this time, a netizen in the barrage asked, "Anchor, what is Jin Bao Bao going to do today?" Hu Yuti raised her eyebrows and said confidently to the camera, "It depends on your opinions. Our baby Jean can sing and dance." Chapter 48, Angry at Vampire Relatives. As soon as Hu Yuti finished speaking, the cell phone on her table started buzzing, and the word aunt appeared on the screen. When she saw this name, the smile on Hu Yuti's face instantly faded and her brows subconsciously furrowed. This aunt rarely contacts me, and when she does, it's usually nothing good. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled apologetically at the camera. "Family, wait a moment, I'll take a call." Hu Yuti picked up her phone and walked out of the camera, but she didn't go far, and the sound could still be faintly heard. Wang Tang noticed Hu Yuti's expression, flapped his wings, flew over and landed on her shoulder. "Hello? Aunt?" Hu Yuti tried to keep her voice light. A high-pitched, yet somewhat matter-of-fact female voice immediately came from the other end of the line. It was so loud that even the microphone in the live broadcast room could pick up some fragmented words. "Shao Dai. Oh my. You finally answered the phone. I heard you're really big now. A huge internet celebrity. You took on that endorsement and made millions all of a sudden, right? Auntie is so happy for you." The smile on Hu Yuti's face became a little forced. "Aunt, no. Not that much, and that money, oh. Why are you being so modest in front of your aunt?" Her aunt interrupted her directly, her voice even more enthusiastic. "Look at your cousin, isn't he getting married? The girl's family requires them to buy an apartment in the city, and they are still short of 500,000 yuan for the house price. As your sister, you have become successful now. You can't just stand by and watch your brother go unmarried, right? Lend this money to your aunt for emergency use, and I'll pay you back when your brother has more money. 500,000. Hu Yuti took a breath of cold air, and the little bit of kinship in her heart was instantly shattered by this figure. She clenched her phone tightly, her voice cold. Aunt, how can I have so much money? And I have other uses for that money. What use could be more important than your brother getting married? My aunt's voice suddenly rose, sharp and mean. Hu Yuti. I'm your aunt. Your father doesn't have much ability, but we helped your family a lot when our family was in trouble in the past, right? Now that I'm asked to do you such a small favor, you're being reluctant. Do you still have any conscience? You are such an ungrateful person. You forget your poor relatives now that you are rich, don't you? The word ungrateful pierced Hu Yuti like a needle, making her eyes red and her body trembling slightly. However, she couldn't completely break off relations with her elders and the live broadcast was ongoing. She could only suppress her anger and grievance and lower her voice. Aunt. That's not what I meant. I can only, at most, lend you 50,000 yuan for an emergency. I really don't have 500,000 yuan. 50,000? You're treating a beggar like that. Auntie's voice turned completely sour. Hu Yuti, I'm telling you. You have to borrow this 500,000, whether you want to or not, otherwise, I'll post it online. Let your fans see what kind of heartless person their favorite streamer is. The threatening words were like a basin of cold water, making Hu Yuti feel cold all over. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. If she argued with her aunt, she was afraid of being branded as disrespectful to elders. Let's stop arguing. Hu Yuti simply can't come up with the 500,000 yuan right now, and even if she did, would her cousin really pay it back? While she was standing there in a daze, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Although the fans couldn't hear the entire conversation, they could hear words like 500,000, ungrateful bastard, and post it online if you don't lend it to me. Looking at Hu Yuti's red eyes and tense appearance, they had already guessed what was going on and the barrage was instantly filled with comfort and advice. This is obviously a vampire relative. Don't be scared, host. You can just borrow 500,000 yuan just like that? Did the money you make as a streamer just come from the wind? Don't lend it. You'll never get it back if you borrow it, and you'll be in trouble later. Hang up the phone, host. Stop talking nonsense to her. Hu Yuti looked at the scrolling comments on the phone screen, and her nose felt even more sore, but she still didn't dare to hang up the phone. After all, they are relatives. If things really get out of hand, it will be difficult to explain to my family. Just when Hu Yuti was having a headache, Wang Tang suddenly stretched his neck and said to the microphone of the mobile phone, imitating Hu Yuti's tone, "And how can 500,000 be enough? I will lend you 1 million and put it in Dewey's worry-free loan account. You can apply for it yourself." As soon as these words came out, Hu Yuti froze and stared at Wang Tang with wide eyes. When did this little guy learn to imitate her speech? Do you still know borrow with confidence? The aunt on the other end of the phone was also stunned for a moment. Perhaps she hadn't expected Hu Yuti to suddenly relax. Her tone instantly softened, and she even smiled a little. Oh, that's right. Wouldn't you have said so earlier? Okay, Auntie will apply now. Don't lie to Auntie. After saying that, she hung up the phone with a click, fearing that Hu Yuti would go back on her word. It wasn't until the busy tone came from the phone that Hu Yuti reacted. She stretched out her finger and gently poked Wang Tang's little head, and said angrily and laughed, "You little guy, who told you to talk nonsense? You can borrow money with confidence, but you have to pay interest, and it's not easy to get a credit limit. What if my aunt really applies, gets rejected, and comes back to bother me?" Wang Tang tilted his head with an innocent look and rubbed Hu Yuti's cheek gently with his little head. The fans in the live broadcast room were already laughing like crazy, and the comments were refreshed faster than the gift effects. Holy crap. Jin Baobao can actually imitate the anchor's speech? He's too smart. What a brilliant operation. Are you confident in lending it to me? Jin Baobao, you know how to confront your relatives. Ha 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 ha. 500,000 is too small, just go for 1 million and let my aunt apply for it herself. Perfect. No one helps me to reach the top, I will borrow money to reach the top. I was worried about the anchor just now, but as soon as Jin Baobao started talking, I burst out laughing. Did Jin Baobao secretly watch the anchor play Douyin? He even knew about it. The gift special effects also exploded, with rocket and sports car flying non-stop on the screen. Some fans also posted a carnival and left a message. Well done, Jin Duadu. Hu Yuti looked at the barrage of comments, and the grievance in her heart was greatly reduced. She smiled helplessly at the camera. My family, you have seen that my parrot is sometimes so smart that it gives people a headache, and sometimes so naughty that it makes people laugh and cry. I was so scared just now, afraid it would say something even more outrageous. Ha ha ha. Jin Baobao did the opposite this time. He got out of trouble without actually agreeing to lend the money. So smart. Host, have Jin Baobao imitate the tone of voice my aunt just used. It'll definitely be hilarious. As soon as this comment passed, other fans followed suit. Yes. Let Jin Baobao imitate it. I'm so curious. Hu Yuti's eyes lit up, and she also wanted to see if Wang Tang could imitate her aunt's tone. So, Hu Yuti cleared her throat towards Wang Tang and deliberately pinched her voice to imitate her aunt's tone. Jin Baobao, can you imitate my aunt and say, "You ungrateful bastard, I loved you so much in vain"? Chapter 49, Without morals, you won't be kidnapped. Wang Tang tilted his head and listened for a few seconds, then cleared his throat and suddenly spoke. His voice changed instantly, becoming sharp and piercing, with a hint of anger in it, exactly the same tone his aunt had used on the phone just now. You ungrateful bastard, I loved you so much in vain. He has now mastered the pronunciation simulation to the highest level. When learning this little case, he even drags out the final sound of the word in a long and sharp manner, just like his aunt herself. Speaking of the fans in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy, and the comments were full of ha ha and amazing : oh my god. This is so similar. I'm getting goosebumps. Golden Baby's imitation skills are so impressive, it would be a shame if he didn't dub for an animated film. He's even better than a professional voice actor. I almost thought it was my aunt calling again. The tone was so precise. No, I have to record this and send it to my mom so she can see this bird imitator. Jean Bao Bao, learn another line. Learn from your aunt, you have to lend me $500,000 even if you have to. After Hu Yudi relayed the request, Wang Tang was not vague. He immediately changed his tone and shouted in a shrill voice, you have to lend it to me even if it's 500,000 yuan. You have to lend it to me even if you don't want to. That kind of self-righteous arrogance is exactly the same as my aunt's. Hu Yudi laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back and almost cried, but as she laughed, she felt a little uneasy. Although Wang Tang helped her out, her aunt was a relative after all. If her aunt realized that Wang Tang had deliberately lied to her, she would definitely be angry, and might even make trouble with her family. Hu Yudi held the phone, the smile in her eyes faded a little, and her fingers unconsciously rubbed the phone case. Fans in the live broadcast room also noticed Hu Yudi's uneasiness, and comforting words began to appear in the barrage, don't think too much, host. This kind of relative who only knows how to suck blood is not worth your trouble at all. She had the nerve to ask for $500,000 and even threatened you directly. Why are you so embarrassed to refuse? That's right. You have to be tough when dealing with people like this, otherwise they'll get even worse. Wang Tang seemed to see through her thoughts. He flapped his wings and flew in front of Hu Yudi, staring into her eyes. Suddenly, he said in a clear and loud voice, if you don't have morals, you won't be kidnapped. The sentence was spoken clearly, even the intonation of each word was standard. It didn't sound like an imitation, but rather like it was said after careful consideration. Hu Yudi was stunned, and the live broadcast room was silent for a second. Then, the comments flooded in like a tide. Where did Jean Bao Bao learn this? This sentence makes so much sense. This is such an epiphany. I was so embarrassed that I lent 40,000 yuan to a relative. Now, 10 years later, I still haven't gotten it back, and he even blocked all my contact information. That's right. When dealing with such vampire relatives, you must not be morally blackmailed, otherwise you will be the one who suffers. Host, listen to Jean Bao Bao. Don't be polite to this relative, or she'll come and cause trouble for you again. Jean Bao Bao is simply a life mentor. Looking at the barrage of comments, and then looking at Wang Tang in front of her with his head tilted and an innocent look on his face, Hu Yudi suddenly felt relieved. She reached out and touched Wang Tang's feathers, then smiled at the camera. Family, you were right, and thank you Jean Bao Bao for reminding me. I will never let myself down because of this kind of thing again. I will refuse when I should. As soon as the words fell, there was another cheer in the live broadcast room, and the gift special effects exploded again. Hu Yudi, Jean Bao Bao's injury hasn't healed yet, so he's not suitable for extensive exercise. Why don't we just connect via microphone? Some netizens saw scars on Wang Tang's body in front of the camera and couldn't help but say. Right. Baby Jean was injured by a bird thief yesterday. He needs to take good care of himself and watch the show. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Goddamn Wu Qian, our baby Jean is so cute, but he has the heart to do that to her. Speaking of Wu Qian, I'm very curious. How could he, the boss of Jodo Entertainment with assets worth hundreds of millions, come up with such a dirty trick as stealing a bird? How can a natural birth be quick and easy? Ah. This is business war. Fake business war, spending huge sums of money to short the opponent's stock. Real business war, the president personally takes action to grab the official seal, arranges undercover agents to cut the opponent's company's network cable, pours boiling water on the fortune tree, and punches a hole in the Pichot's butt. Hu Yudi glanced at the comments and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then let's connect the microphone and let Jean Bao Bao rest for a while and chat with his family. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling sports car special effect suddenly popped up on the screen, accompanied by a system prompt. The lazy cat who loves to sleep gives the anchor a sports car X1. Wang Tang saw the special effects of the gift and immediately flapped his wings in gratitude. The sports car is powerful, Big Brother is famous, the sports car is fast, Big Brother is loved by everyone. Ha ha ha. Baby Jin's little mouth looks like it's covered in honey. When netizens heard Wang Tang's words of thanks, they all posted comments. Hu Yudi, on the other hand, carried the lazy cat who loves to sleep onto the microphone. Hello. Anchor. Hello Golden Baby. After Lan Mao connected to the microphone, he greeted Hu Yudi and Jean Bao Bao immediately. Brother Lazy Cat, you're on the microphone today. Is there something you want to talk to Jean Bao Bao about, or are you worried about something? Hu Yudi asked the camera with a smile. This lazy cat who loves to sleep is at level 46 in Douyin, and he spends a lot of money watching live broadcasts. Here's the thing, Anchor, I send messages to my goddess. Sometimes she replies instantly, and sometimes she ignores me for days. I'm going crazy trying to guess what she means. The lazy cat who loves to sleep, said Distressedly. It turns out that brother Lazy Cat is having relationship difficulties. Hu Yudi nodded after hearing this. In the live broadcast room, netizens also posted barrages. No one else can teach you this. If you say your goddess doesn't have feelings for you, she'll reply quickly sometimes, but if you say she does, she won't reply for days. It's really hard to guess. Could it be that she's very busy with work? Don't worry, Lazy Cat brother. Let Jean Bao Bao analyze it for you. He's a life mentor. When Wang Tang heard what Lan Mao said, his eyes rolled, he stretched his neck, and said loudly in a clear voice, the water heater is running hot and cold, someone else must be using it. Ha? Lazy Cat was confused, his tone full of confusion. Golden Baby, what does this have to do with the water heater? But the netizens in the live broadcast room understood it instantly, and the screen was full of 666:666. Jean Baobao's metaphor is perfect. It hits the nail on the head. Teacher Jin's meaning is very clear. Your goddess is treating you like a backup, dating several people at the same time, and she's too busy to handle it all, so she's being so hot and cold. The sleepy lazy cat said in disbelief, but she called me baby. Wang Tang added, she called you baby, it didn't mean anything else. She just forgot your name. Oh my god. That hurts. Netizens were all amused. Golden Baby is still the one who sees things clearly. Golden Baby is so bold. What he said makes me feel bad for Brother Lazy Cat. Although the truth is cruel, it is better than being kept in the dark. Brother Lazy Cat, listen to Jean Baobao and stop deceiving yourself. The sleepy lazy cat looked at the camera expectantly and asked, family, what do you think I should do? It's really hard for me to forget her. The talented people in the barrage immediately started to offer suggestions, and the suggestions were dazzling. Don't worry, Lazy Cat. As long as the new love is good enough, there's no way you can forget the old love. Go meet a new girl. That's right. He changes partners so quickly, there's no sadness, only love. You're so rich, are you still worried about not being able to find a good girl? A man's money is for women to see, not to spend. If you invest more in yourself and dress yourself up handsomely, good girls will naturally come to you. Right. Don't hang on to a crooked tree. The world is so big, there are plenty of good girls. Lazy Cat stared at the comments for a long time before suddenly sighing, his tone much more relaxed. Yeah. I've figured it out. Thank you, my family, and thank you, Jean Baobao. I won't worry about gains and losses anymore. I'll focus on my career first, and then slowly look for a partner. Chapter 50, Golden Baby Emoticon Pack. Just as Huyuti took the sleepy lazy cat off the microphone, another gift special effect rose up in the live broadcast room. This time, it's not a sports car, but a carnival. Immediately afterwards, a system prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen. The smiling hedgehog is giving away Streamer Carnival X1. Seeing this fan gift the carnival, Huyuti immediately said, Sister Hedgehog, don't waste your money. Just connect with the microphone and give me a sports car. There's no need to give me such a big gift. She spoke politely, but her hands were working skillfully to get the smiling hedgehog to the microphone position. Anchor, I have a small request, I wonder if you can agree to it. The laughing hedgehog just came on the microphone and said this. There was an uproar in the barrage. Could it be that this hedgehog sister also wants to buy a golden baby? During the last live broadcast, a woman even swiped 10 huazi, but the host didn't agree. If it were me, I wouldn't sell it either. Who would be willing to sell such a cute baby like Jean Baobao? That's right. Jin Baobao can't be measured by pets. Huyuti saw the comments and had similar doubts in her heart. So, she immediately said, Sister Hedgehog, I'm sorry. I won't sell Jin Baobao. Add me on WeChat and I'll refund you. No. Laughing Hedgehog hurriedly explained, his voice even more anxious than before, Host, you're mistaken. I'm not here to buy gold treasures. Huyuti was stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, then just tell me what you want. As long as it's not too excessive, I will definitely help you find a solution. I'm a junior studying painting. Laughing Hedgehog's voice slowly relaxed, a touch of excitement lingering. I watch Jean Baobao on your livestream every day. I think it's so adorable. I want to make an emoticon pack for it, but I'm wondering if I can get permission? Making memes? Huyuti turned her head to look at Wang Tang beside her. Hearing this, Wang Tang stretched his neck and said, okay. Of course he would agree, because if it is made into an emoticon package and circulated in various comment areas and chat groups, it can bring in a lot of traffic. These are all popularity values. Golden Baby agreed. Huyuti immediately said with a smile. That's great. The laughing hedgehog's voice was full of joy, like a child who had got a favorite toy. The barrage became lively again, full of voices of supervision. Boss Hedgehog, you must make it well. That's right. We can't make the golden baby ugly. Also, now that it's finished, share it now. Laughing Hedgehog saw the comments and immediately nodded in agreement, of course. Then, she said to Huyuti, Host, please carry me down. We won't waste anyone's time. Yes. Okay. Hedgehog, add me on WeChat. If you need any materials, just send me a message and I'll pass it on to you. Huyuti said with a smile, then she carried the laughing hedgehog down. It was already late. Huyuti looked towards the camera and said with a smile, family. Happy times are always short. For those who haven't followed us yet, please follow us. The day after tomorrow, Cute Pets Rush Forward will be airing. Let's watch Jean Baobao's wonderful performance on the show together. Anchor, aren't you going live tomorrow? When netizens heard this, they all felt a little disappointed. The production crew will come to our house tomorrow afternoon to install a camera. Huyuti nodded, revealing a small detail. I heard it's a military-grade, ultra-clear camera that can even capture the moment a bullet is fired. I'm sure you'll see Jean Baobao's expression clearly then. As soon as these words came out, the barrage became active again. That's such a shame. I'm used to coming to the live studio every night to wait for the golden baby. The good news is that starting from the day after tomorrow, we'll be able to see the golden baby all day long, and the images will be even higher resolution and from multiple angles, which is even more exciting. I watched the trailer for Cute Pets Rush Forward, and all the guests have been revealed. In addition to the 3 regular guests, there's a new gorilla named Yue, nicknamed Dio Na Xing. His specialty is basketball, and he also throws things over the fence at tourists. 3 dogs, a tiger, a cat, and a gorilla. It seems that among the pet guests, Jin Baobao is the smallest. Not only is he the smallest, he also has the fewest fans. The one ranked first is that cat, with over 40 million fans, more than many celebrities. To be so popular, they all have their own unique skills. I have confidence in the golden baby. It will definitely be able to fight its way out of this group of strong men. Seeing the comments from netizens, Hu Yudi said confidently, after all, Wang Tang's performance in the past few days has been so outstanding that it makes her full of confidence in Wang Tang. Inside the livestream, fans all expressed their agreement. Great. Jin Baobao just started late, and sooner or later he'll have over 1 million or even tens of millions of fans. Golden baby, come and say goodnight to everyone. Hu Yudi greeted Wang Tang. The barrage immediately filled the screen. I want to listen to Jin Baobao's Maka Baka. However, a cunning glint flashed in Wang Tingyao's eyes. He didn't say a word at all. He slowly straightened up, raised one of his flexible little wings, and gently waved it at the camera. His arrogant little look seemed to be saying, I won't do dubbing today, what can you do to me? Damn. Is baby Jin saying goodbye to us? Seeing this scene, netizens were immediately happy again. Golden baby's wings are so flexible. They're better than my hands. And the look in its eyes, look how capable it is. Seeing Wang Tang throwing a tantrum, Hu Yudi was helpless and amused, and added a sentence for him to the camera. Good night, family, Makabaka. The barrage of comments filled the screen. Goodbye, Jin Baobao. I'll miss you if I can't see you tomorrow. See you on the show. After closing the live broadcast room, Hu Yudi added the WeChat account of Laughing Hedgehog and learned that she was still a junior student. Sister Hedgehog, I'll send you some live broadcast footage and some candid photos for your reference. Hu Yudi packaged all the videos and pictures and sent them to the Smiling Hedgehog. Thank you, host. Thank you so much. Laughing Hedgehog replied immediately and sent a happy emoticon. Wang Tang, on the other hand, was checking today's earnings due to the residual heat from the previous news and videos, plus the live broadcast just now. The popularity value increased by a total of 250,000. Exchange for 25 attribute points. Wang Tang did not hesitate and directly exchanged all his popularity points into attribute points. He knew in his heart that although he was not facing any crisis at the moment, having a sword but not using it and not having a sword in hand were two completely different things. Saving more attribute points would always come in handy. Chapter 51. The world is too crazy, cats are afraid of parrots. Well, my spirit is at its lowest right now. I'll put all these 25 points into it. Wang Tang checked the system panel and found that in the attribute column, spirit was the lowest, so he decisively added all the attributes to spirit, and now, the spirit has reached 60 points, and except for the strength which is only 58 points, the other attributes have all reached 100, and it is getting closer and closer to advancement. When Wang Tang came to his senses, he was already in Xin Yue's hands. She looked at Wang Tang and said, well, the wound has scabbed over and will heal soon. Today I'll just wash your paws. As she spoke, Xin Yue carefully scrubbed Wang Tang's paws. Xian Duo, you are now recovering, you should sleep well at night. Wang Tang was placed on the soft big bed, and Xin Yue lay down beside him. She also added, the production crew will be coming to install the equipment tomorrow. You have to perform well and leave a good impression on them. Good night. Maka Baka. Wang Tang closed his eyes and read the random reply directly. Yeah. Good night. Xin Yue was worried that she would crush Wang Tang, so she tried to move closer to the bed. The next morning, she went to class as usual, as she had agreed with the program crew to attend at noon. So, at noon, Xin Yue hurried back home. She was carrying a large bag of things, including fruits, melon seeds, peanuts, etc., obviously to entertain the people from the program crew. When Wang Tang saw the plastic bag in Xin Yue's hand, his eyes lit up instantly, because he was tired of the snacks at home, and the one Xin Yue bought this time were all things he hadn't eaten recently. Xian Duo, this is prepared for the guests. I will buy it for you later. Seeing Wang Tang's appearance, Xin Yue said lovingly, then she took out a fruit plate, divided the fruits into groups, placed them on the coffee table, and arranged the melon seeds and other things. Before Xin Yue could finish all this, the doorbell rang. She immediately stopped what she was doing and nervously smoothed her hair. Here they come. The production crew is here. Lots of money, fast. Remember to behave well. Wang Tang didn't care at all when he heard that. He slowly flew to the coffee table, spotted the blueberries in the fruit bowl, and pecked at them, as if he was not the director of a major variety show, but someone who came to collect the water and electricity bills. Xin Yue ignored Wang Tang, took a deep breath, and ran to open the door. Standing outside the door were indeed Director Lu and his assistant Xiao Wang, both of them with extremely enthusiastic and even a little attentive smiles on their faces. Ms. Shen, good afternoon. Sorry to bother you. Director Lu took the initiative to shake hands as soon as he entered the door, but his eyes could not wait to pass Xin Yue, searching for the gray figure. Hello, Director Lu. Hello, Assistant Wang, please come in. Xin Yue quickly stepped aside to let them in, not forgetting to put her slippers at the door. Assistant Xiao Wang was holding several exquisite gift boxes in his hands, which were obviously top-quality bird food and toys prepared for Qian Duo. Just a small gift, I hope Qian Duo likes it. As Director Lu entered the room, he saw Wang Tang with his back to them, leisurely eating fruit. He looked so calm and composed that he didn't look like a pet at all, but more like a little master receiving guests at home. Qian Duo, look who's here. Xin Yue greeted Wang Tang, then slowly turned around. He tilted his head to look at the two of them, then nodded as a greeting. He spoke in a clear voice, have you eaten? If not, here are some blueberries. You're welcome. Director Lu. Assistant Wang. Although I have long known that this parrot is smart, isn't this social etiquette too natural and smooth, with the tone and wording? If you didn't know him, you would think he was an old man. Director Lu's face flushed with excitement, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Eat it. Eat it. Xin Yue covered her face, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Xin Yue looked towards the door and murmured doubtfully, "Strange, I didn't make an appointment with anyone else. Who could it be?" Assistant Xiao Wang immediately explained, "Ms. Xin, the bird's nest delivery person must have arrived. We were worried it would be inconvenient to bring it on the plane, so we ordered a luxurious bird's nest online and gave Qian Duo as a gift." Upon hearing this, Xin Yue walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Sure enough, there was a courier standing outside the door, holding a large box in his hands. "You are the most beautiful girl in Bikini Bottom, right? Please sign for this." The courier looked at Xin Yue and asked. When Xin Yue heard this, her pretty face turned red. She quickly signed her name and then took the big box from the courier. Director Lu said embarrassedly, "Xiao Wang and I have never raised a bird before, so we just ordered one online. We don't know if Qian Duo will like it. Thank you Director Lu and the production team for your kindness." Xin Yue immediately said with a smile, then she put the box in the corner. As a result, Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew over. He stopped in front of the box, pecked at it with his beak, and soon he had opened the package. "Qian Duo. How can you open the gifts in front of the guests? How rude." Xin Yue was embarrassed and hurried forward to take it away. Director Lu smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed, and he quickly waved his hands. It's okay. I bought this bird's nest for Qian Duo, so of course he has to personally inspect it. It won't count until he's satisfied." Wang Tang circled the bird's nest several times. The bird's nest looked quite luxurious and must have been expensive. However, he didn't need it. After all, he could sleep on a soft big bed with a beautiful woman by his side. So, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew to the side of the cat cage. In front of Director Lu and Xiao Wan, he put his paw directly on the cat cage door. Director Lu and Xiao Wan looked puzzled. With a click, the door of the cat cage was opened. The tabby cat silver baby in the cage instantly stood up, his back arched like a small hill, his tail stood up, and he stepped back step by step with fear in his eyes. Obviously, it had been traumatized by Wang Tang. This cat is afraid of parrots? Xiao Wang scratched his head, his face full of confusion. This is the first time I've seen this. Director Lu also came over and exclaimed in amazement, "That's right. Usually the cat bullies the bird, but this time it's the other way around." Xin Yue was a little embarrassed. The silver baby is a little shy. Of course she was too embarrassed to say that it was Wang Tang who bullied the tabby cat too harshly. "Mao erla?" Wang Tang stared sharply at the tabby cat in the cage with his bird-like eyes. Silver baby huddled in the corner of the cage, trembling as he looked at him, not even daring to breathe. Wang Tang pointed at the bird's nest in the corner with his claws and said to the tabby cat in the cage, "Yours." "Ah. Qian Duo wants to give this bird's nest to the tabby cat?" Director Lu and Xiao Wang both felt that their CPUs were burning out. Upon seeing this, Silver Baby immediately jumped out of the cage and ran to the bird's nest to lie down. It dared not disobey Wang Tang's orders. Director Lu rubbed his eyes and pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Then he muttered to himself in disbelief, This world is too crazy. A cat actually listens to a parrot?" Chapter 52, Domineering Parrot Forces Love. Hu Yudi looked at the silver baby curled up obediently in the brand new bird's nest, not daring to move, while Wang Tang held his head high and chest out, with a domineering look as if saying, "This is a reward from me, thank me." She felt the temperature of her cheeks soar again. This scene is really too unbelievable. Well. Director Lu, Assistant Wang, please take a seat and have some fruit. Hu Yudi tried to ease the awkward atmosphere with warm hospitality, so she quickly pushed the fruit plate towards the guest. Upon hearing this, Director Lu slowly recovered from his great shock. Instead of reaching for the fruit, he slapped his thigh, his face lit up with ecstasy, his voice trembling with excitement. Genius. Absolutely a genius. Such intelligence. Such aura. Jean Baobao's domineering and emperor-like style is amazing. Xiao Wang. Quick. Record it. This is all excellent material. Assistant Xiao Wang also woke up as if from a dream. He frantically pulled out his tablet and quickly swiped his fingers to record the scene, muttering to himself, "A domineering parrot forces love, a bird generously gives a mansion with a wave of its claws, and the tabby wife blushes, hiss. Why does this feel like a skit?" Wang Tang sneered at the two people's excitement, flew back to the coffee table lazily, accurately picked up the largest and fullest blueberry from the fruit plate, and enjoyed it slowly. Well, it's sweet with a hint of sourness, juicy and tastes great. Director Lu finally calmed down, rubbing his hands together, and his smile became even brighter, even with a hint of flattery. "Miss Hu, Jin Bao really constantly surprises us. So, should we start installing the equipment now? Rest assured, the equipment is specially designed and will not damage any decoration in your home. During the filming, we will have someone remotely monitor the situation to minimize the disruption to you and your baby's life." "Okay, thank you for your help. However, I have a request. No cameras can be installed in the bedroom or bathroom." Hu Yudi nodded and put forward her request. "No problem." Director Lu agreed readily. Soon, two technicians wearing work clothes printed with the program team's logo walked in, each carrying a silver-white metal box. They moved professionally and efficiently. After nodding to Hu Yudi, they began to work at Director Lu's signal. While pecking at the blueberries, Wang Tang observed sharply with his seemingly cute bird eyes. He evolved to the first level, and his physical attributes increased to 100 points. His eyesight was greatly improved, and he felt that everything around him became clearer, and his thinking became more active. Wang Tang could clearly sense the skilled and professional actions of these technicians, which were by no means comparable to those of ordinary variety show crews. The technicians opened the metal box and found that the equipment inside was more sophisticated than the ordinary home camera that Hu Yudi had installed last time. The devices have cold and hard lines, exuding a sense of industrial precision. The lens structure is complex and they also have various incomprehensible micro-interfaces and heat dissipation holes. This is the latest ultra-clear, low-light, full-color camcorder. It uses military-grade technology, resulting in excellent nighttime imaging. It can automatically track the subject and maintain sharp focus, a technician whispered in introduction to Director Liu. Although the voice was low, Wang Tang's enhanced hearing could capture it clearly. The installation process is quick and silent. The cameras are cleverly hidden in the corners of the living room, in the compartments of the bookshelves, and even in the chandelier decoration opposite the sofa. The locations are all well chosen, covering most of the public areas without being obtrusive. They even have an extremely wide viewing angle and silent pan/tilt for smooth pan and zoom. Another technician installed 2 smaller sensors on the balcony and at the kitchen door. This is a vibration and sound fluctuation monitor. It can assist the main camera in capturing unusual movements, ensuring that no exciting moments are missed. Wang Tang watched silently, muttering to himself, this is not a variety show at all. If you don't know, you would think they are monitoring some important security area. Finally, the staff member pulled out their best equipment, walked over to Hu Yudi, and gestured, Ms. Hu, this camera is worn on the Golden Baby. It's ultra-clear, waterproof, and anti-shake. It can faithfully record everything that happens to it, even ensuring that even if it flies out of the room, it will be recorded. Hu Yudi looked at Wang Tang inquiringly. Wang Tang looked at the tiny ring and nodded, I agree, puff. This time, even the 2 staff members were amused. Director Liu immediately warned, when you wear it, please pay attention to the injuries on the baby's body. Don't hurt it. Director Liu, don't worry. The staff member said with a smile, then they carefully put the ring on Wang Tang. After the equipment was installed and debugged, the technician made an okay gesture to Director Liu. Director Liu nodded with satisfaction and said to Hu Yudi with a smile, Ms. Hu, the equipment is ready. The official filming will begin tomorrow morning. Thank you and Jean Baobao for your hard work these past few days. Just perform naturally, just like usual. Jean Baobao's performance is the best. He stayed for a while, repeatedly reminded some precautions, and once again expressed his astonishing admiration for Wang Tang. Then he left with his reluctant assistants and technicians. After seeing off the program crew, Hu Yudi closed the door, leaned against it and let out a long sigh. Feeling like she had fought a battle, she walked into the living room and looked at the almost invisible camera. She felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of living under the camera. Instead, Wang Tang grabbed a blueberry from the fruit bowl, flew in front of Hu Yudi, and hovered there. Golden Baby, are you giving this to your mother? Hu Yudi was a little surprised. Hearing Hu Yudi's words, Wang Tang didn't say anything. He pecked the blueberry into his mouth and swallowed it with a slurp. Little girl, if you want to take advantage of me, forget it, puff. Hu Yudi couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. However, the tension in her heart also disappeared. Wang Tang raised his head, swallowed the last bite of blueberry pulp, and suddenly shouted in a clear voice, Big brother is watching you. Ha? Hu Yudi was stunned, not quite understanding the sudden Chinglish. Jean Baobao, what did you say? Wang Tang flapped his wings and landed on her shoulder. He rubbed her cheek affectionately with his beak and switched back to Chinese. I'll take you to show off and fly. Hu Yudi was amused, and the nervousness in her heart disappeared. You're the only one who's talkative. Well, now that the guests have left, you can have some of these fruits and melon seeds, but don't eat too much. She picked up a melon seed, peeled it skillfully, and fed the kernel to Wang Tang's mouth. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the service comfortably. This bird life was extremely comfortable. He is already looking forward to the premiere of Cute Pets Rush Forward tomorrow, where he can show off his talents and gain countless fans. Chapter 53. The show starts. Official live broadcast room of Cute Pets Rush Forward. Time, 7:30 in the morning. The first person to appear in the camera was the host Subuling. He was wearing a charcoal gray haute couture suit with shoulders that looked as straight as if they had been carefully ironed. There was a small silver collar pin in his breast pocket, which sparkled in the light. Sable Ling stood tall and straight, with a perfect smile on his lips, his eyes sparkling, and his voice clear and powerful. Welcome all early bird viewers to lock in the live broadcast room. I am your old friend, Sabu Ling. As soon as the host appeared, the live broadcast room suddenly became hot. Teacher Sa looks so handsome today. His suit makes his legs look 2.8 meters long. Members of the Skyja gang, assemble immediately. Reserve your seats in the front row. Melon seeds, cola, and mineral water are ready. Help! Teacher Sa's smile is more refreshing than my alarm clock. In front of Sabling, there is a large screen playing the barrage of comments from the live broadcast room. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the various comments. It seems everyone is in a good mood today. Don't rush to praise me. The 2 heavyweight guests who are about to appear are the real hardcore players. First of all, let us welcome Professor Buheli from our beautiful island. He studied at Ganges University in India and worked with animals for 20 years. The research data he recorded could fill an entire library. The camera immediately switched, and a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared in the picture. He was wearing a light gray striped suit with a neatly tied tie. He wore a pair of black-framed round glasses on his nose, and his eyes behind the lenses shone with a gentle light. Obviously, this is the heavyweight expert Buheli. The camera zoomed in again. His hair was neatly combed, his sideburns were neatly trimmed, and he spoke with a faint Taiwanese accent. Even the gesture of raising his hand to greet him was elegant. Dear audience friends, good morning, everyone. I am Buheli. As soon as the greeting fell, the barrage became lively again. She actually graduated from Ganges University and was able to participate in this heavyweight variety show. This Ganges, this Zendark, this Thai River. Professor Bu, you talk so funny. Damn it. I'm so excited for this guest lineup. In the barrage, netizens commented one after another. Sabuling waited for the barrage to subside, then immediately raised his voice and continued to introduce. Next up is our second guest, Professor Hu Yan, professor who graduated from Gallatin University in the United States. His research spans multiple fields and he specializes in tackling tough problems. The most amazing thing is that after returning to China, he led his team and in just 2.5 years they developed a cold-resistant mosquito, directly filling the gap in our country's mosquito-free winters. Suddenly, the camera moved to a guest on the stage. It was a little old man with a bald forehead. He looked like a man of great learning. Hello everyone. I'm Hu Yan, and I'm representing the pepper from my hometown. When the camera was focused on Hu Yan, he smiled at the camera and took out a bottle of pepper in his hand. The unexpected advertisement made the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Damn it. Professor Hu's commercial insertion is so abrupt. No time, hard insertion, right? You're the one who developed these cold-resistant mosquitoes? I'm in Beijing and I'm covered in mosquito bites. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. The barrage of comments almost got out of control. The camera immediately turned to the host Sabuling again. He immediately smiled and said, after introducing the two guests, now it's time for our protagonists today, the furry children. Next, we will directly connect to the real-time footage of the 6 adorable pet guests. Suddenly, 6 squares appeared on the live broadcast screen, and each square contained a picture. Sabuling's voice came. Let me introduce to you, from top to bottom, we have our werewolf, Jixing, Gong Baiwang, Meiqiu, Yue, and Shen Duoduo. There is a full screen button on each screen. You can switch to full screen mode and block other live screens. At this moment, there is an exclusive poster on the cover of each live broadcast room. In the barrage, netizens immediately sent out various barrages. I'm here for Wolf Warrior. Wolf Warrior is a meritorious police dog. I'm rooting for Wolf Warrior. Zixing is the real deal. He's the smartest man in the border collie world. He can count and even open doors. King Dongbai's chubby face is so adorable it makes my heart melt. The barrage of comments refreshed quickly. After all, there were already as many as 150,000 viewers watching online at the same time in the live broadcast room. It's still morning and the live variety show has just started. When the traffic reaches its peak, the number of people online at the same time will exceed 1 million. The popularity of each live broadcast room is also displayed on the screen. Among them, the Wolf Warrior live broadcast room has the highest number of viewers, reaching 60,000. The second is Bianmu Jixing, which now has 30,000 people online. Meiqiu ranks third with 25,000 people in the live broadcast room. Gong Baiwang ranks fourth with 20,000 people in the live broadcast room. Yuwei's live broadcast room has more than 10,000 people. As for Qian Duoduo, it ranks at the end, with only more than 4,000 people currently. Okay. Next, let's see what these cute pets are doing. Sabuling's exciting voice rang out. In an instant, the live broadcast cover disappeared, revealing the picture inside. In the first scene, the camera quickly swept across the park filled with morning mist and soon stopped at a majestic black-backed dog, which was Wolf Warrior. Its body is covered with shiny short black-brown hair, its muscle lines reveal a sense of strength in the morning light. Its ears stand upright like 2 small spires, its tail is stretched straight when it runs, and every step it takes is steady and powerful. The host, Sabuling, said with a smile, Warwolf is a retired meritorious dog. He has never faded after his retirement. He runs with his handler every morning. He is more self-disciplined than me, the host. Oh, Meiqiu is still sleeping, and so is Gong Baiwang. Yue has already started getting dressed and is getting ready for work. What? Yue still has to go to work? Some netizens were surprised when they heard Sabuling's explanation and posted comments. Haha, you don't know? Yue is a chimpanzee at the Yuqing Zoo. He clocks in at 8 a.m. every day and is responsible for interacting and playing tricks with tourists. Sabuling said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the barrage was instantly flooded with haha help. You're already an ape and you still have to go to the morning office. What a joke. Yue, I don't want to go to work either, but the principal gave me too many bananas. Suddenly I feel like my early morning routine isn't that bad after all. At this time, Sabuling checked the last live broadcast room and his voice became a little hesitant. I haven't seen it in Qian Duoduo's live broadcast room yet. In the barrage, one netizen immediately explained, Qian Duoduo's owner is a student who has to go to class in the morning. The show used to start on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Qian Duoduo may not have gotten up yet. Xin Yue is a single woman, and it's not convenient to install surveillance cameras in her bedroom. During the live broadcast, she said that Qian Duoduo would sleep in her bed with her at night. That's such a shame. Without an owner, this African gray parrot will lose a lot of advantages. It already has the lowest traffic, so it's hard to compete with other cute pets. Is that so? Sabuling nodded. Just as he was about to switch the screen, a slender figure appeared in the screen. It was Xin Yue. She was wearing a light pink sweatshirt, her high ponytail swaying gently with her movements. She was holding an African gray parrot in her hands. The parrot's feathers were as smooth as satin, and its black bean-like eyes were rolling around. Xin Yue placed the parrot on the sofa, holding a small ring in her hand, ready to put it on the parrot. Wang Tang knew that the show was about to begin, so he cooperated very well. Xin Yue was very satisfied. After putting the small ring on Wang Tang, she kissed him on the head with her mouth. Mua. Qian Duoduo was great today. Mommy is going to school. In the barrage, netizens posted barrages. Fuck. People are worse than birds. Holy crap. Xin Yue is so pretty. She can debut right away with her looks. A beautiful 18-year-old girl is so sweet even when kissing a parrot. If she kissed me, I would be so happy that I would jump up and down. I can hear the sound of the abacus upstairs from 3 provinces away. I'm in the United States, and I can hear it across the Pacific Ocean. Men really always like 18-year-olds, dog head. Just as netizens were envious and jealous, Wang Tang flapped his wings and struggled, his eyes full of disgust. Go away. Go away. This scene, in the eyes of some viewers, immediately made them dissatisfied. What's wrong with this parrot? Why won't it get close to its owner, who is so beautiful? Look at how tiny it is, flapping its wings so vigorously. It looks like it's impossible to tame. He's already unpopular, and he's so arrogant, no wonder he's ranked last. The discussion in the barrage grew louder, and Sabuling quickly spoke up. Don't worry, Zhen Duo might have just woken up and hasn't recovered yet. Look at the look in his eyes, maybe he's secretly happy. Let's wait a little longer, maybe he'll have a surprise for you later. As soon as he finished speaking, a lazy yet clear voice, through the top-notch sound recording equipment, reached the ears of all the audience. Good morning, workers. Today, you are still up earlier than the chickens, aren't you? Chapter 54, the first step to attract fans, military training cat. Gift plus? As Wang Tang opened his mouth, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with question marks. The smile on the host Subuling's face also froze. I seem to be mocked by a bird? It's not just like that. Look at its eyes, facing the camera directly, hatred is at full blast. The host, Sabuling, immediately turned to the two senior zoology experts and professors. Members of the think tank, can you explain this phenomenon? First, Bu Heli said, I think this is unreasonable. Because I have studied parrots, and the parrots in the camera are native to Africa. Before he could finish his words, the comments went viral, and even Sabuling almost choked. 666. My country, Africa, what a niche word. Regardless of whether what Professor Bu said is reasonable or not, I really like this sentence. Don't laugh. Maybe it was a slip of the tongue? But this slip of the tongue is so cute, ha ha ha. Bu Heli ignored the mocking comments and continued his serious analysis. African gray parrots are indeed highly intelligent birds. They can learn language throughout their lives and can even communicate in simple ways. But look at this one on the screen. It's so small and not even half a year old. It's rare for a bird this small to even speak clearly, let alone mock people. There's only one truth, the parrot's owner must have taught him the right words in advance for the show. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received the approval of many netizens. Professor Bu is indeed an expert. This analysis is very reasonable. It's like whipping the wall in. It's the perfect shot. Yes. I also raise a gray bird. Birds under 6 months old have a very small chance of hatching, and birds as clear as the one in the camera are even rarer. I even doubt whether this sentence was said by this plane. It's very likely a dubbing. Wang Tang's fans immediately responded in the comments, is there any need to doubt Qian Duoduo's ability? He's even been on the news. Exactly. I watch it live every night, and that was just the appetizer. It can also imitate car horns and phone ringtones, which is much more amazing. Don't be so jealous. You can't raise a smart bird yourself, so you say it's a script? What's wrong with being on the news? Hasn't Jiang Sheng ever been on the news? The skeptics and fans in the comments were about to get into an argument, but Sabuling quickly tried to smooth things over, looking at Hu Yan on the other side. Thank you, Professor Bu, for your brilliant interpretation. Professor Hu, do you think there are any other possibilities? Hu Yan touched his chin and smiled calmly. Well, about this, I won't comment until I see the whole picture. Let's just let the bullets fly for a while. As soon as this sentence came out, the barrage in the live broadcast room instantly changed its style. Holy crap. Professor Hu is such a master at using Tai Chi. He doesn't take sides, and he doesn't offend anyone. Ginger still has its merits. Isn't this what a high EQ statement looks like? I've learned a lesson. Next time I encounter a dilemma, I'll also say, let the bullets fly for a while. Sabuling smiled and tried to smooth things over. Alright. Then let's see how Qian Duo performs. Is this pre-rehearsed or natural talent? Let him let his actions speak for themselves. At this time, some netizens who were originally fans of other cute pets also stopped to observe whether this African gray parrot was really so human-like. Mao air spicy? Mao air spicy? Wang Tang jumped off the sofa and walked towards the cat's bed. He planned to wake the cat up. What? This parrot is waking up the cat? After seeing the scene in the camera, netizens felt their heads buzzing. Does this wealthy owner have cats besides birds? Isn't she afraid that the cat will eat the bird when she's not around? Looking at the parrot, it seems like it's familiar with cats. Is it possible that he's a pet cat? These days, pet cats don't even catch mice, let alone birds. That makes sense. My cat avoids butterflies when he sees them. He's so timid. At this time, Wang Tang had already arrived in front of the cat's nest. Hearing Wang Tang's call, Silver Baby was instantly awakened. He immediately raised his head and looked at Wang Tang cautiously. At this time, netizens also saw the silver baby in the cat's nest. This looks like a tabby cat? This is the hunting expert among the Chinese native cats. Someone recognized the species of silver baby. This bird owner is really careless. Not only did he keep the tabby cat and the bird together, he also locked the cat in a cage. Isn't he doomed now? The parrot offered to deliver the food to your door, and the tabby cat was so moved that it drooled and ate it with tears in its eyes. This bird is dead. Not even Jesus could stop it, I say. At this time, the old Professor Hu Yan smiled slightly and began to explain. Look carefully, the tabby cat's back is arched and its fur is standing on end. It's entering a hunting posture. Upon hearing this, netizens immediately posted comments. 666. We're about to broadcast a live broadcast of a crime scene. Is this the first time this show has aired an accident? Ha ha ha. This is the grand historical drama, the civet cat becomes the prince. Originally, the protagonist of this episode was this parrot. Once it's eaten by the tabby cat, this tabby cat will take its place. I can't imagine how popular this tabby cat will be in the future. Could this be a pre-written script by the production team? The apparent protagonist, the African grey parrot, the real protagonist, the tabby cat. I suddenly had a bold idea. Could this be a script by the program team? They're praising parrots on the surface, but actually promoting tabby cats? After all, tabby cats are local cats, so they're more talked about. The truth is revealed above. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Sacrificing an African parrot to make the local tabby cat famous, this show's operation is truly extraordinary. However, to everyone's surprise, even when the grey parrot came to the cat's nest, the tabby cat did not move. Instead, it was so scared that it was trembling in the cat's nest. What's going on? Netizens sent barrages of questions to the host. Subtitles also smiled and looked at Hu Yan. Professor Hu, you just said that this tabby cat entered a hunting posture, so why didn't it attack the parrot? Just now, he glanced at Director Liu out of the corner of his eye and found that he was sitting in the back calmly. He immediately knew that this was not a broadcast accident. This. Hu Yan was a little confused just now. I clearly saw that the tabby cat arched its back and was about to pounce on the bird. As a result, in less than a second, it became scared and lay in the cat bed shivering. Are you playing me? Hu Yan couldn't find an explanation for a moment. Meanwhile, Bu Heli smiled. There's only one truth. Birds are more valuable than cats. This tabby cat has been raised by this owner since it was little. It doesn't have much of a cat's instincts. Whenever it wants to eat the parrot, it gets punished by its owner. Over time, it no longer dares to eat birds. Netizens heard this and expressed their agreement. Professor Bu is still an expert. Tabby cat, what's my status? How dare you eat a bird worth 8,000 yuan? Are you trying to kill yourself? That makes sense. It turns out the fear in the tabby cat's eyes isn't directed at the bird, but at its owner. This parrot is delicious, but eating it would offend its owner. It can tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. I've seen a lot of performances without props, but this is the first time I've seen one without real power. This tabby cat is also a talented actor. I thought it was going to pounce on the parrot and eat it. It turned out to be a Hello Kitty. This is the tragedy of city cats. Even a tabby cat will lose its hunting instincts if it's kept in captivity for too long. I'm afraid it has already forgotten how to catch mice. At this moment, Wang Teng in the camera raised a paw, pointed it in front of him, and said in a clear voice, "Get down. Lie down." What is this grey parrot doing? It looks like it's giving instructions to the tabby cat. When netizens saw this scene, they were all shocked. This is courting death, madly testing the brink of hell. The next moment, the underworld scene is about to begin. Thanks for the gifts everyone, I've written a little bit and finally finished it. Chapter 55, The Parrot Rides the Cat, leading the way. Professors, what do you think? The host Sabuling immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank, his tone full of anticipation. Lin Bei, use your eyes to see. When Bu Heli heard the question, he smiled and waved his hands. Impossible. It's impossible. How can a bird possibly command a cat? Besides, it's a tabby cat. According to the nature of cats, its obedience is very low. However, before he could finish his words, the smile froze on his face, because, in the camera, the tabby cat that had just been curled up in the cat's nest actually crawled out tremblingly, ran obediently to the place where the parrot pointed, and lay down upright. Swish. On the other side, Hu Yan stood up directly from his seat. Sabuling immediately looked at him. Professor Hu, do you have any unique insights? The higher you stand, the farther you can see. With my old bones, I need to see more before I can say for sure. Hu Yan smiled to hide the shock on his face. The forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. A parrot can actually command a cat. In the barrage, netizens also began to post barrages. What's the point of you fighting? To get ahead, you need power and connections. I feel so sorry for the tabby cat. In terms of skills, it is definitely the double-flowered red stick of this family, but with no status and no background, it was actually bullied like this by a bird that is not as good as it. If this cat was a ragdoll, it would definitely not be bothered by this bird. Its appearance and bloodline determine its position in this family, at the bottom. I see myself in the tabby cat. Seeing the lively comments, Sabuling immediately turned to Bu Heli and Hu Yan and said, two experts from the think tank, please explain the reasons for this phenomenon. I'm sure everyone watching the livestream is eager to know. Yes. The host's words really hit the nail on the head. In the barrage, netizens expressed their agreement. This is the first time I've seen a parrot commanding a cat. This time, Bu Heli did not speak. He looked at Hu Yan opposite him. Hu Yan coughed immediately and said, it's like when the birds are gone, the slingshot hides, and when the rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. Without mice in the house, the cat has no place to use and can't demonstrate its value. Holy crap. Professor Hu is worthy of being a professor. Is he talking about cats? He's clearly talking about people. This is a metaphor. Everyone has heard of Zhuge Liang's empty city plan, right? We used to say how powerful Zhuge Liang was and that he could scare off Sima Yi's army with just the empty city plan. But I don't think so. Hu Yan touched his beard, his face full of emotion. In that situation, Sima Yi was much more panicked than Zhuge Liang. If he took the city and eliminated Zhuge Liang, what would be his escape route? The purpose of Sima Yi's existence was to hinder Zhuge Liang. Fuck. The barrage instantly filled the screen. Professor Hu's explanation is a new perspective. Everyone, watch carefully and learn carefully. Professor Hu is using history to criticize the present. Zhuge Liang, I bet Sima Yi knows this is the empty city strategy. A top-notch conspiracy. If it were a young and naive person, the grass on Zhuge Liang's grave would be 2 feet deep. That's when I finally understood. Hey upstairs, are you having diarrhea? You even broke open the blocked toilet? Hu Yan's explanation left Sabuling, a Peking University graduate sitting across from him, stunned. Then he asked again, Professor Hu, please analyze what the parrot is trying to do by making the cat crawl on the ground? What? When Hu Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, how should I know? However, this is the show and it is still live. To maintain his expert professorial demeanor, Hu Yan glanced at Bu Heli across from him and said, I already have an answer to this question, but I'd like to know if Professor Bu has any other interpretations. He lightly kicked the ball to Bu Heli on the opposite side, cough. Upon hearing this, Bu Heli glared at Hu Yan opposite him, resisting the urge to beat him up. She forced a smile and said, well, from the perspective of animal behavior, it's all about competing for favor. Yes, it's about competing for favor. If there are 2 pets at home, they will definitely compete for the owner's favor. There is no doubt that this gray parrot has a higher status in the mistress's heart, but it thinks this is only temporary, so how do you consolidate your position? Of course, belittle your opponent. By using every possible means to belittle your opponent, trampling them into the mud so they can't get up, you can only make your position more secure. 666. Professor Bu, are you talking about animal behavior? I think what you're talking about is a palace drama. Damn it. The truth is, this cat suffers because it can't speak. You didn't mention anyone in a single word, yet every word you said was about someone. I'm watching a cute pet show, but why does it feel like I'm watching a workplace drama? In the barrage, some netizens have already felt the same. I have abilities but never get promoted. The boss always likes people who flatter me. What's the point of being able to do practical work? People will flatter you and even slander you in front of the boss. Suddenly someone posted, hey. But as a longtime fan of Qian Duo Duo, I think it makes some sense. Let me tell you, Qian Duo Duo usually loves watching The Legend of Jin Huan. Other netizens were shocked when they saw the barrage. Is that true? A bird loves to watch empresses in the palace? After hearing Bu Heli's explanation, Sabuling nodded slightly. Oh. I understand. Professor Bu means that the purpose of this parrot is to consolidate its position in the family by suppressing its competitors. Yeah, that makes sense, so let's continue reading. Although Wang Tang couldn't see the barrage, he knew that his actions would definitely cause a sensation in the live broadcast room. So, he planned to launch another more ruthless attack. Wang Tang flapped his wings and flew directly onto the back of the tabby cat in Bao Bao. This scene shocked the audience in the live broadcast room even more. The parrot landed on the cat's back? Professor Bu, expert Hu, please explain this to me. Ah. A stepping stone. This parrot is using the tabby cat as a stepping stone. From an animal behavior perspective, it's further asserting its status in the family. When Bu Heli saw the barrage, he immediately explained loudly, and now, he no longer cares whether it is right or wrong. As long as he speaks louder, he can boost his confidence. When netizens heard this, they suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I used to watch Animal World and saw animals in the jungle peeing in their own territory to declare their sovereignty. Of course, some people couldn't help but post comments, is there really such a thing as animal behavior? Why do you care if he has one or not? If the professor says he has one, he has it. Even if he doesn't have one, he can still create one. That makes so much sense, I can't refute it. When Wang Tang landed on the back of the tabby cat, it was suddenly startled, its whole body trembled, and its eyes were full of fear. This scene made the netizens in the live broadcast room feel compassion. This is the first time I've seen such difficulty in a cat. It's too hard. Without status, even a cat would be bullied by birds. Because, this bird, it can talk. After the explanation by 2 experts and professors, Hu Yan and Bu Heli, Wang Tang's image was completely stigmatized, almost as bad as Qin Hui. At this moment, Wang Tang patted the tabby cat's head with his wings and gave an order in a clear voice, get up. Chapter 56. My warhorse is rusty too, get up. Qian Duo Duo stepped on the raccoon flower cat under his body. He was still dissatisfied, so he had to let it carry him away? Hearing Wang Tang's words, Sabuling couldn't help being a little surprised. In the live broadcast room, netizens also posted barrage after barrage. Did I read it right? Does it want the cat to be a mount? Fuck. A bird, riding a cat, bring pie when you think about it. Don't move yet. Let me take a screenshot, this is the famous scene of the year. Sabuling quickly turned his head and looked at the think tank next to him. Teacher Hu and Teacher Bu, you two are well informed. Can you explain it to everyone? Does Qian Duo Duo really want to ride a cat? Cough. Neither Hu Yan nor Bu Heli could help coughing. This parrot is really too evil, and both of them can't make it up anymore. However, when the host asked, he couldn't help but answer. Bu Heli glanced at the barrage secretly, turned his eyes, and said loudly, that's right. A lot of money just wants the raccoon cat to be a mount. Correct. In this way, it can demonstrate the dignity of its status. Hu Yan also nodded quickly. And now, the parrots are all riding on the cat, regardless of whether it fits or not. Follow the barrage and guess it's over. Netizens were not good at taking a break, and one after another posted a barrage and asked, why do parrots use cats as mounts? After all, it has a pair of wings, wouldn't it be more convenient to fly? Cough. When Buheli heard this, he coughed, and immediately regained his self-confidence on his face. This is about my profession. Parrots belong to the parrot family, which is a kind of vertebrate subgenus of the animal kingdom, and belongs to the climbing birds. Their legs and claws are strong, suitable for climbing, but they are not good at flying. When it came to professional knowledge, Buheli's eyes lit up, and he raised his chest as if he was giving a lecture to students in class. Nedison suddenly realized that the barrage was full of that's a search Dean. Let me just say, as a bird with a lot of money, why would you choose a raccoon cat as its mount? Write it down, parrots are climbing birds and are not good at flying. Strange knowledge has increased again. On the other side, Huyen was a little anxious when he saw that Buheli had answered a correct question that he has to behave well, otherwise, what if he doesn't invite himself again next season? This variety show is a good opportunity to make money. Hearing Wang Tang's words, the raccoon cat stood up tremblingly from the ground. This scene looks very funny. Hey! The face of the raccoon flower cat was all lost by this silver baby. Being ridden on the back by a bird, his legs trembled with fright. It's the shame of the cat world. If other cats see this, don't they have to laugh off their big teeth? With one's own strength, it has lowered the combat effectiveness of the raccoon cat. It's sad for its misfortune, but it's indisputable for it to be angry. Good people are deceived by others, and good cats are ridden by birds. Resist. Silver baby. Miao Xing will never be a slave. If you don't break out in silence, you die in silence. In the barrage, netizens began to criticize Yin Beobeo. They don't even know how much pressure the Tanuki cat silver baby is under at this moment. Seeing Baby Yin standing up with difficulty, Wang Tang knew that it was time for him to install the wall. With a pair of paws firmly grasped on the cat's back, he waved a grey fluttering wing, and shouted impassioned in Yujia's voice, "My spear has been blunted by the heavy rain, and my horse is rusty." Baby Yin was taken aback by Wang Tang's sudden outburst. His legs and neck trembled a few times, and he immediately nodded again and again. Fuck. Seeing this scene in the camera, netizens were all boiling over. The line, "a lot of money, it's too burning. It makes my blood boil." At this time, a sharp-eyed netizen posted a barrage, instantly deflecting the style of painting. "Is this the only thing you are concerned about?" I saw the raccoon cat under it, still nodding again and again. Cat, who? Me? Rusty? Ha? Right. The bag is rusty. Baby Yin, correct. I'm really rusty. The polychromatic cover clicked. Rao Sabuling had experienced strong winds and waves, and he was stunned at this moment. He immediately looked at the two guests of the think tank. Both Buheli and Huyen feel crazy at the moment. Don't ask me, however. Sabuling finally spoke. "Two guests, please comment. This is a lot of money. Is it self-conscious to say this line at this moment, or is it simply reciting the line? Well. Buheli couldn't help but put his hand on the frame and racked his brains to make it up. He hadn't spoken yet. On the other side, Huyen said, "It should be a coincidence." Is it really a coincidence? I don't believe it. Sabuling shook his head when he heard the words, "It's a pity." The owner of Qian Duo Duo was not at the scene, otherwise, he would know the answer. That's weird. How could the voice made by Qian Duo Duo be that of Yujie? Some netizens were puzzled. That's right. Isn't it a male parrot? It looks cheap like that, and there are some wretchedness. Why can't it be connected to the female parrot? It's too contrasting. Seeing this barrage, Buheli immediately began to answer. "This friend, I can answer your question. Usually, parrots make male or female voices, and it has nothing to do with their gender. When learning to speak, if it is taught by the male host, then the voice it makes is the voice of the man. If it is taught by the hostess, then the voice it makes is the voice of the woman." That's not right. Professor Bu, what you said is unreasonable. Netizens immediately began to dismantle the platform. The voice that Qian Duo Duo made at the beginning was a smoky voice, which sounded like a man's voice, but just now, it was Yujie's voice again. There are two kinds of these. The smile on Buheli's face suddenly solidified. He also remembered that what Qian Duo Duo said when he first appeared was indeed the voice of a man with a smoky voice. At this time, Buheli felt that his brain was buzzing. The knowledge about parrots that he had mastered in the past seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with this Qian Duo Duo. Huyen coughed and said, "There are always exceptions to things. I believe everyone has seen anime. In anime, there are female voices with male voices, and there are also male voices with female voices. We call this pseudo-voice. The parrot simulates pronunciation, which is the same as the pseudo-sound, so it can make two different sounds for men and women, which is completely reasonable." Oh. It turned out to be like this. Then, I understand. Professor who is still reliable. Netizens agreed one after another, and finally accepted this explanation. Just after the debate here, the popularity of Qian Duoduo's live broadcast room has risen like a rocket, surpassing the previous live broadcast rooms a long time ago, and it has steadily occupied the first position. The owners of other pets panicked. We are all bloggers with tens of millions of fans. How come we were exploded by a parrot with only 500,000 fans? Chapter 57. Doesn't this acting skill kill young handsome guys in seconds? The early morning sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows, plating the living room with a layer of warm gold. Wang Tang was still riding majestically on Yin Beobeo. He raised one wing high, as if holding a spear, and continued to shout with emotion. The big windmill called life. "I want to fight you for 300 rounds, 300 rounds. Although Wang Tang's appearance is just a parrot, it is full of momentum, as if he is facing thousands of troops and horses. All the preparations in front of him were for this moment. On the other hand, Baby Yin was born without love, and the cat's face was full of "Who am I? Where am I? Why should I bear this?" The four short legs trembled slightly, barely supporting the bird knight on his back. Wang Tang's mental attributes have now reached 60 points, and his perception is extremely keen. Even while concentrating, he vaguely heard the subtle sound of the micromotor inside the camera adjusting the focal length. He knew that this was remotely controlled by the program team so that the shooting could be clearer. Wang Tang immediately held his breath and concentrated his mental power highly. Suddenly, the world seemed to have become a network of countless subtle energy and information flows before his eyes. He also sensed the extremely weak but persistent electronic signals emitted by the hidden cameras in the room, cold and regular. This is a very wonderful feeling, as if looking at things through a layer of frosted glass. It is a bit blurred, but you can roughly feel the range covered by the focus of each camera. Wang Tang adjusted the posture of riding a cat without a trace. Leaning slightly sideways to ensure that his most handsome side face and the most dramatic night charge shape perfectly fell within the focus range of the main camera. He even patted Baby Ian on the head with his wings and reprimanded him. Be more dedicated. Don't look like you are going to die. There must be the self-cultivation of actors. The program group monitors the room. Quick. Seat 3 is approaching. Give me a close-up. Aim at the parrot's eyes. Its eyes are so playful. The director shouted excitedly. On the screen wall, the screen of Wang Tang's live broadcast room was enlarged. The staff looked at the parrots in the camera that not only did not avoid, but took the initiative to adjust their posture and perfectly cooperated with the shooting. One by one, their jaws were about to fall off in shock. Fuck? This parrot, does it know we are filming it? It still finds its own angle? This sense of shot is stronger than some small fresh meat. Did it stare at camera 2 just now? I feel like it is commanding me with its eyes. When the director saw someone in a daze, he immediately explained it scientifically. Cough, there's nothing to make a fuss about. Whether it is people or animals, some of them are particularly sensitive to the lens. Do you remember that little net celebrity girl? The injection was crying, and as soon as her mother took out her mobile phone to take a picture, the little girl immediately burst into tears and laughed. Even compared to scissors, this is called lens sense in the showbiz industry. It is a talent. However, what they didn't know was that Wang Tang possessed more than just talent. He possesses the human soul and super high spiritual attributes. With the dual blessing, his understanding and use of the lens has long surpassed the category of sensitivity and reached the realm of precise control. When it comes to grabbing the mirror and creating topics, the other 5 cute pets participating in the show are tied together, and they are not enough for him to fight with a bird. Wang Tang has the soul of a human being. After perceiving the camera, he also knows how to cooperate with the camera to shoot and make more films. As a result, at the beginning of the show, Wang Tang carefully planned a few actions, and instantly snatched away the traffic from other cute pet live broadcast rooms. After all, with the mechanism of the show, it won't grab the mirror. How can there be traffic? The early birds have insects to eat, and Wang Tang uses other cute pets to stage a home stealing session while they are still sleeping. Buheli's analysis was partly correct, and Wang Tang was indeed fighting for favor. However, he is not competing for favor with Baby Ian, but with the other 5 cute pets in the program group. A good starting point is equal to half of success. Now, Wang Tang's live broadcast studio has successfully reached the top, and new viewers will inevitably come in as soon as possible. A fuck? Am I dazzled? A gray parrot riding on a cat? What kind of fairy combination is this? Help! This parrot is too good at it, and he knows how to be cute to the camera. Ha 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 ha. The expression of this cat. It's what I look like when I went to work. That's right. This parrot is so handsome. His eyes are so domineering. I love it, I love it. I haven't been out since I came in. This live room is poisonous. This contrasting scene immediately attracted the new audience firmly, and they couldn't get out. Wang Tang knew that the shape was too concave to be bad, so he patted Baby Ian's ass lightly with his wings, and shouted in a crisp voice, "Frame." Baby Ian was probably a little confused when he was photographed, or maybe he was used to Wang Tang's command. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he really trembled and moved his 4 legs, walking slowly forward. That little broken step was like a little princess who was afraid of stepping on the dirty floor. Inbao. So slow? Your body is too weak, right? Wang Tang pecked Baby Ian's ears dissatisfied, his tone full of disgust. Baby Ian meowed aggrievedly, nodding again and again, as if to say, yeah. That's right. I'm empty, come down quickly, big brother. Thump, Wang Tang shook his head, fluttered his wings, and flew gracefully to the metal bird shelf next to him. He firmly grasped the iron with a pair of strong claws and hung upside down. What's the matter with a lot of money? Netizens looked at the camera curiously. It seems that a lot of money is going to start exercising. In the barrage, there is a barrage of old fans. Exercise? WTF. A bird, still exercising? Seeing these barrage screens, the host sappily smiled and looked at the 2 animal behavior experts next to him, Professor Bu and Professor Hu. You 2 are well informed. Let me analyze it for you. Is it really necessary to exercise with a lot of money, or are we thinking too much? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Hu Yen spoke, Professor Buheli immediately waved his hand categorically, with an expression of "you are too naive" on his face. This is completely an overinterpretation and anthropomorphic imagination of netizens. As I explained in detail in the previous show, African gray parrots are climbing birds, and their claw structure is born to grasp and climb. It is now parked on the bird shelf. This is a very natural instinctive behavior. It is completely in the state of staying on a branch in a simulated wild environment. The purpose is to rest and observe the environment. It has nothing to do with the word exercise. However, before he finished his classic and confident analysis, Wang Tang gave him a solid slap in the face with practical actions in the live broadcast camera. I saw Wang Tang clinging to the iron with his claws tightly, his whole body slowly descended, and then suddenly exerted force to pull his body back into place. This is a pull-up that is too standard to be standard anymore, and it's not one, it's done continuously, with uniform speed, stable rhythm, clean movements, and a sense of power. Ha! In the barrage, all netizens laughed. Professor Bu, you seem to have overturned on both sides again. Help! When I was so old, it was the first time I saw a parrot who could do pull-ups. This was really a nice stroke on the ass. It opened my eyes. A lot of money is too much, right? Even the birds have started to work out. What reason do I have to lie flat? There was laughter in the barrage. Boo Helly's face flushed. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Huyen next to him secretly rejoiced to himself. Fortunately, I didn't rush to speak just now, otherwise it would be me who was embarrassed now. A fan of the military dog war wolf posted a barrage. I thought that only the meritorious military dog war wolf would exercise every day, but I didn't expect that a bird would. Don't talk about Professor Boo. I have never seen a bird that can exercise when I am so old. I'm going. This is a lot of money to do pull-ups, fast speed, and standard posture. By this time, netizens had changed their title from that bird, Parrot, to Wang Tang, and they had a lot of money. IT shows that they have already remembered Wang Tang and are very impressed with him. This is exactly what Wang Tang wanted, because, in this way, you will gain popularity. At this time, the program crew gave the camera to the silver baby below, and saw it glanced at Wang Tang, who was doing pull-ups on the bird shelf, and immediately propped his legs on the legs of the chair and started doing sit-ups, and netizens were even more surprised when they saw the scene. Look! The raccoon cat on the ground also kicked the legs of the chair with his legs and started doing sit-ups. The animals in this family are amazing, right? Parrots do pull-ups and cats do sit-ups. Have you trained in advance? It's so curly. It's really too curly. Even the cats are starting to exercise. If I don't get up and run tomorrow, I'll be sorry for myself. After doing pull-ups for a while, Wang Tang felt hungry. So, he stopped doing pull-ups, fluttered his wings, and flew down from the bird shelf. What is Jian Duo doing? Seems to be hungry? In the bird cage, there is a food bowl with bird food in it. However, Wang Tang didn't even take a look. Instead, it flew to the coffee table. I in the live broadcast room, an old fan started spoilers. I squatted for a few days on the live broadcast, and I didn't eat bird food for a lot of money. Ha! Don't eat bird food? So what does it eat? Boo Helly felt that his brain was a little down. What Jian Duo eats is the same as its owner. It will eat whatever the owner eats. Nonsense. This is nonsense. When Professor Boo Helly heard this, he immediately suffered an occupational disease, shaking his head like a rattle. The gastrointestinal system of the African grey parrot is very fragile. Their digestive ability is completely different from that of humans. Ingesting foods that are too high in oil, salt, and seasonings can cause diarrhea and indigestion in the lightest cases, and pancreatitis, liver and kidney damage, and even life-threatening in the heavy cases. This master is too irresponsible. Netizens who also raise African grey parrots also deeply agreed. Yes, you can't do this for the sake of attracting eyeballs. Even if you usually feed some nuts and fruits, the food people eat is really not good. It looks fun, but it's actually hurting it. I hope the anchor can see it and quickly correct it. The barrage was suddenly full of worries and exhortations. Wouldn't it be that the owner of a lot of money deliberately fed it human food in order to win the eye? This is too bad for the parrot's health. I hope the program team can take care of it, so you can't ignore the health of your pets for the sake of traffic. Chapter 58. It's useless even if I give you a chance. In the middle of the program, the assistant whispered to Sabuling, Teacher Sabuling, a large number of netizens have complained that we are unfair, so we only give a lot of money for the camera. Sabuling nodded when he heard the words, indicating that he understood. He had just watched Wang Tang and was fascinated, and completely forgot the time. Sabuling cleared his throat, showed his signature gentle smile to the camera, and said loudly, Audience friends, we have been staring at Jian Duo for almost half an hour. It's time for you Lujuan to go to other cute pet live broadcast studios to take a look and see if there is any new fun. As soon as his voice fell, the big screen instantly cut to the live broadcast room of King Gongbide. In the picture, the little white tiger, which is known as the face of the Bengal tiger world, is lying on a special cushion in all directions, his stomach pursed together, and even the tips of his paws are showing a lazy energy. Its hostess was wearing a light pink dress, and she was so anxious outside the tiger's den. Her soft and cute bubble voice was a bit anxious. Gongbide Wang? Palace White King? This is her iconic soft and cute bubble sound, and fans like it very much. However, at this time, few fans were enjoying it in the live broadcast room. The new netizens entered the live broadcast room and immediately launched a barrage. No, sister, you are really not afraid. When I was a kid, I watched documentaries. The ones who drove bulldozers and helicopters couldn't beat the tigers. Really, the tigers were rushing with thousands of bullets, and they were still shouting what kind of storm nebula cracked in their mouths. It's so scary. It was all on TV at the time, and there was a lot of movement. If someone had played like this before, there would be fans interacting immediately. However, at this time, the barrage was full of complaints from fans of King Gongbide, and even the punctuation marks were angry. Shady. It's definitely shady. Make an exclusive trailer for Jian Duo before the start of the broadcast. We have only one poster for the White King of the Palace. This is too big a difference. This is to treat our tiger as a Japanese? Not even basic respect. Obviously, there is a lot of money to bring capital into the group, and use our Palace White King as a stepping stone. The hostess looked at the full screen and complained, and quickly persuaded softly, don't get excited, everyone, Teacher Shaw will give a lot of money for a lot of shots. It may be that other cute pets are not ready for the show yet. As she said, she glanced down at the Palace White King who was still snoring, and muttered in a low voice, why don't I also watch the live broadcast with a lot of money? The popularity is so high, maybe it's really interesting. As soon as this was said, the barrage became more lively, and the fans seemed to hate that iron is not made of steel. Sister, let's have a snack. There is no one in the live broadcast room. On the other side, Bianmu Jixing's live broadcast room is lively. The owner stood in front of the kennel with his waist crossed, his voice clear. Jixing. The sun is all on your ass, get up quickly, it's time to go shopping. This is the link that fans are most looking forward to. Other pets can shake hands and circle around it most, but Jixing can help the owner carry the vegetable basket and claim money for change. Every time they arrive at the grocery shopping session, the number of people in the live broadcast room can be doubled, but today, Jixing obviously didn't wake up. After being shouted by the owner, he barked twice in dissatisfaction with his messy hair, turned around and ran to Kuxing's nest, arched his nose and scratched with his paws, just to wake up Kuxing, who was still having a beautiful dream at already. Kuxing raised his head in a daze, his round eyes were blank, and he didn't have the strength to shake his tail. At this point in the past, they were still sleeping in a warm nest. Why did they suddenly have to get up early today? When fans saw this scene, they were instantly poked in the joke, and the ha-ha-ha in the barrage was about to overflow the screen. Jixing is too smart, right? Knowing that the persimmon has to be picked up and pinched softly, he can't afford to provoke the owner, so he goes to toss Kuxing. Kuxing, who did I provoke and who did I provoke? It's not safe to sleep. Jixing is so cute when he gets up, it's exactly the same as when I was woken up by an alarm clock in the morning. If you look at the live broadcast room of Briquettes again, it's a good time to be quiet. Briquettes and their owners are wrapped in the same quilt. One person and one cat are sleeping soundly, even breathing in sync. The live broadcast room is so quiet that you can hear the birdsong outside the window, and occasionally there are a few barrage screens. It's so healing and I want to sleep with it. The live broadcast room of Warwolf is another scene. The trainer is wearing a camouflage uniform and holding training props in his hand. The Warwolf is upright and sharp-eyed. Every movement is crisp and neat, from crossing obstacles to crawling forward. One set of actions comes down, and the barrage is all shwai exploded. That's it. It's the hunk who should see it. Yue's live broadcast room is even more interesting. This orangutan is wearing a small blue coat today. He is squatting by the pond, holding a pink dress in his hand, scrubbing it modestly, and putting the clothes in the water from time to time to rinse them. The serious appearance is exactly the same as the elders who wash clothes at home. Netizens were stunned when they saw this picture, and the barrage was full of crit strikes. What? Do you still have to wash clothes? This is too outrageous. Who said that if you evolve less, you don't have to work? Yu Hui is more toil than me. Suddenly I envy a lot of money, I can talk and don't have to work, and there are beautiful women who serve every day. It's so cool these days. A life with a lot of money is my dream. No need to go to work, no need to work, just eat and drink every day. Sabuling took a look. Even if he deliberately gave close-ups to a few cute pets, the increase in traffic in their live broadcast room was very pitiful. Most netizens have stayed in Xianduoduo's live broadcast room at this moment. It's not that we don't give opportunities, but that we give opportunities, and you are useless. The director whispered. Director Lu looked calm, even with a smile. Since he went to Wang Tang's house in person last time and saw the magic of Xianduoduo, he has been full of confidence in this parrot. The current situation is just what he expected. So, after the director switched a round of shots, he returned to Wang Tang's live broadcast room again. Sabuling just wanted to interact with the audience when he opened his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened, and his tone was full of surprise. Hey? What is Xianduoduo doing? It seems to be opening a bird food bag. Looking at its exertion, it should be that it wants to eat bird food. In the barrage, netizens immediately explained. I in the camera, Wang Tang is holding the seal of the bird food bag tightly with his paws, pulling his head bit by bit. It seems that it took a lot of effort, but only Wang Tang knew that with his current power, he wanted to tear this bag apart, which was no different from tearing a piece of paper. The reason why he is so strenuous is that he is afraid of behaving too abnormally. If he is caught as a monster and sliced for research, he will lose a lot. Before you have the strength to crush absolutely, Loki is king. It seems that a lot of money still eats bird food. Buheli was smiling when he saw this in the barrage. Some bird masters also issued a barrage. In fact, we all understand that there is only one word for training birds, and that is hunger. This is not only practical for training birds, but also for other animals. You can't fill them up at a time. After a performance, you can reward them with a little food. If you let them eat too much, they won't cooperate. Hiss. My scalp is numb. When I hear this, I think of an entrepreneur who said before, too high wages are not conducive to the struggle of employees. Isn't that a truth? It's so real. Whether it's training birds or managing people, it's a routine. Suddenly I felt that I was no different from a lot of money. They were all part-time jobs for a bite to eat. While the netizens were discussing, Wang Tang looked around the room. Soon, he stared at the box where Yinbei ate cat food. In front of all netizens, Wang Tang pointed with his wings to the box in front of Baby Yin. Upon seeing this, Baby Yin immediately pushed the box in front of Wang Tang with his paws, his eyes full of "Big brother, please take your time." Well-behaved, Wang Tang held the box in his mouth, carefully reached into the bird food bag, and filled a box full of bird food. Seeing this scene, Sabuling couldn't help but guess, is it that Xianduoduo wants to distribute his bird food to Baby Yin to eat? This is too loving, right? Hu Yan nodded aside and agreed. It is possible that the ingredients of bird food are actually not harmful to cats. Eating a little occasionally can supplement nutrition. But Bu Heli didn't speak. He frowned and stared at the camera, muttering in his heart, no, Shenduoduo's attitude towards Ying Baobao was not very good before. Why did he suddenly become so generous now? It's definitely not that simple. Sure enough, in the next second, Wang Tang held a box full of bird food with his paws, fluttered his wings and flew towards the windowsill. Sabuling was really confused now, and his tone was full of doubts. Huh? What are you going to do with a lot of money? Will you take the bird food to the windowsill to eat? Baby Yin squatted in place, staring at Wang Tang on the windowsill, her little head spinning around with Wang Tang's movements, her eyes pitiful, as if to say, that's my job. Even if you take it to hold bird food, why did you take it to the windowsill? Where's the spoiler party? Hurry up and explain. When the old fans saw the barrage, they were also dumbfounded at the moment. We don't know either. When the live broadcast was broadcast before, Xian Duo basically hadn't been on the windowsill. Is there anything good on the windowsill? Or is there anything new with a lot of money? Just when everyone was puzzled, Wang Tong, who was standing on the windowsill, suddenly opened his mouth and screamed. The cry was different from the usual quack, with a unique rhythm, and it sounded very special. Hu Yan listened carefully for a while, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Listen, everyone. Xian Duo is imitating the voice of the black thrush. It's too similar to learn." Black thrush? What kind of bird is this? Why have I never seen it before? Netizens have posted barrage questions one after another, and the screen is full of curiosity. This kind of bird is very common, but you can't call it by its name. It is a bird of the thrush family, thrush, distributed in Europe, Africa, and Asia. It often inhabits the periphery of forest areas, on the edges of small towns and villages, and even in fields. It is also found in fields, gardens, trees, and sometimes on trees, forage near garbage dumps and toilets. It is the most common bird in urban areas. Seeing the barrage, Hu Yan explained with a smile. In fact, Wang Tang didn't know the name of this kind of bird. He had been flying in the community before, and the most he heard was the call of this kind of bird. I imitated their cry last time, and almost made Xin Yue poop to her head. However, this time Wang Tang did not just imitate, but directly spoke their bird language. Soon, two birds flew over. One was just black, and the other was also black. They flew not far from Wang Tang and looked around, with curious expressions in both birds' eyes, because this bird is obviously not one of their species. Wang Tang immediately spoke in bird language. "Two brothers, I have a way here. The risk is a bit higher, but the profit is very high. The so-called wealth is in danger. If you have the guts, after it's done, how about you 7 and me 3? Wow! Such a big benefit?" The two blackbirds looked at Wang Tang suspiciously. Wang Tang immediately stretched out a wing, full of style, interrupted in bird language, "Hey! It's not that I'm incapable of doing this, but for the sake of you who are also birds, I'm just helping you." These sounds, falling in the ears of the audience, are chirping. Seeing this scene, Sabuling looked at the two think tanks suspiciously. Professor Hu, is Qian Duo talking to two birds? Chapter 59, Some birds want to rob others and not abide by the rules of the underworld. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although they are all birds, their language systems are different. It's like we are Chinese and speak Chinese, while Americans speak English. If we don't learn systematically, we just talk like chickens and ducks. As soon as Sabuling's voice fell, Buheli loudly denied it. As soon as his voice fell, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to come to life. Some netizens intercepted Buheli's frowning and staring expression package, accompanied by the text, "The stubbornness of contemporary bird linguists." Others joked, "Teacher Bu's tone is exactly the same as my mother said, you can't get a perfect score in the exam." I'm already waiting for Teacher Bu to roll over again. After watching the performance of the three birds carefully for a while, Hu Yan said, "For other birds, it may not be possible, but this bird has a lot of money. From the previous performance, we can see that Qian Duo can be said to be very smart. It can understand the meaning of learning to speak. Maybe it can imitate the speech of birds." In the barrage, some netizens began to ridicule, "Yo! Professor Hu, this is a defection. I was questioning a lot of money with Teacher Bu 2 minutes ago, but now I'm just going to become Jin Biao?" Others brushed up the special effects of the large-scale real fragrance scene. Even Sabu Ling couldn't help laughing. Teacher Hu's position has changed faster than turning a book. Has he been conquered by Qian Duo's IQ? Hu Yan was not in a hurry, and smiled at the camera, his eyeglasses reflecting the light. "We do research, that's it. It's impossible to succeed from the beginning. We have to keep looking for the truth from failure. Just like when we cook dumplings, we have to wait until we taste them to know if they are cooked or not. We can't just say, this dumpling must not be cooked well as soon as we get out of the pot. Every action of Qian Duo is a new clue. We have to follow the clues instead of holding on to old ideas." As soon as these words came out, the barrage was instantly swiped by 666 and Professor Hu was right. Some netizens said that, suddenly being surrounded by fans, this is the attitude of learning, and others added that it is recommended that some people learn, don't always put impossible on their mouths. Discerning people know that this is mocking Buheli, who was in a hurry to deny it just now. Buheli was not annoyed either, scratched his head, stared at the screen and muttered in a low voice, "Okay, Lin Bei would like to see what tricks this little guy can do." On the windowsill, Wang Tang was still talking to the two blackbirds. "Deposit. Pay the deposit first." One of the blackbirds fluttered its wings, his voice full of eagerness, and the other nodded, his head nodding like a rattle. Wang Tang tilted his head and thought for 2 seconds, then pulled the cat box with his paws, grabbed a handful of bird food from the inside, and lightly sprinkled it on the windowsill. The sun fell on the golden bird food, and even the particles had a seductive luster. The two blackbirds looked at it and kept drooling. "Oh. It turns out that a lot of money is sharing bird food." Sabuling's voice was full of surprises, as if discovering a new world. "This is too loving, and I know how to share food with my friends." The shit-shoveling officers in the barrage instantly found resonance. "My cat used to be like this. Secretly took the canned food to the balcony and fed it to the stray cat downstairs. Once I got up in the middle of the night to drink water and saw it squatting by the window waiting for the stray cat, my heart melted. My dog is even better. He buried the bones in the flower pot and waited for the puppy next door to dig. As a result, the bones rotted in the soil and a small sapling grew in the flower pot." Picture, however, some netizens were skeptical, and one barrage was particularly conspicuous. "Something's wrong, family members. If you just share it, just sprinkle bird food directly. Why did you have a lot of money and chat with the two blackbirds for a long time? It's like talking about business, but also mentioning a deposit. This is definitely not easy." As soon as these words came out, someone immediately agreed, "I think so too. A lot of money was so refined before, even the snacks hidden by the owner could be found. This time there must be a plan. Upstairs, how do you know that a lot of money is paying the deposit? Have you ever been a bird? Just open your mouth. Ha ha ha. They may have learned bird language. To be honest, I have been staring at a lot of money, and I feel that it is really talking about business. At this time, people started to play with the stem, don't even argue. Listen to Professor Who, let the bullet fly for a while, maybe it will reverse later. Sure enough, the reversal came faster than expected. When the two blackbirds saw the bird food, they leaned in as if a hungry wolf was pouncing on food, and their beaks pecked quickly, and after images appeared, the sound of kacha kacha was transmitted to the live broadcast room through the microphone, and even if it didn't work, he couldn't help laughing. This looks exactly the same as when my mother made the braised pork when it was first served. After a while, a handful of bird food was eaten up, but instead of being satisfied, the two blackbirds stretched their necks longer, staring straight at the catbox in front of Wang Tung, unable to hide the greed in their eyes, and even faintly revealing a fierce light. They spread their black wings, and their claws creaked on the windowsill, like punks who were about to grab something. Ha! This is to eat black and eat black. Wang Tang saw through their thoughts in an instant. He tilted his head and his eyes were full of disdain. I use bird food as a deposit to ask you to work. It's good for you. Do you want to swallow all my principal directly? Not only Wang Tang saw it, but netizens also saw it, these two blackbirds and white-eyed wolves. After eating the bird food that Xian Duo sprinkled on them, they are not satisfied. Do you still want to grab the bird food in Xian Duo's box? Help! Xian Duo won't be beaten by two blackbirds, right? These two blackbirds are not good at first glance. Look at the blackbird's claws, they are almost reaching out to the cat box, it's too arrogant. Just when everyone was squeezing sweat for Wang Tang, he was extremely calm. Wang Tang turned his head sideways and shouted into the room, the cat is spicy? Meow. There was a loud cat barking in the room immediately, as if an instruction had been received. The figure of the raccoon flower cat appeared in the camera with a swish, moving as fast as a flash of lightning. When it jumped on the windowsill, even the dust on the windowsill was carried up. Baby Yin stood steadily next to Wang Tang, with his tail standing upright and his eyes staring round, staring at the two blackbirds. The deterrence in his eyes was like a bodyguard seeing a gangster. The two blackbirds were taken aback by the sudden raccoon cat, fluttered and spread their wings, and flew away in an instant. Their eyes were full of horror, not as fierce as they had just been. Some netizens intercepted the expression of the blackbird egging, with the text from arrogant gangsters to well-behaved quail, just a raccoon cat, and others joked that it's a pity that the silver baby won't participate in the Olympic sprint competition at this speed. But the two blackbirds hesitated for a long time, and they didn't really fly far. They just wandered near the windowsill, their eyes still glanced at the bird food in the cat box from time to time. Upon seeing this, Baby Yin took a step forward, and let out a low growl of whoops in her throat. The meaning could not be more obvious: if you don't get out, I'll be welcome. At this moment, the two blackbirds finally recognized the reality. With this cat, it would be dead if they wanted to grab food, and they had to complete the task. So, they chirped at Wang Tang. The leading blackbird's voice was completely gone from the arrogance just now, and even a little more aggrieved. Keep your word. We help you work, you have to give food. The other one also said, you can't lie to the bird. The rules of the rivers and lakes, pay for food in one hand and deliver in the other. Wang Tang looked at the two blackbirds domineeringly. Seeing that the blackbird was honest, Baby Yin put away his deterrent posture, shook his tail gently, and rubbed his head against the wings of Qian Duo, as if to say it's done. Chapter 60, Double Flower, Red Stick, Silver Baby. Gift extra, oh my goodness. Baby Yin is also too protective of a lot of money, right? The compliments in the barrage came one after another. Before, some people said that Baby Yin was a waste cat and would only sleep late. Now it seems that he is a hidden gangster. I didn't even see how Baby Yin jumped on the windowsill just now, it was too fast. With his own strength, he shocked the underworld Shuangnio. Yin Baobao is really the double flower red stick of this family. Wang Tang glanced at Baby Yin with satisfaction, and touched its head with its bird paws approvingly. Baby Yin immediately lowered his head to make it easier for him to roll, and he also made a soft and cute cry of meow meow in his mouth, which was like two cats when he was deterring the blackbird just now. Some netizens joked, Baby Yin, this is as fierce as a tiger on the outside, as soft as a cat on the inside. It seems that Baby Yin is not really incompetent. It can't bear a lot of money just because it is its own bird. After the two blackbirds reluctantly flew away, Wang Tang hugged the catbox with his paws and flew back to the living room with his wings flapping. Baby Yin also followed, lightly jumping off the windowsill, his tail wagging, following behind Qian Duo, like a little sidekick. But the audience in the live broadcast room was even more confused. No, what does Qian Duo mean by this wave of operations? A barrage set everyone's voice. It's a deposit again, and it's called Tanuki Huamao Town Field. What do you want those two blackbirds to do? I can't understand it. What does this wave of operation with a lot of money mean? Some viewers posted the barrage in a daze. A netizen who had left for a short time also issued a chest-beating expression package at this moment. I just went to cook a bowl of noodles, and now I can't understand the plot at all. Regret it. What did I just follow the director for a blind walk? Missed the wonderful plot. Other returning netizens also posted a barrage to echo, regret +1. +1. +10086. It is recommended to catch the director and play the little JJ 100 times. The director who was watching the barrage saw this barrage and felt a chill. Blame me? Fortunately, Sabu Ling will save the scene. He smiled and said to the camera, don't worry, everyone, I will open a small window for you in the backstage to play back. You can watch it again if you didn't see it clearly or missed it just now. I promise you will connect the plot. Yeah. It's better to say teacher. Netizens who wanted to know the previous plot began to cheer, play it back quickly. I want to see why Qian Duo gave two blackbirds bird food. That's it. I'm scratching my ears and scratching my heart, but I'm so anxious about the child. Soon, the live broadcast replay appeared on the screen. Netizens focused their attention on the replay one after another, and even the person who complained about the director just now forgot to continue to denounce. In the replay, Wang Tang first jumped on the coffee table and pecked at a few dried fruits to eat, but before taking 2 sips, he shook his head and pushed the dried fruits aside, obviously feeling tired. After a while, he fluttered his little gray wings, jumped to the edge of the coffee table, and pulled the drawer with his bird paws. The action was very proficient, with his paws hooked on the seam of the drawer, and with a gentle pull, the drawer opened. Then Wang Tang put the bird's head in, looked left and right, obviously looking for something. What is Qian Duo looking for? Someone in the barrage was curious, is it looking for change? The old fan immediately came out to popularize science, looking for money. It must be looking for money. Before Qian Duo was on the news, he helped the owner buy a towel for his aunt. He took the money from the drawer and went to the 24-hour convenience store. He was also photographed by surveillance. Zoom do fake do, I don't study much, don't lie to me. In the barrage, many netizens expressed disbelief. I've seen dogs buying things, but it's unheard of for this bird to buy things. Really? I just watched the news and paid attention to a lot of money. You can still find it now. But after Wang Tang looked for a long time, the drawer was empty, and there was not even a shadow of a banknote. He drooped his head and his wings hung spiritlessly. His lost little appearance was like a child who hadn't taken the exam well. The barrage is full of laughter. Ha! Looking at Qian Duo's little eyes, I was almost crying with grievances. The baby doesn't cry, my sister will give you money. It must be the owner who moved to a new home and put the money somewhere else. I don't know if there is a lot of money yet. I understand. Some netizens suddenly realized Qian Duo must have eaten enough dried fruits and wanted to buy other snacks, but he couldn't find the money, so he went to find 2 blackbirds and wanted to exchange bird food for food. But as soon as this guess came out, someone retorted, that's not right. If you change your food, just tell Blackbird directly. Why do you have to give a deposit? And those 2 blackbirds don't look like they have snacks either. Sabuling also saw everyone's doubts, and looked at Buheli and Huyen with a smile. 2 teachers, you are both experts in the study of bird habits. Can you analyze it for everyone? What the hell is Qian Duo doing? It uses bird food as a deposit. What does it want Blackbird to do for it? Buheli frowned and thought for a long time, then shook his head. According to common sense, birds share food, either for courtship or to take care of young birds. This is the first time I have seen a negotiation like this. Seeing the doubts of netizens, the host Sabuling smiled and looked at Buheli and Huyen. 2 teachers, you both know the habits of birds very well. Can you answer this question from the audience? Huyen pondered for a while, then said slowly, I think that a lot of money may be to let the 2 blackbirds help it find things, such as money it can't find, or some kind of food it wants to eat. After all, it can't fly too far by itself, and the 2 blackbirds look like they are often active nearby, and they may know where they need something. Using bird food as a deposit is to give some benefits first, so that the blackbird is willing to help it work, which is the same as humans asking others for help and inviting people to dinner first. Although this statement sounds outrageous, it seems reasonable when combined with Qian Duo's previous smart performance. Netizens in the barrage agreed one after another, it makes sense. A lot of money, this is to play the equivalent exchange clearly. It deserves to be a bird that has been in the news, even negotiations are so disciplined. Those 2 blackbirds won't take the deposit and stop working, right? If you run away, won't you lose a lot of money? While everyone was discussing, Wang Tang in the camera suddenly raised his head and listened to the movement outside the window with his ears sideways. After a while, the 2 blackbirds went and returned, stopping on the windowsill chirping. The ground yelled, it's coming, it's coming. They are all back. The barrage boiled instantly, they seem to have something in their mouths. Isn't it something you are looking for with a lot of money? Quickly magnify your head. I want to be clear. Chapter 61, driving on this broken road, seeing the blackbird coming back, Saburin was also very excited, and shouted to the director, get the camera closer and see what's in the blackbird's beak. The director immediately adjusted the lens, and as the picture got closer and closer, everyone finally saw it clearly. The first blackbird had a small insect in its beak, green. There is a red fruit in the beak of the second blackbird. The fruit looks glowing red, like a wild strawberry. It should be some kind of berry. Fluttering. Hearing the chirping of 2 blackbirds, Wang Tang flew up to the windowsill with expectation. He only glanced at it, then turned his head away, and the bird's eyes were full of disgust. That's it? This time, Wang Tang directly made a human voice. Seeing the picture in the camera, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy. Ha! Looking at Qian Duo's disgusted little eyes, it seems that he is not satisfied with the goods of the 2 blackbirds. The first bird is a worm. This should be its favorite meat. The second bird, brought here, is a berry, but it is an after-dinner fruit. In fact, they are still very good for Qian Duo's service. The 2 blackbirds put the bugs and fruits on the windowsill, and then chirped at Wang Tang, I brought something. It's time to give food. What are you calling the dog? Wang Tang didn't even look at it. Can this thing be considered a good thing? That green meat worm is disgusting at first glance. How can it be eaten? Finally, Wang Tang glanced at the red berry, his face full of disgust. This imported berry, who loves to eat, who eats. However, he still took the bird food, grabbed a handful, and distributed it to the blackbird with the berries, chirping, this is for you. When another blackbird saw this, he became anxious, and immediately began to argue, I am meat, and I can't bear to eat it myself. I usually hatch cubs and feed them. Get out of here. Fuck off. Wang Tang fluttered his wings to drive him away. The blackbird that got the bird food immediately leaned over and ate the bird food happily. The other one could only look at it sternly. At this time, someone in the live broadcast room sent a barrage. Did you see it? You can only share adversity, not wealth. Even birds are the same. Wait. After the bird finished eating, the eyes of Chien Duo were different. Fuck. No way? Could it be that there is a lot of money to dig the foot of the wall? In front of another incompetent bird, is your husband an ex-convict? 666. You can drive on this broken road too. At this time, the style of painting in the live broadcast room began to deviate. No wonder Chien Duo deliberately didn't want that blackbird bug. A lot of money, Mrs. Bird. You don't want your husband to be hungry, do you? Wang Tang couldn't see the barrage at this time, and he didn't know the shocking brain circuits of netizens. He was a little depressed and didn't find the renminbi. Otherwise, he could use it as a sample and show it to these two blackbirds. These two blackbirds are obviously a bit anxious about their IQ. They are the kind of type with incomplete brain development and completely underdeveloped cerebellum. Let them play freely and take all these useless things. So Wang Tang stretched out a paw again, gestured, and explained in a twitching voice, I want paper, red, yellow, so big. Netizens looked at Wang Tang's gestures and were very curious. What is Chien Duo doing? Why does it look like it's giving these two birds a lesson? The eyes of the two blackbirds revealed a clear stupidity, just like when I was in college. I really feel tired for Chien Duo. Perhaps, this is the loneliness of genius, right? They can't understand ordinary people at all. I think of old Chien. His old man is very puzzled. No matter how stupid a person is, can he still learn calculus at the age of 14? I don't know how long it took. Wang Tang's saliva dried up and he was very anxious. The gray hair on his body exploded. He couldn't even help it. He wanted to use the bird's paws to knock the two blackbirds twice on their heads. Netizens are even more happy, haha. A lot of money is going crazy to teach. It looks like I'm tutoring my daughter to do her homework. I didn't think how smart Chien Duo was before, but now I see these two blackbirds. It's a complete dimension reduction blow. Finally, the two blackbirds said they understood Wang Tang's task, and they vowed, don't worry. Isn't it easy to find paper? Let's go now. Then, they couldn't wait to flutter their wings and fly away. Look, you are in a hurry again. Wang Tang shook his head. He originally wanted to hit a big stick and give a sweet date. Wang Tang held a red berry, fluttered his wings, and flew towards the kitchen. What is Chien Duo doing? Seeing this scene, netizens became curious. The camera installed in the house also started to run immediately and began to track and shoot. Soon, Wang Tang came to the sink. He threw the red berries he was holding into the pool, and then patted the faucet switch with his paws. Wow, fuck. There was an exclamation in the barrage. Chien Duo even knows the boiling faucet? Look at it. I want to clean the red berries. There is a lot of money and cleanliness. If other birds have contained it, it hates it. After a while, Wang Tang cleaned the red berry stud. He pecked lightly with his mouth. It was sour, a bit like a strawberry, and it had a sweetness from nature. Ouch. Not bad. After eating a red berry, Wang Tang's bird's eye shone brightly. It turns out that a lot of money wants Blackbird to help it find fruit. Sabuling suddenly realized, this is too smart, right? If you can't find it yourself, you can ask the local bird for help, and you know that you use bird food as a reward. This IQ is almost catching up with children who are 3 or 4 years old. The praise in the barrage couldn't stop. 666. Take idle bird food and replace it with fresh fruits. You have a lot of money and you are quite business-minded. I took it. Even birds know about equivalent exchange, and some people still want to prostitute the fruits of other people's labor for nothing. Are they ashamed? Hu Yan couldn't help nodding, his eyes full of appreciation. The behavior of a lot of money has exceeded the instincts of ordinary birds. It can not only understand the concept of exchange, but also take the initiative to find partners, and even know how to use deposits and rewards to ensure cooperation. This is in birds. IT is very rare and deserves in-depth research. Buheli changed his words directly. I underestimated this little guy before, but now it seems that he is more than smart. He is simply a wizard in the bird world. I will never say impossible again. I have to learn from Professor Hu, observe more and think more. At this moment, there was another chirping bird outside the window. Netizens are excited again. It must be that the 2 blackbirds have just returned. I don't know, what did they bring back this time? Teacher saw, adjust the lens quickly. Sabling immediately said to the director, look at what the 2 blackbirds have brought this time. Wang Tang also flew to the living room. However, when he saw what was in the beaks of the 2 blackbirds, the fur on his body suddenly exploded. Ha! The 2 blackbirds brought back 2 pieces of waste paper. Netizens saw the picture in the camera clearly and understood why Wang Tang was angry. Wait. These 2 pieces of paper look a bit like renminbi. Shouldn't there be a lot of money? Originally, you wanted them to pick up the money, right? Chapter 62. The silly bird brought back paper money for the dead. Director, bring the camera closer. Seeing the barrage of netizens, Sabuling immediately said to the director has been single for 20 years, his hand speed is amazingly fast, the camera swishes to focus, and the originally blurred windowsill is instantly clear. 2 pieces of crumpled waste paper were immediately clearly presented in front of the camera, one glowing cheap yellow, with some unknown debris on the edge. The other one is printed with a pattern of flowers in green, and the 4 large characters world bank can be vaguely seen in the upper right corner. The family members are optimistic. The first one is a yellow plastic wrapping paper with the words music color on it. It seems to be the packaging of potato chips. The weak voice was deliberately prolonged, ready to satisfy the audience's appetite, but before he finished explaining the first one, someone in the barrage had already recognized the second one step ahead. Fuck. Isn't the second one a Pluto coin? Puff. Sabu Ling didn't hold it tight when he saw the second one, so he laughed directly the truth about this netizen. This is really a Pluto coin. It's no wonder that we have a lot of money and we are so angry that we were fed a piece of underworld currency by two blackbirds. The barrage was completely crazy, and the dense haha almost covered the screen tightly, mixed with various divine comments. Merit 1. Merit 1. A lot of money has suffered from this wave of blood loss. I am afraid that the merits of the next life will be ruined by these two stupid birds. The Stone Hammer. Chen Duo wanted to engage in bird world finance and exchanged a handful of bird food for renminbi. Unfortunately, the horse doll he was looking for was not good, so he picked up a piece of hard currency in the underworld. Look at those two blackbirds, still standing on the windowsill and jumping. It seems that they are still asking for credit. Don't they think they have done a great job? The camera cut back to the living room. Wang Tang jumped on the armrest of the sofa, staring at the two pieces of waste paper on the windowsill with round black eyes. His feathers exploded with anger, like a gray feather duster. Twitter. The two blackbirds had no eyesight at all. After putting the waste paper from their mouths on the windowsill, they immediately shouted excitedly to Wang Tang in the living room, "Big brother! We have brought everything you want. Give us food soon. Shit eating you." Wang Tang saw the two stupid blackbirds, and finally held back a sentence of human words. His voice was sharp, and they all broke, and the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed even more happily. Ha! In the barrage, netizens laughed even more fiercely. A lot of money is full of expressions. It seems that a bird is too smart and lonely. A lot of money is out of place with other birds. Those two blackbirds are still dumbfounded. Looking at the way they tilted their heads, I'm afraid they were thinking, why don't the big guys praise us? It really made netizens right. The two blackbirds stood on the windowsill. You look at me, I look at you. I didn't feel Wang Tang's anger at all, seeing that Wang Tang hadn't flown over for a long time to inspect the goods. They simply fluttered their wings, one holding the plastic wrapping paper and the other holding the Pluto coin, and flew to the center of the living room, put the goods in front of Wang Tang, and began to chatter non-stop. "Big brother! We have brought what you want. Hurry up and give bird food." The energy of inviting credit can even be felt by people who have never heard the call of a bird. Wang Tang really couldn't hold his breath now, so he rushed over with fluttering wings and yelled at the two blackbirds, "Evil pen! Evil pen!" The grievances and anger in that voice made the audience in the live broadcast room almost burst into tears with laughter. "A lot of money, it's too difficult for me. Picture, it took so much effort to teach, but I picked up the two rags. Who wouldn't be angry if I changed it? Look at Qian Duoduo's little claws, they are about to dig the floor out of the pit." Those two blackbirds still don't understand. It's still there to pay in one hand and deliver in the other. Can't laugh anymore. Wang Tang scolded for a long time, and when he saw that the two blackbirds were still dazed with "I don't understand what you said," he simply turned his head and didn't bother to talk nonsense to them. He tilted his little head, stretched his neck in the direction of the cat litter and shouted, "The cat is spicy? Me woo." The raccoon cat, who was sleeping back in the cage, raised her head from the cat litter. As soon as the two blackbirds saw the silver baby, they exploded in an instant. They who had just invited them to take credit, their wings fluttered like a motor, and they flew out of the window with a whoosh, forgetting to pick up the goods on the ground. That speed was more than twice as fast as when he came back with the Pluto coin just now. A lot of money is going to close the door and let the cat go. Netizens all laughed. I'm so angry with the bird. After being busy for so long, the two stupid birds brought back a Pluto coin. Just say, is that money? It's so alive. I'm so angry with the money that I let the cat go. Just say, let you be angry or not. You have a shop in your house, and then you come to buy things by yourself with Pluto coins. Ha ha ha. The bad guys do everything possible to be better than the stupid ones. There is a saying that it is too difficult for two ordinary birds to distinguish the difference between RMB and waste paper. Some netizens also looked at Wang Tang in the camera distressed. It seems that Qian Duoduo's meal plan today is going bankrupt. Seeing Qian Duoduo's poor little eyes, I really want to feed it. Ha! The program group did not open a reward. I want to give a lot of money to reward a carnival. Let it have a good meal. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, if you give a reward, you can't spend a lot of money. Sabling stared at the monitor. Suddenly his eyes lit up, pointed to the window in the picture and said, "Family, look. Those two blackbirds didn't leave. Still wandering on the branches downstairs." The camera followed and cut out the window. Sure enough, the two blackbirds were standing on the bare branches, glancing in the direction of the living room from time to time. Little by little, the little heads looked like they were still thinking about the bird food in Wang Tang's hand. Ha! These two blackbirds are no money, no face. I've been scolded like that, and I still can't bear to leave. The temptation of bird food is too great. It is estimated that they feel that as long as they wait, they can always get something to eat. Qian Duo, I have met a rogue customer, so angry and funny. After Wang Tang tilted his little head and thought for a while, he went out with the box of bird food in his hand. Ha! A lot of money, are you still not giving up? Do you still want to continue talking about business with Blackbird? It seems that a lot of money is really hungry. In order to increase the meal, even the idiot can bear it. Is this the perseverance of foodies? I admire it. This is the first time Qian Duo has been deflated. In the face of two stupid birds, it can only choose between being weak and angry. Be angry. Wang Tang put the bird food box on the windowsill, grabbed a handful of bird food from the inside with his claws, and sprinkled it on the edge of the window. Then he chirped at the blackbird outside the window. His voice was much lower than just now, and he ordered, "Don't look for money, you go find other birds, find one, and I'll give you a bite to eat." The two blackbirds heard the cry and instantly became energetic. They quickly responded, "Twitter, don't worry, big brother. We are best at finding birds. Promise to bring you a group back." After eating the bird food, the two blackbirds fluttered their wings and flew away happily. Wang Tang looked at the back of the blackbird flying away, then looked down at the Pluto coins and plastic paper on the ground, and pulled them together with his paws in disgust, then held them, flew all the way to the trash can in the living room, and threw them in with a whoosh. That movement is so proficient that it seems to have been practiced thousands of times. Chapter 63. Are you here to take a shit? Wow. If you have a lot of money, you will throw garbage. Is this too smart? Seeing this, there was another burst of praise in the barrage. My dog doesn't know how to throw garbage by himself. A lot of money is better than a dog. In love. In love. I was so angry that I was blown up. Now I see dirty things and clean them up immediately. Shen Duo is the same as me. Is it advanced obsessive compulsive disorder? At this time, some netizens asked curiously, if you raise a bird with a lot of money, what do you need to pay attention to? Too smart, I want to have it too. As soon as this barrage came out, many netizens immediately agreed, yes, yes. I also want to know, is it difficult to raise African gray parrots? Will it be troublesome? For example, it is easy to die or something? Seeing the barrage, Sabuling immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank, Professor Bu, Professor Hu, you have rich experience. Let's learn from the audience and friends. What do you need to pay attention to in raising African gray parrots? Good. When Buheli heard this, he said with a smile, first of all, I have to make it clear to everyone that the African gray parrot is a protected animal at the national level, so if you want to raise it, the first step must be to buy it from legal channels, and there must be formal breeding certificates and quarantine procedures, otherwise it will be suspected of breaking the law and committing a crime. This must not be sloppy. He paused and continued, the second is the breeding problem. Although African gray parrots are smart, their stomachs are particularly fragile when they are young. They cannot be fed food that is too hard or too cold. It is best to use special parrot milk powder, and the feeding frequency should be regular, at least 3 or 4 times a day. Feed, when it grows up a little bit, it must also pay attention to a balanced diet. You can't just feed it grains, but also add some fruits and vegetables to supplement vitamins. Hearing Buheli's words, netizens exclaimed, it turns out that a lot of money is still a protected animal at the national level. I thought it was an ordinary parrot before. So strict? If you accidentally raise it to death, will you go to jail? When Buheli saw the barrage, he immediately smiled and said, don't panic, everyone. As long as it is not intentional abuse, if there is a problem with normal breeding, there will be no legal responsibility, but you still have to be careful. Sabuling looked at Hu Yen again and asked, Professor Hu, do you have anything to add? Hu Yen smiled, his tone very humorous, my suggestion is very simple, if you are not smart enough, it is best not to keep African gray parrots. As soon as this sentence came out, the live broadcast room laughed again, ha ha. Professor Hu is so real. Shen Duo is so smart, if the owner is too stupid, he will definitely be disgusted by it. I've watched Shen Duo's live broadcast before. It often quarrels with its owner. The owner said that it can top 10 sentences, but Shen Yue can't quarrel with it at all. Other netizens were shocked, huh? Is there any such thing? I haven't watched it, is there a replay? Please. I want to see the famous scene where Shen Duo and the owner fight each other. I really want to raise it. At this time, a netizen named Gong Bai Wang sent out a barrage. As soon as she appeared, she was immediately caught by netizens. Gong Bai Wang? Yeah. Aren't you the mistress of King Gong Bai? Why do you still want to raise African gray parrots? Is that the female blogger who developed the Bengal white tiger into Hakimi? I advise you not to raise it. Otherwise, the gray parrot will bully the palace white king. Ha ha ha. At this time, another netizen posted a barrage of questions. 2 professors, can this African gray parrot defecate everywhere? I personally have a cleanliness problem. Buheli nodded and said frankly, the problem you are worried about is indeed a common problem in bird farming, and the African gray parrot is no exception. Their intestines are relatively short and digest quickly, so they have a lot of bowel movements, and most of the time they don't have a fixed location. They may be pulled in a cage, on the sofa, or even on you. As soon as I finished speaking, a netizen who had raised an African gray parrot appeared in the live broadcast room. Professor Bu was so right. The gray parrot in my house can pull more than a dozen bubbles a day. The sofas and curtains in my house are all its masterpieces. The bird breeding place smells of chicken poop at any time, and it has to be cleaned several times a day. I used to teach it to defecate at a fixed point for half a month, but it only obeyed when I taught it, turned its head and forgot. Now I have given up and just spread the newspaper where it often stays. The feather powder of the African gray parrot is also very serious. Ha! That's very persuasive. Before, many netizens who wanted to raise African gray parrots began to back down. It's like seeing a very beautiful young lady on the internet, and the thought of her taking a shit and smelly, it instantly dispels the charm. Ha ha ha. It's better to see a lot of money in the live broadcast room, and you don't have to clean it, and you can watch its funny daily life. How cost-effective. Just as netizens were discussing the bad things of bird breeding, Wang Teng in the camera suddenly moved. He fluttered his wings, flew off the sofa, and hurriedly flew in the direction of the bathroom, quite fast. Sabuling's eyes lit up, and he immediately said to the director, cut the shot. Keep up with a lot of money. See what it's doing in the bathroom. The director quickly operated, and after a slight shaking of the camera, it stabilized in the bathroom. I saw Wang Teng standing on the edge of the toilet seat, holding the toilet seat tightly with his 2 paws, stretching his neck, and leaning forward slightly. In that way, he was clearly taking a shit. In the live broadcast room, netizens immediately began to post love packages. Are you here to take a shit? Picture, ha ha ha. Who said just now that a lot of money will shit everywhere? Hit the face. This is too good. I actually know that going to the bathroom is more sensible than my cat. It seems the Chien Duo was taught very well by the master, even defecation is so regular. I declare that a lot of money is the ceiling of the bird world. Smart and obedient, and love to be clean. There was another burst of praise in the barrage, and Wang Tang in the bathroom, after pulling the shit, did not forget to pull the flush button with his paws. Wow, a stream of water flowed down until the toilet was flushed clean, and Wang Tang flew to the sink again, turned on the faucet to clean his paws, and didn't forget to apply hand sanitizer. Seeing this picture, netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my goodness. After a lot of money has been pulled, do you still know that you have to flush? This IQ is too high, right? My child is 3 years old and doesn't know how to flush by himself. Chien Duo is smarter than a 3-year-old. No, I'm completely fascinated by Chien Duo, and I will come to the live broadcast room to squat on it every day from now on. Sabuling looked at Wang Tang in the camera and smiled from ear to ear. Did the family see it? We have a lot of money. We are not only smart, but also very clean. If we keep this at home, it is definitely a worry-free pet, but don't be patronizing and envious. Remember what the two professors said just now. Raising and protecting animals is a prerequisite, and being careful is the key. You can't just buy it on the spur of the moment. At this moment, a chirping cry came from outside the window, and the camera cut to see that the two blackbirds that had just flown away actually brought a group of birds back. There were sparrows, pigeons, and a few unknown birds, a group of black and oppressive, standing on the branches of the trees, screaming in the direction of the living room, not to mention the lively scene. Chapter 64. Everyone here is garbage. Gift plus update. My goodness. Is this poking the bird's nest? Why are they all densely packed with birds? In the director's room, the staff member in charge of real-time screen monitoring suddenly screamed. He pointed his finger at the balcony that was almost covered by birds on the screen, and his voice was full of disbelief. When everyone who had been doing their respective duties heard the words, they followed his gaze, and they were silent collectively for an instant, and the pot exploded in the next second. This is too much. At least dozens of them? Sparrows, turtledoves, and a few birds that I can't call by their names. How come they all got together on the balcony of Chandwa's house? Hurry up and get a closer look. Let the audience see clearly, this scene is too rare. The host Sabu Ling stared at the fluttering and chirping birds on the screen, his brain running fast, and then turned to the two animal behavior experts sitting next to him, with an eager and curious tone. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, you two are well informed, please give us an analysis. In the end, what is the situation? Why are so many birds suddenly gathered? Bu Heli pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes tightly locked on the screen, and his fingers subconsciously tapped lightly on the desktop. After thinking for a while, he explained, from the perspective of animal behavior, birds themselves have the habit of living in groups. Their social behavior can be roughly divided into several types, such as roosting groups that live together for safety, breeding groups that gather together during the breeding season, predatory groups that hunt collectively, and migratory groups formed during migration. But as it is now, it is indeed relatively rare for different species of birds to suddenly gather on the balcony of human habitation, and it is not yet possible to determine which situation it belongs to. As soon as his voice fell, the barrage of the live broadcast room had already surged up like a tide. The curiosity of netizens was completely ignited, and all kinds of speculation and ridicule emerged in an endless stream. Help. The patient with intensive phobia died directly on the spot. So many birds are crowded on the balcony, even the railings are almost invisible. I have already started to worry about the owner of a lot of money. After a day of class, I went home and found that the balcony was occupied by birds. Can't I be confused on the spot? Ha ha ha. Open a brain hole. Is it possible that Chien Duo has secretly evolved and wants to summon the bird army to rule the earth? This battle is too much like a pre-war assembly. At this time, Wang Tang, who had just finished cleaning his claws, had already pricked up his ears. His hearing is extremely keen, and he has long heard the sound of birds fluttering their wings and chirping outside the window. So noisy? How many birds did this call? Wang Tang tilted his head, his eyes full of doubts, then fluttered his gray wings and flew in the direction of the balcony. But as soon as he flew to the door of the balcony and saw the scene in front of him, the feathers on Wang Tang's body exploded in an instant. The originally spacious balcony is now packed with all kinds of birds, some standing on the railing, some falling on the edge of the flower pot, and even a few bold ones have jumped to the bird stand where he usually basks in the sun. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene and instantly laughed. Ha! Chien Duo was so angry again. Look at this fluffy feather, it instantly changed from a handsome parrot to a gray dandelion. It's so cute. What I'm curious about is, what are these birds doing here? You can't just come to make friends with a lot of money, can you? Could it be that the two blackbirds were not convinced before and called a group of helpers to avenge? Want to rob a lot of bird food with a lot of money? Just as netizens were speculating one after another, the bird calls from the balcony were getting louder and louder. Wang Tang listened carefully. He was proficient in bird language and instantly understood what they were talking about. I heard that there is delicious bird food here? Is it true or not? Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's grab it first. With so many brothers, are you still afraid that a cat will not succeed? Correct. Grab it. All the bird food here must be empty today. Hearing these conspiracies, Wang Tang's eyes instantly changed. He is not a bully. These birds dare to run to their own territory to grab things. They must be given some color to see, and they will stand tall. I saw Wang Tang take a deep breath, suddenly fluttered his wings, and rushed towards the birds like a sharp gray arrow. When he was almost in front of the birds, he flexibly slid a shovel and landed firmly in the middle of the birds. With a flap of his wings, he directly hit the two larger turtle doves leading him and flew out. This sudden scene stunned everyone in the director's room and the live broadcast room. I'm going. A lot of money is too much, right? Actually took the initiative to attack? This sliding shovel action is so handsome. Is there anyone who understands? Is this the master of Kung Fu in the parrot world? Growing up this big, this is the first time I have watched the birds fight. It's exciting. But there is only one with a lot of money. With so many birds on the opposite side, will it suffer? Don't worry. There is a lot of money and a cat guard. I saw that it has a good relationship with the cat at home before, and that cat will definitely help it. The two turtle doves that were knocked into the ground fluttered on the ground for a long time before they stood up. They looked at Wang Tang in a daze. Obviously, they didn't expect this mediocre-looking parrot to be so brave. The other birds also calmed down in an instant, and looked at Wang Tang in shock one after another. The original arrogant aura was instantly extinguished in half. Wang Tang raised his head high, and scanned the birds in front of him sternly. What are you looking at? I'm not targeting one of you, I mean, everyone here is all rubbish. This arrogant attitude completely angered the birds. I don't know which sparrow called first, beat it up. Immediately afterwards, all the birds seemed to have been ignited by a fuse, fluttering their wings one after another, rushing towards Wang Tang. When the audience saw this scene, they all panicked and rushed to the barrage one after another anxiously. My goodness. These birds really have to fight in groups for a lot of money. The program team is about to make a move. Don't let Qian Duo Duo get hurt. I'm particularly curious, what did Qian Duo Duo just say, making these birds angry like this? Did you scold them? The previous +1. I also want to know where bird language translators are sold. I really want to know their conversations. The scene on the balcony instantly became extremely chaotic, with the sound of fluttering wings, bird calls, and feathers falling intertwined, dazzling people. But even so, Wang Tang didn't panic at all. He has now reached the first order extraordinary. Even if he deliberately converges his breath, the attributes of his body are far beyond ordinary birds. These birds are not his opponents at all. The next picture stunned the netizens in the live broadcast room. I saw Wang Tang moving flexibly among the birds. Facing the bird that rushed over, it either flapped with its wings or scratched with its claws. Every time it made a move, it could make a bird scream and be beaten to fly, and a pile of feathers fell down by the way. In just a few minutes, the originally arrogant birds became overwhelmed. Some of the birds were so scared that they hid directly behind the flower pots, while others wanted to fly out of the balcony, but because they were too panicked, they hit the railing. At this moment, the official live broadcast room of the program group was completely boiling. Thank you all for your gifts. More delivery. Chapter 65, pretend to beep and then run away. So exciting, my goodness. It's amazing to have a lot of money. This is simply the balcony god of war. I was worried about losing a lot of money just now, and now I feel like a fool. This combat power, there is no need for the help of the cat guard at all. Look at those birds, they are all stunned. Some birds have lost their feathers, some have lame legs, and they look so miserable and funny. After a while, all the birds were subdued by Wang Tang. They shrank in the corner of the balcony and looked at Wang Tang tremblingly, no longer daring to act arrogantly. The flock of birds that were still shining and threatening a few minutes ago, surrounded by Wang Tang's chirping provocations, are now unable to form an army. Several sparrows drooped their wings, and their tail feathers were half bald. A pigeon was even more miserable, with a pinch of feathers on his chest, showing pink skin, shrank behind the flower pot, and didn't even have the courage to look up at Wang Tang. The corners of the entire balcony were crowded with them, one by one with their heads buried low, trembling all over, like a group of elementary school students who had done something wrong and were waiting to be trained. After Wang Tang finished the battle, he stood in the center of the balcony, with his chest high and his head held high. He scanned the surroundings with a pair of bright black eyes, and even his wings were deliberately open for a short time, revealing the smooth feathers inside. The sun just fell on Wang Tang's body and plated it with a layer of gold. In that way, he looked like a general who had just won the battle. He was accepting the worship of the defeated, and even the air seemed to be floating with the sound of the horn of victory. He stretched his neck, opened his beak, and yelled arrogantly, "Who else?" Fuck. This big guy's temperament is really amazing. Shouldn't Baby Ian just be served by a lot of money, right? Seeing this scene, some netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but post a barrage. At this time, an old fan came out and fired a barrage upstairs, you guessed it. Long before, the old fans gave it the nickname of Lubu among the birds. If you have a lot of money, you still think it is a Haji parrot. Lubu in the bird? 666. With a lot of money, this combat power is well deserved. At this time, if two dogs come over, they will be slapped twice. But at this moment, Wang Tang's gaze was suddenly attracted by the place where the trash can was placed downstairs in the community, where there were a few pieces of white foam. As soon as his eyes lit up, a wonderful idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Then he fluttered his wings and flew downstairs. The flying posture is not elegant, the wings are flapping fast, and he tilts his body from time to time, making people worry about whether he will fall halfway. Hey? Why did a lot of money fly away? Where is it going? He ran away as soon as he won the battle. Is it because he was afraid that the birds would counterattack? It's so exciting to run away after loading the beep. Not good. There are people coming and going in this community, and there are many children. What if someone sees Qian Duo Duo and thinks it's cute and takes it away easily? Yeah, it's only such a small one. What if it encounters a bad guy? The program team quickly think of a way. When netizens saw Wang Tengfei leaving, they suddenly became worried, and the barrage was full of worried words. Sabling noticed the concerns of the audience and explained to the camera with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone. The two professors said that Qian Duo Duo is not good at flying, he can't fly far, and we installed a locator on Qian Duo Duo's body, so we can grasp its location in real time and won't let it fly away." The camera also followed Wang Tingfei's direction and followed him all the way to the trash can in the community. I saw Wang Tang fluttering his wings and landed firmly in the open space next to the trash can, then tilted his head and looked for something in the pile of garbage, isn't it? A lot of money. Is this going to turn over the garbage to eat? Isn't he usually full at home? Why did you come to the trash can to find something to eat? There are often stray cats, stray dogs, and birds in our community who come to turn over trash cans. Isn't it hungry to have a lot of money? It's too pitiful. The program team, hurry up. Don't let the money eat a lot of garbage, that's so unsanitary. What if you break your stomach? Just when the netizens were distressed and anxious, Wang Ting finally planned out his goal, which was a piece of white foam. This piece of foam looks like it was taken out of an electrical packaging box. It is very light in texture and has some folds on it. Wang Ting carefully grasped the corner of the foam with his claws, then fluttered his wings and flew towards the previous balcony. In the barrage, there are all question marks. What? Qian Duo picked up a piece of foam and went back? Why do you have a lot of money to pick up bubbles? Do you think this thing can be eaten? You can't eat foam. If you can't digest it when you eat it in your stomach, something will happen. The program team hurriedly stopped it. The previous one is right. Hurry up and contact the owner of Qian Duo, or the program team will send someone over. Don't let Qian Duo eat by mistake. Seeing the barrage of netizens getting more and more excited, Sabuling became a little anxious, and quickly turned to look at the director Lu Dao next to him, wanting to ask if he wanted to send someone over to stop him. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Dao actually sat firmly in the chair, not only without the slightest worry, but also with a strong expectation in his eyes. Director Lu, aren't you worried about having a lot of money to eat? Sabuling couldn't help asking. Director Lu smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Qian Duo is very smart. He won't eat indiscriminately. Let's wait and see what it will do next. Maybe there will be surprises. Sure enough, as Director Lu said, after Wang Tang put the first piece of foam on the balcony, he turned and fluttered his wings, and flew in the direction of the trash can again. After going back and forth several times in this way, he picked up a total of 5 pieces of white foam and piled them on the balcony. Like a small foam mountain, netizens looked at the foam piled up on the balcony, their doubts deepened, but they gradually put away their previous worries and began to guess Wang Tang's purpose. With so many bubbles, it seems that it is enough to build a small nest? Does Qian Duo want to build a bird's nest for himself on the balcony? If it's really a bird's nest, then this balcony has a lot of space, and it can bask in the sun and ventilate. It's simply don't be wild in the open air. Ha ha ha. The saying don't be wild in the open air is so appropriate. I have already begun to look forward to the finished product of Don't Be Wild with a lot of money. I don't know if it will have any special shape. Sabuling was also intrigued by the speculation of netizens, and once again set his sights on the 2 professors Bu Heli and Hu Yan beside him. 2 professors, now everyone is guessing that Qian Duo picked up bubbles to build bird nests. Do you two think this is very likely, or do you have other opinions? Can you explain to us the behavior of a lot of money? When Bu Heli heard this, there was a somewhat embarrassed expression on his face. He had made several misjudgments about Qian Duo's behavior several times before, and now he was not so confident. He could only say with some embarrassment, with my current knowledge reserve, there is really no way to accurately judge Qian Duo's intentions. Its behavior is too special, beyond the scope of ordinary bird behavior, and there has been no similar case to refer to before. When Sabuling heard this, he looked at Hu Yan from the side again. Professor Hu, what is your opinion? Chapter 66. Qian Duo ascended the throne. Hu Yanzi was smarter than Bu Heli. He glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room secretly, and then said with a smile, I think the netizens' guesses are very reasonable. Judging from Qian Duo's repeated behavior of picking up bubbles and piling them on the balcony, it is very likely that he just wants to build a nest of his own. Moreover, the environment of the balcony is indeed good, with large space and good lighting. If it is really set up, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an open-air villa. When Sabuling heard Professor Hu Yan's words, he suddenly laughed and said to the camera, it seems that Professor Hu also agrees with the saying of don't be wild in the open air. Then we will continue to lock the camera to see if Qian Duo can successfully build its Don't Be Wild, and we look forward to it bringing us more surprises. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited when they heard this, and they posted a barrage one after another. 666. Qian Duo is not only the god of war among birds, but also a master builder. I've seen birds build bird nests, but I really haven't seen birds build houses. It's not just the audience in the live broadcast room who are curious about Wang Tang's actions, but the birds who were defeated by it are also looking at Wang Tang in a daze at this moment. They poked their heads out of the corner and watched Wang Tang busy in the foam pile, their eyes full of doubts, as if to say, this guy hasn't rested since he won the battle. Why are you picking up so many white things? Is it a new weapon? Wang Tang, on the other hand, completely ignored the surrounding gaze, and he began to seriously fiddle with the bubbles. I saw Wang Tang first picked up a smaller piece of foam with his mouth and placed it on the edge of the balcony, then picked up another slightly larger piece of foam, carefully stacked it on it, and gently pressed it with his paws to adjust the position. Soon, 2 small steps were erected. Well, it looks like a step. It seems that a lot of money really wants to build a house. This first step is so orderly. It seems that there is a plan for a long time. Sabuling leaned in front of the camera, carefully observed the 2 steps, and couldn't help but nodded, his tone full of amazement. Netizens in the live broadcast room also praised one after another. Wow. It's really a step. A lot of money is too smart, right? I also know to take the steps first to make it easy to get in and out. This craft is much better than the sparrow next door to my house who only builds nests with branches. But when everyone thought that Wang Tang was going to continue to build the by wall, his next operation caused Sabuling to exclaim directly, huh? That's not right. How does this look like building a throne? The throne? Netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked by this statement, and everyone quickly stared at the camera and took a closer look. I saw Wang Tang put the largest piece of foam at the top of the steps, and then used a few small pieces of foam to surround it in a circle, forming a shape similar to backrest and armrest. Although it still looks very rudimentary, when combined, it really looks like a throne. Ouch. Damn, it's true. 666. A lot of money is quite enjoyable. The open air don't be wild guessed earlier is still too small, and what people want for a lot of money is the throne. This is to be the king of the bird world. Suddenly there was an absurd idea. Is it possible that Chen Duo will ascend to the throne as king in front of these birds that have been defeated by it? At this moment, Wang Tung tilted his head sideways and looked at the cat litter in the living room. The cat is spicy? Meow. When Baby Ian heard Wang Tung's call, he immediately stretched out his head from the cat litter. Baby Ian is really on call. Seeing this scene, netizens all laughed. Before, I thought it was this raccoon cat who took care of her own bird, but I didn't expect that it was completely defeated by Chen Duo. Chen Duo is now called Yin Bao. Is it because he wants to make him a grand official? I'm afraid it will be 9,000 years old. Ha ha ha. What a hell joke. However, it is very reasonable. Many cats in the city will undergo sterilization surgery. Wouldn't Baby Ian have already been sterilized? Soon, the raccoon cat came from the living room to the balcony. When the birds saw a cat coming, they rolled around and got out of the way. Originally, a few planned to run away, but Wang Tang glared at them and immediately became honest. Seeing Baby Ian coming to him, Wang Tang jumped on its back in the shocked eyes of the birds. Fuck. There are cards. Ha ha ha. Parrots ride cats and dominate. Baby Ian immediately followed Wang Tang's instructions, carrying him step by step to the throne. When he came to the throne, Baby Ian immediately lay on the ground, while Wang Tang stepped on the lowest step with one paw. Immediately afterwards, he stepped into the second level. In that posture, the emperor of the birds alive, in the barrage, netizens also started to work one after another. I want to climb to the highest step by step. I want to be Zhao Gao. No. Zhao Gao is a eunuch. A lot of money is the emperor of the birds who is about to ascend to the throne. Correct. It is the Emperor Ing. Xin Yue, my bird has the posture of a great emperor. When he was taking steps, Wang Tang didn't forget to simulate BGM with his mouth, which made people's blood boil when he heard it. After reaching the last step, Wang Tang turned around gracefully, and the bird sat on the throne with his buttocks, staring at the surrounding birds. Upon seeing this, the two turtle doves that had been beaten the most fiercely crawled over and lay down in front of the throne. There was the first one, and there was the second. Soon, in front of the throne, it was densely filled with birds. Fuck. This posture. There is really the panache of enthronement. It's a pity that there is no crown for a lot of money. Neither is the dragon robe. In the live broadcast room, the audience was very active. I didn't expect that watching a cute pet variety show, you can still see a bird enthroned. It's so much work. Can anyone tell me, where did Chen Duo learn this from? This clip of enthronement is really lifelike. Seeing the doubts of the audience, Sabuling immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, you are well informed. Can you solve everyone's doubts? When Bu Heli heard this, he shook his head and said, it's closer to the north. This lot of money is too evil. Completely subverted my previous understanding of parrots. Ha ha ha. Professor Bu's Dao Xin collapsed. Netizens are all happy. On the other side, Hu Yan pondered for a while and said, parrots can imitate humans. It is possible that Chen Duo learned from film works. In the barrage, an old fan immediately agreed. Professor Hu is right. Chen Duo is a drama fan and chases dramas every day. He has seen the biography of Xin Huan. At this moment, Wang Tang got up from the throne. He stretched out a bird's paw, pressed it on the head of the silver baby lying on the ground, and shouted in a serious tone, call Dad. This scene, in an instant, let the barrage be filled with question marks. A bird, let the cat call Dad? What's even more bizarre is that Baby Ian even nodded obediently. Everyone, be bigger. Now that a lot of money has been ascended to the throne, there is really a throne to be inherited in the family. It makes sense. After Baby Ian recognizes the bird as his father, he is the prince of the raccoon cat who is serious. Chapter 67, Combining Kindness and Force, Balcony Speech. Wang Tang was obviously very satisfied with Baby Ian's obedience. He patted Baby Ian on the head and turned to look at the dense birds underneath. The birds were swept away by his gaze, and suddenly shrank their necks, not even daring to flap their wings at Will. The turtle dove that had been beaten the worst before even buried his head lower. Looking submissive, Sabuling looked at the picture on the big screen, his voice trembling a little. My god. Shen Duo's aura is really like an emperor who has just ascended the throne. I just don't know what it's going to do next, so you can't let these birds lie here all the time, right? Netizens have posted barrage after barrage. A lot of money has even been set up by Chu Jun, and the next step must be to seal hundreds of officials. Correct. Otherwise, this bird country is not perfect. While netizens were talking about it, Wang Tang did not continue to enjoy the imperial treatment of 100 birds and a phoenix, but fluttered his wings gracefully and flew down from the bubble throne. Seeing that the new king was moving, all the birds looked at Wang Tang in unison. Wang Tang swaggered into the living room and came to the place where the bird food was kept. Sabuling was surprised. Hey? How did Chen Duo take out the bird food? Is it going to feed these birds? Netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. I just finished beating someone's house, and now I'm feeding it again? I can't understand the operation of a lot of money. Is this the legendary slap a sweet date? The emperor's mind skills. Wang Tang took out the box containing bird food before, landed next to the throne, pushed hard with his paws, and poured out a small pile of golden bird food. When the birds saw these bird food, their eyes were straight, but none of them dared to come forward to eat it. Wang Tang was very satisfied with their performance. He spread the bird food evenly on the open space in front of him, then raised his little head and issued instructions in a straight voice. Let's have dinner. His voice was not loud, but he carried an unquestionable majesty. Birds, dinner? Give it to us? What abacus did the boss play? Isn't it a trap? I wasn't so kind when I beat us up just now. The birds looked at each other and whispered cuckoo, chirp, yukong, but none of them dared to step forward. Wang Tang's gaze patrolled the birds. Why didn't the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty say a word? All the birds swept by his gaze lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at each other. After all, Wang Tang's methods were too brutal before. Wang Tang stared majestically at the turtle dove that had been beaten the worst and was still drooping at the moment. He pointed to the bird food on the ground with the tips of his wings, pointed to it again, and uttered a short syllable, goo. The turtle dove trembled with fright when it heard the sound. It secretly raised its head and saw that Wang Tang didn't mean to attack him, so he cautiously moved to the bird food and took a soft peck, with the first bird taking the lead. The other birds couldn't help it. After all, fighting with Wang Tang just now consumed a lot of physical strength. At this moment, he could smell the scent of bird food, so he couldn't be afraid. They came around one after another, and you ate one bite at a time, and the originally tense atmosphere instantly eased a lot. Wang Tang stood aside, watching the birds eating. His eyes became a bit more clear that he knew that if these birds wanted to truly surrender, it was not enough to deter them by force, and they had to taste the sweetness. These bird food are imported food that Lu Dao specially bought for Wang. Tug. They are so nutritious that ordinary birds have no chance to eat them. Good guy. A lot of money is buying people's hearts. Sabuling suddenly realized, and couldn't help laughing. First rely on strength to win over, and then use food to win over. With this set, these birds are really going to recognize it as the boss. Netizens in the live broadcast room also like them one after another. A lot of money is too smart. This trick of Anwei and Sure is used perfectly, and it is better than my indefatigable leader to manage the team. Before, I thought it was just a Lubu in the bird, but now it seems that it is still a Mingjun of the bird kingdom. I bet 50 cents, these birds will definitely mix with a lot of money in the future, and maybe they will help it work. At this time, Wang Tang flew back to the living room again. This time, he took out Xinyou's nut snacks. However, he took out these high-end goods, but did not immediately let the birds eat them. Instead, he patted the food box with his paws and made a bang-bang sound, which immediately attracted the attention of all the birds. What are you doing with a lot of money? The audience all looked at the screen curiously. Is it to set rules for these birds? It makes sense. No rules, no radius. In the picture, the birds heard the movement and stopped eating one after another, looking at Wang Tang in unison. The atmosphere is here. Wang Tang started his inauguration speech. Although it sounds to outsiders like it's just a passionate and rhythmic quack, 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 with his movements and eyes, it's inexplicably convincing. During the speech, Wang Tang pointed to the comfortable environment in the living room with his wings for a while, and then pointed to the vast sky outside the balcony for a while, and said in bird language, follow me to have dinner. If I have a mouthful of meat, you will have a mouthful of soup. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy to see this scene. Ha. What did I see? Is Qian Duo giving a meeting to the bird? Is there anyone who is proficient in bird language? Hurry up and translate. Although I don't know what I'm talking about, looking at Qian Duo's eyes and movements, he must be painting flatbread for the birds. This panache, this aura, it's a pity not to engage in MLM. Napoleon of the bird world. Not only can you fight, but you can also manage. Prince Yin Mao is in charge of security. Are these birds generals? This team is almost ready. The netizens in the live broadcast room were almost unable to laugh. The birds seemed to be really bought by this flatbread and the real high-end bird food. They were no longer as scared as they had just been, but took the initiative to get closer. There were even a few bold sparrows who began to try to rub their heads against Wang Tang's wings to show their intimacy and loyalty. After Wang Tang finished his speech, he took out some nuts, patted them with his paws, and waved his wings generously. Eat. The birds suddenly swarmed and pecked happily. This time, the order was orderly and there was no competition, as if Wang Tang had acquiesced in his position as leader. I in the studio, after watching Wang Tang's performance, Sabuling smiled and looked at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, can you now explain Qian Duo's behavior just now? Bu Heli had completely given up treatment. He collapsed in a chair, his eyes emptied, and he murmured, ethnic group management, food distribution, establishing authority. This already involves the advanced field of animal social behavior. Is this really a parrot? I need to be quiet. Hu Yan tried to understand in his way. Perhaps, this is a kind of, a high manifestation of empathy? Qian Duo sensed the hunger of other birds, so he shared food, thus winning the favor of the group? Correct. It must be like this. This is a high-level altruistic behavior. At this moment, Wang Tang was looking at the group of newly acquired younger brothers in front of him with satisfaction. He has figured it out in his heart. With these little Air Force brothers, he will spy on the intelligence of other guests in the cute pet variety shows in the future, engage in harmless small destruction to cause trouble to opponents, or simply come to 100 Birds in Phoenix group show. Isn't that easy? This means that the soldiers and horses are not moving, and the forage goes first. Thinking of this, Wang Tang glanced at the camera that was still filming conscientiously, stretched his neck, and said loudly, it's useful to be able to fight, come out and mix, you have to have power, and you have to talk about the background. Fuck. A lot of money is ordering us. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more boiling. A smile appeared on Sabuling's face. Now, I am looking forward to what Qian Duo will do after he has established his own power. Chapter 68 Qian Duo. I have such a bad temper, that's right. Raising thousands of soldiers for a while, such a shrewd bird with a lot of money won't keep them for nothing, right? When netizens heard the words that didn't work, they began to post barrage after barrage. I guess that a lot of money will still let them pick up the money. Correct. With so many birds now, maybe you can really pick up a few renminbi. Seeing the speculation of netizens, Saburin looked at the two experts from the think tank.at this moment. Buheli's eyes were still a little hollow, and he was still in a state of collapse of Taoism. On the other side, Hu Yen is in much better condition. After all, others are old and refined, more rounded, and can change their positions at any time. Seeing Sabu Ling's gaze, Hu Yen stroked the goatee on his chin and smiled slightly. Although quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, it is still difficult to rely on these birds to get money for a lot of money. Oh? Professor Hu has something to say. You hurry up and tell everyone in detail. Sabuling's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he hurriedly chased after him. The audience in the live broadcast room also calmed down instantly, waiting to listen to professional analysis. Hu Yen cleared his throat, pointed his finger at the birds on the screen, and became serious in tone. Now look carefully, there are many types of birds in the picture, including turtledoves, sparrows, magpies, pigeons, and thrushes. Each has a different IQ level. Just say that the turtledove looks big, but in fact it has a small brain capacity. Compared with the two black thrushes before, it is only half the same. Let it pick up the money? It is estimated that even the renminbi and the leaves cannot be distinguished. Where's sodas? No wonder I watched turtledove always circling in place before, but my brain didn't keep up with the movement. Sabuling suddenly realized that the barrage in the live broadcast room was also happy. Aha! It turned out that turtledove looked fierce, but in fact he was a in. Wait. Professor Hu said difficult, not impossible. In other words, is there still a chance? I just poisoned it a bit. Sparrows and magpies are also relatively smart birds. Maybe, under the guidance of a lot of money, they can really learn to pick up money. Hu Yan looked at the speculation in the barrage and couldn't help laughing. You are right. Among these birds, the magpies are indeed the ones who learn to pick up money the most easily. They have a lot of skills. For example, they can use branches and grass leaves as tools to catch bugs. They can remember where to hide food. They can find it in 10 days and a half. They have a better memory than me. In addition, they will imitate the sound of doorbells and telephone rings, and sometimes they can trick the owner into running over to answer the phone. Even more powerful is that they can recognize the faces of different people, know who treats it well, and who will drive it away, better than some face-blind humans. If a lot of money is really taught, they might really be able to learn to recognize money. Hu Yan's popular science was immediately approved by netizens. Professor Hu was right. The magpies in my hometown can open windows. They are smarter than my cats. Just when everyone was discussing in full swing, Wang Teng in the camera made a move. Seeing that all the birds stayed obediently and did not show any more thorns, he first tilted his head and looked around, then fixed his gaze on the two magpies with shiny feathers, cleared his throat, and screamed Wukong, his voice crisp and bright. It seems to be giving some important instructions. When the two magpies heard this, they immediately put away their previous rambling, stretched their necks straight, stared at Wang Teng tightly, and even stretched their wings tightly, like two agents who listen carefully to orders. As Wang Teng yelled, he gestured gently with his wings, and pointed to the color of the plants outside the balcony, his eyes full of seriousness. Do you two understand? This time, he was very cautious, because the two black thrushes had always done bad things before. The first time they were asked to pick up money, they picked up a piece of Pluto coin, and the second time, they were asked to call birds and bring them back directly to a group of robbers. Wang Teng has been observing the eyes of the two magpies and found that they are very smart. Unlike the two blackbirds before, they are full of clear eyes at first glance. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly attracted by this scene, and the barrage began to swipe the screen again. It's coming. A lot of money has started to delegate tasks. These two magpies looked clever at first glance, designated as members of the money-picking team. These two magpies are indeed much smarter. The way you look at them is full of spirituality. After Chen Duo teaches, they will even ask. Finally, it's not like those two stupid birds anymore. I didn't understand it at all, and I still look like I understood it. Quick! Give Agent Magpie a close-up. I want to remember what they look like and see if they can bring the money back later. After Wang Teng taught for a while, the two magpies nodded and screamed, My lord, we have remembered it and promised to complete the task. Very good, you guys go. Wang Teng nodded his head and waved his little gray wings at them, fluttering. The two magpies immediately spread their wings. Their movements were as light as a gust of wind, and they flew out of the balcony in a few clicks and flew into the distance. After sending away the money-picking team, Wang Teng turned his gaze to the remaining birds on the balcony. There were turtledoves, sparrows, pigeons, and black thrushes. A large group huddled together, some looking around, some looking down at their feathers, looking a bit, doing nothing. Just when everyone thought Wang Teng was going to continue delegating tasks, suddenly, Wang Teng's feathers exploded all at once, like a round hairball. The bird's eyes were round, and it rushed towards a turtledove in the flock like an arrow from the string. Swish! Crack! Wang Teng spread his wings and faced the turtledove's head with a single blow. With great strength, the turtledove was directly slapped and staggered, and fell directly to the ground. Upon seeing this, the surrounding birds hurriedly retreated in fright and avoided one after another, for fear of being angered, and the otherwise neat flock of birds instantly became a mess. The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded, and the barrage was instantly packed with question marks. What's wrong with a lot of money? Why did you suddenly get angry? Look at its anger, the hair exploded again. This time, he did it directly, and a big fight fanned the turtledove away. My goodness! That was too cruel. Turtledoves are all fanned, right? 2 hairs have fallen off. The fanned turtledove lay faintly on the ground, his head still shaking from side to side, and it took a while to calm down. He raised his head and looked at Wang Tung aggrieved. His eyes were full of innocent, what did I do wrong? Even his wings drooped, looking at very pitiful. Seeing the turtle dove stupid and cute, Wang Tung stretched out his neck and scolded loudly, are you here to take a shit? He said this sentence directly by human hands. When the director heard this, he immediately pulled the camera closer. Good guy, where the turtle dove was standing just now, there was a pool of white bird shit, and it was still a little hot. Obviously it had just been pulled. Netizens laughed when they saw this scene. Ha. This silly turtle dove has violated the inverse scale of a lot of money. It doesn't know yet that its king has a cleanliness problem. Turtle dove, I just pulled a shit, why did I get beaten? Wronged. JPG, it's time to fight. I'll fight too for me. My own side has been soiled, and I am still in front of so many subordinates. Do I have a lot of money and don't want face? Sabling realized that the next picture would be very interesting, and immediately said to the director, hurry up and give that turtle dove a close-up. Chapter 69 Huyuti, my parrot has become a spirit. The director got instructions and immediately locked the camera on the shit turtle dove. The turtle dove in the picture saw Wang Tang staring at the bird poop on the ground, and then looked at his angry eyes, as if he finally understood what he was wrong. It originally shrank its neck, hesitated for a while, suddenly stretched its neck, and packed the bird droppings from the ground into its mouth in one bite. This scene directly made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh. Jinbao, pick up the bird shit on the ground. Pick it up. Turtle dove, look. Gone. It's clean. Don't be angry, king. Ha ha ha. Swallowed it? This stupid turtle dove, did it actually swallow it? It makes my cerebellum shrink. Gone. I took this operation. Does turtle dove want to completely destroy the evidence? It's too hard. The host Sabuling had just taken a sip of water and sprayed it out in an instant. He choked and coughed again and again, and tears flowed out. He couldn't help but said, this turtle dove is so stupid and cute. He thought Jinbao let it eat it? Netizens are still working hard. Who has that emoji? This turtle dove eats shit. Stonehammer. Shit eating you. Picture, this stupid bird. Hopeless. Directly expel the bird nationality. Look at Jinbao's expression, you are even more angry. Isn't eating shit in front of it adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, when Wang Tang saw this scene, his feathers exploded even more in anger. He even scratched his paws on the ground and yelled at the turtle dove, get out. Roll. The human words he used directly this time, his voice was loud and anxious, and he was obviously completely impatient. The turtle dove shivered in fright, hurriedly belched, fluttered its wings, and flew out of the balcony in a panic, not even daring to turn its head back, for fear that Wang Tang would catch up and beat it again. Silly turtle dove was expelled. This is the end of defecating everywhere. Jinbao's bird country rules are too strict, right? It seems that in its territory, hygiene comes first. I can tell that Jinbao is not only smart, but also a king of cleanliness. Whoever gets dirty is unlucky. The Parrot Emperor promulgated the first decree, regulations on balcony hygiene management. After driving away the illegal turtle doves, Wang Tang took a deep breath, tried to calm his emotions, and then turned to the remaining birds and screamed. His voice was milder than just now, but he still carried an unquestionable majesty, as if he was reaching a new level. Instruction, the rest of the birds, look at me, I look at you, they are all a little confused, I don't know what the king wants them to do. Just when the audience was also puzzled, Wang Tang suddenly spread his wings and took the lead in flying towards the flower pot in the corner of the balcony. He landed next to a flower pot with green dill, lowered his head and pecked at the weeds in the flower pot with his mouth, and moved very seriously. In the live broadcast room, netizens reacted and posted barrage after barrage. I understand. Jinbao is letting them work to pay for their meals. Clean up. Make amends for your sins. The bird country labor law has been promulgated. The birds were stunned for a few seconds, and finally understood. A sparrow took the lead and flew over, pecking at the weeds in the flower pot like Wang Tang. Then, several pigeons also flew over, some pecking at the weeds, some picking up the fallen dead leaves with their mouths and transporting them outside the balcony. Even the black thrush, who had looked stupid before, followed suit. Although he moved a little slower, he was also trying to help clean up. The originally messy balcony, under the busy work of a group of birds, slowly became neat and tidy. The weeds were pecked off, the dead leaves were transported away, and even the small stones next to the flower pots were neatly arranged. Sabling looked at this scene, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help exclaiming, my god. They really understand Jinbao's words. This is amazing too. The director quickly pulled the camera closer and shot at the busy birds. Jinbao was making the best use of things. Let the smart magpies perform the picking up money task, and let the remaining not-so-smart birds be responsible for cleaning. The division of labor is clear. This management ability is too strong, and it is better than the department manager I work for. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely boiling, and the barrage was even crazier than before, and some people even started to brush up the 666 GIF. 666. Jinbao's bird country has begun to take shape. Let me sort it out. Jinbao is the king, Yinbao is the guardian, magpies are the secret service, other birds are the cleaning corps, and there are the army reserves who have been beaten. This is simply a complete national system. I seriously doubt that Jinbao is not a parrot, but a person who has passed through. Otherwise, how could you know so much about management and be so neat? The balcony of Hu Yuti's house is on fire. Maybe it will become the capital of bird country in the future, and birds from all over the country will come to Jinbao by then. It is recommended that Jinbao open a bird world management training course. I will be the first to sign up. Send my bird over for training. Upstairs, which bird are you going to send over? In the midst of the heated discussion among netizens, the sound of opening the smart lock sounded. Hu Yuti, who was going home from class, opened the door and habitually shouted, Jinbao, mom is back, huh? Her voice stopped abruptly. The scene in front of Yuri was completely petrified. On the balcony, more than a dozen birds were busy building, picking weeds, moving leaves, and clearing corners, all in full swing, and her baby parrot is standing majestically on a throne made of foam, pointing the country like a contractor. Next to him, the raccoon cat, Baby Ian, was lying on the ground, dutifully lying down as a security guard. The bag in Yuri's hand fell to the ground with a click. She rubbed her eyes, pinched her arm again, and muttered to herself, am I going to the wrong place? Or is my bird refined? The audience in the live broadcast room saw Yuri's reaction and laughed again. Ha. Yuri's reaction was too real. Whoever goes home and sees a bird cleaning, they will think they have gone to the wrong door. The balcony of Yuri's house is about to become a 5-level bird scenic area. Yuri, I just took a morning class. Why is the house occupied by birds? Jinbao quickly explained to Yuri. Otherwise, Yuri should have thought she was hallucinating. When the busy birds heard the movement from the living room, they stopped one after another and looked at Yuri in unison. The scene was funny and magical. Even some birds spread their wings, ready to run away at any time. Upon seeing this, Wang Tang immediately began to scream appeasingly, Twitter. Translated into human language, this is one of one's own people. Wang Tang fluttered his wings and flew towards Yuri. On her shoulders, he arched Yuri's cheek affectionately with his little head. Suddenly, she made her giggle. Yuri looked at Wang Tang on her shoulder, then at the birds on the balcony, finally calmed down, and said with a smile and a cry, you have worked hard. I'll get you bird food to eat. Chapter 70. Sichuan and Chongqing swear words are too lawless, haha. Teacher Sa, quickly give the camera to Yuri. I'm afraid she doesn't know that Jinbao has already fed the birds, right? Hearing Yuri's words, the audience burst out one after another, good. Let's take a look at the expression of the bird owner. Sabling saw the barrage and said expectantly. The director immediately adjusted the camera to focus on Yuri, and even close up her facial expressions. Yuri came to the place where the bird food was placed and was about to open the bag. As soon as her finger touched the bag to seal it, she suddenly exclaimed, ah, her voice was full of surprises. Who opened the bird food bag for me? Jinbao. Is it a good thing you did? Facing Yuri's questioning, Wang Tang didn't panic at all. Instead, he fluttered his wings and stretched his neck, and shouted in a unique voice, Grandpa is here. Ha ha ha. Netizens in the live broadcast room were even more happy when they heard Wang Tang's words. You are right. Jinbao was really not afraid of its owner at all. The seniority of this family is a bit messy. One second I was the parrot emperor who rode a cat, and the next second I was the grandpa of the owner. This Jinbao knows how to live a whole life. Yuri, I don't keep pets, I'm an ancestor, right? Yuri was amused by the sudden sound of grandpa is here and bent her waist. She stretched out her hand and nodded Wang Tang's little head, old man. Now we are on the show. With that said, she picked up the bag of more than 10 kilograms of bird food with one hand and walked briskly to the balcony. This made the barrage lively again. I'm going. This bag of bird food sinks when it looks at it. Yuri is carrying it like a plastic bag. I'm afraid I forgot upstairs. Yuri is a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus. She has the strength and means. I heard that girls in Sichuan and Chongqing all have their own vigorous attributes. Shouldn't this arm strength be practiced by mixing ear shit? After putting the bag on the balcony, Yuri took a handful of bird food from the bag and scattered it on the ground. Upon seeing this, the birds did not immediately go to eat, but looked at Wang Tang who was beside them. Seeing this scene, Yuri couldn't help being taken aback. They want to eat, do you have to give orders? Seeing the eyes of the birds, Wang Tang nodded his head slightly, and shouted in his mouth, chirp. With the permission of their own king, the birds ate with confidence. After a while, all the bird food on the ground was eaten up. Upon seeing this, Yuri wanted to hold bird food in the bag again. Thump. Wang Tang immediately flew over and grabbed Yuri's sleeve with his beak. When netizens saw this, they couldn't help but be taken aback. What is Jinbao doing? Protect food? It's okay to eat a little for the birds, but can't you eat too much? Yuri also thought that Wang Tang meant this, so he smiled and said, you guy, you secretly gave other birds food, and now you're protecting food. However, she did not insist. Wang Tang looked at the birds, pointed his wings out of the balcony, and chirped, the work is done, and the meal is eaten. Go back to your home and find your mother. After the birds understood, they fluttered their wings and flew out of the balcony. When Yuri saw that the birds were all gone, she went to the bathroom to wash her hands. It's lunchtime, and she was worried that something went wrong with Wang Tang's first day of the show, so she came back to watch it on purpose. After washing his hands, Yuri took out the tablet computer, turned it on, and opened the official live broadcast room of cute pets rushing forward. The next moment, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes widened, and her eyes were full of shock, because, at this moment, the Campbell live broadcast room was actually ranked first, 1, 10, 100, 1000. Yuri began to count the number of people online in the live broadcast room, 280,000. A full 280,000 people are online. Ha ha ha. Look at Yuri, she can't believe that her live broadcast room is so hot. Netizens couldn't help but be happy when they saw this. It's me, I can't believe it. It was originally the lowest fan base, but after only one morning, it reached the top directly. In the past, when the number of people online in Yuri's live broadcast room was the highest, it was 40,000 or 50,000. This time, it directly exceeded 200,000. It's scary to think about it. Ha? So, has it been all morning? I actually held my phone and watched the live broadcast all morning? Some netizens reacted, me too. Just now, my mother called me to eat, and I told her that there is a parrot riding a cat. She gave me my favorite big mouth. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, you didn't tell your mother that the parrot has ascended to the throne as emperor, otherwise she will have to send you to a mental hospital. Seeing Hu Yudi staring at the tablet motionless, Wang Tang fluttered his wings and flew in front of her, rubbed the back of her hand with his head, and shouted twice in a crisp voice, Hu Yudi! Hu Yudi! Only then did Hu Yudi regain her senses and picked up Wang Tang, her voice full of excitement. Jinbao, you are amazing too. There are actually 280,000 people watching in our live broadcast room. But Wang Tang seemed to dislike her for being too excited. With a kick of his paws, he took 2 steps back abruptly, frowning, and a vague but impatient sentence popped out of his mouth. My horse. What? What is Jinbao talking about? Hearing Wang Tang swear words blurted out, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Is there anyone who understands the translation in translation? Cough. A warm horse means hello in the Sichuan and Shu regions. When Jinbao said this, he expressed a kind of emotion that he had not seen Hu Yudi for a morning and missed him very much. Sapuling felt very novel when he saw the barrage in Sichuan and Shu. Is it like this to greet people? So, he turned his head and said to Buheli, Teacher Bu, my horse. Buheli was also deceived by the audience, and said with a smile, Teacher Sa, a warm horse. Seeing the conversation between the two, some netizens posted a barrage in disbelief. Is that right? Why don't I believe it? And some netizens in Sichuan and Chongqing, at this time, were laughing crazy. Even a lot of garbled code appeared in the barrage. One of the female netizens was the most exaggerated, sending a series of English letters. Soon, she hurriedly explained, Sorry. I just laughed so much that I couldn't straighten my waist, and I pressed it to the keyboard. Pressed to the keyboard? What did you press on the keyboard? No picture, no truth. Upstairs, your keyboard is so loud, I can hear it across the screen. Finally, an honest man sent a barrage to explain, Everyone, don't make any more enthusiastic horses. This is a curse word. Soon, there was a wailing in the barrage. Huh? Cursing? Why didn't you say it earlier? I sent it all to my girlfriend. Not good. I don't think it's too late to withdraw. Who of you is as miserable as me? I sent it to the classmate group, and I also sent it to the group. Who of you explains, what exactly does this warm horse mean? I'll think about it. Do you want to go home at night? Soon, there were popular science among netizens in Sichuan and Shu. My dear Ma, in the Sichuan Chongqing area, I greeted the other party's mother. Well, it should be regarded as a terrible scolding. Suddenly, in the barrage, wailing was all over the field. Merrily, I just sent it to my boss. Now the boss asks me to go to his office. Am I going to be fired? I'm even worse. The classmates all told me not to leave after school. Cursing words are not blocked. Is there any king's law? Is there any law? Chapter 71. I like small animals and I can't miss them at every meal. Hu Yudi looked at the full screen of wailing in the barrage, and then looked down at Wang Tang, who was tilting his head at his feet and pretending that nothing had happened. She bent over and touched his little head with an angry smile. You little ancestor, you broke the audience on the first day of the show. Hu Yudi, hungry, eat dinner. Wang Tang immediately fluttered his wings to avoid, rubbed his head against Hu Yudi's wrist, and muttered a soft tone in his mouth. The eye in the live broadcast room, netizens heard Wang Tang's words and posted barrage after barrage. Hu Yudi, hurry up and cook for Jinbao, it's been hungry all morning. Look at the child who is hungry, he has no strength to speak. I bet 50 cents, and when I'm full, Jinbao will definitely disagree with the owner again. When Hu Yudi saw the barrage, she realized that when she came back, she was patronizing bird feeding and eating, and lunch hadn't landed yet. So, she put down the tablet with a smile and a cry, turned and walked to the kitchen to prepare for cooking. Okay. Alright. Mom will make you delicious food. As soon as Wang Tang heard delicious, he felt refreshed in an instant, and immediately fluttered his wings to keep up, landing firmly on the kitchen doorframe, staring at Hu Yudi with a pair of bird eyes. 666. Jinbao's claws are really powerful, and they are firmly grasped on the doorframe. This picture came into the camera, and the audience in the live broadcast room praised it. Some people also posted a barrage curiously. Where's the spoiler party? Can Hu Yudi cook or not? That's right. Nowadays, college students, regardless of men or women, can cook very little. Don't make dark dishes for a while, and make Jinbao have diarrhea. When the host saw it, he immediately said to the director, hurry up. Keep up with the camera. Soon, the picture of Hu Yudi cooking came into the camera. I saw her tie on her apron, open the refrigerator, and murmur, what can I have for dinner? There are chicken breasts, ribs, vegetables, and shrimp that I just bought. Wang Tang, who was grinning on the doorframe, heard the words and immediately said, chicken, chicken. He hasn't eaten chicken for a long time, ha ha. Jinbao will still order food. But is the chicken a relative of Jinbao? When Hu Yudi heard this, she also smiled and said, old man, you can't eat chicken. Is that your uncle? I like small animals, and I can't have less done. Wang Tang grasped his paws on the doorframe, looked at the chicken sternly, and said in a unique smoky voice, puff. Netizens couldn't laugh when they heard this sentence. Who did Jinbao learn this from? Too much work. Hurry up at Guadi Gang, let Jinbao be on the show. There is no treasure at the Spring Festival Gala, I don't watch it. Good. I'll give you chicken in a while. Hearing Wang Tang's words, Hu Yudi said with a smirk. However, she first took out the box of fresh Jiwei shrimp and prepared to make a white grilled shrimp. Wang Tang stood on the doorframe, staring closely at the box of frisky shrimp with his small eyes, and there was a slight cuckoo sound in his throat, making him even more excited. Netizens saw the footage and immediately posted a barrage. Jinbao seems to love shrimp very much. Nonsense. How delicious the shrimp are. High protein. Its eyes are exactly the same as when my cat saw the dried fish. Hu Yuti also noticed Wang Tang's desire, smiled and picked up one of the largest shrimp, rinsed it under the faucet, and then skillfully removed the head and peeled the shell to reveal the crystal clear shrimp inside. She turned around and handed the shrimp to Wang Tang's mouth. "Come on, old man, try it early." Wang Tang was unceremonious, lowered his head and grasped the shrimp accurately, swallowed it in 3 or 2 times, smacked his mouth after eating, and commented, "It's not delicious. No taste. Ha ha ha. Insatiable. This is not a parrot, this is a foodie, right? Ouch. I also picked it up." Hu Yuti was amused again, so she had to peel 2 more, dip them in some soy sauce, and feed them to him. "Eat 2 more. Wait until the rest is done before eating." After feeding Wang Tang, Hu Yuti began to cook busily. She washed the rice and cooked the rice quickly, then processed the ribs, preparing to make a sweet and sour pork ribs. Just as she was intently blanching the ribs, Wang Tang, who was standing on the doorframe, seemed to feel a little bored, and he began to imitate his voice. First, it imitates the whining sound of a kettle boiling, and then the buzzing sound of a range hood working, which is vividly learned. I in the live broadcast room. Netizens commented one after another, "Does Jinbao still have this hand? Learn the same as the real one." So, in the trailer, is it true that Jinbao can sing? I thought it was dubbed. Hu Yuti became impatient with the noise and scolded, "Jinbao, don't make a noise." When Wang Tang heard this, he behaved more fiercely than her, fluttering his wings, and replying in a positive tone, "My horse." Hu Yuti, who was cutting ginger slices, shook her hand and almost cut her finger. She looked back with tears and laughter. "Jinbao. Don't swear." Wang Tang tilted his head, looked at her with black eyes, as if thinking, and then tried another sentence, "Grandpa is here?" Hu Yuti, netizens laughed even more fiercely. "Ha ha. Is it testing which name will not be scolded?" Hu Yuti, my heart is so tired, my seniority can't go down anymore. The spoiler party is right, Jinbao really likes to fight against the master. Hu Yuti raised his forehead and decided to ignore the chaotic little ancestor and concentrate on the ribs in his hand. She took out the blanched ribs and drained them, warmed the pan and cooled the oil, ready to fry the sugar color. Upon seeing this, Wang Tang flew down from the doorframe again, landed in a safe corner of the cooking table, tilted his little head, and watched intently. That focused little appearance is like a 3 Michelin-starred chef reviewing his apprenticeship. When the oil was hot, Hu Yuti grabbed a handful of rock sugar and threw it into the pot. The small rock sugar particles quickly melted in the hot oil and turned into caramel-colored bubbles, exuding a seductive sweetness. At this moment, Wang Tang suddenly spoke again, this time imitating Hu Yuti's usual low voice when frying sugar. "Xiaowa. Xiaowa. Don't be fooled. If you taste it, it's bitter." His tone and rhythm were so vividly imitated that even Hu Yuti learned the little tails sound exactly the same when he was nervous. "Ha. Jinbao live voice guidance. I'm afraid this parrot is not refined? Even know the heat?" When Hu Yuti heard this, she glared at Wang Tang fiercely with her head on her side. "Jinbao, shut up, give you the knife, you can do it, you go." "Ha ha ha. Hu Yuti, look at Jinbao's eyes, it seems that it will really meet." Wang Tang turned his eyes and said in English, "You can you up? No can no BB." After speaking, he was still fine, changed to Hu Yuti's voice, and said pitifully, "The concubine can't do it." When he said this line, Wang Tang was still twisting his body, very magical, ha ha. Netizens were very happy to see Wang Tang's performance. Ouch. My stomach hurts with laughter. Jinbao can also speak English. The funniest thing is that it imitates what Hu Yuti said in her voice, "Concubines can't do it." While talking, he shook his body, so enchanting. Hu Yuti shook her hand and almost really fried the sugar. She glared back at Wang Tang angrily and amusedly, "You are the only one who talks a lot. Be quiet. Otherwise, the sweet and sour ribs will be fried and pasted, and you will eat them all." This threat is obviously very effective. Wang Tang immediately covered his beak with his wings, but he couldn't cover it at all, revealing a section, which was very funny. His black eyes came out of the gaps in the feathers and kept blinking. Chapter 72. How did it become a food broadcast? Xinyue stir-fry the sugar color, add the ribs and stir-fry evenly, drizzle with cooking wine, soy sauce, vinegar, add boiling water before passing the ribs, cover the pot and turn to low heat and simmer slowly. Seeing this scene, the host couldn't help but praise, Xinyue's cooking skills are very superb. This craft has at least 10 years of hard work. In the live broadcast room, netizens also agreed. That's right. She can even fry sugar. I really can't tell, such a beautiful girl actually has a good hand in cooking. Even the old fans were very surprised. I watched her live broadcast before, and I couldn't sing or dance. I thought she was a vase with empty beauty. I didn't expect to have this craft. I was superficial. After stewing for a while, a rich, sweet and sour aroma began to waft out from the edge of the lid. Wang Tang's little nose kept shrugging, his eyes stared at the pot that seemed to be casting magic, and his throat began to make that eager, slight cuckoo sound again. He was beating restlessly and slightly on the cooking table, looking eager, and muttering in his mouth, "Why is it not good yet? The bird is starving to death." Netizens were all happy and posted barrage after barrage. Look at it for the child to be greedy. A lot of money. Saliva flowed out of his mouth unconvincingly. It looks like I'm waiting for takeaway. Anchor, give me a lot of money. Look at the way it is eager to see through. Xinyue looked at Wang Tang's greedy look and couldn't help but groan, "Look. You are in a hurry again." However, she still used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of pork ribs that had just been cooked in blanched water and had no seasoning. When it was cold, she handed it to Wang Tang's mouth. "Here, taste the meat first, there is no salt in it." Wang Tang was unceremonious, took it in one bite, and swallowed it in 3 or 2. Then he continued to stare at the pot stewed with sweet and sour ribs. The meaning was obvious, he wanted to eat the pot, little glutton. That's not good yet. Shin Yue cursed with a smile and turned to deal with the vegetables, taking advantage of the time to stew the ribs. She quickly fried a garlic green vegetable with her hands and feet. This quick action attracted praise from netizens again. Shin Yue really has to go to the hall and go to the kitchen. If anyone marries her, she can't tell how happy she is. 3 years later, I pointed to Shin Yue's video and said to my son, "This is the goddess of my father's time." My son immediately retorted, "It's clearly my mother. I'm not greedy. If you can let me marry Shin Yue, let me drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Upstairs, how can you take care of all the good things?" In the camera, Shin Yue finished frying the garlic greens, then took out the shrimp that had been processed before, boiled the water and prepared it for white burning. The water opened and she poured the shrimp and chuckle. In the steaming of white air, the transparent shrimp body quickly turned red in the boiling water and curled up into a beautiful arc. Wang Tang's attention was instantly attracted by the shrimp again, and he flew to the doorframe again, staring condescendingly at the pot, imitating the cuckoo sound of boiling water in his mouth. The shrimp is cooked quickly. Shin Yue fished it out of the cold water, and then began to peel the shrimp. She peeled a few first, put them in a small plate, and pushed them in front of Wang Tang. "Here, yours. Be careful to burn, eat slowly." Then Shin Yue picked up another shrimp, dipped it in some soy sauce, and tasted it herself. Fresh and sweet. Wang Tang lowered his head and pecked at the shrimp in the dish, eating quickly, making contented, subtle hums from time to time. The netizens in the live broadcast room cried with envy. "Oh, see if it tastes so good. Dry rice bird, dry rice soul. This eating and broadcasting effect is absolutely amazing. I think I'm hungry. The instant noodles in my hand suddenly don't smell good. I have opened Grabeo and started ordering takeaway. I started ordering takeaway the same way, but I didn't use a group of takeaway." Soon, the sweet and sour ribs were also stewed. Shin Yue opened the lid of the pot and collected the juice over high heat. The rich sweet and sour aroma exploded in an instant, filling the entire kitchen. I in the camera, the soup became thick and oily, tightly wrapping every piece of tempting ribs. Shin Yue sprinkled a little white sesame seeds, stir-fry evenly, turn off the heat and take out the pot. She put the sweet and sour pork ribs, which were full of color, flavor and taste, on a plate. Then a bowl of rice, and brought them to the table together. "Dinner is on." Shin Yue greeted. Wang Tang immediately dropped the unfinished shrimp and fluttered his wings and landed accurately on the back of a chair next to the dining table. Shin Yue sandwiched 2 of the smallest, fleshy ribs for him, then plucked a small spoonful of rice, carefully tore the ribs into small pieces and mixed them in the rice to prevent him from struggling to eat. She didn't even know that after Wang Tang had undergone multiple enhancements, his teeth were better than hers now. "Eat it." Shin Yue sat down by herself and picked up her chopsticks. Wang Tang immediately devoted himself to hard work. He fixed the food plate with his paws, pecked a piece of pork ribs covered with sauce accurately with his beak, and ate with a sound, and drank saliva from time to time. He enjoyed his little appearance very much. Netizens' hearts melted when they saw the scene. People and birds have lunch together. So warm. Although the seniority is chaotic, this picture is really harmonious. It's so good to have a lot of money to eat. I can also drink water by myself. That's when you didn't see it grabbing food. After serving Wang Tang, Shin Yue immediately took the tablet over, propped it on the desktop, and watched the barrage boasted by netizens. While eating, Shin Yue watched Wang Tang gobble up, and couldn't help but smile and said to the camera, "Look how delicious it is." In fact, a lot of money is very easy to raise, but it is not picky eaters. What a person eats, he eats, and his body is great. Netizens immediately refuted Anchor. "You are lying. It obviously disliked the tasteless meat just now. It's not delicious. Doghead, the expert's warning is late, but it's here. Parrots can't eat too much." Anchor. Shin Yue saw the barrage and smiled. "I know. I know it. Thank you all for your concern. What I give a lot of money to eat, they are all rinsed or left alone without too much seasoning." As she said, she picked up a piece of pork ribs in her bowl with chopsticks, rinsed it in a cup of water, and handed it to Wang Tang. Wang Tang did not refuse those who came, and continued to eat. The sun shone on the dining table through the window. One person and one bird, quietly enjoying their lunchtime. The barrage in the live broadcast room also softened, full of comments such as, "The years are quiet, I'm hungry, and I want to go to the anchor's house for dinner." However, this tranquility did not last long. Wang Tang quickly ate up the meat and rice on his plate. He raised his head and looked at most of the sweet and sour ribs on the plate in front of Shin Yue, his small eyes dripping. This scene was captured by the camera, and netizens immediately posted a barrage. Looking at Shin was mean little eyes. It must be brewing some bad idea again. Chapter 73. Jin Baobao also knows Sun Tzu's art of war, the director teacher. Fast. The camera immediately locks on Jin Bao. This little guy must not be holding back a good idea. He is about to do something. Sabuling also noticed Wang Tang's small eyes, and immediately said to the director. The director did not hesitate, and immediately locked the camera on Wang Tang, and also focused. At that time, he would not be able to hide any subtle movements from everyone. Here Hu Yuti was lowering her head and holding her ribs between her ribs, and the afterglow from the corner of her eyes actually swept the high energy ahead, and Jinbao was about to do it that were all over the barrage, but she pretended not to see it, and deliberately slowed down the chopsticks holding the largest piece of ribs, as if teasing this little tune, trying to see what he could do. At this moment, Wang Tang made a move that made all the audience laugh again. He fluttered his wings, flew to the edge of Hu Yuti's rice bowl, stood cautiously, then stretched his neck, trying to peck the biggest piece of sauce-stained pork ribs that her chopsticks were holding. Jin Bao. This is mine. Hu Yuti had prepared for a long time, raised his wrist lightly, and withdrew his chopsticks with the ribs, just to avoid Wang Tang's sneak attack. Her movements were fast and light, and there was a deliberately funny smile on her pretty face. Upon seeing this, netizens launched a barrage one after another sneak attack. Hu Yuti, you, a little comrade less than 1 year old, attacked my 18-year-old comrade, not talking about martial arts. Hu Yuti, young man, I advise you to rat tail juice. Hu Yuti, you cheated. Peep at the screen. Wang Tang pecked at the air, but there was a trace of cunning in his eyes. I saw that he stretched out his mouth quickly and pecked at the plate containing sweet and sour ribs. Seeing this scene, Hu Yudi and the audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed, Jinbao is still a diversion. Young people don't talk about martial arts, they are careless. No flash. Ha ha ha. I just praised Jinbao for being obedient, but now its rogue nature is exposed. Jinbao is starting to be a rascal. Who can withstand this? Hu Yudi. Give it. Give it quickly. Give it all. Hu Yudi was made grumpy by Wang Tang, so she had to cry and laugh and tear the small plate of ribs that had been attacked and push it over. Here you are. All for you. Little pirate. Wang Tang stood contentedly on the table and continued to enjoy the delicacy. While eating, he muttered, all. Netizens are happy again. Jinbao, did you even learn Qin Shi Huang's lines? No wonder it is obsessed with enthroning as emperor. It doesn't want to unify the bird clan, does it? It is recommended to give Jinbao a Best Actor award. This acting skills and line skills are better than some small fresh meat. It's over, Hu Yudi, this is not a pet, this is a Taishang Wang, you have to provide delicious food. Hu Yudi looked at Wang Tang's triumphant little appearance, shook her head helplessly, and complained to the camera. You all saw it, right? This is the little ancestor of my family. Every day, you either grab my food or fight against me. How can I keep pets? I simply invited a living father to come back, and I have to wait for it every day. The barrage immediately corrected, Hu Yudi, Jinbao clearly wants to be your grandfather. I'm going to Tomato to open a book. The reborn Parrot Emperor was exposed live by his granddaughter. Hu Yudi, I suggest you give Jinbao a knock quickly. In the future, it will pass the throne of the family to you. Look at baby Yin, you can't sleep well anymore. Are you afraid that the position of Chu Jun will not be guaranteed? Yin Baobao, the throne is not passed on to the son, but to the grandson? It's hard to see me thank Tianjing. Seeing the barrage, Hu Yudi smiled and shook her head to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Ready to clean, Wang Tang did not follow to the kitchen this time, but held the tablet that Hu Yudi had left on the table with his paws, and the dog flew to the sofa sneakily. I in the picture, the flat plate was larger than Wang Tang's body, and his body was shaking when he was holding it, for fear of falling down. Of course, this is completely pretended. After all, with Wang Tang's current attributes, it is no different from grabbing a piece of paper. After arriving on the sofa, Wang Tang first observed Hu Yudi in the kitchen with his small eyes. Seeing that she didn't look this way, he quickly stuffed the tablet under the sofa cushion. After the stuffing was over, he still squatted on the sofa cushion by himself, looking like a child stealing candy, for fear of being discovered. Hey? What is Jinbao doing? What are you hiding for? When netizens saw this scene, they couldn't help but post a barrage curiously. Don't you want to hide the tablet and prevent Hu Yudi from using it? This little thought is too obvious. I guess it thinks the tablet looks strange and wants to hide it as a toy? After all, birds like to hide shiny things. The host immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank. After a period of recovery, Bu Heli has now recovered a lot of energy. He pushed his glasses with his hand and said, from the perspective of animal behavior, Jinbao should be trying to hide the owner's tablet. This is actually a life habit that many birds have. For example, birds such as crows and magpies hide endless food in tree holes or grass, and then take it out to eat when they are hungry. After hearing this, Sabuling couldn't help laughing. But Professor Bu, Jinbao's treasure is a tablet. It's not for eating. It can't treat tablets as food, right? Hu Yan, who was next to him, glanced at the screen, shook his head, and put forward a different view. I don't think it's necessarily the habit of storing food. Jinbao usually interacts a lot with Hu Yudi, and it is likely that he is joking with the owner, just like some pets deliberately hide their owner's things, watching their owners look for them in a hurry, and secretly having fun by their side. This is a way to express closeness. In the barrage, some viewers also posted a barrage. I agree with Professor Hu's point of view. My domestic cat will also hide things. Once I hid the remote control board in the gap of the sofa, but I couldn't find it. After carefully checking the monitoring, I found that it was the little guy who did it. Yes. Animals hide things, and it may also be to avoid natural enemies, such as cats, who dig pits and bury them immediately after taking a shit. Speaking of pets hiding things, I have too much say. My dog hid the socks I just bought in the kennel last time. I thought it was lost, but when I washed the kennel, I found out that there were 5 or 6 of my socks hidden in it, all of which she secretly took in. You guys are all good. The villain in my family is even more outrageous. Once he didn't bury his shit well, so he hid Baba in my quilt. I only found out when I went to bed at night, and I almost didn't send me away. Now I think of it, I feel sick. While the netizens were discussing fiercely, Hu Yudi had already packed up the kitchen. She glanced at the time and immediately said hurriedly, Jinbao. Mom is going to class, you can live broadcast at home by yourself, don't mess around. After speaking, Hu Yudi took her handbag and changed her shoes and went out in a panic. After confirming that Hu Yudi had left, Wang Tang planed out the slab from under the sofa cushion. Upon seeing this, Sabuling smiled immediately. Let's find out together. What exactly does the Jinbao treasure tablet do? Chapter 74. It's become a spirit. Jinbao has really become a spirit. Hearing the words that didn't work, netizens' curiosity was all aroused, and they launched a barrage one after another. As soon as Hu Yudi left, Jinbao planned out the slab. Is there any secret plan for it? It's not. It's not that Jinbao still knows how to play tablets, right? This is too outrageous, it's just a bird. I don't think it's possible. Tablets are so complicated, let alone birds. Some elderly people don't know how to use them. At best, Jinbao is just curious and wants to peck the screen twice. Some old fans came out to refute, not necessarily. Jinbao would still turn on the TV before, maybe it can really turn on the tablet. Sabuling was also aroused by Wang Tang's actions. He turned his head and looked at the two experts with expectation in his eyes. Professor Bu and Professor Hu, you two analyze from the perspective of zoology. Is it possible for Jinbao to open the tablet by yourself? After all, it has brought us a lot of surprises before, maybe it can work miracles this time. Bu Heli pushed the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone was categorical, without hesitation. This time, I can say clearly that it is absolutely impossible. First of all, it may be indistinguishable from the boot button and volume button of the tablet. Secondly, the boot button of the tablet requires a certain amount of force to be pressed down. Although the Parrot's claws are powerful, it is extremely difficult to accurately control the force to press the boot button. Even if Jinbao really happens to press the machine on, there is still a password or fingerprint unlocking waiting behind. These steps need to understand the logic of password corresponding to unlocking. A bird does not have this kind of cognitive ability at all. He paused, and then added, the audience in the barrage said that Jinbao could turn on the TV before, because the smart home system was installed at home. It just imitated the owner's voice to trigger the command, which is essentially a conditioned reflex, but the tablet is much more complicated than the TV, and there is no voice command to rely on, it absolutely can't do it. Hu Yan on the side was not as sure as Bu Heli. He stared closely at Jinbao's movements on the live broadcast screen and shook his head gently, with a little uncertainty in his tone. Things can't be said so absolutely. Jinbao's learning ability is considered top-notch among parrots. Hu Yudi often used a tablet in front of him before, and it is likely that he remembered the position of the boot button through observation. Moreover, the flexibility of the parrot's claws is higher than we thought, and the strength is not small. Maybe it can be successfully turned on. However, Hu Yan didn't finish his words, and his words turned around, but I have to make it clear that even if it can open the tablet, it won't be used, because it can't read the text on the screen, and it doesn't know how to slide the screen to operate. It is at most curious about the lit screen, leaning over and pecking twice. It is impossible to have a more complicated action. Good. Then let's reveal the answer together and see if Jinbao can turn on the tablet. Sabuling finished speaking with a smile, and deliberately made a gesture in the direction of the director, motioning to bring the camera closer, so that the audience could see Wang Tang's every little move more clearly. Eye in the camera, after Wang Tang shaved the tablet out from under the sofa cushion, he carefully turned the tablet over with his paws, leaving the screen facing up. The movement was very gentle, for fear of scratching the tablet. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the side of the tablet, as if looking for something. Just as the audience held their breath, waiting to see his next move, Wang Tang suddenly stretched out a paw, pointed at the boot button on the side of the tablet, and gently pressed it down. Fuck. Really pressed it down. Is Jinbao refined, right? My goodness. Did I read it right? It really knows where the boot button is. This is too smart. Professor Bu, didn't you say that it is absolutely impossible before? Have you been slapped in the face now? Jinbao is such a surprise, it can always break our cognition. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned, and the barrage was instantly swiped by fuck, refined, and awesome, and many people were swiping Jinbao YYDS. After a while, an old fan of Wang Tang came out to speak. Fuck, don't be six. Everyone sit down. If it were another bird, I would think it was outrageous to open the door to outrageous, but this is Jinbao, and I think it's reasonable for it to do anything. That's it. Jinbao is going to be the bird of the Parrot Emperor. It's not surprising that I can press the power on button to open the tablet this time. I don't think this is the most powerful. When the tablet is turned on later, maybe Jinbao will unlock it. Don't dream about the stupid fans upstairs. Unlocking the password is much more difficult than pressing the boot button. At most, it just pecks at the screen twice. Just as netizens were arguing endlessly, the screen of the tablet suddenly lit up and the boot was successful. When Wang Tang saw that the screen was on, he immediately fluttered his wings with excitement, and uttered a cry of hee-hee in his mouth, indescribably magical. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this, they were even more excited, and the barrage almost covered the screen. Sabuling couldn't help but clap his hands. My god. Jinbao really did it. This is definitely the smartest bird I have ever seen. There is no one. Next, let's see if it can successfully unlock the password after opening the tablet. At this time, Wang Tang was tilting his head, staring at the gesture unlocking interface on the tablet screen, his little paws gently pulling on the sofa next to the screen. In fact, he secretly watched Hu Yudi boot up several times, and he had already remembered the boot password. What Wang Tang was worried about was that he used too much force and pierced the tablet screen. And the audience in the live broadcast room thought he didn't know how to open it. Jinbao was stopped by the boot password. Let me just say it doesn't know how to open it. Little brain seeds, buzzing, right? The little guy must be thinking in his heart at this time, why is this thing different from TV, and you won't be allowed to watch it after it's on, right? If a bird can open the tablet password, then Zhao Ritian will eat shit live and eat 3 catties. 666. Upstairs, I started to cheat on food and drink again. At this moment, Wang Tang held his breath and gently used his paws to finish the unlocking gesture. In an instant, the password verification interface disappeared and entered the main menu. Fuck. Seeing this scene, even the host, who has always been calm, couldn't help but burst into a foul language. His eyes were round, and his face was full of disbelief. The two professors Bu Heli and Hu Yan were also stunned, and they pushed their glasses on the bridge of their noses. They leaned in front of the screen and took a closer look, as if to confirm whether this was a coincidence, whether the tablet happened not to have a password set, or Wang Tang happened to draw it right. I in the live broadcast room, the barrage went crazy. Jinbao actually opened it. It turns out that it's not that it doesn't know how to open it, but that it's trying to open a secret code. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, Hu Yudi said a gesture password. If the fingerprint is unlocked, isn't Jinbao exploded? If the fingerprint is unlocked, no matter how smart Jinbao is, it can't help it. It can't press its paws in the fingerprint recognition area, right? What about Zhao Riqian, who just said he was going to eat 3 caddies of shit? Come out. Don't hide behind the screen and pretend to be dead. We are all waiting to see you fulfill your promise. Taking a look at the barrage, Sabuling calmed down, smiled and said, "Audience friends, guess what Jinbao will do next?" When netizens heard the words, they immediately started to launch a barrage. It should be chasing the drama, right? It is a veteran drama fan. When Hu Yudi watched the play before, it was eavesdropping on it. I don't think so. If it wants to catch up with the drama, just turn on the TV directly. The TV screen is still big and it looks so comfortable. There is no need to hide the tablet secretly. Is it that Jinbao wants to send a message to Hu Yudi? But it can't type, it definitely can't. Ha ha ha. It's not a game, is it? I remember that when the first live broadcast was broadcast, Jinbao still beat Hu Yudi, so she could practice more dishes. Just as netizens tried their best to guess, a classic opening line came: "Spring is here, everything is recovering, and it's the season for animals to mate again." Chapter 75 Magpie, my king, humans are too cunning. Hearing this familiar voice, the live broadcast room was quiet for an instant for a second, and then the barrage exploded again. Ha. Animal World. It's actually watching Animal World. What kind of old cadre hobby is this? Help. Jinbao's taste is amazing, right? At most, other parrots learn hello to eat, it's good, and they have directly entered the field of documentaries. It's a real hammer. This is definitely the cultural bird of the parrot world. I am afraid that the knowledge reserve is higher than mine. I really want to interview Jinbao and ask him which episode he likes best. Is this opening scene African savanna or mysterious rainforest? I guess Jinbao must have a soft spot for bird migration, after all, it is looking for the same kind of resonance. Sabuling looked at the familiar picture of teacher Zhao Zhongxiang and Jinbao's focused little figure on the screen, and couldn't help laughing, showing an expression of "I'm completely convinced" to the camera. Audience friends, I announce that Jinbao has once again refreshed the upper limit of our knowledge of parrots. It hides tablets, not to chase dramas, not to play games, but to study Animal World painstakingly. In the future, our program team can no longer treat it as an ordinary cute pet, so we have to honor it as Teacher Jean. It's actually the Animal World? Wang Tang was a little stunned when he saw the picture on the tablet. He didn't expect that. He turned on the player with great difficulty, and a clip of Animal World was actually played in ITI. In fact, this is what Hu Yudi searched for before, and the purpose is also to better understand animal habits. However, Wang Tang's stunned performance was misinterpreted by the audience. They launched a barrage one after another. Look, how seriously Jinbao is taking it, he is fascinated. Spring is coming, animals mate. Can any of you tell me, is this a cat movie in the animal kingdom? If you interpret it that way, then I understand why Jinbao deliberately hid the tablet. Ha ha ha. This is the same as when I was a kid. At this time, netizens all recalled interesting childhood stories from Wang Tang and began to share them. The first time I watched porn, it was on my dad's computer. He set up an extremely secret document called Outstanding Stocks. It was that document that brought me into contact with the teachers for the first time and caused a severe shock to my young mind. Don't mention it. When I was a child in the VCD era, I once turned out my uncle's collection of discs. The cover was Bao Gong Fights Pan Jinlian, but the content is, well, let me see the sinister rivers and lakes for the first time. VCD +1. You exposed your age, brother. You are all weak. I once found a disc hidden by my uncle. It was full of foreign languages and the 18 forbidden logo. I didn't understand it at the time. I thought it was a foreign blockbuster. I happily called my grandparents to enjoy it together. I still remember that mixed doubles. Hiss. Brother upstairs, you are so filial. Actually asked grandparents to watch porn together? Sabuling looked at the increasingly unrestrained and out-of-control barrage on the screen, sweating on his forehead. He quickly cleared his throat, trying to get the topic back on track. Ahem. Audience friends, our focus should still return to Jinbao. However, just when he was about to pull out 4 rooms in one hall with his toes, Wang Tang closed Animal World. Saburin was like an amnesty, his eyes lit up, and his voice instantly increased by an octave. Audience friends. Jinbao has ended its academic research. Below, let us hold our breath and continue to pay attention to see what this wise teacher Jean will do next. Ha? Is this the end of Jinbao? Time is a bit short. Dog head, puff. Upstairs, something's wrong with you. Wang Tang didn't know at all. He had only watched Animal World for a while, and his reputation was completely ruined. He opened the search box and carefully clicked on the voice input on the virtual keyboard with his paws. Then, in front of hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room, he stretched his neck and said word for word, money. Money. This word shocked the world. Money? Campbell searches for money? Good guy. I'm a good guy. Is the span from Animal World to searching for money directly a bit big? That's it. Jinbao Treasure Tablet is not for learning knowledge, but to learn how to make money. The misunderstanding is resolved. Jinbao is not a cultural bird, but a complete money fan bird. Torisheng's goal is so clear. Better than me. After the input is completed, various videos related to money will pop up on the search page instantly. Wang Tang's small eyes scanned the screen sharply, his claws slid and clicked awkwardly but with a clear goal. In the end, he chose a video titled Popular Science of RMB Knowledge, show you the different denominations of banknotes, and clicked in. It really clicked. It is watching the renminbi explain. It's a real hammer. Jinbao's obsession with money is true. A bird, so obsessed with making money, whose pot is this? Stop talking, I'm going to beat up my son who was lying in bed playing with his mobile phone and see if he is a bird. After finding the teaching model, Wang Teng temporarily put down the tablet, fluttered his wings and flew to the balcony, looking around with his little head, as if waiting for something. Jinbao was waiting for those two magpie agents to come back and report to work, right? It must be. Let's see how their task of picking up money has been completed. Speaking of Chow Chow was here. It didn't take long for the two magpies to fly back from the outside dejectedly and landed on the balcony railing. Even the tails that were usually upturned drooped down, and the whole bird was full of frustration that the mission failed. Wang Teng immediately communicated with the two magpies in bird language. Where is the money you are looking for? However, this fell into the ears of netizens, which was Twitter. In the barrage, a netizen immediately posted a barrage. Is there anyone who is proficient in bird language? Hurry up and translate. What did Jinbao say? Ha ha ha. I am proficient in the 4 languages of Germany, France, Italy, and Japan, but I don't understand this bird language. This is a blind spot for everyone's knowledge. Although I don't understand, looking at Jinbao's posture, he must be asking, where's my money? When the two magpies heard the king's question, they lowered their heads even lower, and used bird vocabulary to report grievances. The king. It's not that we don't work hard. It's the current humans who are too cunning. They don't even bring that kind of colorful paper when they go out. All use a small glowing board to tick and it's over. We searched the neighborhood all over, but we didn't even see a shadow. That's right. How can I forget this stubble? Now there are fewer and fewer mobile payments all over the street, and fewer people use banknotes. Wang Teng reacted abruptly when he heard the words. This undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty to the two magpies picking up money. In this way, the two magpies wandered around for several hours without picking up a penny. Seeing the two magpies that were hit hard, Wang Teng decided to appease them first. Don't worry. Sharpen your knife and cut wood by mistake. Now, I will teach you to recognize the money. With that said, Wang Tengfei entered the living room and took out Hu Yudi's tablet. Is Jinbao going to teach two magpies to recognize money? Netizens were all happy to see this scene. Chapter 76. It's bad. The magpie has also learned to curse. Teacher Jin's small class has started. Students, sit down. Magpie, I'm a dignified and auspicious bird. I didn't expect to have to take online classes in my life. It's hard for birds to make a living. It's still bird language teaching supplemented by human video materials. This teaching method is too advanced. Looking at the attentive appearance of these two magpies, they are much better than my son who wandered out of the sky and secretly played with his mobile phone as soon as he went online for class. People are not as good as Birds series. At this time, a netizen who didn't think it was too big to watch the excitement posted a barrage at teacher. Quickly help us ask the two experts, is it possible for Jinbao to teach these two magpies to talk to people? Seeing this barrage, Sabuling's CPU also burned dry, which was a bit of a problem, but he still turned to the expert seat wholeheartedly. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, the audience and friends are very curious. With the teaching ability currently demonstrated by Jinbao, is it possible to teach magpies to speak human words? Well. Bu Heli pinched his chin and frowned. This question obviously touched his blind spot of knowledge. His eyes gradually emptied and he doubted life again. Hu Yan on the side once again showed his resilience. He said with a smile, in theory, it's not impossible. Magpies themselves are a very smart kind of songbirds, with a strong ability to imitate. They can imitate other bird calls, and even imitate some environmental sounds. Although their vocal organs may not be as good as parrots in speaking complex human words, they are very promising to learn a few simple vocabulary words, such as money and getting rich, from the language master of Jinbao. Hu Yan's words made the live broadcast room blow up again. Really? Can I look forward to seeing 3 birds chatting together in the future? The magpie said the first sentence. Congratulations on making a fortune. Bring the red envelope. This picture is so beautiful, I dare not think about it. The program team, hurry up. Award Jinbao with the title of special teacher in the bird world. This is the master of the founding sect. At this moment, Wang Teng on the balcony was pointing with his paws to a close-up of a 100 yuan bill frozen on the tablet, facing the two magpie students with round eyes, making a serious and rhythmic cry, ha. Twitter. Translated into adult words, look carefully. Remember this red one. Oh, money, this old man. This feel. Ahem, you can bring this back when you see it. After teaching the core course of recognizing money, Wang Teng pondered that it was not enough to recognize money, so he had to provide some supporting services. So he cleared his throat and began to teach auspicious words. Congratulations on making a fortune. When netizens saw this, they immediately posted a barrage. Something is wrong with Jinbao. How does it teach two magpies to speak auspicious words? I seem to understand. It's going to engage in combination boxing. Let the magpies recognize the money first, and then let them say auspicious things. Should the next step be to come to the door to become fate? Ouch. This idea is strange. If two magpies really flew to my windowsill and shouted congratulations to Fa Kai, I would have to give a red envelope. However, just as Wang Tang was taking the financial management class seriously, the two black thrushes flew back. The king. King. As soon as they stopped on the balcony, the two stupid birds screamed eagerly. Wang Tang was in a strong mood for teaching, and when he was hit by these two stupid birds, he was immediately furious. His small gray chest bulged with anger in an instant, his feathers exploded, he turned his head abruptly, and blurted out a full-hearted Sichuan-flavored scolding, my horse. The two magpies who were originally confessing the money, when they heard this sentence, the birds' eyes lit up, and they immediately followed, warm horse. I wipe. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed crazy. Jinbao has been teaching two magpies auspicious words for so long, but he hasn't learned it. If he curses, he will learn it in one go? I can testify to this, it is indeed true to teach birds to speak. Don't ask me how I know, that's the monk parrot in my house. Netizens started to work hard, isn't Jinbao's sky falling? Good news, two magpies are coming. Bad news, they opened their mouths and scolded you. Ha ha ha. What kind of hell joke is this? Wang Tung himself was dumbfounded. Listening to the two magpies swearing in innocent tones, the whole bird froze. He quickly waved his wings and drove away angrily, roll and roll. The two magpies thought that they had not learned well to make the king angry, so they fluttered their wings in grievances and fear and flew away, huh? Didn't those two stupid birds come back by themselves? Also brought a black body? Sabuling's eyes were sharp, and he noticed that behind the two black thrushes, there was also a bird with a black body, only the wings and tail tips were dotted with white. Its expression was calm, even a little ruffianish. This is a crow? What crow? This is obviously a starling. It's terrible to be uneducated. Starling, you are the crow, your whole family is crows. Look at your black look. Wang Tang looked at the new starling, a little puzzled. Where did the two stupid birds find the gangster brother? At this time, the starling bird also tilted his head to look at Wang Tang, and shouted, Yeah. Yeah. Its voice is very rough and crazy, translated as, the baby is starving to death. Take out the bird food quickly. Wang Tang immediately understood that the reason why this black starling came here was because he knew that there was bird food here. So, he began to talk to the starling about the conditions. I can give you bird food, but you have to work. There is no free lunch in the world. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Wang Tang and the starling communicating in bird language, as anxious as a cat. One after another, barrage after barrage, I'm so anxious. What are they talking about? Waiting online, I'm in a hurry. This bird language communication is more tormenting than watching a pantomime. The same goes for me. You said, is it possible that this starling came to take refuge in Jinbao? Look. Jinbao has begun to teach starling to recognize money. Seeing this scene, Professor Huyen couldn't help but comment with a smile. Jinbao can be regarded as finding the right student this time. The starling is very smart, with strong imitation ability and learning ability. I remember there was news a while ago that someone trained starlings to carry out, some less legal small fund transfer activities. What? Teacher Hu, don't scare me. Can the starling still be a thief? Good guy. The story suddenly went to the legal channel? Starling, I'm just a porter, what bad thoughts can I have? This plot is getting more and more exciting. League of Thieves in the bird world? Netizens were all boiling when they heard Huyan's words. Then, the story is starting to become interesting. The starling is out, one for the top two. After Wang Tang finished teaching to recognize the money, he began to try to teach to speak again. Sure enough, the smart bird knew it at one point, and it didn't take long for this starling to vaguely pop out a few syllables similar to fa, wealth. Wang Tang was very satisfied with the starling's schoolmaster performance. He immediately flew into the living room, generously brought the bird food box, and sprinkled a large handful of bird food. The starling was not welcome either, pecking hard at his head, and eating heroically. The other two black thrushes watched eagerly from the side, their saliva almost flowing out. Chapter 77 Your teammates are not human. Wang Tang glanced at the two dumbfounded black thrushes, and praised them in bird language. It seems that you two stupid birds are not completely useless. Good job this time. Here, this is for you. With that said, he used his claws to pull out a small pile of bird food from the box and sprinkle it in front of the two black thrushes. When the two blackbirds saw that there was a reward, they immediately fluttered their wings and flew over, pecking happily, little by little in their little heads. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, king. Netizens also laughed and posted the barrage. Ha ha ha. Chen Duodua's tone is very similar to the boss who paid the bonus. In terms of merit and reward, the bird world capitalists are really hammered. Two stupid birds, as long as you give food, you are right about everything. The two stupid birds are not completely useless, at least it's not bad to grow the team. Wang Tang watched the newly collected starling eat the bird food and look full of energy, so he gave it his first actual combat mission. The starling confidently twice fluttered his wings and flew high, and instantly disappeared outside the balcony. The two black thrushes also hurriedly finished eating and said goodbye to Wang Tang, unable to wait to continue recruiting and strengthening the team. The live broadcast room was suddenly lively like a vegetable market. It's open. It's open. Buy and leave. Can you get money for a lot of gambling this afternoon? I bet 50 cents. Must be able to. The starling is out, one for the top two. Professor Hu recognized the IQ of the starling, and I followed suit. Bet a piece. If you believe that the brick family is called a beast, you will have it in your life. I bet on 2 spicy strips. Can't. Sabling glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and quickly reminded, audience friends, if you haven't had lunch yet, hurry up and eat it. A lot of money should stop here for a while. That's right. I haven't eaten since I saw it in the morning. Some netizens reacted when they heard the reminder. Ha. I ordered takeaway a long time ago, and while watching Shen Yue and Qian Duoduo eat, I was gnawing chicken drumsticks. It was very fragrant. Shen Yue is really an artifact. Watching her live broadcast, I can make 2 bowls of white rice. +1. I used to watch her play games and cook, but I didn't expect to watch her cook even more. Just when the staff of the program team also started to pull the lunchbox, Wang Teng in the camera had a new movement. He held the tablet computer that was bigger than his body and flew back to the living room sofa. Look. A lot of money is moving. The netizens who were originally chatting immediately became energetic. I'm not idle during my lunch break, so I'll kill other cute pets. Upon seeing this, Sabuling immediately picked up the lunchbox and stared at the screen while pulling it into his mouth. I saw Wang Tang leaning comfortably on the sofa cushion, with a small paw flexibly pulling on the flat screen. In that posture, he was like an internet addict teenager. Netizens began to guess. You guys said, what are you going to do with a lot of money now? It should be better to watch the video to learn knowledge. It is an inquisitive parrot. There is a lot of money and we need to continue to cheer. In the past, an African gray parrot named Alex could recognize more than 100 words, count, and do some elementary school addition and subtraction. What? A parrot can do addition and subtraction? I just had 100 poisons, it's actually true. This African gray parrot named Alex was raised by a female scientist and is very smart. Just as everyone was talking about it, Wang Tang's little paws stopped on a red and blue icon. Wait. That icon is Glory of the King? Instant fryer in the live broadcast room, Sabuling, who was eating, almost choked, and quickly gestured to the guide. The director was holding a bento in one hand and operating proficiently in the other. The camera quickly zoomed in, and the picture on the tablet screen was enlarged. It was really the launch icon of Glory of the King. Fuck. Do you want to fight the king with a lot of money? I think it's possible. Because Xin Yue often plays Glory of the King in front of it. This wave of traffic exploded. At King Glory Official, come and see. I sent you a bird anchor. Ha ha ha. There is a lot of money to sign a contract, which is more interesting than signing 10 professional players. The barrage began to go crazy. There is a lot of money. Is my piece elite unworthy? Come and eat chicken. I double the price of Delta. The original god is activated, and I will give you 3 times the original stone. Egg party applies for the competition. There are also netizens who are not too busy watching the excitement to open again. It's open. Bet a lot of money on the record of the first game. I bet 0 to 10. Who do you look down on? We have a lot of money and have the IQ of a 7-year-old child. I bet on the record. That's it. It must be stronger than Xin Yue. Last time I complained about Xin Yue, just practice more dishes. Sabling's curiosity was completely ignited. He swallowed the meal in his mouth and said loudly, audience friends. A historic moment is coming. What will happen to the debut of the King of a Parrot? Let us wait and see. At this time, a crisp Timmy sounded, and the game interface was loaded. Wang Tung cautiously touched the screen with his little paws, and it really started to match. It's coming, it's coming. It's in. Your teammates are not human beings, they have become a reality. If you can win with a lot of money, those players who kneel for a long time will really doubt their lives. Entering the hero selection interface, Wang Tang's matching position is actually playing wild. He tilted his head and looked at the hero pool. Xin Yue's commonly used mages in the list were not optional. Only one of the wild heroes, Li Bai, had proficiency. Therefore, Wang Tang locked Li Bai without hesitation. 666. A lot of money really loves Li Bai. If I can do it again, I will choose Li Bai. A bird playing wild Li Bai? This picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. If the teammates knew that it was a parrot manipulating Li Bai, would they hang up on the spot? In the heated discussion among netizens, the game began. Wang Tang tried to manipulate Li Bai out of the spring water. However, soon, he became depressed because the bird's claws are very difficult to operate. Li Bai on the screen takes a step, stops, takes a step, and pauses. That posture, rickety, looks like a network delay of 460. When the teammates saw this position, they immediately exploded on the public screen. Teammate, Yao, Li Bai, are you stuck? Teammate, Hoi, this position, is it mocking the opposite side? Teammate, Arthur, brothers, this Li Bai is either a great god or an actor. In the barrage, the audience also began to live. Friction, 2 steps at a time, 2 steps at a time, is the devil's step. Ha ha ha. The teammates are dumbfounded. This devil's pace, who sees who is not confused. When the teammates saw Wang Tang standing still for a while, they thought he was taunting him when he returned to the city, and they typed on the public screen one after another, on the opposite side. We are fighting the wild in the national service. Li Bai. He said he was going to blow you up. Li Bai, please. He said he didn't target one of you, it was all rubbish. When netizens saw this, they were even more happy. Fuck. These teammates are enough. V10 logo, Glory Collection skin. For me, I thought it was the great god on the show. But, who would have thought that this person who played Li Bai was a bird? Chapter 78, please bring your bird when the court opens. While the netizens were discussing fiercely, Wang Tung managed Li Bai with difficulty and came to the wild area. He ignored the red and blue buff and went straight to the delicious roast chicken in the wild area. A senior king player issued a barrage, huh? How do you hit this first with a lot of money? Generally playing wild, isn't the red and blue buff open? Don't be so demanding of you. A lot of money is a bird. It would be nice to be able to distinguish between wild monsters and defensive towers. Is it possible it thinks roast chicken is better? It makes sense. There is a lot of money and birds are difficult to move, and they can't walk when they see chickens. Sabuling quickly swallowed the meal in his mouth, stared at the big screen, and shouted, Chen Duo Duo has come to the wild area, let us witness the birth of the legendary wild king together. In the picture, Wang Tang is struggling to control Li Bai to fight with delicious roast chicken. I saw Li Bai under the attack of the wild monster, paused for a while, and his blood volume swiped down. I in the barrage, the audience commented one after another, the operation with a lot of money, it won't work. The old man's hand speed is faster than my 90-year-old milk. That's it. My grandmother played Jiayan once and won 5 kills. 666. Upstairs, your grandmother is Chanshan Zhaozilong, right? At this moment, a broadcast came from the game, executed. Killed by wild monsters, the audience took a closer look, and the game was already black on the tablet. The live broadcast room was quiet for a second, and then there was an earth-shattering laugh. Ha ha. Li Bai was killed by the wild monster alone. A lot of money. Why is this roast chicken still beating people? This Li Bai style commentary is going to be harmed by a lot of money again. Teammate? What about Li Bai, the promised national service? Ask for the psychological shadow area of your teammates. Wang Tang looked at the blackened screen and seemed to be taken aback for a moment. He scratched his furry head with his small paws. His black eyes were full of great confusion. He looked innocent and funny. Seeing this scene, Sabuling sprayed the rice out of his mouth directly. Buheli on the opposite side was sprayed on his face, and suddenly looked resentful. The staff on the scene blushed and shrugged their shoulders. Obviously all of them were holding back a smile. The joyous atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached its climax in an instant, and various barrage screens kept flashing. This debut of the king brought by a parrot is the pinnacle at the beginning, and it is destined to become one of the most classic pictures in the history of cute pets rushing forward. In the game, teammate Hui hesitated for a moment and said to Xiao Yao, "Sister Yao, go and protect our family from the wild." Mark Pineapple on the opposite side sent out a text taunt through the public channel at this moment. Isn't it Li Bai in the national service? Why was he killed by a wild monster? Wang Tang looked at it. Can this be tolerated? Although the operation is not good, the mouth cannon cannot be lost. He immediately used voice to text and said solemnly, "Don't panic, everyone. It's not a big problem. I'll send one first to increase the difficulty of the game, otherwise it will be too easy to win and boring." After speaking, Wang Tang was unconvinced, picked up Li Bai again, and came to the wild area with difficulty. At this time, Wang Yao also followed. Seeing Wang Tang's abstract operation, Yao Mei couldn't help but say, "Li Bai, are you a primary school student? Secretly took the number of the adult at home to play? She has been fighting for so long, and she has never seen such an abstract fight. In 2 minutes, not even a wild monster has been killed." At this moment, the monkey on the opposite side had already arrived in the red zone. He originally wanted to catch Hui, but when he saw Li Bai, who was playing delicious roast chicken, he couldn't help but be taken aback. When the monkey saw that Wang Tang was only level 2 at the moment, he immediately used Hui as a pedal and hit the hero Li Bai with a jumping stick. Although Wang Tang reacted, he couldn't keep up with the operation, and the screen turned gray again. In the game, a broadcast sounded again, "First blood." Upon seeing this, the teammates typed and asked, "Die again? Li Bai, what kind of playing are you doing?" Sister Yao immediately reported what she had observed truthfully. "Our family was playing wild and was brushed by the monkey on the opposite side as a wild monster. Hui directly began to threaten, 'I am Queen of the Elves, and I only give you 3 minutes to develop.'" In the barrage, netizens laughed crazy no more. A lot of money is so funny. I originally thought that it was going to kill the quartet in the game, but I didn't expect that as soon as it entered, it was killed by the wild monster. This is not even as good as a super soldier. Both people and ghosts are on the show, only a lot of money is being beaten. Just as the netizens posted the barrage, Wang Tang controlled Li Bai to come to the wild area and sent a human head. This time, the system prompt has appeared, "Please act cautiously. If you violate the rules again, you will be kicked out of the game." A lot of money is going to be kicked out of the game. This is not even as good as Man Machine. 3 minutes, 3 deaths. This is not the limit of a lot of money, it is the resurrection time that limits its play. That's it. Shen Duo ridiculed Shen Yue before, just practice more dishes. Sure enough, what kind of owner there is, what kind of bird there is. Seeing that he was about to be kicked out of the game, Wang Tang's mentality completely exploded, and he opened the wheat directly, "My horse." When the teammates heard the unique smoke voice, they suddenly realized, is the wheat open? Let me just say it's an old man playing. Listening to this voice, you have to be 40 or 50 years old at the lowest. "Uncle, you have money to buy skins, what kind of king are you fighting for? Go downstairs to the bathing city to soak your feet and press it. Isn't it fragrant? Is it that the surplus power is insufficient?" However, Wang Tang couldn't reply anymore. As soon as the screen flashed, he was directly kicked out of the game mercilessly by the system. A lot of money is worse than Shen Yue. Seeing this scene, netizens liked it. "It's okay. I can't play the king with a lot of money, so I saved my poor self-esteem." Just as Wang Tang was sulking at the hacked game interface, a penalty text message from the official Glory of the King popped up in time, and the content was clearly displayed on the live broadcast screen. That after verification, you deliberately gave away your head and interfered with the normal order of the game in the XXXX match on September 23, 2025, seriously damaging the game experience. This penalty, 15 points for reputation points are deducted, 48 hours of silence is forbidden, and you are prohibited from participating in qualifying matches for 24 hours. Netizens saw the penalty news everywhere and posted barrage after barrage. I felt sorry for Shin Yue for 3 seconds, and her number was blocked again. It's a pity. Shen Duo doesn't have Shin Yue's hand speed. If she was broadcasting live, she would have already opened the next one in a while. It's because the hand speed is fast enough, you can't catch up with the deduction of points, right? You see, there is a lot of money, and it is a little suspicious of life now. Wang Tang exited the Glory of Kings interface angrily, and even fluttered his wings, yelling, "Glory of Kings, dogs don't play." In the barrage, netizens agreed one after another, a lot of money is good. The king of garbage, ruining youth, I have been unloading it for a year. Me too. That damn matching mechanism makes people's blood pressure soar when they play. Support a lot of money. Resist bad games. For a while, the live broadcast room turned into a denunciation conference for the victims of the King's Glory. Netizens have talked about their fear of being dominated by the matching mechanism and the wonderful teammates they encountered in the game. Even, some players said in the live broadcast room that they had uninstalled the king and officially retired from the pit. Hiss. This scene is so familiar. Reminds me of a certain car brand, haha. A movie line directly caused Mazda's sales to plummet and almost went bankrupt. What's more, the lawyer Mazda hired later really got stuck in traffic on the way to the trial, causing the lawsuit to be lost again. When Xin Yue comes back from class, isn't it going to blow up? Glory of the king official, Xin Yue, please bring your bird when the court is in session. In the live broadcast, Wang Teng angrily used his wings to push away the tablet that made him ruined, hugged it into a ball with his wings, leaving only a round, bulging back to the camera, and said in a vicissitudes of tone, I'm tired, destroy it. Chapter 79 Korean Tourist, this bird is so polite, puff. Shen Duoduo's aggrieved little appearance is really funny to death. Seeing Wang Teng with fluffy feathers and a small hairball in the camera, netizens were all happy. Is there any game company planning to watch the live broadcast? Hurry up. Develop a puzzle game suitable for parrots to play. Glory of the parrot or Xiaoxiol of the birds can do it. That's it. There is a lot of money for endorsements, and even the promotion fee is saved. However, there are also old fans who have followed Wang Teng since the early days of the live broadcast to break the news. Shen Duoduo is not a bird that gives up easily. When it first started the live broadcast, because it couldn't say well, the concubine is going to report the fornication of the concubine. She, a bird practiced hard in the mirror all morning. Ha? Is there such a thing? I can't tell, a lot of money is still a stubborn kind. This willpower is much stronger than my son. Wherever he fell, he slept for a while. As soon as he encountered a problem that he couldn't do, he went to bed. He slept better than taking sleeping pills. Ha ha ha. The world is real. So the question is, will Chen Duoduo fight this broken game to the end this time? However, at this moment, on the balcony, there was a real chirping bird call. When netizens heard this, they immediately boiled over. Could it be that the money-making birds are back? Teacher Sa, hurry up and cut the lens. Correct. The moment to witness the miracle has come. When Sabuling saw the barrage, he immediately said to the director, Director teacher, quickly cut the camera to the balcony, let us reveal the answer together. The director hurriedly started the operation. Soon, the camera moved to the balcony. To eye in the camera, two magpies appeared. At this moment, they were each holding a piece of paper in their mouths. Netizens immediately stared at the paper in the magpie's mouth. What's this? It doesn't look much like RMB, the color is wrong, the renminbi is not so bells and whistles. It seems that the magpie has failed to make money again. It's too difficult to have a lot of money. Playing the game was kicked out of the game by the system, and the magpie failed to make money again. Sabuling took a serious look for a while, but said to the director, Director teacher, please push the camera closer and give a close-up. The director immediately brought the camera closer again, so that the paper in the magpie's mouth clearly appeared in the picture. This is a crumpled piece of paper with a brown background and strange patterns and text printed on it. This color, shouldn't it be toilet paper? Some netizens posted a barrage in confusion. Puff. Stop talking, there is a sense of picture. Prophet, here comes the knife. Knife. Wang Teng also flew out of the sofa when he heard the magpie's good news. He saw two pieces of paper in the mouths of the two magpies, and the hairs on their bodies exploded at once. Upon seeing this, the two magpies immediately dropped the paper and immediately said, The king. Calm down. It was given to us by a strange two-legged beast. The director immediately locked the camera on two sheets of paper. I saw that there were numbers on it, one was 5,000 and the other was 1,000. These days, even Pluto coins are fake? Some netizens couldn't help but send a barrage when they saw the appearance of the two pieces of paper. Sabuling stared at the screen for a few seconds, then suddenly realized that he slapped his thigh abruptly. I see. This seems to be the Korean one. Correct. It's Korean currency. What? Korean currency? When netizens heard the words, they all exclaimed, Teacher Sa is right. This is indeed Korean currency. 666. The two magpies actually brought back foreign currency. This adds up to 6,000, and the money is a lot more developed. Seeing the barrage, Sabuling explained with a smile, in fact, the exchange rate of the Korean won to the renminbi is very low, it is only equivalent to 30 yuan. Netizens exclaimed, what? With such a large denomination, as a result, it's only enough for a takeaway meal? A lot of money. I took off my pants, so you just show me this. In the camera, Wang Teng heard the words of the two magpies and looked around. However, he had never touched Korean currency, so he took the tablet with his paws and started to check the internet. Sure enough, according to the search results, these two pieces of money are exactly Korean dollars. Seeing two Korean coins, Wang Teng was worried this is foreign currency. How does he spend it? Netizens are even more curious, so which nooks and crannies did these two magpies get the Korean currency from? Is it really a roadblock to fate, and you also specifically pick foreign tourists to start with? This is too bad. If you give money, you can give it. As a result, this Korean currency can't be spent at all. Let the money have a lot of time to have a good time. Just as netizens were talking about it, someone sent out a barrage in the live broadcast room, family members. I swiped a video, I promise to surprise you all. Upstairs, don't sell it, let it go as soon as you have it. Send you a keyword, you go and search, the birds of the kingdom of Yen are so polite. Is it such a coincidence? When Sabuling saw the barrage, he took out his mobile phone and started searching. Soon, search results came out one by one, and the first video had more than 1,000 likes at this moment. Sabuling opened the video, and in the picture was an emotional and surprised tourist from a great country that he was talking in Korean directly at the camera, and the video was sweetly accompanied by Chinese subtitles, Daihatsu. Yangui is really amazing. Even the birds are so polite and educated. Is this the state of etiquette? Soon, a video was played by a tourist from this great country. In the picture, two brightly colored magpies stood at the window and chirped. After attracting this great tourist, the two magpies nodded and spoke, "My horse." This made Chinese tourists overjoyed because, even if he didn't understand the words of the two birds, he could see from their demeanor and behavior that they were talking auspiciously. Immediately afterwards, the Korean tourist took two more photos of the birds and used them to identify the magpie. Oh my god. As soon as I came to the country of Yen, two magpies came to my door. This is really a good sign. I am so touched. Be sure to give a tip to express your gratitude. The tourists in Bangwa were so excited that even the pictures they took were very shaking. Finally, he took out 2 Korean coins from his body and handed them to the two birds. This. After watching the video, I didn't know what to say. I and the barrage netizens were also laughing crazy. Haha. The warm horseo, it is regarded as an auspicious word by the tourists of the great country. I know what's going on. The transliteration of the Korean word like you is Sarah Hey Yo. Maybe he took the warm mayo as a similar Chinese transliteration. This is really a wonderful misunderstanding. Fortunately, the two magpies encountered foreign tourists. If they were allowed to meet a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, I am afraid they would have been arrested and roasted by this time. In the camera, Wang Tang first glanced up at the two magpies who were still waiting for praise, then, he looked down at the two chicken-like Korean coins next to his paws, and finally let out a sigh full of Torito's hardship. Oh, the bird emperor is not halfway through his business and the middle road collapses. Chapter 80 Minot is back from robbing. Wang Tang's sigh full of vicissitudes of life spread clearly through the microphone throughout the live broadcast room. A parrot, using Chinese with a round mouth, uttered such a wordy and pathos emotion. This sense of contrast directly caused the barrage to boil completely. Puff ha. Before the bird emperor started his business, the middle way collapsed? Help! Can a lot of money even memorize the graduation table? This level of education is much higher than mine. I will only say fuck. A lot of money. I wanted to lead the Iching people to make a fortune, but it's not good to start a teacher. The sky is going to die in my bird country. I feel sorry for this aggrieved little tone. The two magpies obviously also saw that the king was very depressed. They looked at each other, jumped forward 2 steps cautiously, pecked the 2 Korean coins with their mouths, looked up at Wang Tang again, and said angrily in bird language. King, is this money fake? That 2-legged beast is very cunning. Let's go. Gather the brothers and grab all the real money in his pocket. Seeing this scene in the barrage, netizens immediately posted a barrage. Where's the translator? Come and translate what the two magpies are talking about. They look very angry. Do you want to get revenge on that great tourist? It's really fierce, even the hair on the neck is exploding. No way? The magpie is an auspicious bird, is it so grumpy? It simply subverted my understanding of magpies. Seeing the barrage, Sabuling smiled and looked at the think tank on the side. Professor Boo, Professor Who, can you analyze what this magpie means? Buheli was refreshed when he heard this and said, in fact, there has always been a misunderstanding in everyone's understanding of magpies. Although they are a symbol of auspicious birds in our country of Yen, they have a bad reputation and can be regarded as rogue birds. Ha? Is the magpie a rogue bird? Hearing Buheli's words, netizens in the live broadcast room exclaimed to Professor Boo, are you kidding me? Is the magpie a rogue bird? Every year when my grandmother sees magpies, she says good tidings are coming. This explanation directly overthrew my cognition for more than 20 years. Ask the professor to talk about it. Why did the auspicious bird become a hooligan? Do they like to grab food from other birds? Buheli glanced at the barrage and continued to explain, magpies are typical omnivorous birds. In addition to eating pests such as locusts and mole crickets, they also steal corn and wheat from the fields, and even jump to the farmers' grain drying grounds to peck for millet. Even magpies will jump on branches and steal eggs or small birds from the nests of other birds. Speaking of this, Buheli paused, and his tone was a bit more surprised. What is even more amazing is their team compatibility. When several magpies united, they dared to besiege the eagle. They used their excellent IQ to attack the eagle, which made the eagle extremely annoying, and finally had to flee. In Canada, there are even records showing that magpies are stealing food from wolves in partnership. Do you think this is a bird hooligan? Fuck. Following Buheli's explanation, netizens began to exclaim fuck. This is too fierce. Reminds me of Li Yunlong, give him a teacher, dare to fight Taiyuan. I used to think that the eagle was the overlord among the birds, but now it seems that the magpie is the hidden boss. No wonder these two magpies were so angry just now. Is it because the nature of the rogue bird has been exposed? Suddenly I felt that the great tourist was a bit dangerous. He is now being targeted by a group of magpies, and his hair has to be pecked out. In the camera, Wang Tang was also happy when he saw the righteous indignation of the two magpies, grinned, and laughed hee-hee. When the two magpies saw their own king laughing, they also laughed. The picture was indescribably magical. In order not to dampen the enthusiasm of the two confidants, Wang Tang took out the box and sprinkled a pile of bird food on the two magpies. I will reward you. The two magpies immediately ate happily. As they ate, they thanked them. Thank you, king. Thank you, king. After eating, they hurriedly flapped their wings and flew away. To continue to generate income for the king, Wang Tang used his gray claws to pull the 2 Korean coins on the ground. The more he looked at it, the more heartbroken he became. He couldn't help but stretch his neck and shouted, Emo. Huan Huan, I'm Emo. He can't spend this 6,000 won at all. Netizens saw Wang Tang's appearance and posted barrage after barrage. Look at the worries for the children, they are almost depressed. A lot of money. Is my country going to be ruined on these 2 Korean coins? Is there anyone knowledgeable? Teach a lot of money how to cash out this 6,001. Cash out? A parrot took Korean currency to the bank counter to exchange foreign exchange, and the teller saw it. I'm afraid he didn't want to call the police directly. Ha ha ha. There is a picture. However, I think the teller may first take a video and make a douyin. Wang Tang was depressed for a while, but still came to the coffee table in the living room with 2 Korean coins in his hand. He buckled the drawer with one paw and put it in. After putting it in, Wang Tang fluttered his wings and cheered himself up. This is my first pot of gold. Although the bucket is leaking, it is also gold. This scene caused a burst of laughter from netizens. A lot of money will comfort yourself. I was worried that a lot of money was directly depressed just now. Is there another starling bird? It's been out for a while. Is it coming back soon? Speaking of Chow Chow is here. At this moment, the sound of fluttering wings came from the balcony again. Netizens immediately posted a barrage. Teacher saw. Turn the camera around and see if the starling is back. Good. Seeing everyone looking forward to it so much. Let's take a look together to see if the starling is back with the money. Sabuling saw the barrage and gestured to the director. The director immediately moved the camera away from Wang Tang and focused on the balcony again. I saw a black figure falling on the balcony railing in the wind. It has shiny black feathers, round black eyes, and a pinch of dull hair on the top of its head tilted arrogantly. It's the previous starling. It's finally back. There was a little excitement in Sabling's voice. Let's take a look. What's in his mouth? The camera zoomed closer, and all the audience's eyes were focused on the beak of the starling. It was a bright red $100 bill. Under the high-definition camera, the red color is particularly dazzling in the sun, and even the lines on the banknotes are clearly visible. The barrage immediately boiled. Fuck. It's a red ticket. The starling is out. One for the top 2. Still call me starling? Call by ye. Don't be emo with a lot of money. Wang Tang became excited when he heard the movement on the balcony, and immediately fluttered his wings and flew out. Seeing the king coming out, the starling immediately put the 100 yuan bill in his mouth respectfully in front of him. Wang Tang held the money with his paws, unable to hide his excitement, but he still cautiously asked in bird language, well done. Where did this money come from? However, this fell in the ears of the audience. It was the chirping bird language. When the starling heard this, he immediately raised his chest, looked proud, and said directly in human language, robbery. Robbery. Fight, robbery? Hearing what the starling said, Wang Tang couldn't help being stunned. Not only him, but also Saburin and the experts in the studio were stunned. Even all the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. The air seemed to solidify for a few seconds, and then a netizen posted a barrage. Could it be that what professor who was worried about has come true? Fake, right? How can a bird rob? Anyway, I don't believe this 100 yuan was snatched by the starling. What about the almighty melon-eating masses? Hurry up and find the victim's perspective. Chapter 81. The victim turned out to be a dog. Seeing the barrage, Sabuling couldn't help but smile and said, let the bullets fly for a while, and leave the time to enthusiastic netizens. Our netizens can find everything except girlfriends. Now come with me and see how Chen Duo arranges the 100 yuan. Netizens heard the words and launched a barrage one after another. Teacher saw, that's what you said to your heart. However, now that the information is so developed, some people have been robbed of money by birds. It is estimated that it has spread a long time ago. That is. The biggest possibility is the video taken by the victim himself. Anyway, I met such an interesting bird robbing me, and I will give it money. This is the flow of the sky. Just when the netizens were talking in full swing, Wang Tang in the camera was not idle. He stretched out his paws, gently poked the bright black head of the starling, and asked sharply in bird language, Black buddy, what are you talking about? Robbery? Who did you rob? Tell me the truth. Where did the money come from? The starling shook his head when he was poked, but he still held his head high, with the proud appearance of Lao Tzu did the big ticket, flapping his wings and repeating, robbery. Robbery. Grab a dog. What the hell? Did you grab a dog? When Wang Tang heard this, the bird's eyes widened. This answer is even more shocking than the starling robbing humans. Are dogs so rich these days? Do you still carry a 100 yuan bill with you when you go out? At this moment, in the official live broadcast room, some netizens also heard a good news. Family members. I have found the victim. Tell me quickly. Which unlucky guy is it? This has to be laughed at by friends for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. The worst victim of the year is about to be born. Here comes the point. The victim not a human being. Ha? Not a person? Netizens were aroused by curiosity. This time, netizens who inquired about the news continued to post a barrage. The victim is a dog. Didn't you expect it? Ouch, I'll go. I never expected the direction of this plot. Dog? The dog has money? Still robbed by a bird? The amount of information is too large. My CPU is going to burn. You guys go search. It's a golden retriever named Dejinya. The owner of the dog just posted a video of the victim. The golden retriever was robbed of money and is now furious. Ouch. I'm going. This is an angle I didn't expect. After watching the barrage, Sabuling felt his brain buzzing, as if he was about to grow a brain. So he picked up the phone and searched. Soon, Sabuling found Dejinya's account. The first video posted on the account was the video of the golden retriever being robbed of money. When the video opens, the first thing that catches your eye is a golden retriever dog with a smooth golden fur and an honest smile. It carefully held a delicate small bamboo basket in its mouth, and in the basket lay a glowing red 100 yuan bill. This time, the dog owner began to explain, who understands the family. In broad daylight, Lang Lang universe, my Jin was robbed by a bird. Is there still a king's law? Is there any law? The video continues to play. The golden retriever walked out of the community with a basket in his hand and walked on the sidewalk with brisk steps, his tail wagging like a propeller, his eyes full of expectation and joy. This dog named Virginia is also an internet celebrity dog. There are currently 140,000 fans, and dog owners often record their daily routines when they go out to pick up bottles of this time. The 100 yuan was sold in a bottle that Virginia had stored for a month. In order to treat it, the dog owner decided to let it go to the supermarket to buy beef with a basket in its mouth. The dog owner is a young lady, holding a mobile phone in her hand at the moment, following in the back. At the beginning, the dog owner exaggerated the golden retriever while walking. Family. Jean picked up the bottle for a month, and finally got enough 100 yuan. Today, I took it to the supermarket to buy its favorite beef. The big golden retriever walked in front and was very happy when he heard the owner's praise, and the dog's tail wagged even more happily. At this moment, an accident happened, and a dark shadow flew past from the side. With a swish, it accurately passed the basket held by the golden retriever. The dog owner only had time to shout, "Fuck," and then the picture shook for a while. Immediately afterwards, the big golden retriever screamed angrily, "Woof woof." After the lens stabilized, I saw Virginia barking wildly in the direction where the shadow disappeared. The basket was still in his mouth, but it was already empty. Its big happy eyes were full of unbelievable and "my beef is flying." At this moment, they were full of unbelievable and "my beef is flying." The despair, this. Seeing this, the expression on Sabuling's face was a bit complicated. In the live broadcast room, netizens also launched a barrage. 666. It turned out that the starling robbed a dog's money, so I said, how could it grab human money? The big golden retriever is miserable. After working hard for a month, I returned to the pre-liberation period. Black starling, sneak attack. Golden retriever, careless, there is no flash. Look at the grievances of the hairy children. The barking of the dog is full of crying. After watching the video, Sabuling's expression on his face was very complicated, and he wanted to laugh and felt a little distressed about the dog. He sorted out his expressions and said to the camera, "Audience friends, I believe everyone has seen it. This golden retriever named Big Golden Tooth is also very smart and cute. It actually relies on picking up bottles to support itself." Let's ask two experts, what is the scientific explanation behind the golden retriever's behavior of picking up garbage? This time, Professor Huyen took the lead and showed his professionalism. The golden retriever's full name is the golden retriever. It is a single bloodhound. As the name suggests, it was originally bred to find shot down wildfowl during hunting. They are born with a strong desire to take and bring back items. This kind of behavior of picking up bottles and things is largely to satisfy this instinct. If they can get praise and rewards from their owners, they will work harder, and over time, they will develop all kinds of good habits that are willing to scavenge. Oh. That's it. I said how my golden retriever always likes to come back from the outside with some strange things. The villain in my family is even more excessive. Sometimes it picks up a stinky slipper, sometimes it picks up a broken ball, and most importantly, the baby it picks up is never put in its own nest, it's all stuffed in my cat's nest. It made my cat look at it with the eyes of a mentally retarded person every day. Is there such an operation? I have a cleanliness problem. I like to pick up garbage, and I like to dump garbage in other people's rooms. Isn't this the same as my milk? At this time, a netizen posted a barrage. Teacher Sa, hurry up and let the two experts analyze it. Is it illegal for the starling to grab the dog's money? Correct. I remember Professor who said before that it is illegal to raise starlings and steal money. Then Xin Yue won't blow up when she goes home? Ha. Distressed for 3 seconds, Xin Yue inexplicably became suspected of instigating a robbery during the last class. Chapter 82, Riding an Old Lady Across the Road. Gift Plus, seeing this question from a strange angle, Sabuling was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a smile. Well, everyone has raised this question quite horizontally and in depth. Does this involve, the gray area of animal behavior in law? We asked two experts to popularize science for everyone. Huyen helped his glasses, with an expression on his face that he couldn't laugh or cry, but he still replied very rigorously, this question, from the perspective of the subject of the law and the attribution of responsibilities, is indeed very special. First of all, the theft of raising animals behavior we discussed earlier, the subject of the violation is the breeder or manager of the animal, provided that this person instigates or mismanages the behavior. In this case, the most important point is that the starling who committed the crime was not raised by Ms. Xin Yue. It spontaneously came to defected to Qian Duo, and independently carried out this, cross-species robbery without Qian Duo's knowledge. Huyen paused, suppressed his smile, and tried to find a more suitable vocabulary. So, strictly speaking, this is more like a very special civil dispute carried out by a wild animal and aimed at the property of another animal? Or is it a public security incident in the animal kingdom? Under our current legal framework, it is difficult to directly define it as an illegal and criminal act against mankind. Of course, if the dog owner insists on demanding compensation, it may be more of a civil compensation issue than a criminal offense. Netizens were all happy when they heard Huyen's serious nonsense. Got it. From now on, Starling has a new nickname, Extrajudicial Madman * Starling. This is a great explanation. Can things in the animal kingdom be called robbery? That's called resource redistribution. Starling, you have nothing to do with human laws in the bird world. Sabuling still felt very dreamy at the moment. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really thought this was a handmade piece. Netizens are still working hard. Big golden retriever, so my $100 are gone for nothing? Is there still a King's Law? Starling, where is SF Express so fast? Bring it to you. Seeing what happened to Virginia, a question arose in my heart, can hard work really get rich? At this moment, Wang Tang felt a headache. He had just moved to a new home and hadn't gone out yet. Did this offend the local forces? What worries him even more is another problem. It is difficult for starlings to see money on the street. However, in the early morning vegetable market, there will be some elderly people who set up stalls to sell vegetables. All they have worked hard to earn is hard-earned money. If the starling took 100 from their money box, the evil would be great. Thinking of this, Wang Tang immediately legislated against the black buddy. When the starling heard Wang Tang's reprimand, he immediately nodded non-stopped eye in the live broadcast room. Netizens were very curious when they saw this scene. What is Jian Duo talking about? It doesn't look like a compliment to the starling. Speaking of which, I would like to raise a starling bird like this. It will bring me back 100 yuan a day, so I can lie flat. 666. I've seen the old gnawing, but I haven't seen the bird gnawing it. Soon, Wang Tang set good rules for the starling bird. It vowed that it would never go out to commit crimes in the morning. Wang Tang nodded in satisfaction. Then, he returned to the living room and took out the bird food box again. Get rich. Get rich. Seeing the king holding out the bird food box, the starling bird immediately danced happily and placed in order to set an example for other birds. Wang Tang deliberately gave more bird food to the starling bird. This makes it very happy. After eating, he couldn't wait to flutter his wings and fly out. Seeing the impatient look of the starling bird, netizens were all happy. Ha! The starling bird has tasted the sweetness. You said, will it succeed next time? The starling is very smart. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. I'm really looking forward to it. Who will be the next victim? At this time, Wang Tang was staring at the 100 yuan bill on the ground. Sabuling laughed. After a lot of hard work, Chen Duo finally got a 100 yuan bill. Next, it should be consumed, right? Correct. I think there are spoilers that the party said that if you have a lot of money, you will shop by yourself, but I want to take a good look. Guess what, big guy, if you have a lot of money, what will you buy? At this moment, Wang Tang flew out of the balcony with the money in his hand. Upon seeing this, Subtitles immediately reminded, director, quickly switch to the shot of Chen Duo. The director did so immediately. Soon, the live broadcast camera became the first perspective. Wow. This perspective is so cool. It's the same as playing a VR game. I feel like I'm flying by myself. It's just that the speed is a bit slow. Netizens are very surprised. Wang Tang deliberately flew very slowly and smoothly for the live broadcast effect. However, this scene made netizens misunderstand. A lot of money flies so slowly. Sure enough, African gray parrots are not good at flying. Soon, Wang Tang flew out of the community. This community is very large. There is a shopping plaza at the front door. At this moment, people are coming and going, which is very lively. At the entrance of the community, there is a pedestrian crossing. At this moment, an old lady was standing at the intersection, waiting for the traffic light. Seeing this scene, an idea flashed in Wang Tang's mind. He adjusted his direction, swooped down lightly, and then quietly landed on the grandmother's slightly thin shoulders. Huh? What is a lot of money doing? Seeing this scene, netizens were puzzled. Could it be that it is lost? Is it possible Chen Duo wants to fight? I think I'm tired of flying and looking for a place to rest. It's not. You have to wait for the traffic lights, right? This is too law-abiding. Grandma felt her shoulders sink and turned her head in surprise. She was even more surprised when she saw that it was a beautiful gray parrot. Wang Tang tilted his little head, glanced at Grandma innocently with those black eyes, then fluttered his wings, and shouted in a clear and pleasant voice, "Get rich! Congratulations on making a fortune! Ha ha ha! You bird, your mouth is so sweet. Can also speak auspicious words." Grandma was suddenly amused with a smile, and the wrinkles on her face stretched out. She noticed that Wang Tang was still holding a 100 yuan bill in her mouth, and she couldn't help but have a thought in her heart. Is this bird, through human nature, coming to me for a happy money? So the kind-hearted grandmother fumbled out a 10 yuan bill from her pocket and handed it to Wang Tang with a smile. Come, bird, I'll give you a red envelope for good luck. Oh. A lot of money is here to find the old man's fate? Netizens suddenly realized it can really pick targets. The old man has a soft heart and pays attention to kindness. This business is well developed. Upgraded from robbery to fate? A lot of civilization. At this moment, the intersection turned into a green light. Wang Tang immediately urged, pass the way. Pass by. Ha ha. Grandma liked Wang Tang's words even more when she heard them. Carrying a bird on her shoulder, she staggered across the road. This weird picture made the live broadcast room completely boil. Fuck. Chen Duo stopped on Grandma's shoulder, just across the road? I suddenly thought of a sentence, riding Grandma across the road. You talented players, I fought with you. Chapter 83 Bird Pushing Cart. Seeing that Wang Tang not only crossed the road smoothly, but also made such exquisite use of the human green light and the downwind shoulder of a kind grandmother, the barrage in the live broadcast room was no longer crazy, but completely crazy. I took it. Does Chen Duo still know to abide by traffic rules? This safety awareness kills how many battery cars that run red lights in seconds. Grandma, I helped a bird cross the road today, merit plus 10,086. It is recommended that Unethical Navigation come up with a voice package with a lot of money. It is definitely popular. After arriving safely across the road, Wang Tang did not fly away immediately. He stood on Grandma's shoulder, tilted his head obediently, and rubbed Grandma's wrinkled cheeks affectionately with his furry little head, and thanked him with a grunt in his throat. Netizens were all happy. It's weird to have a lot of money and be polite. This bird is more sensible than my 8-year-old nephew. Grandma's heart has melted, right? Who can withstand this? After Wang Tang thanked him, he flew lightly with a pounce, and flew towards a place with a clear goal. There is a large supermarket chain. A lot of money is going to the supermarket. Seeing this scene, Director Liu immediately said to his assistant, Xiao Wang. Fast. Let the on-site staff communicate with the supermarket management and let them be mentally prepared. Oh, no, it's to prepare their hearts. After the on-site staff was quickly in place, the host immediately said to the camera, audience friends, a lot of money is about to enter a complex environment. In order to allow everyone to have a better viewing experience, the director teacher, please switch to our follow the photographer lens. Soon, the live broadcast screen was switched from the first perspective of Wang Tang's chest to a more stable and wider angle third-person tracking shooting, Wanama Supermarket? Seeing this name, Wang Tang's wings in the air shook abruptly, his figure staggered, and he almost fell. This scene, in the eyes of the audience and Sabling, even more affirmed the professionalism of the two experts. After a lot of money flies for a while, I'm tired of flying. It's not far away. Probably, less than a kilometer? No wonder Chen Duo was about to cross the road on a bicycle just now. It turned out that his physical strength was really exhausted. Even if the staff communicated in advance, the supermarket staff and customers were stunned when they saw a parrot flying in with money. Wang Tang did not pay attention to these people, but took the money and flew to the place where the cart was stored. This bird, do you want a stroller? The customers subconsciously stepped out of the way one after another, curious and excited to see what this magical bird was going to do. In the live broadcast room, all the audience stared at the live broadcast screen intently, not even daring to blink. Little bird cart, it's beautiful to imagine the picture. Family members. Can anyone tell me how to push the cart with a lot of money? That's right. It's not as tall as a cart, so it's not good to stand on the ground and pedal. Sabuling immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank. Teacher Bu, Teacher Hu, what do you two think? Bu Heli is easily silent now. Hu Yan was much thicker skinned, smiled slightly, and said, I look with my eyes. Afterwards, he stared at the screen and explained, the reason why Chen Duo came to store the cart here may be that customers took the cart before entering the supermarket. It is completely an imitation of human behavior, and it is not considered at all. Its own conditions are not enough to use the cart. Hearing Hu Yan's words, the audience agreed. This time I agree with Professor Hu's point of view. Even the smallest stroller, Chen Duo, standing on the ground, can't reach it. At this moment, Wang Tang had already flown to the place where the cart was stored. This time, many customers were attracted by the little parrots who came to shop alone. They took out their mobile phones one after another and started shooting. Even, someone called, wife, I saw a bird shopping in the supermarket. Wang Tang's gaze swept across rows of carts. Soon, he locked a special stroller for children. In fact, even the largest cart, with Wang Tang's current power, can be easily pushed. Even if you let him grab it with his paws or hold it with his mouth, he can easily lift it up, but doing so would be shocking to the world. After Wang Tang selected the target, he threw the 100 yuan bill into the stroller. Then, he flew to the back of the cart and firmly grasped the crossbar at the top of the cart with his two small claws. The customers at the scene all laughed when they saw this scene. This parrot is so cute. It actually knew it was pushing the armrest. Ha ha ha. So funny. In the live broadcast room, the audience was also crazy at the moment. Chen Duo knows how to grab the armrest with his paws, he is already very smart. But how does it push now? After a while, it will stand on it and use all its strength to eat grandma, and when it can't push it, it will suspect that the bird is born. Seeing more and more customers gathered, the person in charge of Wanama Supermarket immediately arranged for several security guards to maintain order on the scene. Everyone step back, don't block the way. At this time, Wang Tang was almost brewing. Under the onlookers of the crowd, he flapped his wings vigorously. What? This scene suddenly surprised even the audience on the scene because, as Wang Tang's wings flapped, the small children's shopping cart moved. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was also surging frantically. Fuck. Wings drive? Rear wing drive. This is a special bird power engine. How many grains of bird food are consumed for 100 kilometers? I thought it was going to push, but it used the principle of flying to drive the car? This brain circuit. Seeing the picture, Sabuling couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said, the solution to a lot of money is once again beyond the scope of our human imagination. Is this really a way a bird can think of? Wang Tang pushed the cart and saw that the front was already blocked by the melon-eating crowd. He stretched out his neck, pulled the iconic smoke throat, and shouted in a serious tone, Master Bird is here. Get out of the way. Ha ha ha. This bird still hates that we are in its way. This line, this tone, reminds me of the king's son Shangxiang. My bird brother. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Uncle Bird is going shopping. The customers' onlookers were amused. However, they all made way for each other with interest. Wang Tang grabbed the handguards behind the cart with a pair of claws, flapped his wings vigorously, and even controlled the steering of the cart. At the entrance of the supermarket, the automatic door opens by induction. Wang Tang swaggered in like a regular customer, pushing a small cart. Welcome. The electronic sensor at the door made a mechanical female voice. When Wang Tang heard the tone, he paused deliberately, tilted his head and replied, flat body. Chapter 84, Birds are rich and noble, don't forget each other. This scene caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Puff. Ha ha ha. Flat body. Does this bird regard himself as the emperor? It's so funny, whose bird is this? Netizens in the live broadcast room also praised Wang Tang. Emperor Ing pays a private visit to Vanama. I can laugh at this plot for a year. A lot of money is so fun. If I were on the scene, I might have to faint with laughter. I really want to raise a bird like this, but I'm afraid I won't be able to buy such an interesting one. Wang Tang used his wings to continuously provide power to continue pushing the cart, and even adjusted the strength of the left and right wings to achieve precise steering, skillfully avoiding shelves one by one, and walking steadily through the passage. 666. This bird has at least 5 years of driving experience. The customers' onlookers all praised Wang Tang one after another. In the live broadcast room, netizens also posted various barrage screens. Awesome. This car skill. Akina Mountain Bird God. Look at this wiring, look at this obstacle avoidance, the old driver is undoubtedly. It is recommended that Wanama Supermarket hire Qian Duo as its image spokesperson. The theme is smart shopping, bird first demonstration. The cameraman of the program group immediately followed with the camera. Wanama Supermarket also arranged for several staff members to escort them behind. After all, the net celebrity bird is now worth more than millions, and it is inevitable that some people will have bad thoughts. Netizens sighed one after another when they saw this forward call and back embrace through the live broadcast. Noodles. This is the pump that Emperor Ing should have. Brother security guard, I have been in the industry for more than 10 years, and I have been a bodyguard for the bird for the first time. Wang Teng pushed the cart, and the first thing he came to was the fresh food area. There are all kinds of vegetables and fruits here. He was not interested in vegetables, so he pushed the cart towards the fruit area. Seeing this scene, netizens commented, it seems that Qian Duo likes to eat fruits. Wang Teng quickly stopped in front of a stall full of red apples. He fluttered his wings, flew to the shelf, and pulled the top one with his small paws. He looked at it carefully with his black eyes, as if he was checking the freshness. The eldest sister of the salesperson at the fruit stall was about to replenish the goods. When she looked up, she saw a gray parrot pulling apples and stepped back abruptly in shock. Even the apple in her hand rolled gollum to the ground. Her mouth opened, and she didn't close it for a long time. The Wanama staff who followed Wang Teng immediately gestured to the salesperson, motioning her to retreat first. Wang Teng also seemed to realize that he had scared the eldest sister on the side. He turned his head and nodded amicably. Wow. It still nodded at me? The salesperson's eldest sister clutched her chest, scared and surprised, feeling that she had never encountered such a magical thing in her life. After choosing a satisfactory apple, Wang Teng flew to the shelf with the virgin fruit on the side, tilting his little head to check the freshness of the virgin fruit. He commented with satisfaction in his unique smoky voice, ouch. Not bad. Even Wang Teng blew a whistle at the stunned salesperson elder sister. Look at it like that, it's so cheap, could it be that you still tease your sister? The customer who followed couldn't help but say. Wang Teng ignored the onlookers of the customers, picked up the small transparent shopping bag next to him, used his claws and beak to cooperate, and first opened the mouth of the bag awkwardly. Then, he took the virgin fruit into the bag one by one. Seeing this surprising scene, netizens were boiling again. Fuck? Will you bag yourself if you have a lot of money? This technique. More proficient than my mother. How did it know it was going to be bagged? Who taught it? I should have gone up to buy Xin Youwei's aunt's scarf. The salesperson taught it. After loading a few, Wang Teng felt that it was almost done. He grabbed the bag with his paws, flew to an electronic scale, and put the bag on it for weighing. On the side, the weighing salesperson saw this scene and hurriedly walked over. She pressed the price quickly, and subconsciously asked, is that enough? Wang Teng looked at the weight and price displayed on the electronic screen, and clicked his little head, okay. The salesperson immediately printed the price tag according to the process and pasted it on the bag. Wang Teng picked up the bag with the price tag in satisfaction and continued his purchase. When passing by the pet area, he wandered in front of cat cans and cat strips. Upon seeing this, the customer's onlookers couldn't help but smile and said, did this bird admit its mistake? There, it belongs to a pet cat. Netizens in the live broadcast room praised Oha. I cried to death. Qian Duo still remembers the cat prince at home. Ha ha ha. That's its cat son. This is like a college roommate who brought us snacks. Baby Ian, the foster father is here. Qian Duo was domineering when he bullied Baby Ian, but now his dad is here. Considering that cats were a bit heavy, in the end, Wang Teng selected a pack of high-grade cat strips, pulled them off the shelf with his paws, and put them in the shopping cart. The bird is going to the exit. It should be time to check out. Seeing this scene, the customer's onlookers quickly accelerated their steps and followed closer. Wang Teng pushed the cart leisurely, and suddenly, his gaze stopped on a shelf. No way? Seeing where Wang Teng was looking, the audience at the scene was shocked. A bird, do you still have to drink? It turned out that there were all kinds of wines placed there in the live broadcast room. Netizens also found it outrageous. A lot of money is too much. A bird, still want to drink 8+1? You said, is it possible that a lot of money was brought to Xin Youwei? Hey. It's really possible for you to explain this way. After all, it has brought cat strips to Baby Ian. Soon, Wang Teng targeted the target, flew directly over, and took a small can of beer with his paws. Then, he pushed the cart and came to the cash register passage. Wang Teng chose the least crowded team to line up. At this time, an ant pushed his shopping cart over angrily. Let it go. Let it go. I have few things, so let's settle it first. The ant yelled while putting the goods one by one at the cashier's counter. Soon, she saw a parrot lined up in front of her, and she jumped back in fright. Oh, my mother. What the hell is this? Wang Teng tilted his head and glanced at her. What are you barking at? Ant, she didn't expect that she was scolded by a bird. The ant froze, her face flushed and white. Seeing this scene, netizens in the live broadcast room liked wildly. 666. Qian Duo actually scolded back? It's so relieved. I usually meet ants who cut in line, so I can only swallow my breath. After reacting, the ant picked up a radish in the shopping cart and hit Wang Teng. Hit you dead bird. Chapter 85, Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor, not good. Jinbao is about to be beaten. Seeing the picture in the camera, netizens immediately panicked. Teacher Sa. Let the staff on the scene stop that crazy woman. Call the police. Is this intentional injury to protect animals? Jinbao, run. That radish is thicker than your head. Seeing this, Saburin was also anxious. However, at this time, Lu Dao had already contacted the on-site staff through the communication system. Protect Jinbao. The staff at the scene and the security guards of the supermarket also hurriedly stepped forward, trying to stop the ant in time. However, in order not to disturb Wang Teng before, they stayed a little far away. At this moment, I can only pray that the ant will not be too heavy. Otherwise, such a small bird as Jinbao, I am afraid that it will have to be killed alive. And Wang Tang didn't panic at all when he saw his aunt calling with radish. The swing of the radish was infinitely slowed down in his eyes. Wang Tang fluttered his wings while jumping around on the stroller, and even yelled in his mouth, "Guard the driver! Guard the driver!" Puff. The audience who were originally worried about Wang Tang's injury heard this line and were amused again. Jinbao is witty. I also know to call the guard. Ha ha ha. I'm worried for nothing. Don't forget to add a play at this time. Jinbao, Beningdi's desire to perform overwhelms the desire to survive. Seeing that the aunt couldn't beat herself, Wang Tang hid while provoking cheaply, "Come here. Come here." Seeing that she couldn't hit Wang Tang, the aunt immediately stretched out her hand longer. She didn't expect it, but this hit Wang Tang's plan, because, in front of Auntie, it was Wang Tang's stroller that tripped her and fell directly to the ground. Oh hey. My old waist killed someone. This broken bird harms people. The ant suddenly began to pour and roll, crying loudly. At this moment, the program crew and the supermarket staff finally arrived panting, and immediately formed a human wall between Wang Tang and the ant. The supermarket manager had a stern face and said solemnly, "This customer, please calm down. Your behavior just now is very dangerous. This is the African gray parrot, which is a protected animal at the national level. If you hurt it, you will be legally responsible." What? First-class protected animals? When the ant heard this, her face was livid with anger. However, when she saw a camera filming and a bunch of people watching the excitement behind her, she glanced at the parrot in front of her bitterly and left swearing. Netizens saw Auntie deflated and left, and began to like her. Ha. The wicked have their own evil bird mill. Jinbao, fight with me? You are still a little tender. This wave of defensive counterattacks is so beautiful. Soon it was Wang Tang's turn. He struggled to put fruit, cat strips, and beer on the cashier's counter. The young cashier girl was completely dazed. She looked at the goods on the stage and then at the parrot staring at her in front of her. She was at a loss, her face flushed. This, little friend, yours, what about the parents? Seeing the humanized light in the parrot's eyes, she even subconsciously used the term little friend. Wang Tang put the money on the cashier and patted it with his wings. Check out. Check out. Seeing the parrot urging in front of her, the little girl hurriedly took the money, and then stumbled to operate the cash register. Mainly, the customer received here is a bird, and she is the first time in the world. Wang Tang saw the change that the little girl had found and pulled it up with her little paws. Ha. The bird is quite cautious. Is it worried that the cashier has counted the wrong number? Seeing this scene, the supermarket manager guarding the side was amused. In the live broadcast room, netizens couldn't help but post a barrage. Jinbao is still counting. Can you count? Looking at its serious little eyes, maybe you can really understand it. After counting the change, Wang Tang said with satisfaction, "Pack. Pack." When the little girl heard this, she blushed immediately, packed the things Wang Tang bought, and didn't forget to put the change in it. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang grabbed a 5 yuan piece with his paws, put it in front of the little girl, and said loudly, "Tip." After speaking, he picked up his shopping bag, fluttered his wings, and flew out of the automatic door under the dumbfounded gaze of a group of people. Laughter broke out again at the scene. Ha. Tip. It also knows to tip. Quick. Everyone hurry up and see who this talent bird belongs to. The people in the program group were worried about Wang Tang's safety, so they stopped in front. After all, there have been thieves who have stolen birds before. Inside the studio, when the host saw that Wang Tang had successfully completed the shopping, he couldn't help but look at the two experts. Professor Hu, let's interpret Jinbao's shopping this time. Professor Hu Yen couldn't help but smile and shook his head when he heard this. This has gone beyond the scope of animal behavior. I think sociologists and economists are needed to jointly study it. Ha. In the live broadcast room, netizens all laughed. Even the two senior experts who study animals can't study Jinbao thoroughly. Hey. Did you find out? What Jinbao bought this time is almost catching up with its own weight, right? Can actually fly with it. Upstairs, are you new here? Jinbao is a fitness master in the bird world. In order to behave less superbly, Wang Tang deliberately found Huadai to rest for a while along the way before continuing to fly. Jinbao is so hard. I really want to help it. Netizens in the live broadcast room were distressed when they saw this. Well, I'll be home soon. You said, is it possible that Jinbao can't find his way home? Obviously, their worries are completely superfluous. Wang Tang carefully identified it and fluttered his wings again. Meow. In the living room, Baby Yin, who was napping in the cat litter, was awakened by the movement from the balcony, raised his furry head, and looked over bleary-eyed when he saw Wang Tang. He suddenly woke up and reflexively shrank his neck, with 3 points of awe and 7 points of fear in his eyes. Ah. This silver baby is afraid of Jinbao to the bone. Seeing this scene, netizens were all happy. Just like when I was a kid, I didn't dare to look at my dad. The bloodline is suppressed, yes. The cat is spicy. After Wang Tang put down his things, he looked at Baby Yin. Baby Yin didn't dare to neglect, so he immediately got out of the nest, took a small step and ran in front of Wang Tang, squatted down obediently, and wagged his little tail nervously. Wang Tang took out the cat strips from the plastic bag, pulled them away with his paws, grabbed one, and threw it at Baby Yin. I'm going. Does Jinbao still know to feed cats? Baby Yin was originally very afraid of Wang Tang. After seeing the cat in front of him, he immediately shrugged his little nose. It raised its head and looked at Wang Tang suspiciously. Meow. Obviously, without Wang Tang's consent, Yin Baobao did not dare to enjoy it without authorization. Call Dad. Wang Tang, boom, walked over and put one paw on the head of the raccoon cat. Baby Yin trembled and cried softly, Mihu. Obviously, it has accepted the fact that it has one more bird father. Wang Tang turned around with satisfaction. Baby Yin immediately ate the cat strips happily. Since Hu Yudi brought it back, apart from normal cat food, he has not enjoyed cat snacks. This delicious cat bar makes it extra enjoyable. 666. Jinbao was going to completely tame the silver baby. Netizens saw this scene and launched a barrage one after another. Correct. It can be seen that Yin Baobao was in fear when he heard Jinbao's words at first, but now, he has more recognition. Baby Yin, the foster father gave it too much. Chapter 86. Let's have some wine. Wang Tong watched Baby Yin gobbling and enjoying the cat strips. A trace of pride flashed in his small eyes. Kindness and coercion. This routine is very useful no matter which world it is in. Slap it, and then give it to a cat, and the silver baby will be held to death. Wang Tang pulled the shopping bag with his paws, and his gaze fell on the can of beer and a few bright red virgin fruits. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy to see this scene. It's fruit time after dinner. Jinbao is about to start a refined life. What kind of fruit is this? Why does it look so much like a tomato? This is the virgin fruit, which is often called the little tomato, and I often buy it and eat it. Wang Tang picked it up for a moment, picked up one of the largest and reddest virgin fruits, and flew to the cat litter. After he stood still, he began to peck slowly. As the sharp beak broke through the peel, the sweet and sour juice instantly exploded on the taste buds, which made Wang Tang squint at his eyes in satisfaction, and his little head shook in enjoyment. He ate extremely carefully, making sure that every drop of juice fell on the cat litter and did not stain Hu Yudi's clean floor. All of the live broadcast camera followed Wang Tang closely and captured his scene clearly, and netizens were immediately happy. The case is solved. Jinbao is definitely a neat freak. You know how to find a cushion when you eat. Ha ha ha. Distressed for 3 seconds for the silver baby, the cat litter becomes a bird's nest in seconds. Baby Yin, what can I do? I am also very desperate. You can't beat it again. After Wang Tang finished eating a virgin fruit, he set his sights on the can of beer with more than enough intent. No way? Does Jinbao still want to drink beer? Seeing this scene, netizens exclaimed, didn't you say that this beer is for the shit shoveling officer? Can you drink it or not? Let's talk about it. That's it. This beer jar is metal, but it is not as fragile as a mineral water bottle. Wang Tengfei went down and observed it carefully. In fact, the hardness of the material of this beer can is not high. With his current physical attributes, he can easily pierce it with his mouth or claws. However, this is a live broadcast, and you can only use some methods that are not super complicated. Thinking of this, Wang Tong first fixed the tank body with his claws, then lowered his head and tried to pry the small metal ring with his beak. However, his beak was a little shorter, and after opening it, he couldn't reach the beer can pull ring at all. After trying several times, the pull ring was still good, but because of the force, the can body was pushed to the ground and spun around. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy. Ha! Jinbao overturned. The beer can't be opened. Jinbao, damn it. This thing is much harder to open than nuts. Can I help you? Auntie will help you. Wang Tong seemed a little annoyed and turned into anger. He patted the beer can angrily with his small paws and made a bang bang sound. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and turned his head to look at the silver baby who had just finished eating the cat and was licking his paws. The cat is spicy. Baby Yin was excited, ran over quickly, squatted under the cat litter, raised his head and stood by. Wang Tang pointed to the beer can with the tip of his wings, and then to the sharp claws of the silver baby. Open. Yin Baobao cat's face was dumbfounded. It tentatively stretched out its paws and scratched on the smooth beer can, making a harsh sound, but the pull ring was still intact. No way. Although the cat's claws are good, it can't open this kind of pull ring jar. Jinbao, this is too difficult for a strong cat. Baby Yin, concubines can't do it. Dad is embarrassing me, fat tiger. Seeing the live broadcast, Sabuling looked curiously at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Hu, do you two think Jinbao can open this can of beer? Hu Yin said with a smile, in fact, it's not very laborious for a larger parrot to open this kind of beer can, but Jinbao is too small. As you just saw, Jinbao's mouth is too short to reach the pull ring. What does Professor Hu mean? There is no way for Jinbao to take this can of beer today. Sabuling continued to ask, correct. At present, I can't think of any way it can break the game. Hu Yan continued to observe for a moment and nodded. On the side, Bu Heli also agreed, if the bottle of this beer can is plastic, it can still be pecked open with a bird's beak, but it's metal. Sabuling nodded. This time, the two professors of the expert group agreed that Jinbao can't open this can of beer, but Jinbao hasn't given up yet. Let's continue to look forward to it. In the live broadcast room, the curiosity of all the audience was hoisted. At this moment, Wang Tang suddenly thought of something, picked up the can of beer with his paws, and flew in the direction of the kitchen. Look. Jinbao took the beer to the kitchen. When netizens saw the scene, they posted a barrage one after another. Could it be that it is thought of a way? There is a kitchen knife for Hu Yudi to cut vegetables in the kitchen. Doesn't it want to use a kitchen knife? This is too dangerous. If Jinbao didn't pay attention, he might be scratched by a knife. After arriving in the kitchen, Wang Tang put the beer cans on the kitchen cooking table, and then his gaze stayed on the cupboard. Is it looking at the cupboard? Is the tool in the cupboard? It's possible. Jinbao watches Hu Yudi cook every day, and he must know where to put things. I saw Wang Tengfei reach the height of the cabinet handle, grab the handle with his paws, and pull hard. With a soft click, the cabinet door opened in response. The camera quickly pushed closer, and the items in the cabinet were clearly visible. Several idle lighters, a grater, and a shiny stainless steel bottle opener. Seeing this picture, netizens began to exclaim one after another. Fuck? Bottle opener. It really found it. This IQ is against the sky. Also know how to use tools. Now there is hope. Professor Hu just said that with the power of a parrot, it is possible to open the beer pull ring. Does Professor Hu's face hurt? Jinbao said, the solution is better than the difficulty. Ha ha ha. Let's see if Jinbao can pry the beer pull ring open with the help of a bottle opener. In the live broadcast, after Wang Tang found the bottle opener, he pulled it out effortlessly with his paws. However, to accurately clamp the corkscrew bayonet under the pull ring is a great challenge for the bird's claws. Wang Tang took a deep breath, held the handle of the corkscrew with the bird's paws, stared at the pull ring of the bottle with the bird's eyes, and tried cautiously. The first time, the bayonet slid open, and the second time, with too much force, the beer can was pushed. A side of the audience watched with bated breath and couldn't help but send a barrage. Oops. It's too slippery. This jar is too light to run away as soon as you touch it. I'm so anxious to see it. Come on, Jinbao. After Wang Tang tried it twice, he seemed to realize the problem. With a turn of his little head, he glanced at the cooking table and quickly locked a small gap between the countertop and the wall. Wang Tang pushed the beer can in with force, and the body of the can was firmly stuck and stopped rolling. Seeing this scene, netizens praised it. So smart. Jinbao also knows to find a way to fix the beer cans. I can't tell, Jinbao is still good at observing and knows how to use the environment to help. Sure enough, as the beer can was fixed, Wang Tang quickly stuck the corkscrew bayonet in the pull ring position. Next, he raised his paws, pointed at the handle of the corkscrew, and slammed it down. Scoff. With a crisp sound, the beer can was successfully opened. Chapter 87, Sons are there to take the blame, fuck. Seeing that the pull ring of the beer can was successfully opened by Wang Tang, the barrage instantly boiled. I really let Xian Duo open the can. I only care about one question now, the mouth of the can is so small, how can it be drunk with its beak? That's right. Do you want to perform a handstand and drink beer? That picture is so beautiful, I dare not look at it. Seeing the question raised by the barrage, Sabuling immediately looked at the two experts of the expert group. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, you two can predict how Xian Duo can drink the beer in the jar. Well, I believe you all learned a text called Crow Drinking Water in elementary school. Xian Duo is as smart as that crow. Maybe, it can think of a similar way. For example, put small objects in the jar and let the wine rise naturally. Hu Yan stroked the beard on his chin, with an inscrutable smile on his face. Hey! The method Professor Hu said is really okay. Netizens couldn't help nodding when they heard the words, there are small stones and bird food on the balcony. Ready-made materials. Predict a wave, a lot of money is about to teach parrot drinking on site. Good. Professor Hu provided us with a very good idea. Next, let's continue to watch the live broadcast to see what kind of method Xian Duo will choose. Sabuling said with a smile, after prying the beer can pull ring open. Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and began to look for containers to hold beer. As for the use of crows to drink water, Wang Tang had never thought about it at all. After all, in his body is a human soul. Soon, Wang Tang's gaze was fixed on a plastic shallow mouth plate with a cartoon kitten pattern on the cooking table. That's what Xin Yue usually uses to hold melon seeds and peanuts. Pounce on. Ling-a-ling. Wang Tangfei went over and used his claws to flexibly push the plate next to the beer can. Xian Duo doesn't seem to plan to use the crow to drink water. Seeing this scene, netizens began to post barrage. Could it be that it intends to use this plastic plate to hold beer? A lot of money is too smart. It makes me feel like watching the cartoon cat and mouse. What surprised netizens even more was that Wang Tang was not in a hurry to pour the wine. He first laboriously pushed the plate into the sink, and then turned on the faucet switch with his paws. Wow. As the water flowed down, Wang Tang carefully adjusted the position of the plate with his paws to ensure that it was rinsed inside and out. I in the barrage, netizens were amazed. Do you know how to wash the dishes first? This hygiene habit is better than that of my roommates. The neat parrot is really hammered. The sense of ceremony is full. Clean the glass before drinking beer, right? When everything was ready, Wang Tang used his two paws to firmly hold the can that was slightly huge to him, like a small weightlifter. He had sex, tilted it, and aimed it at a clean plastic plate. Wow! As the golden yellow wine poured out with delicate white foam, an aroma of malt filled the air. Wang Tang dropped the beer can, yelled triumphantly, leaned over and took a sip carefully. The cold liquid and slightly bitter taste made him shake his feathers slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. As if he was aftertaste. After a while, Wang Tang seemed to adapt, took another sip, and then let out a sigh of satisfaction. Ha! This scene suddenly made the live broadcast room completely boiled. I'm a mother. It really drank it. I also drank out the Amonican pack. Beer with virgin fruit, the quality of life of this parrot kills me in seconds. Learn about the juvenile bird protection law at Animal Protection Association. A lot of money, tired, a little beer to relieve fatigue. Baby Eam, Dad, give me a bite too. Bu Heli had given up thinking and began to study the thermos cup in his hand. Hu Yen sighed again and again. Use tools. Step planning. It even includes cleaning and pre-treatment. This is no longer a simple imitation. This is an advanced cognitive behavior with foresight and planning. Xian Duo once again broke through the upper limit of our understanding of parrot wisdom. Wang Tang drank most of it, and after he was addicted to alcohol, he did not forget baby Yin.so. He pulled his throat in the direction of the raccoon flower cat and shouted, "The cat is spicy?" Me woo. As if hearing the decree, baby Yin leaped onto the cooking table with great strength, staring at the few Jiangma jade juice left on the plate. Wang Tang generously stepped aside and pointed to the plate with his wings. A little wine. Baby Yin yelled at him gratefully, immediately leaned over, stretched out her pink tongue, and licked it one by one. Upon seeing this, netizens launched a barrage. One after another. Father and son are deeply in love. Blessed to share. I think of when I was a kid, when my dad drank, he would dip a little bit with his chopsticks and let me drink with him. At this moment of father's kindness and son's filial piety, the sound of Didi opening the smart lock came from the door. Xin Yue came back from class, in a good mood, still humming an out-of-tune pop song in her mouth. However, when she opened the door of the house and stepped into the living room, the singing stopped abruptly. A faint, unique smell of malt fermentation penetrates into the nasal cavity. Xin Yue immediately searched for the target with vigilant eyes. I saw a raccoon cat on The kitchen cooking table, pursing her ass, licking a familiar cat paw pattern played intently, while Chen Duo stood beside her with a look of nothing to do with herself. Xinyoe's bag snapped again and fell into free fall. She blinked and rubbed it hard again, wondering if she had hallucinated, or entered the wrong studio. Money? A lot of money? Silver baby? Xinyoe called tentatively, her voice trembling. Hearing the sound, Wang Teng immediately fluttered his wings and flew over, landing skillfully on Xinyoe's shoulders, and rubbing her cheek affectionately with her head, with a well-behaved appearance of "I miss you so much." However, Xinyoe's attention was completely attracted by the scene on the cooking stage. She walked over quickly, pointed to the silver baby in the plate with wine stains still on it, and raised her voice an octave. "Okay. Silver baby. You have grown up. Dare to drink secretly behind your mother's back? Puff. Ha ha ha. Injustice. Injustice through the ages. It turns out that Qian Duo left a little beer to let Yin Bao take the blame? Baby Yin is so pitiful. I didn't drink much wine, so I didn't suffer much from this training. A lot of money. Friends of the dead Dao will not die of the poor Dao. You will carry this pot on your back first. Meow." Baby Yin raised his head, his big amber eyes were full of innocence and grievances, and there was a drop of beer foam at the corner of his mouth. How can there be wine at home? Butterfly Xinyoe looked suspiciously at Wang Teng around her neck. Wang Teng immediately pretended not to know. However, at this moment, he belched a malt-scented hiccup. Chapter 88 Minor Rob Xinyoe, ha. This clear booze hiccup suddenly made netizens burst into laughter. I can't hide it anymore. I don't say it in my mouth, but my body is very honest. The net of heaven is restored, and there will be no omissions. The bird was stolen and obtained. The anchor quickly reviewed it. Smelling the oncoming wine and looking at Wang Teng's guilty little eyes, Xinyoe was so angry and funny, she stretched out her hand and gently tapped his little head. Okay. A lot of money. The culprit is you. If you don't drink it yourself, you will break the silver baby. Say. Where did you get the money to buy wine? She remembered that she hadn't put the money in the drawer this time. Thinking of this, Xinyoe walked quickly towards the living room. She found that there was also a plastic bag on the ground containing the remaining virgin fruit and a glowing red apple. Under the apple, there were still a few pieces of change pressed. Just as Xinyoe grabbed the criminal evidence and was about to conduct a three-hall trial against Wang Tong, there was a sudden sound of rushing on the balcony. In the next second, a black bolt of lightning whooshed into the living room. Xinyoe took a closer look. It was actually a starling with shiny black feathers. Its eyes are dripping and spinning, revealing a thief's energy. After seeing Xinyoe, the starling accurately put a shiny little thing in her mouth and threw it at her feet with a click. Then it fluttered its wings, held its head high, and shouted excitedly at Xinyoe in a strange tone that mixed dialects and thought it was domineering. Robbery. Robbery. Money. Hand over the money. The shiny thing rolled around on the ground a few times and stopped. It was a $1 coin. The entire live broadcast room instantly fell into a strange silence. Xinyoe glanced down at the coin shining with ridicule at her feet, and then looked up at the starling on the ground with its strutting and feather crowns exploding into the shape of a killing horse. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Wang Tong, who had already begun to cover her face with her wings on her shoulders. Trying to pretend that she didn't exist, Xinyoe feels that her brain is a bit insufficient. In these days, there is more and more judgment. After a brief lull in the live broadcast room, the barrage was like a blowout. 666. This starling, who has too little eyesight, actually robbed Xinyoe. Look at its excitement, even the crown of feathers on its head exploded. It is estimated that it has been spinning outside for a long time and only found one coin. Is it too excited to see a pile of change when it comes back? Xinyoe was about to faint. In broad daylight, Lang Qinkuan, she, a good citizen who abides by discipline and the law, was robbed by a bird in her own home? Who dares to believe this? Just as Xinyoe was stunned, the starling couldn't help the joy of good harvest. With a flutter of her wings, she turned into a black lightning bolt and went straight to the change at Xinyoe's feet. Hold it. Turn around. The action is done in one go. Hey. You put it down for me. Xinyoe reacted and subconsciously stretched out her hand to grab it. Unexpectedly, the starling instantly entered a state of battle, and his black hair exploded all over his body. Like a little hedgehog, it turned its head and stared at Xinyoe fiercely with its little black bean eyes, with a threatening quack sound in its mouth, firmly protecting the trophy in its hand, a desperate posture of birds for food and death. Fighting for money, this starling is absolutely amazing. It really costs money. Netizens were all happy to see this scene. Loyalty. Too loyal. It's the number one titans under Qianduo's seat. This spirit of daring to fight, and unafraid to die. It is recommended to select the best horse of the year. Xinyoe, I was robbed by a bird in my own house, I still can't grab it? Seeing that she couldn't even grab a bird, Xinyoe squinted at Wang Teng. There is a lot of money, you'd better be honest and tell me where the money came from. Wang Teng moved a slit of the wing covering her face, glanced at Xinyoe secretly, then stretched out the tip of her wing, first pointed to the starling on the ground who was still holding the money tightly and staring vigilantly at the surroundings, and then pointed to the direction of the balcony. The bird's eyes were full off. It's an innocent look. The meaning is very clear. This money was looted by the starling bird from outside. Ouch. Xinyoe held her forehead with her hand. What's the matter? After only taking an afternoon class, did you become an accomplice when you came back? No way. We have to find the owner and return the money. Xinyoe looked at Wang Teng seriously. Wang Teng immediately shook his little head like a rattle. No way. No way. There is a lot of money. It is wrong for you to instruct your younger brother to rob money like this. Xinyoe immediately and seriously reasoned. She realized that the parrot she raised was different from other parrots and had to be guided correctly, otherwise, maybe something ridiculous will be done in the future. Go back. What do I use? Wang Teng looked as if he didn't have to discuss it. A lot of money. This is illegal. Xin Yue continued to reason, that stupid dog doesn't have enough IQ to take so much money. Wang Tang is confident, what? Did you grab a dog? Xin Yue's beautiful eyes widened when she heard Wang Tang's words. She feels that her brain is not enough. Birds rob dogs. Is this world so subversive? Just when Xin Yue was doubting her life, Wang Tang's picture of shopping in the supermarket was also posted to Douyin by the customers present. The parrot takes money to shop, the bird stroller, the ant wields a radish and fights with the parrot. The parrot's focused side face seriously counting money, and the scene of tipping that makes people laugh. These fragmented videos, like viruses, were dubbed with various eye-catching titles and quickly spread on social platforms such as Douyin and Weibo. Hilarious. The supermarket ant and the parrot fought for 300 rounds, and the ending is unexpected to you. Become a solid hammer. Parrot actually tipped the cashier after shopping in the supermarket. Netizens, more generous than my boss. Quick onlookers like it. The famous mountain bike god of the bird world was discovered in the Wanama supermarket. This high-end operation looks silly to passers-by. These videos quickly became popular, and the comment area was completely fried. Ha ha ha. This parrot grew up eating Dianche milk powder, right? The drama is too full. Kneel down for the parrot. This wave of anti-killing is so beautiful. Auntie probably has a psychological shadow in her life. Wanama supermarket, right? Send me the address. I will meet my bird brother by chance tomorrow. The marketing manager of Wanama supermarket is also not a vegetarian. He keenly captured this huge wave of traffic falling from the sky. This is simply an explosive promotional material that can't be bought for millions of advertising dollars, so he immediately ordered one. Official announcement: immediately release the high-definition version of the complete multi-camera video of the incident on the official account of the supermarket. The title is awe-inspiring and humorous. Warm reminder from Wanama supermarket: shop in a civilized manner and take care of animals. In addition, congratulations to our cashier for receiving the most special tip in history. 2. Vigorously invest in flow. Invest money in flow promotion without hesitation to ensure that related topics and videos get maximum exposure locally and even nationwide. Topics such as hashtag Wanama supermarket parrot hashtag and hashtag Xinyo hashtag have soared in popularity. Point 3. Create a check-in point. Quickly set up a small net celebrity check-in point near the cashier counter. Put a parrot doll and a fun slogan of civilized shopping, start with me, and even considered launching a parrot with the same style fruit snack basket. In just one afternoon, the name Wanama supermarket spread all over the internet with a rogue parrot, and passenger traffic and online attention soared. The management of Lead supermarket couldn't help but shout from ear to ear, a lot of money is the blessing of our store, even ready to come to the door to talk about cooperation with Xin Yue. Chapter 89. Xin Yue became the winner without any effort. A lot of money. Tell me honestly, is this stupid dog in your mouth a curse? Xin Yue crossed her waist with her hands and her face flat, trying to show the majesty of her master. Real dog. Real dog. Before Wang Tang answered, the starling on the side nodded and said, is it really a dog? If you have a lot of money, you just grab the dog. That won't work either. We have to find the victim and return the money. Xin Yue's face became serious. She had already begun to make up for the picture of a wrong dog being robbed of pocket money and hiding in the corner. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Xin Yue picked up the phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar phone number. She thumped in her heart. It's over. The Lord is coming to the door. It must be the dog owner who was asking the teacher to ask the crime. Xin Yue took a deep breath and answered the phone with great guilt. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she apologized in a very sincere tone. Very, very sorry. Our bird robbed your dog. This is because I didn't discipline it well. Manager Vanama was holding her mobile phone and heard Xin Yue's words on the phone with a wonderful expression on her face, as if she had seen the alien invasion and the national football team winning the championship at the same time. It took him several seconds to digest before he reluctantly sorted out his thoughts. The money that a lot of money went to the supermarket to spend was actually robbed? Is the victim still a dog? This amount of information is too explosive, Xin Yue continued. This mobile phone number is my microsignal. If it is convenient for you, add it and I will transfer the money to you. At the end of the week, I will take my bird and apologize to you and your dog in person. Mission, you have misunderstood. I am the marketing manager of Wanama supermarket. My surname is Su. Manager Su of Wanama supermarket said with a smile. Huh? Xin Yue panicked even more. Her voice increased by an octave. Could it be that she stole something from the supermarket with a lot of money? She seemed to have seen the handcuffs and the detention center. Of course not. Mission, I am contacting you this time to discuss cooperation with you on behalf of our company. Manager Su said immediately. Talk about cooperation? Xin Yue looked dumbfounded. She didn't understand that she was just a college student, so what could she do to cooperate with Wanama supermarket? This is a large supermarket chain. Do you invite yourself to the supermarket to perform and eat? Well, the specific thing is like this. Manager Su had already made it clear by this time that the owner of the bird was still in the dark. So he held back a smile and told how Chen Duo came to the supermarket, how to shop accurately with a 100 yuan bill, how to provoke onlookers in filming, how the video exploded on the internet afterwards. He said it all the same. Hearing his explanation, the look of surprise on Xin Yuikio's face became stronger and stronger. She never expected that in this afternoon's effort, her parrot would even drive a wave of sales to the Wanama supermarket. Mission, what do you think? Finally, Manager Su consulted Xin Yue. No problem. No problem on my side. Xin Yue recovered and hurriedly agreed, with a hint of dreamy feeling in her voice. This is simply a pie falling from the sky, or a golden stuffing. Good. I will draw up the contract as soon as possible. Manager Su said with a smile. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy when they heard the conversation between Xin Yue and Manager Wanama Su. A lot of money is really a lucky bird. For the first time, I bought an ant scarf for the owner and received 1 million endorsements from Snow White. This second time I went to the supermarket to buy wine, I actually received Hiroko from Wanama supermarket again. I cried with envy. Shin Yue, the hostess, is completely lying down to win the dog, relying on a lot of money to fly. I also really want to raise such a lucky bird. I don't just like raising birds for money. I have hung up my chicken and beaten it, and it has always refused to admit that it is playing dumb. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yue still felt a little dizzy. She quickly took out her mobile phone, turned on Douyin, and entered the keywords Parrot shopping. Sure enough, when I entered a few keywords for Parrot shopping, several hot videos popped up instantly. Among them, the hottest one has more than 2 million likes. Shin Yue clicked on the comment area and found that the comment area was as lively as a vegetable market. Fuck. Is this true or false? AI is so awesome now? It must be a swing shot. How could a parrot be so smart? At Wanama Supermarket, is this your new marketing method? Soon, a large number of live monsters appeared, and they sent out photos taken from various angles. I am a witness at the scene. Absolutely true. This parrot can also pick brands. Some fans also recognized Wang Tang and left a message below at anchor Shin Yue. Is your family a lot of money? Come and claim it. At this moment, Shin Yue discovered a lot of its own information. She couldn't help but click on the information to check it out. It was a bird-raising neighbor who was eyed herself under the video. At Shin Yue, your family has a lot of money and is too smart. Can you let it teach my family to just say a few auspicious words? It turned out that this wave of heat caused Shin Yue to be completely on fire in the bird breeding circle. Zhendwood was clear conversation and amazing IQ in the video made all bird lovers excited and their eyes were red with envy. Some neighbors who raise birds are thinking about whether they can send their bird lovers to Shin Yue's house for training. After all, it is not easy for people to teach birds, but it is much simpler for this bird to teach birds. Among them, there are still many people who have watched cute pets rushing forward. In the show, Shen Duo has a hand in training birds. Even if you can't learn it, it's nothing, you can get a wave of popularity. In the live broadcast room, netizens were all happy when they saw this scene. Ha! You see, all the bird farmers nearby have come to the door. It seems that there is a lot of money to open a bird training class. It's a big risk to send your own birds to a lot of money for training. Correct. As soon as I didn't pay attention, I learned all the swearing back. It's a pity, my family is too far away, otherwise, I want to send my own Shin phone to let Shin Duo teach well. Just as Shin Yue was holding her mobile phone to check various videos, Wang Tang said in bird language to the starling bird, Shaba, come here and give you a glass of jade liquid shown pulp. Hearing this, the starling bird nodded and said, thank you, king. Thank you, king. Thump. Wang Tang turned and flew to the kitchen, and the starling followed him head over heels, like a little sidekick. Gollum, Gollum. Wang Tang grabbed the beer can with his paws and poured out the small amount of beer left in it. The starling bird immediately stepped forward. Before drinking, he sniffed slightly with his bird nose. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the little black beans, and then it turned into an intoxicating light. Then, it sipped the beer on the plate little by little. Seeing this scene, netizens were all happy. Ha! A lot of money, this is a crime against the wind. This is called the rational use of resources. Don't waste food, wine and food. I can't laugh anymore. Is this starling still a sommelier? Look at this intoxicated little expression. Ouch. This amount of alcohol is not good. After just taking a few sips, why did you start wandering around? With a few mouthfuls of jade liquid shown pulp, the starling's eyes began to blur, and his standing posture became rickety, as if stepping on a cloud. On the other side, after watching the video, Shin Yue's blood pressure soared when she saw the movement here. There is a lot of money, you teach the bird to drink again. With that said, she rushed over in one arrow step, reaching out her hand to confiscate the plate containing beer. The starling bird that drank it didn't care at all, so the whole bird jumped into the plate, and even tried to peck Shin Yue's outstretched fingers with its mouth. Chapter 90, is flying a drunk bird considered drunk driving? Bird on the plate. This picture is so funny. Sabling patted his thigh in the studio, laughing forward and backward. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant, and the atmosphere of joy almost overflowed the screen. Teacher Su's golden sentences come out frequently. Ha ha ha. The scene of a large-scale drinking spree. This starling wine is not good, and he has to peck people. Starling, this bird grabbed it by his ability, looking at its little eyes. I drank straight. Can't laugh anymore. Shin Yue looked at the drunk, but inexplicably soaring starling in the dish. She was so angry and funny, her outstretched hand froze in the air, and she didn't know what to do for a while. After Sabling stopped laughing, he immediately threw the question to the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, this is really a long time to see. Please explain from a professional perspective, this bird, does it really get drunk like a human? Buheli, who had regained some vitality, heard the words and immediately said, according to relevant studies, birds will get drunk when they drink too much human wine. They will stand unsteadily like humans and forget how to fly. Even, will start singing. Ha! Do birds get drunk too? Can you sing when you're drunk? Netizens were all happy when they heard Buheli's explanation. It's gone up. This is the first time I have heard of it. After all, except that humans can feed the birds wine, I really can't think of any way they can get in touch. Buheli glanced at the barrage and said with a smile, sugar-rich fruits are sometimes broken down by yeast on their epidermis to form alcohol. Therefore, birds can also be drunk in the wild. When they are drunk, they will bump into each other. Ha ha ha. I want to know, if a bird is drunk and flying, is it considered drunk driving? Some netizens posted a barrage of bad taste. Hey! This problem, human law, can't control the birds. Buheli was amused by the brain circuits of netizens. Seeing that Buheli had slowed down again, netizens began to ridicule. Professor Bu, do mermaids smell fishy? Is Monkey King pregnant if he has kidney stones? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. If he gets cerebral thrombosis, will he get it with 1 head or all 3? Seeing these barrage, Buheli wanted to be quiet again. Sabling was amused, and hurriedly asked a second question. 2 professors, do birds drink alcohol? Does it affect their bodies? Seeing that Buheli didn't want to talk for the time being, Huyen pushed his glasses and said with a smile, the harm of alcohol to birds cannot be underestimated. For many birds, even a small amount of alcohol can cause nystagmus, hyperexcitability, severe loss of motor coordination, and even coma or even death. Fortunately, however, the alcohol metabolism rate of most birds is much faster than that of humans, which can be regarded as an evolutionary protection mechanism. Of course, some birds will become addicted to drinking, but generally speaking, birds should not be exposed to alcohol. In the kitchen, the starling bird was stunned when she saw Shen Yue, and quickly took the opportunity to peck quickly on the plate. Seeing that there were still some left that couldn't be pecked, it rolled directly in the plate. This scene amused netizens again. This starling is really based on the principle of not wasting it all. If you can't drink it, you'd even rather be wrapped in feathers. Starling, pack it up. Must be packed. The starling is a bird that can live a life, and he is not extravagant and wasteful at all. Looking at the starling rolling on the plate, Shen Yue was completely helpless. Wang Tang took a closer look and found that the starling was indeed drunk. Thump. The starling bird fluttered its wings, ready to fly out of the plate. As a result, its wings fluttered twice, and instead of flying up, one of its center of gravity was unstable, and it directly fell on a dog. Looking at you like this, I'm afraid I can only spend the night at home today. Upon seeing this, Shen Yue shook her head. Soon, she brought a small bird cage. This cage was originally bought by Shen Yue for Wang Tang and used it when she went out. Wang Tang understood Shen Yue's intentions, and immediately said to the starling in bird language, Shaba, go in and sleep for a while, and then leave tomorrow morning. Yes. King. The black starling heard the order of the king in a daze, struggled to raise his head, and staggered and rolled into the open cage door. Then it tilted its little head and fell asleep while lying directly inside, even snoring slightly in Edison's side. It's so nice to be young. Go to bed when you turn your head down. Wang Tang flew to the living room and found the coin that Shaba brought back. In line with the principle of not wasting, he picked it up with his mouth, flew to the coffee table, stretched out his flexible claws, opened the drawer with a click, and threw the coin in accurately, making a crisp jingle sound. Okay. A lot of money. Shen Yue's eyes were sharp, and she immediately walked over quickly. Are you still hiding a small vault behind my back? She opened the drawer and saw that in addition to the coin Wang Tang had just stuffed in, there were 2 Korean coins in it. Why is there still Korean currency? There is a lot of money. You can't tell me. This money belongs to the dog who robbed it, right? Shen Yue stared at Wang Tang critically. Wang Tang's face did not change color, his heart did not beat, and he replied confidently, here it is. This is from someone. It better be. Shen Yue nodded. She looked at the time. It was getting late, so she walked into the kitchen, put on her apron, and started cooking. Wang Tang did not squat in the kitchen this time, but came to the sofa. Do you want to play with a lot of money again? Seeing Wang Tang squatting next to the tablet, netizens were all happy. It shouldn't be. Do you still want to play games? The king is banned. At this time, Wang Tang looked at the Douyin icon on the tablet. Xian Duo still plans to brush Douyin? Netizens suddenly looked forward to it. Everyone come to place an order. What does Xian Duo like to watch? I bet 50 cents. A lot of money will pay attention to the various pets on Douyin, especially birds. Correct. After all, it is a bird in itself, and I have seen Animal World before. At this time, Wang Tang's claws had been gently placed on the Douyin icon. After strengthening, his strength is very strong, and a little force may shatter the tablet screen, so he should be extra careful. Soon, a short video of Douyin appeared on the tablet screen. The screen lights up, and the first video that plays automatically happens to be a collection of wonderful operations posted by a King of Glory game blogger. The background music is passionate and the skills and special effects are cool. However, Wang Tang only glanced at it, and before even waiting for the video content to unfold, he didn't hesitate to swipe to the left with his small paws. Since Qian Duo was severely beaten in the King's Canyon, he has completely dispelled the charm of the king. After seeing the king's video, he just cut it away. When netizens saw this, they all laughed. Obviously, they all thought of the picture of Wang Tang being abused by the king in the afternoon. You guys said, if Shen Yue saw that her kingship was blocked, what kind of expression would it be like? I can see that I'm going crazy. Chapter 91. A bird can listen to music in a brothel. For copyright reasons, the protagonist has been changed to Shen Yue and Shen Duo. I wish the friends who have swiped this book a lot of money and a lot of blessings. Just as netizens were talking about it, Wang Tang moved his paws to the live broadcast section at the top of the screen. Isn't that right, sir? Do you still want to watch the live broadcast with a lot of money? Seeing this scene, netizens were stunned. It should be just clicked on the live broadcast, right? If a bird can still tell the difference between live broadcast and video, it would be 2 against the sky. That's it. If this is true, then I have lived on a dog for more than 20 years. Seeing this scene, Sabuling hurriedly looked at the 2 experts from the think tank on the side. Professor Bu, do you think Shenwood was switched to the live broadcast channel was intentional, or was it accidental? Bu Heli heard this, took a closer look, and said, from the picture, a lot of money is intentional. Because its claws are very light, it doesn't look like it was touched by mistake. Correct. I also agree with Professor Bu's point of view. Hu Yen nodded, ha. Now neither of the 2 professors dare to easily question the amount of money. Netizens were all happy when they heard the words, ha. The 2 professors have been completely domesticated. Laughing to death, who dares to easily say that a lot of money is a mistake now? Does the face hurt? Professor, question a lot of money, understand a lot of money, and become a fan of a lot of money. At this moment, Wang Tang had already entered a live broadcast room. He took a look. This is a live dance studio. The female anchor is Wang Xiaoyu. She is very beautiful and is about 20 years old. She has a beautiful face and a soft figure. She is wearing a long-sleeved hanfu and is dancing to the accompaniment of a song difficult but her clothes are fluttering, like a dream of fuck. A lot of money actually wants to watch dancing? Seeing Wang Tang enter a live dance studio, they were all surprised. A lot of money and a good vision. This sister paper is very beautiful. I read the introduction. This is still a professional dance anchor. Ha ha ha. I can enjoy more money than I can, and I also listen to music. Wang Tang was mesmerized. Even seeing this, he fluttered his little wings. Look at the amount of money, your eyes are straight. I understand why it likes to watch dancing. Why? Haven't you heard his saying, the more you lack, the more you need? Think about the uncoordinated dance of Xin Yue's limbs. Puff. Take the bamboo shoots. You have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. But it seems to make sense. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu finished a dance. She gasped slightly, gently covered her chest with her hand, smiled sweetly at the camera, and her voice was soft and waxy. Thank you, my family, for your watching and support. If you like Xiaoyu's dance, remember to give Xiaoyu a little praise. At this moment, Wang Tung opened the center of the gift with his small paws in a ghostly manner. No way? Do you still have to give gifts to the dance anchor with a lot of money? Seeing this scene, netizens were dumbfounded. A lot of money. The account you were logging into now belongs to Xin Yue. Ha ha ha. I remembered a famous scene. Dong Zhuo played Diao Chan and asked Lu Bu to pay for it. Under the gaze of countless shocked gazes, Wang Tang's little paws flashed across a group of gift icons, and finally, he pressed the sports car icon without hesitation. Phew, a cool virtual sports car with gorgeous special effects galloped by in Wang Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. Wang Xiaoyu was saying his thanks. Seeing this sudden large reward, he was taken aback for a moment, then covered his mouth in surprise, and his voice increased by an octave. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Xin Yue, for the supercar. Sister Atmosphere. Love you. What a day. After speaking, she also gave a flying kiss to the camera. Wang Xiaoyu obviously regarded the bounty hunter as Xin Yue, the owner of the account. Seeing this scene, netizens were all excited. Fuck. A lot of money really gives gifts. Go. Brothers. Go to Wang Xiaoyu's live room to check the room. If you let her know that the reward is a bird, don't you know what kind of expression it is? Wang Xiaoyu became excited when he saw more and more people coming in from the live broadcast room. She immediately said, family members. Thank you all for your support. If you like Xiaoyu, click the attention in the upper right corner for Xiaoyu. This little fish seems to belong to Xin Yue's school too. At this time, Aokun recognized ITI. In fact, this is normal. After all, Wang Tang clicked into the live broadcast in the same city. At this time, he also saw the rapid rise in popularity of Wang Xiaoyu's live broadcast room. So, Wang Tang turned his bird's eye and thought of a good way to make a whole life. I saw that he stretched out his little paw and clicked the button to apply for Lian Mai. What? Xian Duo still wants to be with the female anchor Lian Mai? This scene shocked netizens even more. Seeing that her eldest sister on the list applied for Lian Mai, Wang Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and directly clicked to agree. However, when she saw the picture on the screen, she was stunned because it was a gray parrot. Wang Xiaoyu's brain went down for 3 seconds, then he tried to squeeze out a smile, trying to comfort himself. Sister Shin, do you use parrot special effects? Pretty cute, huh? As soon as her voice fell, the parrot on the screen tilted its head and uttered a sentence clearly in its iconic, hoarse voice. Can you talk? Wang Xiaoyu? In the live broadcast room, netizens were all happy. 666. The anchor was actually ridiculed by a bird. Ha 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 ha. Taunt ramen. A lot of money. I thought you were just a dumb beauty dancing. Xiaoyu, are you polite? Torture from the soul. The anchor was dumbfounded on the spot. Some unsuspecting ones fired a barrage. This bird, is it a special effect? And netizens in the past of the official live broadcast room were crazy. However, none of them wanted to ruin the effect of the show, so they did not expose Wang Tang one by one. Wang Xiaoyu was stunned for a while, then reacted and nodded immediately. Sister Shin, I'm sorry. I neglect. Sister Shin, if you have any dances you want to see, I will show you next. Wang Tang thought for a while, then asked, can dynamic light waves jump? This dance name surprised netizens even more. Dynamic light waves? Is it the dynamic light wave I think? A lot of money. You really are a rogue parrot. How does it even know this? What does it usually watch? I chuckled. Do you still want to watch the side dance with a lot of money? Can this be watched for free? Fast. Little fish. Meet the requirements of a big bird on the list. Wang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Shin, Xiaoyu generally dances a lot of ancient style dances. If you can't dance well, please forgive me. After speaking, she began to play background music, followed the rhythm of the music, and danced. Not to mention, people look good, and they look good in any dance. Wang Tang saw his little head shaking. Wow. Breathtaking. At this moment, Xin Yue, who was cooking in the kitchen, came out when she saw Wang Tang squatting on the sofa and looking at the tablet. She immediately exclaimed, a lot of money, what are you doing? Xin Yue's face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, went from shock to doubt to disbelief, and finally completely blackened into the bottom of the pot. The air solidified instantly. Wang Tang turned his head stiffly and met Xin Yue's fire-breathing eyes. It's over. Barbecue is here. Chapter 92, Large-Scale Adultery Scene. For copyright reasons, the protagonist has been changed to Xin Yue and Shen Duo. I wish the friends who have swiped this book a lot of money and a lot of blessings. It's Xin Yue's voice. Shen Duo was caught by her. Hearing Xin Yue's iconic voice, the official live broadcast room suddenly boiled over. Xin Yue, is it that I don't dance well? Are you secretly watching other women dance? Xin Yue, you must pay a lot of money to watch you dance for a day and a night. Xin Yue was still wearing an apron, she was holding a spatula in her hand, her eyebrows were upside down, her pretty face walked quickly, her gaze fell on the tablet screen first. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu was still twisting to the dynamic music, and the dense barrage in the live broadcast room was still brushing. Xiaoyu's dance is so beautiful, why didn't the eldest sister stop talking? Seeing this, Xin Yue had a bad premonition in her heart, a lot of money won't be rewarded, right? She quickly checked, and sure enough, in the gift record in the upper right corner of the screen, there was a record of Xin Yue presents Supercar ×1 lying brightly. Seeing this, Xin Yue's blood pressure soared instantly, pointing to the tablet and then to Wang Tong, her voice trembling with anger. You actually used my number to send gifts to the female anchor? Still talking to people? Wang Ting seemed to know that he was in trouble, and carefully moved his paws back, trying to slip off the edge of the sofa. It looked like a child who was caught stealing candy, and even the fluffy feathers clung to his body subconsciously. It's not too much for netizens to watch the excitement, they are as excited as jumping up and down in a melon field. Xin Yue. Look at the amount of money. He wants to slip. This wretched little step, I laughed to death. I think it should be renamed Sheep Duo. Such a good-looking shit-shoveling officer at home didn't look at it, so he was going to see the flirtatious bitch on the internet. Could it be that domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers? As soon as she took a step, Xin Yue found out. She gritted her teeth and said, money. More. More. I usually say at home that I want to give you a dance to relieve your boredom, but you droop your eyelids and say you are not interested or like watching. It's good now, spend money to see the little sister outside dancing vigorously. How? Do you think I can't dance well? You explain to me? Her dangerous gaze was fixed on Wang Tong, with a sense of oppression that the mountain rain was about to come. It turned out that Xin Yue was angry about this. Netizens were immediately happy when they heard the words. As an old fan of Xin Yue, to be fair, I really can't blame a lot. Xin Yue's dance is called a spicy eye. You said, Shen Duo was caught and raped on the spot this time, what punishment will there be? Facing Xin Yue's gaze that was almost spouting fire, Wang Tong, who was self-aware but not egged by the bird, stiffened her neck and stubbed her hair, suffocating a shocking sentence. Guan. You. Fart. Thing. The characters are round and sonorous as fuck. Wang Tang's reply immediately made the netizens in the live broadcast room very happy. A lot of money is really hard. In Sichuan and Chongqing, a lot of money monopolizes 8 fights, He Chang has 1 fight, and other men share 1 fight. The Stone Hammer. Xian Duo is the last backbone of Sichuan and Chongqing. Facing the Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus, he dares to be tough. Xin Yue obviously didn't expect Wang Tang to be so arrogant when he'd obtained the stolen goods. She was so angry that she almost didn't come up in one breath, and she didn't care about the spatula anymore. She just stretched out her hand and grabbed Wang Tang's slender neck. Today, she had to show this lawless inverse a little color. However, instead of kneeling down and begging for mercy, Wang Tang stepped back flexibly, stretched out a wing, hooked at Xin Yue mockingly, and at the same time pulled his throat to provoke again. You come ah. That tone, that demeanor, is so cheap that people's teeth itch. Ouch. I'm going. Netizens were not happy. A lot of money weighs a caddy, and 9 are all anti-bone. This bird owes too much. I want to rush into the screen to help Xin Yue hold it down. At this time, the BGM in Wang Xiaoyu's live broadcast room disappeared. She stopped dancing, looked at the screen, and found that the parrot special effects had disappeared. She only heard a rapid female voice and bird calls, and asked cautiously, Sister Shen? Are you okay over there? Xin Yue took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, walked to the tablet, and squeezed out a smile that was more ugly than crying into the camera. Sorry, Xiaoyu, it was my parrot who accidentally touched the tablet just now, which caused you trouble. Trouble. She felt a fever in her cheeks. You can't say that even my parrot loves to watch you dance, right? Do I? Xin Yue don't want face parrots? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes widened in an instant, his mouth opened into an O shape, his face was incredible, the barrage in her live broadcast room was even more like being put into a depth charge, and the pot exploded in an instant. Fuck. It turns out it's really a parrot. I thought it was special effects. This bird was all the ones who gave rewards, Lian Mai, and ordered dances just now? This is too outrageous. So just now Qian Duo asked, can you talk? Is it the real bird asking? My brain is buzzing. Wang Xiaoyu was stunned for a while before he reacted, and quickly waved his hand. It's okay. Sister Shen, your parrot is too smart, isn't it? You can actually watch the live broadcast and brush gifts. She was half polite and half really surprised. After living for 20 years, this is the first time Wang Xiaoyu has seen such a humane parrot. Xin Yue smiled embarrassedly, and was about to say something more, but found that Wang Tang in the corner of the sofa, taking advantage of Xin Yue's distraction, had already slipped off the sofa quietly, pursing her bird's ass, stealing her head and turning her head in one step. Move quickly in the direction of the balcony. That sneaky, small appearance that I thought was unknowable to God, simply interpreted guilty of being a thief to the extreme. Money. More. You dare to run. Xin Yue's anger that she had just suppressed came out again in a huff, and she didn't care about her image anymore, so she chased after her legs. In the living room, a human bird chase with chickens flying and dogs jumping was suddenly staged. Taking advantage of his small size and flying ability, Wang Tang jumped flexibly between the sofa, coffee table, and TV cabinet. He stopped from time to time, turned his head, and once again stretched his tone provocatively at Xin Yue, who was panting and chasing him. You come ah. The appearance of being extremely badly beaten was clearly transmitted to Wang Xiaoyu's live broadcast room and the official live broadcast room through the microphone that was still on, which amused people on both sides. Xin Yue's breasts are full of air. Wang Xiaoyu covered his mouth and trembled with laughter. The previous embarrassment was swept away, leaving only the joy of watching the play to eye in the official live broadcast room. Netizens are not too busy watching the excitement. Shin Yue, come on. Take out the domineering look of your Sichuan Chongqing girl. Catch it. Have braced Parrot tonight. If I were Shin Yue, I would close the door on the balcony now. Come to catch birds in an urn. Chapter 93, you even believe what birds say, how stupid, ouch. No more. I can't run anymore. Shin Yue was leaning on the edge of the coffee table, bent over, her chest heaving violently, her fair cheeks were flushed with sweat, and a few strands of hair were stuck to her forehead by sweat, making her look embarrassed and cute. She panted and pointed her white fingers at the arrogant gray parrot across the coffee table. A lot of money. You wait for me. Good morning. Good morning. I'm here again. I'm over again. You come and beat me up. Wang Tung deliberately jumped on the coffee table and performed a bird-style sliding step on the smooth coffee table surface. His little paws flapped sideways, and his gray wings fluttered twice from time to time, his little eyes full of provocation. The cute look made the barrage in the live broadcast room explode instantly. Puff, ha. A lot of money is in this position, and it's a lot of coquettish. This bird is too cheap. But what should I do if I love so much? Substitute for the anchor, I'm already angry. Blood pressure is up. I can't talk or talk, I can't run or run, and I can't bear to fight. Shin Yue is really miserable. A lot of money, I just like the way you don't like me and can't get rid of me. Shin Yue looked at Wang Tang's bird-like look of the villain's ambition, and completely gave up the idea of solving it by force. She straightened up, deliberately flattened her face, and snorted, forget it. Good women don't fight birds. I'm going to eat. Some disobedient bird is there to play hide and seek with yourself. After speaking, she pretended not to care, turned around and walked in the direction of the kitchen, who knew that as soon as Shin Yue's voice fell, a gray shadow whooshed past her head, her wings fluttering with a gust of wind, blowing the hair between her forehead. Wang Tang landed accurately on the placemat in the center of the dining table. He stood upright with his head held high, as if he were the master of this family waiting for dinner. Hey! What are you doing here? I didn't invite you again. Shin Yue smiled angrily by Wang Tang's flowing and unceremonious operation, and stood at the dining table with her waist crossed, unable to cry or laugh. Netizens are also happy, ha. When I heard that there was food, a lot of money was delivered to the door by myself. A lot of money, I'm on the table by my ability. The thickness of this skin is comparable to the corner of the city wall. Standing on the dining table, facing Shin Yue's question, Wang Tang was not ashamed at all, but tilted his head and showed her an extremely human and flattering hee smirk. Are you laughing? It's no use for you to laugh. Anyway, there is no yours today. Shin Yue looked up at the ceiling, trying to maintain the authority of her master. However, before she finished speaking, Wang Tang suddenly had an idea and started his performance. I saw his two little paws began to step rhythmically on the placemat, his little butt twisted, his wings spread slightly to maintain his balance, and he actually danced. While Wang Tang was dancing, he used his unique, hoarse voice to sing affectionately. Shoei. Do you know how much I love you? This funny appearance directly fills up the live broadcast effect. Oh shit. Can you sing and dance rap with a lot of money? There is a saying that this beat, which fits perfectly, is much better than what I sang. A lot of money, for the sake of food, I don't want bird face anymore. Shin Yue was also made to laugh by Wang Tang's sudden talent show, and the pretended anger just now disappeared in an instant. She glared at Wang Tang angrily, her eyes full of helplessness and pettiness. You. Wasn't it pretty tough just now? Now you know that you are selling well? Shin Yue glared at Wang Tang angrily, deliberately straightened her face, cleared her throat, and took out a posture of torture. A lot of money. The palace is now asking you a question. If you answer correctly, I will allow you to eat at the table. Say. Who is the smartest and most beautiful girl in the world? Shan Yue. Shan Yue. A cunning light flashed in Wang Tang Bird's eyes, and he replied loudly in an extremely clear and round voice. When Shin Yue heard this, she laughed with a puff, her eyes instantly bent into beautiful crescent-shaped teeth, and her heart was as sweet as honey. She stretched out her fingers and tapped Wang Tang's little head lightly. For the sake of your honesty, let you go to the table to eat? Shin Yue was in a good mood, humming a song, and happily turned into the kitchen to bring the cooked food. At this moment, Wang Tang fluttered his wings, flew to the sofa, looked at Wang Xiaoyu on the tablet, and quacked with a smile. I lied to you. You believe everything a bird says. His small appearance of being carried away after the plan succeeded was clearly transmitted to Wang Xiaoyu and all netizens in the live broadcast room through the camera. Puff. Fuck. One set in person and one set behind? A lot of money. You little scumbag bird. So well played. Shin Yue, after all, I paid by mistake, ha. Wang Xiaoyu was on the other end of the screen, and was so amused by this reversal that he leaned forward and patted the table with a smile. Wang Tang didn't forget to continue his socializing, stretched out a wing, and waved at the camera like a human hand. Beauty. Remember. I will often come to find a lot of fun in the future. Good, good. I will definitely come to see you when I have time. Wang Xiaoyu nodded again and again with a smile. Then you are so embarrassed to come empty-handed. Wang Tang answered confidently, blinking his little eyes. All kinds of fruits, look at them and buy them. I like expensive food a lot. Ouch, my mother. He also knows to ask for gifts. Not only do you want gifts, but you also specify expensive ones. A lot of money, your abacus beads are about to collapse on my face. This bird is nowhere to be seen at all. Advanced stage of social T syndrome. Seeing Shin Yue coming out of the dining tray, Wang Tang immediately stretched out her paws, hung up the live broadcast, and then instantly returned to a well-behaved squatting posture. Netizens are happy again. The hand speed is so fast. Destroy the evidence. On the self-cultivation of actors, married men learn a little bit. If you have a lot of money, are you still afraid to kneel on the washboard at home? After this episode, Shin Yue and Wang Tang had dinner together. Netizens in the live broadcast room also went to dinner one after another. After dinner, Shin Yue leaned comfortably on the sofa, picked up the tablet, and murmured, "I finally filled up the credit score yesterday, and I must get a wave of points today." She skillfully opened the icon of the King's Glory, however, after a few seconds. What's going on? Shin Yue sat up straight, staring roundly, staring at the prompt box on the screen in disbelief. "Your account has been blocked due to violations." The expression on her face instantly changed from leisurely to complete ignorance. Cherry's small mouth opened slightly. She repeatedly withdrew and re-entered, rubbed her eyes and looked again. The ruthless ban prompt on the screen still exists. Chapter 94. Do you know that a ditch will become popular? Look at Shin Yue's expression. The fruit on the tree of ignorance, you and me under the tree of ignorance. Shin Yue passed into the camera with a confused expression on her face, and netizens were all overjoyed. She even felt that her memory was messed up. "I have experienced this kind of thing. After being kicked out of the game, I can't even view the game information in the history. Hey! Am I crossing over?" Shin Yue felt her brain buzzing. On the side, Wang Tang buried his little head in the sofa cushion and shook it. Obviously, he couldn't laugh. Netizens are not happy either. Look at the amount of money. It is about to suffocate internal injuries. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. It is the culprit. A lot of money. Shin Yue finally recovered from the huge confusion and shouted with tears, "My number, it seems to have a bug." When Wang Tang heard this, his shoulders shook even more severely. "I remember." Before Qian Duo returned to the game, even the messages on the site were emptied. Some netizens remembered Wang Tang's previous operation, really convinced. Qian Duodu's modus operandi. Shin Yue, a Mongolian drum player, at this moment, she wants to break her head, but she can't figure out how her game account was blocked. Watch the live broadcast. Watch the live broadcast. Wang Tang jumped onto Shin Yue's shoulders and arched her face with her little head. "All right. Watch the live broadcast for a while." Shin Yue was tickled by the rubbing, and finally gave up looking for the truth for the time being. She stretched out her hand and touched Wang Tang's smooth feather, and sighed helplessly. After exiting the king, she turned on Douyin and soon entered a king live broadcast room. On the side, Wang Tang was unhappy, and kept jumping on the side. "Look at the dance. Watch the dance. Melon baby. You know a shovel. Mom is learning technology." Shin Yue glanced at Wang Tang and said dissatisfied, "The king dog doesn't even play. Dogs don't play." Wang Tang remembered his experience in the afternoon and said angrily, "Hey? How do you feel, seeing the king? You are more angry than me." Shin Yue couldn't help but look at Wang Tang suspiciously. 666. A woman's sixth sense is so accurate. Netizens in the live broadcast room began to post barrage. "A lot of money has exposed the feet of the chicken." Wang Tang Bird's body shook, realizing that he had overreacted. He was silent for an instant, and his eyes began to drift erratically. Shin Yue narrowed her beautiful eyes, pulled Wang Tang off her shoulders, and raised it to her eyes, the tip of her nose almost touching his beak. "Money more. You tell your mother the truth. My king number, did you do it?" Facing the interrogation close at hand, Wang Tang gave full play to the spirit of dead birds are not afraid of boiling water. As soon as the bird's eyes closed, her neck stretched out, and her legs kicked, she performed a violent death on the spot directly in her hand, pretending to be dead. "It was extremely silky, okay? While my mother was away, you actually harmed my game number." When Shin Yue saw Wang Tang's appearance, she knew that the case had been solved. However, she looked at Wang Tang as a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water, and she couldn't help it this moment. Wang Tang squinted a bird's eye, quietly stretched out a paw, shrank his nails, and slid cautiously on the tablet screen. The next moment, the screen switches. A little sister wearing a sexy uniform and dancing hotly appeared on the screen, making various difficult movements around a steel pipe, with a hot figure and a sultry dance. Seeing this passionate scene, Wang Tang's other eye also instantly widened. He just raised the bird's head, which was still dead, and stared at the screen tightly. The bird's eyes flashed with the light of seeking knowledge, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "If there is a ditch, there will be fire." 666. A lot of money also knows that if there is a ditch, there will be fire. Netizens were all happy when they heard the words, "a lot of money." Who did you learn these tiger and wolf words from? This aesthetics, this focus, absolutely. It's a mature rogue parrot. LSP's solid hammer in the bird. The strong never complain about the environment. Caught in the hands of the master, I haven't forgotten to learn. Shin Yue was taken aback for a moment, then reacted. Her pretty face instantly flushed, ashamed and annoyed. She buckled the tablet on the sofa. "A lot of money. You are a parrot. What are you doing with these?" Wang Tang's vision was blocked, and he was so anxious that he fluttered in her hand. "It looks good to dance. It looks good to dance." That little look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to get into the crevice of the sofa and pull out the tablet. "Ugh. Looking at your wretched look, the Haratsi is about to flow out." Shin Yue looked at his worthless appearance and shook her head with tears and laughter. She decided that she couldn't let this rogue parrot pollute her eyes anymore, so she grabbed his two little paws and lifted him upside down like a roast chicken. "It's getting late. Take a shower with mom. Wash the yellow waste in your head for you." As Shin Yue said, she neatly took off the miniature camera of the program group worn by Wang Tang. "Huh? Don't have to watch it anymore. It's coming to the wonderful place. Don't turn off the anchor. I can't bear to have a lot of money. It's more interesting than the anchor of the dance area." The netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly wailed, "Upstairs, I don't know what abacus you played yet. That's it. Is the content of Shin Yue's bath available to watch without paying? I envy you a lot of money. It still looks reluctant to see it. Upon seeing this, the host immediately went online with professionalism and closed the show with a smile. It seems that a lot of money will be here for today's live broadcast. But don't go in a hurry, it's still early. Let's go to the live broadcast rooms of other cute pets and see what they are doing. At this time, on the screen, a netizen posted a barrage. Teacher saw. I have something to go out this afternoon. Can you broadcast the live broadcast? Ha? Do you want to watch the live broadcast? Sabuling was a little surprised when he heard the words because, at this time, there are still programs in other cute pet live broadcast rooms. For example, in the live broadcast room of King Dongbai, it's time to bathe King Dongbai Dai in the Zhixing live broadcast room. The two Bianmu were also fighting with the owner Dai in the past. These pictures could attract a lot of attention, correct? Teacher saw, I came late and missed the live broadcast in the morning. I want to make up for it. More netizens said they wanted to watch the live broadcast. Good. This is the arrangement. Sabling nodded. After he put the live broadcast back online, he took two experts from the think tank and started a tour of commentary in various live broadcast rooms. However, after experiencing the baptism of Qian Duodwa's live broadcast room, the threshold of these viewers has been raised. For example, the briquettes are simulating talking to the owner. This black cat is very cute, and its most distinctive feature is that it can simulate speech with the sound of a cat's bark. For example, it's called Mom, and some simple vocabulary. If it had been before, at this time, there would definitely be a lot of spectators in the live broadcast room. However, a lot of money can communicate with the owner without obstacles, and the words spoken can make people laugh. The little skill of briquettes was overshadowed by a lot of money. Even the explanation of Sabuling felt boring and boring. The audience that followed him was also quickly lost. Slipped away. Let me continue to review Qian Duodwa's live broadcast. Cute, in front of the cheap with a lot of money, it's worthless. Although I know it's not easy to pull and step on, that's the truth. After staying in the briquettes live broadcast room for a while, Sabuling took the only remaining viewers to the Bianmu live broadcast room. At this moment, Master Zhixing is playing an arithmetic game with it. What is 1 plus 2 equal to? Chapter 95, Counting the Harvest, Level 2, Wang. 1. When Bianmu Zhixing heard the master's question, he immediately raised his head and yelled at the camera 3 times. His voice was loud, and his eyes were shining with wisdom. Good dog. Awesome. Mom's good boy. Master Zhixing smiled and rubbed Zhixing's head vigorously, and the pride in his tone almost overflowed the screen. Today's Zhixing performed exceptionally well behaved and cooperative, as if he knew that important guests were watching. I in the barrage, Zhixing's loyal fans are also proud. Zhixing is too smart. Hurry up and send it to school, don't delay for a minute. Oh my god. Is this a dog? This is obviously a math teacher. Oh my god. Too smart. I really want to steal a dog. Are there any groups? Master Zhixing knew that the host had entered the live broadcast room, waiting for his highlight commentary. Sabuling had been baptized by a lot of money at this moment, and at this moment, he only felt embarrassed. But after all, he is a professional host, and a professional smirk instantly piled up on his face, skillfully throwing hot potatoes to the think tank. Ahem. Zhixing's performance is as stable and outstanding as ever. So Professor Hu, next, please analyze Zhixing's behavior from a professional perspective. This, Bu Heli turned the thermos cup in his hand, feeling that the words in his head were poor, and for a while, he couldn't think of how to praise it. Hu Yan smiled slightly. Zhixing's performance is absolutely outstanding among the dog guests in this issue. 666. Teacher who is still thick-skinned enough. Netizens heard the words and posted a barrage one after another. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. However, Professor Hu is not wrong. Among the dog guests in this issue, Zhixing is indeed the first. Ha ha ha. Isn't there just one dog in this issue of cute pet guests? At this time, in the live broadcast room, a netizen coldly sent out a barrage. A lot of money is offline, and there are hundreds of thousands of people watching the replay in its live broadcast room. Seeing this barrage, the corners of Master Zhixing's mouth twitched. He thought he would find a chance when Qian Duodua went offline. However, he glanced at the popularity rankings. No. Not at all, because the number of people watching the live broadcast in the Qian Duodua live broadcast room is 10 times higher than the number of people online in the other live broadcast rooms combined. Zhixing's loyal fans saw the barrage and launched the barrage angrily. It's so late, there are still hundreds of thousands of people watching. Is Ying Bing crossing the border? That's it. Brushing the data is also a bit more reliable. It's time for the program team official to take care of it too. Counting on the official management? Isn't that Parrot just picked up by the program group? Before the broadcast, there was a pilot trailer. On the first day of the broadcast, the host spent most of the time explaining it. Shady. There is definitely shady. At this time, in the live broadcast room, a netizen with a fan rating of more than 20 spoke. Brothers, don't be so excited, a lot of money is really worth seeing by so many people. When the black fan saw it, this turned out to be Zhixing's eldest brother, and even he ran away. Soon, more netizens wearing the Zhixing fan brand appeared, all of whom were familiar faces. Don't be prejudiced against a lot of money. I have also watched Zhixing for a long time, and I like Zhixing very much, but a lot of money is too much work. It's really poisonous. Entering its live broadcast room is like being lowered to the ground, and you can't get out at all. If you think we are bragging, you can just take a look at the replay by yourself. That's all I have to say. The black fans who had been clamoring the most fiercely before saw this, and their momentum instantly weakened. Good. After Zhixing is broadcast, I will go to watch it. Everything is based on facts. If it is an exaggeration, I will definitely post on Weibo to expose the shady nature of the show. I'm going now. Brothers, wait for my news. As a result, there were not many viewers, but there were a lot fewer. Moreover, after these people left, they never came back. Seeing this scene, Master Zhixing's hanging heart was completely dead. At this moment, Lu Dao couldn't close his legs with a smile, kept walking around the studio. The record is broken. The record is broken. The total viewing time on the first day of the broadcast, the highest number of people online at the same time, interactive data, comprehensively broke the records of all previous seasons. The other staff members of the program group were also flushed and excited, as if they had seen the bonus beckoning to them. Only the elder brother in charge of publicity and post-editing, with a pair of panda eyes and a bitter face. This is a lot of money for one day of live broadcast, and there are more materials than in the previous season. Cut it out. Cut it all out for me. Director Lu emphasized loudly, didn't you watch Vanama? They seized the opportunity and went straight to a wave of hot searches. This is a heat that can't be bought for tens of millions. Correct. Xianduo's famous scenes are all very top-notch, and a little investment can attract a large number of people to watch. Other senior executives also agreed. The only worry now is, can we maintain this output tomorrow with a lot of money? I'm afraid of driving high and walking low, with a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Some people have also raised cautious concerns. Don't worry. It still has a lot of unique skills that haven't been taken out yet. Director Lu was full of confidence when he heard this. At this moment, lying on the soft big bed, Wang Tang did not fall asleep with excitement. He opened the system panel. Relook at the panel. Host, Wang Tang, race, African gray parrot, grade, first grade, physique, 100, spirit, 60, power, 58, agility, 100, lucky, 100, popularity, 2509527 skills, flying LV3, climbing LV3, simulated pronunciation max advanced skills, language LV2, skill points, 25, on the first day of variety show, 2.5 million. People gained popularity? This is really better than the usual live broadcast. When Wang Tang saw the popularity column, he couldn't help but stop breathing because, all day long, he didn't know how hot he was. He didn't expect to open the blind box and directly draw 2.5 million popularity points. After calculating it, it would take 82 attribute points to raise all the attributes to the first order limit, so Wang Tang directly issued instructions. Redeem 82 attribute points. It takes 820,000 popularity points to redeem 82 attribute points. Do you confirm the operation? Confirm. Congratulations to the host. Deduct 820,000 popularity points and successfully redeem 82 attribute points. As the system tone fell, the popularity value on the light screen instantly became 1689527, with 82 more attribute points. After the attribute points were in hand, Wang Tang immediately started to add points. First, he spent 40 points to directly fill up his spirit, and then, he spent 42 points to fill up his strength. As the attributes are all upgraded to full, in the rank column, the words advanced can appear. Wang Tang immediately checked with his mind. To advance to the second level, you need to consume 500,000 popularity points. Advance now. Wang Tang immediately issued advanced instructions. Humph. Wang Tang felt as if there was an invisible Hongzhong Dalu ringing in his mind, and the system panel was instantly covered by dazzling golden light. In the next moment, a warm current far more majestic and purer than when he was promoted from level 0 to level 1 emerged from nothingness, like a gentle tide, washing and baptizing every inch of his feathers, every bone, and every cell over and over again. Wang Tang could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a rebirth-like change, and his strength, speed, and spiritual perception were all soaring frantically at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 96 Mina discovers treasure. After the strengthening is over, Wang Tang checks the system panel again. Host, Wang Tang, race, African gray parrot, grade, second grade, physique, 300 spirit, 300 power, 300 agility, 300 lucky, 100 popularity, 1689527 skills, flying LV3, climbing LV3, simulated pronunciation max, advanced skills, language LV2, skill points, 25, fuck. Even Wang Tang had been mentally prepared for a long time, and he was so shocked by the skyrocketing data that he almost jumped from Xinyue's arms. The four main attributes of physique, spirit, strength, and agility have soared directly from 100 to 300. Where is this promotion? This is simply a reshaping of the bird's body. Soaring in place, Wang Tang moved his paws subconsciously, feeling that the soft quilt under his feet seemed to have turned into fragile paper, and it seemed that he could tear it apart with a little force. He listened intently, and even the sound of applause from the neighbor's house next door, and the sound of birds fighting on the leaves dozens of meters away from the window, were clearly distinguishable. Wang Tang had a strong premonition at this moment. If he met his first order self and scratched it with one paw, he might be able to directly send the weak chicken version of himself back to his hometown. Is this the qualitative change brought about by crossing a large level? Too overbearing. Wang Tang was ecstatic. Not only that, he was also keenly aware that in the depths of his body, there was an extremely weak but intelligent strange energy. System prompts will appear in time. Psionic energy, 1 unit. At present, the world's aura has not yet recovered, and psionic abilities can be obtained through the transformation of consumption popularity. Psionic energy? Is this the seed of extraordinary power in the future? Wang Tang suppressed the urge to try immediately, fearing that Xinyue would be hurt by her out-of-control strength. Now that the cost of conversion is unknown, the popularity value should be kept first, in case of a rainy day. The second talent is the reconnaissance talent, and it is also an auxiliary talent. Wang Tang noticed that as he broke through to the second level, the second talent ability also awakened, which was the Eye of the Spirit Eagle. This is the ability acquired after the comprehensive strengthening of various attributes. The Eye of the Spirit Parrot greatly strengthened and alienated the parrot's innate excellent vision and hearing, allowing it to observe details that ordinary people cannot perceive. This is not obtained out of thin air, but his innate vision and hearing as a parrot. which are amazingly alienated after the full strengthening of his attributes. Perceiving this new talent carefully, Wang Tang's beak was almost grinning to the roots of his ears. First, dynamic vision enhancement. In Wang Tang's field of vision, the mosquito flying fast in the dark night is moving as slowly as a movie at this moment, and even the trajectory of its wing vibration is clearly discernible. Second, microvision. Wang Tang tried to focus his gaze on the quilt, and the texture of the fabric fibers instantly magnified, and he could even see the fine dust particles that were stained and almost invisible to the naked eye. This is simply a bird-shaped microscope. Third, super sensitive hearing. The noisy noise of the city outside the window seemed to be classified in Wang Tang's ears at this moment. He could easily separate the sound of car horns in the distance, the conversation of residents downstairs, and even Xin Yue's steady breathing and heartbeat, and lock in anyone he wanted to pay attention to a sound source. This talent, used to solve cases and find lost objects, is simply even more powerful. After Wang Tang became familiar with the second day of Fu, various uses had already appeared in his mind. At this moment, Xin Yue, who was holding him in her arms, turned over in her sleep, closed her arms, hugged Wang Tang tighter into her arms, and uttered a vague dream in her mouth. Duo, you are so amazing. Feeling the girl's warm embrace and unconscious dependence, Wang Tang's mood that had just been agitated by the skyrocketing strength calmed down strangely, and a soft smile that he hadn't even noticed flashed in the bird's eyes. Although I don't say anything, I'm still praising me when I talk in my sleep. He stopped tossing and settled down in the exclusive, gentle township with peace of mind, accompanied by the girl's uniform breathing, and fell asleep the next day. The official live broadcast room of Cute Pets rushing forward. Time, 7:30 in the morning. The first person to appear in the camera is still the host, who is not working out. He glanced at the live broadcast room and found that at this time, the number of people online had soared to 150,000. Sabuling couldn't help laughing. Audience. Friends. Hello everyone. Welcome to Cute Pets rushing forward. Today, I will take you to continue to pay attention to the wonderful performances of the 6 cute pets. When netizens heard the words, they immediately posted a barrage. Teacher Sa quickly opened the Qian Duo live broadcast room. I want to see Qian Duo. Last night, I stayed up late and finished watching the live broadcast of A Lot of Money. This bird is amazing. That's it. Breakfast without a lot of money is incomplete. I have to watch it for a while before I go to work. Seeing the barrage, Sabuling couldn't help but smile on his face. So you all came here for a lot of money, right? I thought I had such a great charm. Sad. However, he still opened Qian Duo's live broadcast room as soon as possible. In the living room, there was silence, and in the bird cage, the starling was still asleep. The raccoon cat is also in the cat litter. It's a pity. A Lot of Money hasn't gotten up yet. Sabuling glanced at the picture and said with a smile, let's take a look at other Cute Pet Live studios first. As the picture changed, the wolf appeared in the picture, and it was training with the trainer. Netizens have launched a barrage. Wolf is really self-disciplined. I have read the relevant information. After the wolf retired, he also captured a thief. The most amazing thing is that when the national anthem is played on TV, the wolf can't help but raise one paw to salute. Soon, the time was almost 8 o'clock, and netizens urged one after another, Teacher Sa, quickly transfer back to the live broadcast room with A Lot of Money. At this point, Xin Yue must be going to school. Correct. Wonderful, not to be missed. Ha ha ha. This scene is like chasing a drama when I was a kid, and the card point is transferred back to the channel, for fear of missing a second. Sabuling immediately said to the director, teacher, hurry back to Qian Duo's live broadcast room, the audience can't wait. Not to mention them, even I am very much looking forward to Qian Duo's performance today. The director immediately switched the live broadcast footage. In an instant, I came to Qian Duo's live broadcast room. However, at this time, Xin Yue has not yet appeared in the live broadcast room. The raccoon cat's silver baby crawled out of the cat litter and was doing sit-ups with his feet on the cat litter. Haha. Baby Yin is trying to work hard secretly, and it's a blockbuster. The dispute between the sons of the world has always been like this. You said, does Yin Beobeo want to compete for favor with Qian Duo now, or with Xin Yue? At this moment, with a squeak, the bedroom door opened. Xin Yue wore a bit messy but still difficult to hide her stunning hair, and she changed into a brand new JK uniform. Looking youthful and beautiful, she came to the living room with a gray parrot in her arms. Xin Yue hurriedly picked up the miniature camera and put it on Wang Tang, muttering, I'm going to be late. Going to be late. After doing this, she picked up her bag and hurriedly went out. Wang Tang first glanced at the raccoon cat exercising next to the cat litter, and then fixed his gaze on the starling bird in the bird cage. He fluttered his wings, flew to the bird cage, and opened the cage door with a clatter of his paws. The sleeping starling was awakened and opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw that it was Wang Tang, an excited spirit stood up in an instant, pulling his throat and shouting respectfully in that weird tone, the king. Long live the king. Well, Wang Tang put on all his panache and said in bird language, it's dawn, the sun is shining on your ass, it's time to go out to work. Upon seeing this, the starling jumped up and down on the crossbar with excitement, and shouted flatteringly in his mouth, the king is wise. King Shenwu. Wang Tang didn't bother to listen to it flatter, picked up the box full of bird food, flew to the balcony, and spread the food evenly on the open space. He didn't want this foodie to dirty the living room while eating and pulling. Thank you, king. Thank you, king. The starling rushed out happily and pecked fiercely. Wang Tang returned to the living room, opened the drawer, picked up the coin from yesterday, came to the balcony, and asked in bird language, Xiaoba, where did you find this money? The starling raised his head covered with food crumbs and replied without hesitation, I picked it up. Picked it up. Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. This time it was not a grab, there are many more in that place. At this moment, the starling bird added another sentence. Oh? A lot? When Wang Tang heard this, his eyes lit up. The previous laziness and randomness were swept away, and the whole bird entered a state of high excitement. He even jumped forward involuntarily, staring at the starling tightly. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this, they immediately fired a barrage. Where's the bird language translator? Come and translate, what did the starling just say? Duo's eyes lit up. Looking at Duo's expression, he definitely found a treasure. Starling, yo West. This thing, there is a big drop. Duo, get rich. A lot of money, when did you become the richest man among the birds? Just today. Chapter 97 Rush for the Money, Little 8. Wang Tang put on an old-fashioned appearance, put a small paw on the jet-black back of the starling, and said solemnly, you have seen it too, I have a lot of birds to raise here, and the task of generating income will be left to you. Later, I will call all the cooked birds, go with you, and pick up all the money. The more, the better. Feeling the heavy trust and pressure of the king, the starling trembled his feathers with excitement, and immediately straightened his shiny black body, pulling his slightly hoarse broken gone throat, quack. Don't worry, king. Guaranteed to complete the task. Ga. Go through fire and water, do whatever you want. Ga. Wang Tang immediately flew to the windowsill and screamed outside. A series of bird words, there are the sounds of sparrows, the sounds of black thrushes, and the sounds of larks. After a while, fluttering, birds flew towards the balcony. Perhaps it was too excited, or perhaps it was a natural stupidity. The two fat black thrushes in the lead straightened their eyes when they saw the box of bird food on the ground that symbolized this imperial food. They were so excited that they forgot to slow down, like two small out-of-control bombers, which slammed straight into the flower pot on the edge of the balcony. Boom. Boom. Two muffled noises, the force of the impact was so fierce that the flower pot shook 3 times. The two black thrushes stared at Jinxing and lay upright on the ground, their little paws twitching slightly a puff. Seeing this funny scene, the audience in the live broadcast room all laughed. It's so nice to be young, go to bed when you turn your head down. Nothing wrong. Where did you fall asleep? Black thrush, even gold glows, but I am Lao Tai, don't worry, I will make a fool of myself. Wang Tang glanced at the two black thrushes who made a fool of themselves in public, and almost turned his back in anger. The feathers on his chest swelled visibly to the naked eye. These two stupid birds. The rest of the birds stared at the bird food in the box, their eyes straightened. After all, most of them had just come out of the nest early in the morning and were still hungry. The king is auspicious. Warm horse. In order to show their enthusiasm and cultural literacy, the two newly arrived magpies fluttered their wings and said auspicious words in their throats. When Wang Tang heard the warm horse, the bird's beak was crooked. He rushed forward with a bird step, raised his wings, snapped, and slapped the magpie who took the lead in swearing. What happened to the king today? The slapped magpie rolled around on the ground for half a circle, and raised his head in a daze, his small eyes full of great doubts and grievances. It didn't understand how the auspicious words of human beings that he had clearly said angered the king. Wang Tang was still thinking about making money, and temporarily let go of the two magpies who disobeyed him, but raised a paw and began to draw a grand blueprint. When the birds heard Wang Tang's words, they all said that they would definitely complete the task. After the brief swearing and meeting, the birds were excited and expressed their desire to work hard for the king to make money. Wang Tang nodded in satisfaction. He broke his paws to count. There are 80 birds here, and one bird only gets one back a day, which is 80 yuan a day. A week is 800, and a month is 8,000, in a year, not more than 8 million? At that time, don't talk about buying bird food, it's enough to sell a villa, so Wang Tang generously spread all the bird food in the box on the ground. Eat. Give it all to me. When you are full, you have the strength to work. In the live broadcast room, netizens were completely boiling. Duo. Who did you learn this financial management from? 8 million a year? There are so many, then I won't go to work. Ha ha ha. Our company still lacks an accountant, so a lot of money is suitable. Ask Duo to be an accountant? Then your boss has a judgment in this life. If you don't say it first, right, just say it soon or not? Even Sabu Ling couldn't help laughing. He saw the gray parrot's small black eyes shining with wisdom in the picture. For a while, he couldn't tell whether it was serious or pretending to be. Buheli commented, a lot of money is just a bird, it's normal to make a mistake. It may not be able to tell how many days a week there are. It's normal to make a miscalculation. This just proves that the IQ of parrots is limited. Correct. Professor Bu's analysis is very reasonable. In the barrage, some netizens agreed. At this time, the birds had already eaten up the bird food on the ground. Wang Tang stretched out a wing and ordered loudly, go. My people. The future of the empire is on your shoulders. Thump, under the leadership of the starling, the birds flew out of the balcony. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was itchy like a cat scratching. Where will the starling go to make money? With so many birds at a time, there must be a lot of money in that place. There is a lot of money, but it's still coins. I seem to have thought of a place. Upstairs, don't sell it, where the hell is it? Seeing that netizens were guessing enthusiastically, Sabuling also looked at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, where do you think it will be? Bu Heli thought for a while, then tentatively said, is it a supermarket cashier? All Lin Bei can think of is here. On the side, Hu Yen touched the beard on his chin and smiled inscrutably. I guess this place has something to do with the temple. What? Temple? Netizens were puzzled when they heard Hu Yan's words. However, some people reacted, it's not the Trevi Fountain, is it? 666. If it's really here, there are really a lot of coins. The starling took so many birds to the Trevi Fountain to fish for coins? This picture is so beautiful, I can't imagine it. Stop talking. I am already looking forward to the perspective of passers-by. At this moment, Wang Tang didn't know the destination of the starling. He looked around and found that there was no breakfast prepared at home. So Wang Tang came to the coffee table, opened the drawer, and took out the remaining change from yesterday. Look. A lot of money is going shopping again. Netizens were immediately excited when they saw this scene. Sure enough, after Wang Tang put the change in the bag, he grabbed it with his paws, fluttered his wings, and flew outside. Sabuling immediately confessed to the director, "Director teacher, hurry up." Switch to the camera on Xian Duoduo's body. The director immediately switched, and in an instant, the live broadcast screen changed from the third perspective to the first perspective again. This time, Wang Tingfei's speed was as steady as ever. Netizens have speculated one after another. You said, where will a lot of money go? So early, it should be a breakfast shop, right? I remember that Xin Yue took Xin Tutor to the bun shop to eat buns before. Maybe it would be a bun shop. At this moment, Wang vacated the community, came to the shopping plaza, and flew straight to a Angela food store. This is a bakery chain. Do you want to eat bread with a lot of money? Netizens reacted when they saw the name of the store. That's the name of the bakery? The boss is afraid that he is not a King Ashes player. Chapter 98. Xian Duoduo calls me handsome. It is the morning rush hour, and the bakery is crowded with people, and the air is filled with the seductive aroma of freshly baked bread. The customers are carefully selecting in front of the dazzling windows, and the shop assistants are so busy that they are not complacent. At this moment, a swift gray shadow whooshed through the automatic door and landed gracefully on an empty cashier's counter. Look! A bird flew in. A sharp-eyed girl was the first to discover the uninvited guest and covered her mouth in surprised eye. In an instant, all eyes in the store were attracted to. I saw an African gray parrot with smooth feathers and smart eyes, standing on the countertop with its head held high, its small head cleverly turning left and right, looking at the surrounding environment. This is not the one who exploded on the internet with a lot of money, right? A takeaway brother who was about to pick up the meal widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Hello, pretty boy." Hearing someone calling his name, Wang Teng turned his head and greeted him with his iconic smoky voice, "Puff." The takeaway brother was taken aback for a moment, and then almost shook his helmet off with a smile. "Ha ha. A lot of money calls me pretty boy. It actually calls me pretty boy." Everyone else also laughed. Who did you learn from this bird? So funny. The others took out their phones one after another and started shooting. After all, such an interesting bird is very rare to eye in the live broadcast room. Netizens were also happy. I thought that a lot of money can only speak Sichuan and Shu, but I didn't expect that even Liangzi knew it. It can also speak Chinese and English. I know a lot. Ha ha ha. That takeaway brother lost himself in this pretty boy. Fortunately, a lot of money didn't say a word to pounce on the street, otherwise I was afraid I would be beaten. A young female shop assistant walked forward with a smile, bent down, and asked softly in the tone of treating VIPs, "There is a lot of money, what do you want to buy?" Wang Tang waved his wings and said again and again, "Line up. Line up." Obviously, he did not intend to cut in line. This scene won Wang Tang a lot of favor. Look, there is a lot of money and follow the rules. Many people are not as good as a bird now. Soon, it was Wang Teng's turn. He flew to the window and stood up, looked at the various fresh breads placed below, and picked them up with his paws. The shop assistant smiled, and quickly followed Wang Teng's instructions, put the bread he had selected into paper bags one by one, and then asked with a smile, "My dear Majesty, do you have anything else you need? Our new egg tart is also very good." Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at the bag of bulging sacks, and patted his wings with satisfaction. "Enough. Enough. As a distinguished guest of our store, you have obtained a free order, please use it slowly." The female salesperson said enthusiastically in accordance with the store manager's prior instructions. "And now, a lot of money is a veritable lucky bird. It comes to the store and brings its own heat. I don't eat the food of sighing." Wang Teng opened the plastic pocket he had brought with his paws, took out a 20 yuan piece from it, and put it on the countertop with a snap. Netizens have commented, a lot of money is still very principled. Don't take advantage of it. The clerk immediately found the change. With a wave of his wings, Wang Teng assumed a majestic posture, imitating the tone of the emperor in the costume drama, and said, "I reward you." Reward me? The female salesperson was still a little unresponsive. On the side, the store manager immediately reminded in a low voice, "Thank you." "Oh. Thank your majesty for your grace." The female shop assistant immediately held up the change in her hand, as if she was flattered. Puff. Seeing the shop assistants cooperating with Wang Teng's work, netizens were also happy. They are all interesting souls. A lot of money is the first emperor of money in the bird world. If you can be rewarded by it, you have to spread your name to the internet. Correct. With this video, this little girl can make her debut on the spot and start the live broadcast. Wang Teng seemed to be very useful for this cooperation. He straightened his chest and said in a tone, "Flat body." Then, he picked up the plastic bag and flew out of the bakery. However, Wang Teng's direction was not to return to the community. A lot of money, is this lost? Seeing this scene, netizens all exclaimed, "Staff, hurry up and show Qianshi Huang the way. A lot of money has deviated from the route." The host immediately looked at Lu Dao. Under normal circumstances, the program team will not intervene in the cute pet guests. Director Lu waved his hand and said indifferently, "Let the bullets fly for a while. What if there is a lot of money just to go out for a break?" In the picture, Wang Teng held the bag, flew over several streets, and finally flew into a tree-lined park. The park in the early morning is full of vitality. Running, sword dancing, tai chi, throat slinging, and morning exercises are everywhere. People stopped their movements one after another and looked up at the sky. A gray parrot flew over with a plastic bag in his hand. This scene was too eye-catching. Hey! Look at that bird. What is it holding in its mouth? Shopping bag? My goodness. Are the birds so particular now? Bring your own shopping bag when you go out? Soon, someone recognized Wang Teng by his unique coat color and calm temperament. It's a lot of money. The net celebrity parrot who can buy things on the internet. Could it be that Xian Duoduo wants to come to the park for morning exercises? In the live broadcast room, netizens couldn't help but guess when they saw the scene very likely. A lot of money is a fitness master. The park in the early morning is suitable for aerobic exercise. Maybe you came to the park to play Tai Chi? The picture is too beautiful to think about. Under the curious gaze of everyone in the tracking of the camera, Wang Tang was dismissive of all the fitness equipment, flew straight to the viewing pond in the center of the park, and landed firmly on the wooden railing. Now, Wang Tang has evolved to the second level. Even if it is far away, he can see the fish swimming in the pond clearly. Those were a few red koi, swinging their tails leisurely at the moment, drawing a beautiful arc in the clear lake water. Chen Duoduo's goal is this pond? Seeing Wang Tang fall on the edge of the pond, netizens also understood. It just bought bread. Is it going to come here to feed the fish? My goodness. It's too caring, right? Bring the bread you bought to feed the fish? Great love is boundless. The top 10 animals that touch the country of Yen. I won't look at it without you. Sure enough, in the picture, the gray parrot tore the bread into breadcrumbs with its claws. Then, it grabbed the breadcrumbs with its claws, flew over the pond, and hovered. The people around for morning exercises were also attracted. Everyone spontaneously formed a semicircle, watching curiously and quietly, for fear of disturbing this caring bird. When Wang Tang was fully prepared, he threw the breadcrumbs caught in his claws into the pool. Chapter 99. If you dare to eat bread today, you will dare to eat me tomorrow. Wow, breadcrumbs, like raindrops, fell into the pond, causing small ripples on the water. In an instant, the tranquility under the water was broken. The koi that were still swimming leisurely were like cats that smelled fishy, swarming from all directions, scrambling for the delicacy that fell from the sky. The water surface suddenly boils, and the water splashes everywhere. In the live broadcast room, netizens began to praise Wang Tang's actions when they saw his actions. Damn it. A lot of money is really here to feed the fish. It's so caring. Like a kind little angel. This picture is amazing. Today is another day to be surrounded by a lot of money. The barrage in the live broadcast room was full of praise and emotion, and everyone was immersed in this warm and loving scene. However, at the moment when this loving and harmonious atmosphere reached its climax, the change is steep. Hovering in midair, Wang Tang, who had just played the role of charity bird, the gentleness in the bird's eyes instantly faded, replaced by a cold, sharp, like a raptor locking its prey. His small body seemed to instantly turn into a gray flash of lightning, and with lightning speed, he broke through the air with a whoosh and plunged ferociously into the boiling water. Wow. The water splashed high, and the frightened fish instantly exploded their nests and fled in all directions. The crowd of onlookers exclaimed, their eyes straightened. Before everyone could react, the gray lightning had swept back from the water and stabilized on the railing again. His movements were clean and tidy, and he didn't even have many drops of water on his body. At this moment, in Wang Tang's strong right paw, he was holding a koi carp that was still twisting its tail desperately. The scales on its body gleamed in the morning light. Wang Tang looked down at his trophy, then looked up at the stunned humans around him, and said in a serious tone, sprinkle them with bread, they really eat it. If they dare to eat bread today, they will dare to eat me tomorrow, and they will never stay. Hearing Wang Tang's words, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Fuck. I have a lot of money to buy bread, just to make a nest in fish. Does this count as fishing and fishing? I was naive enough to think that a lot of money is specially used to feed the fish. I'm so stupid. At this time, Wang Tang noticed that among the crowd of onlookers, there was a middle-aged uncle wearing a peaked cap. He was holding an empty fish garden bucket in his hand, his face was full of the word bad, and he was holding a cigarette and watching the excitement. Wang Tang turned his eyes and said, huh? Even I have caught fish, why do some people still air army now? The word Air Force was bitten very clearly and dragged for a very long time, echoing in the quiet park. Puff. Ahem. When the uncle who had been fishing all night and came back from the Air Force heard this, he choked on the smoke and coughed violently. His old face turned red, and he didn't know if he was choked or angry. 666. The words a lot of money are really heartwarming. In the live broadcast room, netizens also sighed, ha ha ha. Murder and punish the heart. Shrimp pig heart. Uncle, who did I provoke and who did I provoke? It's miserable enough that you can't catch a fish, and you have to be publicly executed by a bird. Ask for the psychological shadow area of uncle. I think Chen Duoduo is right. My husband always likes to go fishing. He doesn't return all night. When he comes back in the morning, he hasn't caught a single fish. It's really a series of dishes and fishing. Even the birds have caught fish, some of them are still in the Air Force. A lot of money is full of ridicule. Wang Tang put the fish in his hand in his pocket, carried it with his paws, and flew back contentedly. How do I feel? This fish caught by Chen Duoduo was brought to Baby Yin. Some netizens saw this scene and began to post a barrage. I feel the same way. A lot of money is really like a mountain of father's love. When you go out, don't forget to bring some gifts back to the cat's son. Koi, listen to me, thank you. Soon, Wang Tang returned along the same road, flew back to the community, found his home accurately, and flew in from the balcony. Miwu. Baby Yin, who was exercising, heard the movement and stopped immediately. It turned over and greeted it with a brisk little step, the tip of its tail shaking happily. The cat is spicy. See what good things Dad brought you back. Wang Tang put his pocket on the ground and threw the fish that was still alive and kicking inside on the ground. However, Baby Yin did not immediately jump up and feast like an ordinary cat. Instead, it first raised its furry little head and looked at Wang Tang cautiously with its big amber eyes with a hint of awe and irony. With a slight grunt in its throat, this parrot, in its simple cat worldview, has become taller, mysterious, and unfathomable. What are you looking at? I rewarded you. Wang Tang waved his wings like a heroic emperor. When Baby Yin got the instructions, he immediately jumped up with excitement, pressed the small fish on the ground with his paws, and ate happily. Wang Tang himself picked up a piece of bread from a plastic bag and flew to the foam throne on the balcony. While pecking at the bread, he remembered the blow of the electro-optical flint when he caught the fish just now. This time catching fish, Wang Tang was not just to add food to the cat's son, or Simply to complete the job. He also tested how his strength was after he had advanced to the second level. The result was perfect. Just by showing less than 10% of his strength, Wang Teng easily caught the fish. Wang Teng narrowed his bird's eyes slightly, feeling the subtle fluctuations in the air, the swaying of leaves in the distance, and even the slight footsteps of pedestrians downstairs. The whole world has become clearer and slower in his perception than ever before. A bold thought rose in Wang Teng's heart. With my current dynamic vision and neural response speed, I can't, even the flight trajectory of the bullet can be seen clearly, right? At this moment, Wang Teng saw a group of black spots in the distance, slowly approaching. Oh? Is the starling back with the money-making team? Wang Teng immediately stood up straight, his eyes full of joy. Without waiting long, the birds flew to the balcony one after another. When they saw the king standing on the throne, they offered their treasures one after another, putting the coins in their mouths on the ground in front of them. Wang Teng only has money in his eyes at the moment. 1, 2, 3, he counted it roughly, and suddenly his hair exploded, because the money was actually mixed with game coins. When the two black thrushes saw that, their king was angry. They immediately explained in bird language, "King, humans are too cunning." Soon, Wang Teng was attracted by another money. That's a drenched red ticket. The starling bird immediately raised his chest and proudly asked for credit. "King, I just picked this up." "Where the hell did you go? Can you even pick up a $100 bill?" Wang Teng looked suspiciously at the birds. He was able to pick up a $1 coin, and he thought these birds had been pulled out of a garbage dump, but no one will lose the $100 bill, right? Chapter 100. The case is solved. The stone hammer. This is definitely the Trevi fountain of which temple was looted. Seeing the wet 100 yuan bill that the starling brought back, the live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Who was this, so particular? Even throwing a 100 yuan bill into the Trevi fountain? The tourists who made the wish were really miserable. As soon as they made the wish, the money was taken away by the starling. What's so painful about this? You don't really think this money can be delivered to the Buddha, do you? If the Trevi fountain can really fulfill your wish, I'm afraid you can't even get close to the Trevi fountain. Ha ha ha. 100% of it went into the abbot's pockets. Haven't you heard of it? The left-handed woman and the right-handed sutra live up to the Tathagata and live up to Qing. Seeing the discussion in full swing in the barrage, the host couldn't help but gossip, and turned his head to look at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, do you two think, where did the money come from? This time, Professor Bu Heli learned his lesson. He helped his glasses, decided to keep up with the crowd, and said in Mandarin with a southern Hokkien accent. Lin Bei thinks that the netizens' analysis is very reasonable. The money is probably the incense money in the Trevi fountain of a certain temple. Hu Yan on the other side seemed much more calm. He pondered for a moment and analyzed slowly. What Professor Bu said is not unreasonable. However, in theory, there are not only temples with Trevi fountains, but also some large parks and zoos. But considering the frequency of the appearance of the 100 yuan bill and the consumer psychology of the people, the probability that the money comes from the temple Trevi fountain is indeed much higher. Professor Hu's analysis is well-founded and convincing. In the barrage, some netizens immediately agreed. I have been to a local zoo before. These tourists who visit the zoo usually spend $1 and make millions of wishes. The temple is different. That's because someone really smashed money. The last time I went to Daxiong Temple, I saw someone throw several red tickets into the pool without blinking. The starling just took one back. It is estimated that the pilgrims haven't made a wish yet, and the stock in the pool is insufficient. Wang Teng simply didn't want to think about things that he couldn't figure out. Anyway, all the money was in his hands. Let the program team and Xin Yue worry about it. The sky is falling, and there is a tall man against it. Wang Teng commanded the army of birds and carried the money into the living room. He squatted on the coffee table and used his paws to plan out the drawers. The starling immediately took the lead and threw the money into the drawer. Other birds, too, learned from each other, and one after another threw the money in their mouths into the drawer. Jingle bells, listening to this sound in Wang Teng's ears, it is simply the most wonderful symphony in the world. There was a light of wealth in his bird's eyes, and his little head was intoxicated with the money ringing. Little by little, netizens have posted barrage after barrage. Look at the amount of money. There is really no wrong nickname. That's it. Listen to the sound of coins colliding and enjoy it. For me, I am also very happy. Do nothing, get up early in the morning, there will be more than 100 accounts. Even, some netizens launched a barrage of prayers in the live broadcast room. Pick it up. Pick up the fortune. Am I the only one who wants to steal a lot of money? Raising one with a lot of money is equivalent to having a steady stream of wealth. Question Wuzhuan, understand Wuzhuan, and become Wuzhuan. As the last bird threw the coin into the drawer, Wang Teng glanced at the empty drawer, which was already covered by a layer. At this moment, he immediately fluttered his wings, flew to the bird food bag, and scooped out a box of bird food from the box. When the birds saw this, their eyes lit up. Wang Teng held the box, staggered to the balcony, sprinkled the fragrant bird food on the ground evenly, and announced with great vigor. Iching. Have a meal. After receiving the king's instructions, the birds who had worked hard all morning went to enjoy breakfast one after another. Wang Teng didn't forget to requisition the bowl where Yin Baobao drank water to give the birds water. He stood on his bubble throne and watched this group of employees gobbling up. His heart was full of capitalist relief. Well, the business ability is good, the enthusiasm is very high, and it is worth cultivating. Today's wave, blood earned. After eating and drinking, these birds set off on their journey again without Wang Teng's urging. At this time, the host couldn't help but look at the camera. Audience friends. After so long, have you found the victim's perspective? At this moment, there are hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room. With their abilities, they believe that victims will be found soon. Sure enough, as soon as the voice of Sabu Ling fell, a netizen named Lao Ba posted a barrage in the live broadcast room. Teacher Sabu, I have come to the scene in person. Netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked when they heard the words. What? Are you so professional? Old 8, are you playing for real? We are still looking for the net map, so you rush to the scene. Lao Bahihi smiled. Since Chien Duo Duo got angry yesterday, I have been driving all night and came to squatting outside Chien Duo Duo community. The netizens in the live broadcast room were so admired that they fell to the ground. Sure enough. Early birds have insects to eat. You found the scene so quickly, this traffic, it's your turn to eat. In fact, there are many such things to eye in the past. There was also a place, or after a person was on fire, there were a large number of small net celebrities immediately, and the little anchor rushed over to shoot a video and start a live broadcast to rub traffic. Once, the hometown of an Olympic champion, even because there were too many internet celebrities rushing to it, the downstairs became a snack street. Sabuling saw netizens in the live broadcast room rushing to the scene, and immediately asked, Lao Ba, is it convenient for you to connect there? Of course you can. Teacher saw, I can still be a live reporter. Lao Ba took the initiative to volunteer. He originally studied journalism, but lost his job after graduation, so he chose to be an anchor. Good. I will connect with you now. Sabling said immediately. Soon, the live broadcast screen was segmented, and the balcony of Shinyowe's house shrank into a small window, and Lao Ba appeared on the main screen, his face flushed with excitement. The background is a quiet ancient temple with yellow walls and gray tiles, quite simple. The population is a bit sparse, and it seems that the incense is not particularly prosperous. As Lao Ba moved, the camera focused on a large Trevi fountain inside the monastery. His commentary also appeared. Host. I am on the scene now. The picture you see is the Trevi fountain. Although there are not many pilgrims here, you can see that there is a lot of money in this Trevi fountain. Sure enough, in the live broadcast, there is a large Trevi fountain, which has accumulated some water because of the rain some time ago. There is a lot of money in the Trevi fountain. The most is the $1 coin, which is densely packed, let alone tens of thousands. At this moment, two monks in gray robes appeared in the picture, one holding a large shovel and the other holding a long-handled net pocket, standing in the Trevi fountain, moaning and moaning, cleaning up the coins at the bottom of the pool. With quick movements and serious expressions, they picked up the coins shovel by shovel and poured them into a large bamboo basket next to them. Wow. This sweep of money sweeps out the feeling of seeing money as dirt. Netizens sighed when they saw the live broadcast. Ha. The monks are in a hurry. They chose to clean up the Trevi fountain now. They must be worried that the birds will come to rob them of business again. Starling, quack quack. If the monk spends this money, the king of my family can't spend it? Chapter 101. Thank you for the gift from Buddha. At this time, a netizen in the live broadcast room posted a barrage. Lao Ba, why is there only a picture and no sound? Turn your voice up a bit. That's it. I saw the two masters in the Trevi fountain sweeping money while talking. Get closer and let's hear if they are chanting the scriptures. Seeing the barrage, Lao Ba immediately moved towards the Trevi fountain, quietly pulled the camera closer, trying to include some live soundtracks. I only heard the young monk with a shovel while shoveling, while complaining in a low voice to his companion, brother, what do you call this? The incense in our temple is not prosperous, so I finally saved some, and I have to prevent birds from stealing it. The monk, who was called the senior brother, looked older. He sighed when he heard the words, and his men kept moving. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and fish. The abbot said, how many losses can be recovered before things get big? This is the Buddha's test for us. The conversation between the two was transmitted back to the live broadcast room through Lao Ba's microphone, and the netizens were immediately happy. Ha. The masters are unstable. That is. Who would have paid attention to the Trevi fountain before? Ha. On how the inner scroll spread to Buddhism. At this moment, the young monk in the Trevi fountain paused abruptly and pointed to the cornices of the temple wall. Brother. Look. The leading blackbird is back. I saw that above the quaint cornice, I don't know when, stood a starling with black and shiny feathers and alert eyes. It tilted its little head, and its big bean eyes were staring at the two busy monks in the pool without blinking, and the half basket of shiny coins beside them. Seeing the movements of the young monk, Lao Ba immediately chased the camera and gave the starling a high-definition close-up. Upon seeing this, netizens immediately exclaimed, fuck. Scout. The scouts of the Money Brigade have arrived. I can't laugh anymore. Why is this bird the same as military operations, and there are outposts for reconnaissance? Just to be safe. Starling, report to the king. Is it a big deal? Someone is robbing us of money. Over. The older brother looked up, his face also changed slightly, but he was obviously more calm, and he whispered, what are you panicking about? It's just a bird. Hurry up to work. Take advantage of the fact that most of their troops are not here. How much can they get? However, as soon as his voice fell, he heard a dense flapping of wings from far and near. Pounce on Lingling. Pounce on Lingling. I saw that in the sky of the temple, as if dark clouds were pressing against the top. A bird's shadow was flying in black, headed by the leader. It was the starling who had just been secretly investigating, followed by the sparrow, turtledove, and black thrush. There are even a few colorful unknown birds, forming an unprecedented mixed air force. This air force has a clear goal and is well trained. It completely ignores the two stunned monks below. Like a group of bombers, it swoops towards the Trevi fountain with precision. My Buddha. The young monk let out a wailing, subconsciously raised the long-handled net pocket in his hand, trying to drive away, but the birds are extremely flexible, easily avoiding the clumsy net pockets. Upon seeing this, the senior brother immediately shouted the Buddha's name to stop. Junior brother. Angry thoughts. Quit anger. How can my disciples of Buddhism be ignorant? If you hurt your life as a result, sin. Namo Amitba. When the young monk heard his brother's words, he had to weep with a sad face, put down his net pocket bitterly, and watched the robbers enter. When the birds saw this, they cheered, like dumplings. Puff. Puff. The ground fell into the Trevi fountain and a crazy 0 yuan purchase began. The sparrows picked up coins, the turtle doves aimed at the banknotes in the water, and the starlings were even more domineering, leading the remaining birds directly to the bamboo baskets behind the monks. It contained the money that 2 monks had just picked up from the pool. For a while, the water in the Trevi fountain was splashing, and bird feathers were flying in the bamboo basket. The sound of jingling coins colliding and the excited chirping of the birds formed a scene, and the scene was completely out of control. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy to see it. Ha ha. Is this a bird? It's just like a bandit. Master, I just caught it up. Starling, thank you. Help us get it out, it saves trouble. Look at the expression of that little monk. I'm about to cry. What can he do? Monks can't kill their lives, there is nothing they can do with these birds. Seeing that the banknotes in the bamboo basket had also been looted by the bird thieves, the elder brother closed his eyes helplessly and shouted the Buddha's name, Amitba. Good, good, good. The 2 magpies who happened to be passing by heard the words and thought that the elder brother was greeting them. So they immediately pulled their throats and responded in the words of people who had just learned and were not yet proficient. Warm, warm horse. Puff. One of the young brothers didn't hold back, he just laughed out, and the saliva star splashed on the brother's face, accurately facing the helplessness and reproachful gaze cast by the elder brother. The little monk quickly covered his mouth, holding back a smile, and said in a deep voice, Amitba. Buddha, forgive me. The little monk and the little monk have 6 unclean roots, and their determination is insufficient. Netizens have posted barrage after barrage. I laughed to death. After these 2 magpies learned to speak human language, they didn't use it right once. Be ruthless, even the king of their family scolds. Now I still remember that great tourist. I don't know what will happen to him after he knows the truth. At this time, someone has already turned on their mobile phones and started editing content to publish. Douyin, shocked. In broad daylight, the temple Trevi fountain was looted by birds. Quick watch. A large-scale financial theft occurred in the Trevi fountain of a temple, and the suspect bird is still at large. New type of fraud warning, your wish coin may have been intercepted by birds. Lao Ba, who was in charge of the live commentary, changed his voice a little bit because of excitement at this moment. Family members. Did you see it? This is the first scene. The money-making special team is about to return with a full load soon. This efficiency, this cooperation, absolutely. In the studio, Sabuling was stunned when he saw the picture in the camera. My goodness. Professor Boo, Professor Who, this is beyond the scope of ordinary animal behavior, right? This is simply a robbery managed by militarization. Ah no, it's a foraging operation. Professor Boo Heli opened his mouth wide, couldn't close it for a long time, and finally could only murmur. Group collaboration, precise positioning, clear division of labor, the sociality of this group of birds, has it developed to this point? Lin Bei needs to rebuild the theoretical model. Hu Yen couldn't help but admire. Spectacle. It's definitely a spectacle. It is extremely rare that birds of different species and habits can be integrated and act together for a common goal. This is an extremely rare case in the entire animal kingdom. This can already be written in textbooks. Chapter 102 Chien Duo Duo, you might be a genius. In the live broadcast, the 0 yuan purchase activity of the temple Trevi fountain has come to an end with their own gains. The birds, under the leadership of the starling bird, began their return journey. Brother. Our incense money this month, it's all over. The young monk looked at the bamboo basket that had bottomed out, crying without tears, and the long-handled net pockets in his hands were trembling slightly. The corners of the elder brother's mouth twitched when he heard the words, but he remained calm. He folded his hands together, and the voice of reciting the Buddha's name was obviously vibrato. Amitba, color is emptiness, and emptiness is color. Money is something outside of the body. Life does not bring it. Death does not bring it. My Buddha is compassionate and universal. Birds are also creatures. They may also be of urgent use. When this was said, even the Wang Ba in the pool silently retracted his head back into his shell, as if to say, do you believe this nonsense yourself? Urgent use? A group of birds want money in a hurry? Will they cost money? The live broadcast room has already laughed and fried the pot. Ha! Master, I will give you a full score for this self-comfort. Bird, that's right. That's right. We are in a hurry to save money for the king to buy a big house. The most unjust kind of temple in history was born. Look. The starling took another red one from the bamboo basket. It's 100 yuan. Starling, Zioki Ankian, really sweet. Seeing the birds flying away from the temple, the host immediately said to the director, quickly switch the camera. In a while, these money-making armies will return to Shinyoe's house. The director quickly switched the camera and zoomed in on the balcony of Shinyoe's house. At this moment, Wang Tang was standing on his foam throne with his wings on his chest, looking into the distance, his eyes deep and staring, like an emperor waiting for the triumph of a soldier. The silver baby lay dutifully under the throne, acting as a loyal footpad. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared on the horizon, which quickly became larger. It is the starling bird that is responsible for leading the way. A pounce on Lingling, the starling landed accurately in front of Wang Tang, released his beak, and the red bill landed on the foam step under Wang Tang's feet. It was so tired that its small chest fluctuated violently, but its eyes were full of excitement to complete the task, and even the hair on its head stood up. The king. Robbery of money, the money is back. Wang Tang lowered his noble head and played with the red ticket carelessly with his claws. A trace of imperceptible satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said in a calm tone, well done. Aiching has worked hard. Remember your first effort. Go down and receive the reward. Thank the king for his grace. The starling bird screamed happily, instantly regained its vitality, fluttered its wings and rushed to the bird food on the ground. Obviously, Wang Tang had already sprinkled bird food on the ground as early as the birds were picking up the money. Immediately afterwards, the second and third, more and more birds arrived at their destination and landed on the balcony one after another. They bring a variety of spoils, most of the $1 coins, and occasionally there are crumpled 5 yuan and 10 yuan banknotes. Jingle bells. Soon, in front of Wang Tang's throne, a small, shining money mountain was piled up. The live broadcast room and studio are boiling again. Fuck. So much money is higher than my one-day salary. I don't have so much salary for a month. Cute pets rush forward. Becomes cute pets make money in seconds. Xianshi Huan, did you see it? This is my country. Seeing the picture in the camera, Sabuling smiled and said, a lot of money is still very particular. I know that the money is wet and needs to be dried in the sun. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, you two come to analyze and analyze. What will Qian Duo do next? When Bu Heli heard this, he couldn't help scratching his head. I can't guess. Lin Bei couldn't guess at all. This is a lot of money, and the cards are not played according to the routine at all. Hu Yin tapped the desktop with his fingers for a while, and said with a smile, now that there is a lot of money, it stands to reason that bird food should be purchased. After all, the 3 armies have not moved, and the forage comes first. Ha ha ha. Professor Hu treats Qian Duo completely as a human being, right? The purchase of forage is here. Netizens were all happy when they heard the words. Hey! Don't say it's impossible. Now there are already 80 birds under the throne of Emperor Qianshi, and this bag of bird food won't last for a few days. It makes sense. Then it depends on how Qian Duo responds to this crisis. Otherwise, after the bird food is finished, the bird country will face a crisis of breaking up. Wang Tang ignored the birds eating bird food. He jumped off the throne, walked to the pile of money, and began to classify with his small claws and beaked out a pile of coins, a pile of banknotes, and even Wang Tang carefully smoothed the banknotes. That serious little appearance is like a small financial fan. After making sure that the money would not stick together, Wang Tang flew back to the living room contentedly and sat on the sofa. Qian Duo is looking for Xin Youwei's tablet again. Does it want to watch the live broadcast? Seeing this scene, the audience guessed one after another, it may also be chasing dramas. Qian Duo is a veteran drama fan. Soon, Wang Tang found Xin Youwei's tablet. After all, she went out in a hurry this morning before she had time to take it away. After finding the tablet, Wang Tang held it carefully and flew to the foam throne on the balcony. With yesterday's experience, he easily turned on the tablet. Once born, the second time cooked. Today I have a lot of money and I am much more proficient in opening a flatboard. Seeing the live broadcast, netizens were all happy. Look. It turned on Douyin straight. As Wang Tang turned on Douyin, a small video popped up. The content was a female blogger called Xu Yingtai. The line quickly rang, Xu Yingtai is not a daughter, why is there a ring mark on her ear? He originally planned to row away, but the bird's claws were lifted up, but he suddenly stopped, because, Wang Tang suddenly remembered a sand sculpture he had seen in his previous life. So, he tilted his little head and read out solemnly, imitating the voice of a female blogger, Yingtai is not a daughter. So why are you squatting down when you pee? Squatting down, there is a reason, there is no toilet in the hut in the village, otherwise you will slap your heels. Even, at the end, Wang Tang deliberately imitated the sound of squatting down and peeing, puff. The host Sabuling was drinking water, and when he heard this, he sprayed out all the water he had just drunk. Teacher saw. The staff member on the opposite side complained very bitterly. It was the second time he had been sprayed with water. I'm sorry. Ahem, sorry, ahem. Sabuling apologized while choking and blushing, but in the end he didn't hold back and burst into earth-shattering laughter. I in the live broadcast room, netizens also fried the pot. Fuck. Where did Qian Duo hear this from? Your show, we can't wait. I can't laugh anymore. What kind of hell joke is this? Even, Qian Duo put the sound of imitating Xin Youwei's peeing in the back last time? But Wang Tang, at this time, a pair of bird's eyes lit up, because, just by chance, he caught a glimpse and saw a mouse picking up garbage in the garbage dump. Chapter 103. You are a parrot, and you catch mice, family members. Stop laughing. Qian Duo was looking at the garbage dump downstairs again. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, some netizens discovered Wang Tang's strangeness. Seeing the reminder, Sabu Ling also looked at the picture. Sure enough, at this moment, Wang Tang's attention was no longer on the tablet, and his gaze was in the direction of the garbage dump downstairs. At this time, the residents of the community had just piled up a pile of food waste, and the sanitation staff hadn't had time to clean it up. Not good. Isn't it because you want to eat garbage with a lot of money? Some netizens expressed their own concerns. Where's the staff? Hurry up and get in place. Upstairs, are you new here? Yesterday, Qian Duo also visited the garbage dump, but instead of turning over the garbage to eat, it picked up a pile of foam. I guess that Qian Duo must want to pick up some more bubbles and continue to perfect his throne. Sabuling immediately said to the director, switch the viewing angle to the camera on Qian Duo's body. The director did so immediately, and in an instant, the screen switched to the first perspective. At this moment, Wang Tang fluttered his wings and glided silently down from the balcony. He flew very slowly at first, very gracefully, his wings hardly flapped, and he relied on the air to lift him up. That posture was like a falcon hunting at high altitude, obviously to avoid scaring the grass and the snake. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this, they fired one after another. Wow. This flying posture. So stable. Who said before that a lot of money is not good at flying? This is as funny as Monkey King is not good at water combat. In fact, Wang Tang was completely overthinking. At this moment, the big gray mouse was buried in a broken black garbage bag, enjoying its garbage buffet, unaware of the death stare from the air. This scene, in the eyes of the audience, was completely misunderstood. Not good. A lot of money seems to be going to the garbage. This reminds me of the inverse at home. It usually loves to be clean, but it always likes to drink the water in the urinal, and even once it fell into it. Ha ha ha. It is estimated that it feels that the water in the urinal is particularly smelly. At this time, Lu Dao also sat upright, leaned forward, staring at the screen tightly, and even forgot to put down half of the coffee in his hand. The other staff members also put down their work and watched the live broadcast nervously. Obviously, every time Chen Duoduo was surprised, it affects the nerves of the senior members of the program team. At this time, on the edge of the camera, there are already staff in property uniforms and casual clothes approaching the garbage dump area as if nothing happened. However, they are not close for the time being. That security guard helped. Some netizens had sharp eyes and found the staff who were secretly paying attention. It's not just the security guards, you see, there is also the resident of that community at 11 o'clock. He has a headset and has been paying attention to the direction of Chen Duoduo. This picture reminds me of Truman's World. The surrounding NPCs are all from the program group. Azu, stop it. It's all Jackie Chan outside. Seeing this, the originally nervous audience breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Tong, who was flying slowly into the air, suddenly accelerated his speed. He swooped in the direction where the black garbage bag was located. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck. Accelerated. This dive. This speed. My heartbeat missed a beat." The first perspective is so exciting. Comparable to the peak of a roller coaster falling. I feel like I'm going to smash my face into the garbage. It's not that you have a lot of money. Don't want a lot of money. Amidst the exclamations of netizens, Wang Tang's claws had pierced the black plastic bag. A puff. There was a slight cracking sound. However, the picture of Chen Duoduo plunging into the leftovers that everyone expected did not appear. I saw that when its claws were retracted, a fat gray mouse that was struggling desperately and squeaking was firmly clamped on it. Wang Tang hovered in the air, tilted his little head, looked at the furry, horrified trophy under his claws, and then in a somewhat playful tone, shouted, "Still eating. I'm here to catch you." Fuck. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly exclaimed, "Chen Duoduo caught a mouse? You are a bird. Why do you still catch mice?" Seeing the barrage, the host Sabuling immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank. "Professor Bu, Professor Hu, is it reasonable to spend a lot of money to catch mice?" Professor Bu Heli helped his black-rimmed glasses that were almost stunned, coughed lightly, and tried to regain the aura of an expert. Well, Lin Bei thinks that, broadly speaking, it's reasonable. After all, among birds, there are indeed many excellent rat hunters, such as the well-known golden eagles and owls, which are all natural enemies of rodents. On the side, Hu Yen couldn't help coughing, because Bu Heli is robbing him of words. At this time, some netizens noticed the little mouse still struggling violently in Wang Tang's paws, and they came to life. "Little mouse, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Tell the house mouse, don't go home for dinner. Don't panic, everyone. Kind Chen Duoduo is teaching the little mouse to walk." At this time, some netizens curiously posted, "A barrage teacher saw. What are you doing with a lot of money to catch mice? Could it be that it still eats mice?" Well, let's consult two experts from the think tank." Sabuling saw the barrage and immediately threw the ball to Bu Heli and Hu Yen. Well, I haven't seen parrots before, but there are many cases of mice eating smaller parrots." Bu Heli pushed his glasses and said, "The reason why Chen Duoduo dares to hunt mice may be that he has persisted in exercise since he was a child, and his body is relatively strong. There is a saying that he is armed with a sharp weapon and kills himself." On the side, Hu Yen glanced at Wang Tang in the camera and said confidently, "It makes sense." Netizens agreed one after another. After all, a lot of money can even beat a raccoon cat. Isn't it easy to clean up a little mouse? Gray mouse, tell me. Can you play without cutting? Looking my eyes. However, I am very curious, will Chen Duoduo eat it by himself after catching the mouse? At this moment, Wang Ting picked up the mouse with his paws, fluttered his wings, and flew towards the balcony. After arriving at Shin Youwei's house, he immediately shouted at the raccoon cat who had returned to the cat litter to take a nap. "The cat is spicy?" Meow. The silver baby, who had been curled up in a ball, woke up in an instant. As if receiving a holy decree, he rushed out of the cat litter and ran to Wang Tang in a few steps. His tail stood tall, and he rubbed Wang Tang's wings flatteringly. "I have to say, Chen Duoduo was really kind to his cat son." Netizens sighed when they saw this scene. "I actually catch rat strips for the cat's son to eat. Little mouse, listen to me and thank you. Because of you, it warms the 4 seasons." Chapter 104. Little Mouse, Destroy. Seeing Baby Ian coming, Wang Tang threw the gray mouse he had caught on the ground. On weekdays, Baby Ian was egged like a cat cake in front of Chen Duoduo. When he saw a mouse, he became a ruthless hunter. It took an elegant and dangerous catwalk, slowly circling around the trembling gray mouse, its turquoise cat eyes gleaming with banter and control of the overall situation. The gray mouse was thrown to the ground by Wang Tong, and its short-lived freedom allowed it to burst out with the instinct to survive. It exerted its strength to breastfeed, turned into a gray lightning bolt with a swish, and went straight to the direction of the kitchen, so fast that there was almost an afterimage. However, its speed is fast, and the silver baby is faster. Whoosh. Like an arrow from the string, the body of the silver baby is pulled into a beautiful streamline, and its hind legs burst out with amazing power, and it chased after the gray mouse almost the next second it started. Immediately afterwards, a furry cat's paw made a pop with the sound of the wind, and a big force slapped the gray mouse's head. Ha! The gray mouse was beaten and rolled around in place, dizzy, screaming miserably and hopelessly. It suddenly didn't dare to run anymore, and shrank in place, staring at the behemoth in front of it with its small eyes in horror, shaking like Siv Brand eye in the live broadcast room. The barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. Baby Ian, this speed is so fast. Baby Ian, is it a surprise? Is it exciting? Do you still want to run? Gray mouse, I was so scared, ha. A big force pocket is directly confused. I seem to hear the heartbroken voice of the gray mouse. I haven't seen cats eating mice with my own eyes. Can you open your eyes today? Hard to say. In the city, pet cats have cat food to eat, and basically don't catch mice anymore. They are all toys. Wang Tang stood on his foam throne, with one wing crossed over his waist, watching the performance of the raccoon flower cat. He thought that after Baby Yin caught the little chinchilla, he would just have a stuffy bite. But the next scene stunned everyone and the birds. The gray mouse didn't move anymore, shrank into a ball and pretended to be dead. Baby Yin actually doesn't move anymore. It squatted less than 20 centimeters away from the mouse, with the tip of its tail swinging leisurely, taking time to look at its trophy. Those eyes seemed to be admiring an interesting work of art, and they didn't mean to lower their mouths at all. Netizens are very puzzled. Hey? What is this for? Stock? The host Saw Bueling immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, let's analyze what kind of behavior is Baby Yin's behavior, as long as he didn't analyze a lot of money. Bu Heli once again regained his expert panache. He faced the camera with a smile on his face. Lin Bei thinks that Baby Yin is not hungry. Cats usually don't eat mice when they are not hungry. There is an idiom called cats playing with mice. Hu Yan also nodded, yes. On this point, I agree with what Professor Bu said. Some netizens who just entered the live broadcast room posted a barrage. Isn't this raccoon cat really hungry? Definitely not hungry. Xin Yue put a lot of cat food before she left, and in the morning, she had a lot of money and specially added a fish to her meal. The case is solved. The same is true for my cat. When I catch cockroaches and moths when I'm not hungry, I just play and don't eat them until I die. Baby Yin, I'm not hungry, so I'll just play. Gray mouse, then you have had enough fun, can you let me go? Baby Yin, smiling after playing, I will be hungry. Baby Yin, are you moved? Gray mouse, dare not move. Dare not move. Shivering. JPG. Just as the barrage was frantically playing with the terrier, Baby Yin seemed to be attracted by something interesting outside the window, and turned his head to one side very deliberately. It even raised one of its front paws and licked it slowly, as if it had completely forgotten that there was a half-scared mouse in front of it. Opportunity, a spark of hope instantly ignited in the little gray mouse's eyes. It thought that the raccoon cat in front of it was really distracted. The desire to survive once again overwhelmed the fear. The little chinchilla kicked on its hind leg, swish, and ran desperately in the direction of the kitchen again. It's a pity that as soon as the flame of hope ignited, it was extinguished again by the ruthless cat's paw. Whoosh. Baby Yin's movements are as smooth as if they have been carefully calculated, turning around, flying, and swinging his claws in one go. It was another precise big push, firmly slapped on the gray mouse's head, and it staggered again. When netizens saw this, they were immediately happy. Ha! Baby Yin is still playing hard to get. 36 tricks are understood by this cat. This little chinchilla is being played with in the palm of his hand. You said, does this look like that kind of dog-blooded urban romance drama? She fled, he chased, she couldn't fly with her wings. Mr. Ba, Baby Yin and his stubborn little mouse? Get caught as soon as you run, and get beaten as soon as you get caught. Fuck. It smells like that. Shouldn't Baby Yin be buelled by a lot of money on a daily basis? After accumulating too many negative emotions, he finally found a soft persimmon to pinch. Do you want to make up for it on the little chinchilla? Doghead saves life. Wang Tang watched the scene, rubbing his little head with his little wings, and suddenly realized it turns out that Baby Yin is not eating, but entertainment. He couldn't help but glanced at the raccoon flower cat and muttered in a low voice, good guy, I didn't expect this silver baby to look thick-browed and black-bellied. After teasing back and forth 3 or 4 times, the poor little chinchilla completely collapsed. It collapsed in the center of the living room, its small stomach ups and downs violently, its eyes empty, and it was impossible to fall in love. No matter how Baby Yin used his claws to pull it and poke it, it was like a pool of gray mud, motionless, completely lying flat and rotten. The little chinchilla looked so helpless. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all sympathized with the little chinchilla. You said, why didn't the little chinchilla run away? Blood suppression. Just like you meet a tiger in the wild. Desperate. Lie flat. Little chinchilla, tired, let's go, hurry up. Little chinchilla, mom, you don't need to save me dinner at night. Baby Yin, mom, you don't have to save me dinner at night. Baby Yin grabbed the little chinchilla with his paws a few more times, and when he saw that it was really unresponsive as if it were dead, he felt dull and uninteresting. It yawned big and lazily, revealing its pink tongue and sharp teeth, then stretched out a standard cat-style lazy waist, took an elegant step, ignored the lying flat mouse on the ground, crawled straight back to its soft and warm cat litter, curled up, prepare to continue to sleep. Back to the cage, huh? Does Baby Yin really not eat mice? When netizens saw this, they all thought that the little chinchilla had escaped. At this moment, Wang Tang came to the little mouse pretending to be dead, first grabbed it with one paw, then flew straight to the bird cage, opened the bird cage with one paw, and threw the little chinchilla in. Netizens were even more happy when they saw it. Puff. What is a lot of money doing? Lock up the little chinchilla and keep it? Little chinchilla just got out of the cat's paw and entered the bird cage again? What evil have I done? A lot of money, I caught it all, what a pity to throw it away. At this time, the birds had already eaten the bird food on the ground cleanly. One by one, they raised their heads and looked in the direction of Wang Tang. Wang Tang stretched out one of his wings and ordered in bird language, let's all disperse. The birds were instructed and immediately flew away from the balcony happily. Wang Tang returned to the foam throne, stared at the unlocked tablet screen, and continued to brush the douyin. Chapter 105. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Wang Tang was leisurely pulling the tablet screen with his paws, browsing the bucket of audio and video. Suddenly, a delicate and deliberate voice came out of the speaker. Little gray. Come on, say to the brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, pay attention, don't get lost. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? Wang Teng paused with his paws, his bird's eyes condensed, and he looked at the screen carefully. This was a live broadcast of a clip in the video. A woman with cool clothes and exquisite makeup is holding a slightly dull-looking African gray parrot and interacting hard with the camera. This is not the Lu Ruyan who once wanted to step on him to the top. But who is it? The gray parrot next to her is the slag ash that Wu Zhanli held at the beginning. Seeing this, Wang Teng's bird's eyes lit up. Oh. The enemy's road is narrow. Are these sisters still mixing in the live broadcast circle? Still carrying this defeated general? At this moment, netizens in the official live broadcast room of Cute Pets rushing forward were instantly happy when they saw Wang Teng swiping this video. Fuck. A lot of money has been swiped to peers. It stopped. It stared. Did it recognize that this is also a gray parrot? Ha ha ha. You said, with a lot of money and a temperament that loves to join in the fun, will you click in to watch the live broadcast? Get in there. Go in and give the fellow a carnival. Sabling saw the barrage and immediately looked at the two experts from the think tank. Professor Bu, Professor Hu, Chen Duo swiped an African gray parrot. He seemed to be very interested. The audience was curious. Will it click in to watch the live broadcast? Professor Bu Heli pushed his glasses and analyzed solemnly. Lin Bei believes that the possibility is extremely low. In the past, when Xian Duo entered the live broadcast room, he directly clicked on the window where the live broadcast was taking place, but this is a short video. You need to click on the blogger's avatar to enter the live broadcast room interface. This operation is too complicated for animals. Even many old people don't understand it. Professor Hu Yen smiled slyly and played Tai Chi. There is no absolute in everything. Xian Duo's observation and learning ability are obvious to all of us. Maybe it will notice the difference between this avatar and the general video, for example, the dynamic aperture at the edge of the avatar? We can look forward to a miracle. Good. Then let us wait and see if a lot of money will surprise us. Sabling said expectantly. The video was quickly played, and Wang Teng, under the gaze of netizens, gently pressed his paws on Lu Ruyan's head. Swish, the page jumped instantly and entered Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room. This scene immediately made the live broadcast room boil. Fuck. Does Qian Duo really know how to get into the live broadcast room? This is not a coincidence, is it? At this time, an old fan saw Lu Ruyan and slag ash in the live broadcast room, and said meaningfully, now, there is a good show to watch. Good show? What's the show? Other netizens were puzzled by the barrage. What's the show? Do you want to give it a gift with a lot of money? Maybe. After all, they are all gray machines. When the fellow sees the fellow, the two burst into tears? Go. Watch the fun. Give a lot of money to build momentum. Soon, a large number of netizens poured into Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room. This made Lu Ruyan overjoyed. After Wu Zhuan was arrested, she was hit hard, thinking that the live broadcast was cut off. Unexpectedly, Jodo Entertainment did not give up on her, and let Lu Ruyan continue to broadcast live with slag ash. This is actually thanks to Wang Teng. It was he who brought the African gray parrot to a wave of fire and Cute Pets rushing forward. Nowadays, the overall value of African gray parrots has risen, and they are of average quality and have been sold at a high price of 10,000, and there are more gray parrot bloggers on the live broadcast, and the traffic is also good. After Lu Ruyan and slag ash made their comeback, there were also hundreds of people in the live broadcast room, which can be regarded as some popularity of family members. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast room. Lu Ruyan greeted the camera with a variety of styles. She deliberately wore a suspender skirt with a very low neckline, and even let slag gray hook her paws on the clothing material on her chest, creating a kind of reverie-inducing picture. This scene immediately caused the LSP in the live broadcast room to scream again and again. Slag ash. Let go of that girl. Let me do it. Yenner is too spicy today, right? Mysterious power airborne? Why is the number of people rising so fast? In Wang Teng Bird's eyes, as soon as his eyes turned, he immediately thought of a good way. First of all, he clicked on the personal center with his paws to hide his identity information. Originally, Xin Yue instantly became a mysterious person with a few words. This is a privilege of Douyin. It requires level 35 or more, and the recharge exceeds 30,000 yinlang. Originally, Xin Yue's account was not enough. However, last time I helped Princess Baishu bring the goods, in order to make a fortune bag, Bai Jia recharged Xin Yue with 100,000 yinlang at one time. Naturally, now Xin Yue has become the little tyrant of Douyin live broadcast room. Netizens were shocked when they saw this scene. Digging a groove. A lot of money still knows to hide his identity? What the hell is it going to do? It doesn't look like it's going to do good. I have a hunch that Lu Ruyan is going to fall into bad luck. Just as netizens were guessing, Wang Teng operated with his paws, clicked on the gift center, and gave out a carnival. Seeing the gorgeous gift special effects rising on the screen, Lu Ruyan was full of joy, and immediately whined, wow. Thank you for the carnival from my mysterious brother. Brother atmosphere. Yenner loves you so much. Mua. In the live broadcast room, fans of Lu Ruyan also posted one after another, atmosphere. Boss atmosphere. Even, there is an LSP barrage, with rhythm. The boss is confused. Brother Mysterious has a crush on our cigarette? Does the eldest brother want to dance like a cigarette? Yenner quickly expressed it. Some netizens in the past of the official live broadcast room also misunderstood when they saw this. Is it possible that a lot of money wants to watch the side dance again? Lu Ruyan's beauty, but she doesn't lose Wang Xiaoyu. Even, there is a charming temperament in her body. Even some female netizens are sour at the moment. Do men like this style? Lu Ruyan looked at the barrage and found that the mysterious man did not fire the barrage, so he took the initiative. Brother Mysterious Man, do you want to watch Yenner dance? Today Yenner prepared a lot of beautiful clothes. At this moment, Wang Teng initiated an application for Lianmai. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan accepted it immediately. In an instant, the screen was divided into two halves, and on the other side, an African grey parrot appeared. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. Then, she put up a white finger and said, "The mysterious man is so naughty. He even imitated Little Grey." Obviously, Lu Ruyan thought Wang Tang was using the African grey parrot special effects. At this moment, the netizens who sneaked into Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room were very uncomfortable. They have posted a barrage in the official live broadcast room one after another. This female anchor was also deceived. I really want to know her reaction after knowing the truth. You said, with a lot of money, what kind of dance will Lianmai order this time? Just as netizens were speculating, Wang Tang in the camera suddenly exploded without warning. Chapter 106, Refund for Underage Birds? What's wrong with a lot of money? Netizens were taken aback when they saw this scene. Why did it suddenly blow up? The old fans excitedly brushed up the barrage. The title Dolua is about to open. Brothers, get ready to record the screen. Famous scene warning. Titled Dolua? This nickname is so domineering. Why is it called that? The new netizen looked confused. It's over. How many wonderful plots have I missed? Ask the class representative to summarize. Wow. In the picture, Wang Tang's feathers are up all over his body, his wings are slightly spread, and his throat utters a low and fierce wow. Wow, sound. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Lu Ruyan, the slag ash on his chest. In the official live broadcast room, netizens were completely boiling murderous. I saw murderous intent in Xian Duoduo's eyes. Before, when Xian Duoduo caught fish and mice, he had the same look in his eyes. Does it feel that the African grey parrot in the camera is provoking it? No, Xian Duoduo is jealous of that grey parrot lying on the female anchor's chest, right? Slag Ash, who had been lying obediently on Lu Ruyan's chest, felt an unprecedented sense of threat and oppression, and was immediately frightened. After all, Wang Tang has now evolved to the second level of extraordinary. Is the majesty of the king exuding from the bird's eye something that an ordinary parrot can withstand? In addition, Lu Ruyan kept feeding it in order to make it perform the show. Puff, a pool of thin, heavy-smelling bird dung was excreted accurately and unreservedly on Lu Ruyan's carefully displayed, snow-white chest. What? Feeling the slimy chest and a disgusting smell of chicken poop, Lu Ruyan completely collapsed. Get out of here. You dead bird. Get out of here. She was completely gaffe-prone, and used her hands to pull the slag ash on her chest like crazy, trying to get rid of the culprit and the disgusting bird poop from her body. Slag ash was frightened at first, but was treated so rudely by the owner, and he panicked to the extreme, and began to flutter his wings desperately and struggle. Although its claws had been cut, they are not particularly sharp, but they can still scratch the skin instantly. Clear red marks were left on Lu Ruyan's bare chest, arms, and neck. In the live broadcast room, it was completely boiling. My goodness. The scene is out of control. The scene of a large-scale rollover. Can't bear to look directly. Is this a live broadcast accident? The effect of the program exploded. Slag ash is so pitiful. Lu Ruyan is miserable too. But why do I want to laugh a little bit? Am I the only one who feels bad for Yenner? Upon seeing this, Tang Ming and his wife rushed forward in a hurry, and finally hugged the panicked slag ash from Lu Ruyan and held it down. And Lu Ruyan, looking at her messy chest and the scratches on her body, trembled with anger. Tears were spinning in her eyes, and her image was gone. Just in Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room, when everyone's attention was attracted by slag ash, Wang Tung didn't forget to curse a few words. My horse. Evil pen. Great evil pen. After the scolding, he contentedly hung up Lianmai with his paws, hiding his merits and fame. At this time, in the official live broadcast room, netizens were still confused. Why did Xian Duoduo suddenly get angry? And why did the African grey parrot in the live broadcast room get out of control? Am I the only one who noticed the female anchor named Lu Ruyan? It's terrible. I was pulled all over with bird shit, not to mention, I was scratched. At this time, the spoiler party finally didn't have to endure it anymore, and began to explain. The original story of the matter is like this. What? This Jodo Entertainment wanted to replace a lot of money with the slag ash before? Lu Ruyan is still bullying Xing Yue live? It turns out that a lot of money is taking revenge. Great pleasure. Ha ha ha. A lot of money is still a bird with clear grudges. Some old fans were puzzled. Last time, a lot of money was full of firepower, and the live broadcast room on the opposite side was blocked. Why did it suddenly converge this time? Ha ha ha. Is this the origin of the title Dolua? It's really appropriate. Where do they know that Wang Tang's inner Ziajiujiu at this moment? Huh? Stupid humans. I am now a guest of the star variety show Cute Pets Rushing Forward. Of course, pay attention to the image, make a big move in the official live broadcast room and send the opponent away with yourself. I won't do this kind of stupid thing that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. Ha! Look, what is Xian Duoduo doing? Some netizens noticed that Wang Tang used his flexible little claws to poke a little bit on the tablet and skillfully opened the Douyin customer service center. Fuck? What does it want to do? Shouldn't it be, do you want to complain? But how does it type? Poke Qigong with your claws? Under the gaze of countless pairs of curious eyes, a standard reply popped up in the customer service dialog box. Hello, how can I help you? I saw Wang Tang calmly click the voice input button, then lean close to the microphone, and said in his unique, smoky tone with a bit of smoke. Apply for a refund for underage birds. What? Hearing Wang Tang's words, the customer service sister Tangerine, who was in charge of the reception, had her cerebellum shrink and went down completely. She hung her fingers on the keyboard and couldn't type a word for a long time. Underage bird? Refund? Is this a new type of fraud? Or did I have auditory hallucinations while working overtime in the live broadcast room? Netizens were dumbfounded. Apply for a refund for underage birds. What? Underage bird refund? There's something wrong with my ears? Does Chien Duo want to get back the carnival that he just rewarded Lu Ruyan? This operation, you broke your leg. I feel that my IQ has been challenged and insulted like never before. Seeing that the customer service did not respond, Wang Tang impatiently sent another voice, with a more righteous tone, apply for a refund for underage birds. Do you hear me? Sister Tangerine rubbed her temples and tentatively replied, Dear, do you want to consult about refunds for minors? At this time, she had already regarded what Wang Tang sent as a wrong input. Otherwise, how could there be such a niche word for underage birds? It's an underage bird, beauty. Wang Tang emphasized again, netizens are also happy. Puff. A lot of money is still emphasizing that it is a bird. Look at the customer service, sister. I don't even know how to reply. Sister customer service, I have been in the industry for 3 years and I have never seen such a request. Sister Tangerine, the customer service, was a little angry. She felt that it was most likely that someone was deliberately mischievous and wasting customer service resources. It's not that she hasn't encountered this situation before, however. Just as she was about to reply to some cliches in accordance with the process, Wang Tang's next move made her and all the netizens who watched the live broadcast completely stunned. He actually switched to the front camera, took a selfie of his face, and then sent it. Whoosh, in the photo, a gray African gray parrot fills the entire screen, with innocent and wise eyes. Immediately afterwards, a voice followed, Beauty, you are healthy. It's really an underage bird. The hair didn't grow altogether. It's a lot of money. It's really a bird. Sister Tangerine recognized this net celebrity parrot who had recently been so angry on Douyin at a glance, and almost jumped from the chair. This situation has completely exceeded her authority to deal with it. She didn't dare to neglect, so she immediately picked up her laptop and rushed to the supervisor's office. Master, supervisor. Not good anymore. Something big happened. Sister Tangerine panted and handed the laptop over. There is a lot of money, just that net celebrity parrot. It's here to apply for a refund for underage birds. The supervisor was holding the coffee, and when he heard the words, his hand shook, and the coffee almost spilled out. What? What is a minor? Do you say it again? It's an underage bird. Supervisor. It also applied for a refund for its carnival. Look at the chat history. Sister Tangerine, the customer service, immediately explained. The supervisor frowned, quickly browsed the record, and then clicked on the parrot to take a selfie. The expression on his face changed from puzzled to shocked, to crying, and laughing. Finally, he pressed his chugging temple hard with his hand. Judging from the existing information, there is a lot of money. A parrot rewarded a female anchor with a carnival worth 3,000 yuan. Now he is here to apply for a minor refund? This, supervisor, it's an underage bird. Sister Tangerine corrected weakly and persistently from the side. No way. I have to confirm it in person. The supervisor made a quick decision and initiated a video verification request. Wang Tang was not vain at all, and directly nodded to accept. In the video, the faces of the supervisor and Sister Tangerine appeared on one side of the screen, and on the other side, it was Wang Tang's enlarged, hairy bird face. Really, it's really a lot of money. The supervisor and Sister Tangerine saw the gray parrot in the video and immediately confirmed it. I saw Wang Tang possessed by the essence of the play in an instant. He blinked his bird eyes hard, squeezing out a pitiful, weeping expression, accompanied by feathers shaking. And I play, he complained in a crying voice. Save the bird. Woohoo! A lot of people who accidentally pressed the screen to get the reward. If they can't get it back, the owner knows that they will or will kill the birds and stew the soup. Oh ha! Retreat. Return it immediately. What I said. Jesus is here, and he has to retreat. Seeing this, the supervisor immediately clapped. Netizens also laughed at this time. Ha! Shenwood was gray hair, wise eyes, and charming voice are like fireflies in the dark, so distinct and outstanding, they can't be hidden at all. I laughed to death. Shen Duo applied for a refund for underage birds, but it was successful. It stacks buff with here. First of all, it's a bird, and then it's a minor, and it's accidentally touched for consumption. It's simply invincible. Customer service and supervisors, the biggest challenge of your career has been achieved. At this time, some netizens couldn't help but post a barrage. I really want to see Lu Ruyan's performance now. I'm covered in bird shit, and the carnival I got is still missing. Chapter 107. Lu Ruyan's defense is broken. In Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room, the scene was still chaotic after Tang Ming and his wife controlled the frightened slag ash. They immediately stuffed it back into the portable bird cage. Lu Ruyan was surrounded by assistants and makeup artists. They hurriedly helped Lu Ruyan clean up the disgusting bird shit on her chest. Vomit. Lu Ruyan kept covering her mouth with her hands and retching. After the bird dung was cleaned up, several people took out the medical kit and began to deal with the red marks drawn by the bird's claws on Lu Ruyan's arms and neck. Lu Ruyan's face was livid, her lips tightly pursed, and her carefully created perfect makeup had long been distorted by anger and nausea. Her eyes were flushed at the moment, and she was obviously resisting great humiliation and anger. The background music in the live broadcast room had already stopped, leaving only Lu Ruyan's suppressed breathing and the whispered comfort of the staff. Yenner, don't be angry, don't be angry. Accident, purely accident, this dead bird. I'll be hungry for a few meals later. Hurry up, bring the iodophore. Disinfect. The fans in the barrage felt very distressed. My goodness. Yenner is suffering. What's the matter with Slag Ash? Aren't you usually very good? It must be the ghost of Lian Mai's parrot special effects. The look in his eyes just now was so scary. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's fans still don't know that Lian Mai's is not a parrot special effects, but a real parrot. They gave small gifts one after another. Yenner doesn't cry, we will always support you. Seeing the special effects of the gift, Lu Ruyan was finally in a better mood, trying to squeeze out a smile, ready to thank At this moment, a young girl with black-rimmed glasses, holding a mobile phone, squeezed over with a pale face, her voice anxious, smoke, sister smoke, out, something happened. She was originally Wu Zhuan's assistant, but now she has become Lu Ruyan's assistant. Lu Ruyan was irritably wiping his chest vigorously with a wet tissue, and glared at the assistant angrily when he heard the words, what else can happen? Am I not unlucky enough? The assistant handed the phone screen to her, cautiously pointing to the official message from Douyin platform. Lu Ruyan glanced impatiently, and the anger that had just been suppressed rose up again. I saw that the title of the message said impressively, about the refund notice of the carnival gift you received in the live broadcast room. The content is to the effect that, after verification, the user Xin Yue, ID, XXXXX, because she is an underage bird and claims that the reward behavior is accidental contact, the platform has approved her refund application in accordance with the relevant user protection policies. A carnival gift worth 3,000 renminbi that you received in the live broadcast room at X o'clock has been recovered, and the corresponding income has been deducted from your account. No refund for underage birds? Lu Ruyan read these words word by word, her voice so sharp that she almost broke her voice. She grabbed the phone and stared at the notification, as if she was going to stare through the screen. Xin Yue? That's not a special effect. Is that damn gray parrot has a lot of money? Does it give me a reward first, and then apply for a refund? Or for the reason of underage bird? The platform has been fucking approved. The huge sense of absurdity and the anger of being played with instantly overwhelmed Lu Ruyan's last sanity. She slammed the phone to the ground, snapped, and the screen shattered. What? Lu Ruyan let out a hysterical scream, no longer caring about any image, pointed to the broken mobile phone on the ground, and then to the trembling Slagash in the cage, so angry that he was incoherent. It's too deceiving. Deceive people too much. Are you guys playing tricks on me together? Xin Yue, that bitch. And that dead bird. There is also a platform. You all can't get along with me. Her chest fluctuated violently, her freshly cleaned skin was red with anger, mixed with dry water stains and remaining scratches, and she looked embarrassed and hideous. In the live broadcast room, Lu Ruyan's fans were also shocked. Fuck? Was it a real parrot just now? The underage bird refunded, and it succeeded. This operation of the platform. I took it. It's not too big for netizens who are watching the excitement. Ha. Slap a sweet jujube, and then grab the sweet jujube back. A lot of money, you know how to humiliate. Lu Ruyan is really miserable. I was pulled all over, scratched, and finally the money in my hand flew away. It's not very hurtful, and it's extremely insulting. Ha. Sorry. Although I am a professional undercover agent, I really can't help it. The effect of the program exploded. I can laugh for a year on this live broadcast today. The barrage in Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room was completely crazy, and the voice of sympathy was quickly overwhelmed by the massive ha-ha and 666. At this time, the administrators noticed the ridicule in the barrage and came out to work one after another. More netizens came out to reveal their identities. Don't pretend anymore. I have a showdown. I am a fan of a lot of money. Slightly. I'm so angry with you. I'm so angry with you. I, Hu Han-san, will be back again. Blocked me one, and there are millions more. Many melon-eating people who heard the news from the official live broadcast room poured in. Shen Jejun is here to gather. Melon seeds and mineral water are sold in the front row. The Chen family army is going out. Pieces of grass are not born. After the administrators banned one number, another one immediately appeared. There were too many little black fans and they couldn't be banned at all. At this moment, in the official live broadcast room, the atmosphere is jubilant. The wicked need the evil bird mill. After Wang Tang succeeded, he has already exited the customer service interface. He leaned leisurely on the foam throne, combing his feathers with his small paws, as if the farce just now had nothing to do with him. It was just the slightly raised arc of Wang Tang's beak and the proud little eyes that betrayed his excellent mood at the moment. Netizens have posted barrage after barrage. Big brother Qian, please accept my knees. This wave of operations can be called a model for online rights protection. Lu Ruyan is already dizzy in the toilet now. In the studio, Sabuling watched the complete process and looked at the two experts from the think tank with a smile. Professor Bu and Professor Hu, what do you think of Qian Duoduo's behavior of defending his own rights and interests? Bu Heli opened his mouth, didn't say a word for a long time, and finally turned into a long sigh, silently picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. He feels that his decades of animal behavior research have all been studied on dogs. Professor Hu Yen tried to calm down, pushed his glasses, and smiled. This, from the point of view of the motivation of the behavior. Qian Duoduo is engaged in a kind of retaliatory behavior. It expresses dissatisfaction with the previous conflict through an unconventional, or even a loophole in the rules, and successfully achieves the purpose of punishing the opponent. This really reflects its extremely high learning ability and situational utilization ability. What everyone didn't expect was that Wang Tang didn't seem to be enough. After combing his feathers, he jumped in front of the tablet again and poked on it with his small paws. The curiosity of netizens was aroused again. What do you want to do with a lot of money? Is there a follow-up? I'm already looking forward to it. Under the attention of the public, Wang Tang actually turned on Lu Ruyan's live broadcast room again. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's live broadcast has not been interrupted. She was helped to sit down by her assistant, cursing in a low voice. Wang Tang looked at Lu Ruyan's tragic situation on the screen, tilted his head, and seemed to think for a while. Then, he stretched out his paws and skillfully clicked the report button at the bottom of the screen. Choice of reporting reasons: vulgar pornography, uncivilized behavior. In the supplementary explanation, Wang Tang used voice input again, and used his iconic smoky voice to state in a positive manner. The Anchor's live broadcast content is vulgar and has a bad impact. It is recommended to ban it permanently. Chapter 108 Shin Duo Duo, you have such a poisonous beak. Netizens were all happy when they saw this scene. Not fuck. A lot of money actually clicked to report it. You have to be punished for killing people. Ha ha ha. I laughed until the voice-activated lights in a radius of 10 miles shone for me. This wave of operations is too noisy. Live recording of the large-scale double standard, only parrots are allowed to scold the streets, and the anchor is not allowed to speak back. Take the bamboo shoots. All the bamboo shoots on the mountain were taken away by a lot of money. If you win the scolding, you have to close the live broadcast room. At this moment, AI Kun reminded family members. What are you still doing in a daze? Justice may be late, but reporting will never be. Keep up with the pace of a lot of money, and hurry up to report a wave. Correct. 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 This Lu Ruyan's quality is too low. Cursing in the live broadcast room will teach children. We are not retaliating, but to maintain a clean environment on the internet. Following reports from a large number of netizens, Lu Ruyan's already illegal live broadcast room was instantly taken away. Seeing Lu Ruyan's live broadcast screen blacked out, Wang Teng exited the live broadcast room with satisfaction. He turned gracefully, turned his back to the camera, and straightened up, leaving only a furry gray back to the audience. That little appearance, as if a peerless master who had just easily solved his opponent, took off his clothes, hid his body and name, and forced the grid to be filled directly. Wow. This back. Handsome exploded. The back of the figure reveals a sense of vicissitudes of life, how lonely it is to be invincible. Brother Chin, please take my knee. At this time, the audience discovered Hua Dian again. Huh? Look. What is that little chinchilla doing in a bird cage? Upon seeing this, Sabuling immediately looked at the screen and saw that the little chinchilla saw that no one cared about it, and was frantically eating bird food in the bird cage. He immediately raised the volume. The director teacher cut the camera quickly. Lock that little chinchilla. It seems to be in a situation. The director understood and immediately locked the close-up shot firmly on the bird cage in the corner. I in the picture, the little chinchilla's two small claws are quickly planing the bird food in the box, its small mouth is quickly gnawing, and its cheeks bulge at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's called a person who is engrossed and has no distractions. Puff. Netizens are happy it has to be you. It's all this time, and I haven't forgotten the dry rice yet. The rice rat is really hammered. Little chinchilla, the sky is big, and the dry rice is the biggest. It's going to be a rat, so you have to be a full rat, right? What kind of giant rat is this? With this psychological quality, Mount Hai collapsed in front of him and his color remained unchanged. The elk was happy on the left, but his eyes were not instantaneous. There was only rice in his eyes. Under the camera, the little chinchilla's belly was like a blown balloon, and it quickly became round and slippery. It seemed that it had finally eaten, reluctantly put down the food scraps, and then made an action that made all the audience laugh. The little chinchilla, like a human, uses a pair of pink paws to rub his bulging belly slowly, and bit by bit, there was still a trace of satisfaction and comfort on the rat's face. Seeing this scene, netizens were all happy. Ouch. What's the matter with this gray mouse? Inexplicably cute. It rubs its stomach. It actually rubs its stomach. So cute. I have to say that under such a great pressure to survive, it can still eat, and its psychological quality has surpassed that of most mice. If it can get out alive, it will be even more legendary. That's right. Escape from the mouth of the raccoon flower cat and the Chin Duo Duo tiger, this has to be blown for a year? After eating for a while with his little paws, the little mouse took another sip of water. I have to say that it has a very leisurely life. Netizens started to play with the stemmed little chinchilla. Happy here, don't think about shoo, the little chinchilla didn't know at all. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes staring at it. After enough rest, the little chinchilla's little eyes turned dripping. It first glanced at the cat litter surreptitiously, and then looked at the balcony vigilantly. After confirming that it was temporarily safe, the little chinchilla crept to the innermost part of the cage, near the corner wall. The little chinchilla is sneaking around. What is this for? Netizens suddenly became curious. It just took a peek at the movements of Yin Bao Bao and Chen Duo Duo. Don't you want to escape? Very likely. It is going to fight for its own freedom. But this cage is metal, brother. Does it want to chew through with its teeth? This difficulty is comparable to Yugongishan. The director immediately adjusted the lens for tracking. Soon, the movements of the little chinchilla were clearly presented in the live broadcast screen again. I saw it facing the wall with its head, pursing its rounded butt, and its tail tilted slightly for balance. When it was ready, the little meeting mouse stretched out its pink paws and began to face the metal mesh at the bottom of the cage, porphyrin frantically planing. At the beginning, the little chinchilla was worried that his little movements would be discovered, and he was still a little confused, but over time, it found that no one seemed to stop it, so it moved faster and harder. In the camera, the little chinchilla's front paws are waving like Hot Wheels and they are almost smoking. Its hind legs did not forget to cooperate to push the imaginary soil back. At this scene, netizens became happy. No way. Rat, do you plan out the iron cage with your claws? Little chinchilla, the strong never complain about the environment. Ha ha ha. Look at its movements, as if it is real, digging with its front paws and shoveling with its hind legs. Some people even specially recorded the screen and made the movements of the little chinchilla into emoticons. This action is too standard. Digging with the front paws and clearing the soil with the hind legs, the ancestors must be experts in drilling holes. Rat, I'm going to work miracles today. Mouse version jailbreak. At this moment, Wang Tung discovered the movements of the little chinchilla. He couldn't help shaking his little head and said mockingly, this little fool, he thinks his hard work will succeed. Netizens were instantly stunned when they heard Wang Tang's words. How do I feel? Offended. A lot of money, your mouth is so poisonous. Watching a live broadcast, I was suddenly scolded. It seems to be ordering me. I am the fool who works overtime every day until the early hours of the morning, thinking I can get a promotion and a raise. The old iron is stuck in my heart. Have even parrots started to pour poisonous chicken soup these days? I'm sorry, Rat, I shouldn't have laughed at you. It turns out that the clown is actually myself. Just as netizens were taking their seats and lamenting all over the field, Wang Tang commented again, if you work hard, you can only succeed if you use the right environment. Ouch. There is a lot of money, don't scold me. You bird, why does talking hurt as much as a knife poking my heart? You scold me a warm horse, I can still pretend I didn't hear it, but you just reported it to my ID card. Master, I have realized it. Can I change my job? At this moment, the little chinchilla was already tired of the party. It lay in the cage with its feet facing the sky, its face lifeless. Chapter 109 Little Grey Mouse, let me live next to the cat's bed. Netizen saw this scene and posted a barrage one after another. Little chinchilla, get up quickly. Hey! Don't give up halfway. As long as the effort is deep, the iron pestle can be ground into a needle. No matter how cheering the netizens were, the little chinchilla remained motionless, and his little black eyes were full of rat life is hopeless. Obviously it had already discovered it, and it had been planning for a long time, but in vain, it hurt its paws instead. Hurry up and notify the house mouse. Go to the west, please Buddha Tathagata. Let's watch my AI show off his supernatural powers. Lesser and netizens opened their brains one after another, using AI technology to start crazy pictures. For a while, the live broadcast room almost turned into a cyber Trevi fountain. In some pictures, the little chinchilla turned into a King Kong rat, bit off the metal cage strip with a bang with his teeth, and left gracefully. In some pictures, it becomes the unlocking king, and the lock of the cage door is opened by dividing it by 2 with 3 times with its small claws. What's even more outrageous is that someone brought Xin Yu way back. In the picture, her eyes were teary, and she opened the cage door for the little chinchilla with her own hands. There was text next to it, sorry, I'm late. These imaginative pictures swiped the screen in the barrage and comment area, full of netizens' complex emotions of sympathy and laughter for this little pity. However, all of this is just the fantasy of netizens. Fantasy is very plump, reality is very skinny. It is Wang Tang who can really determine the fate of the little chinchilla. He walked at a pace that the 6 relatives did not recognize, and walked to the bird cage, tilted his little head, and looked at the little guy inside with the look of I have insight into everything. Feeling Wang Tang's gaze, the little chinchilla tightened all over, and did not dare to move. Wang Tang looked at it for a while, and then let out a soft sneer of unknown meaning. Tisk. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of netizens, he stretched out his paws covered with dense scales and gently pulled. Click. The cage door is open. The little chinchilla, who was originally paralyzed to death, instantly became excited, as if he had been electrocuted. His small body twitched abruptly. It felt the powerful sense of oppression coming from Wang Tang's body, and shrank to the farthest corner of the cage in fright, trembling, not even daring to squeak when netizens saw this, they became nervous. What? It's open. Shen Duo opened the cage. What does it want to do? Shouldn't it be that you are tired of playing? Are you going to add a meal? Baby Ian didn't eat anything, so you shouldn't have a lot of money, right? Some people who couldn't bear it started to fire a barrage. No, there is a lot of money. Rat is so cute, how can you bear it? I've been raising it for so long, so just keep raising it. Although Wang Tang couldn't see the barrage of netizens, he also had this idea. Since Baby Ian didn't eat it, let's keep it. He stretched out his paws and fished the little chinchilla, shaken into sieve bran in his paw as fast as lightning. The little chinchilla stiffened instantly in Wang Tang's paws, even his breathing seemed to stagnate, and his little black eyes were full of attachment to life. Wang Tang lowered his head, leaned close to the little chinchilla, the tip of his nose almost touched its wet little nose, and sniffed carefully. The next moment, he suddenly tilted his head back, his small eyes narrowed slightly, and a human expression of disgust appeared in his eyes. Even Wang Tang didn't forget to flap his wings while complaining. It stinks. It stinks. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, he grabbed the little chinchilla, fluttered his wings, and flew to the bathroom. Netizens were taken aback for a moment. Bathroom? Why do you go to the bathroom with a lot of money? Have you forgotten? It has cleanliness. I understand. Shen Duo must clean the little mouse before eating it. The director immediately switched the camera to the first person. I saw Wang Tang standing on the sink, using his hard and powerful beak to point at the switch of the faucet, and peck cleverly. Wow. The clear water poured down in an instant. Then, under the stunned gaze of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, Wang Tang calmly put the little chinchilla in his paws under the water. Fuck? What did I see? Shen Duo is bathing the mouse? The bird bathes the mouse. The world has finally become what I don't know. The cold water current hit the little chinchilla, causing it to scream in fright, and its 4 small claws fluttered in the air. But Wang Tang's claws were as stable as iron pliers, controlling it under the water, and even awkwardly rubbing the hair on the back of the little chinchilla with his other wing. The little chinchilla gradually stopped struggling, only occasionally making a few aggrieved squeaks, allowing the water to wash it away covered with dust and bird food debris. This picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. The bird bathes the mouse, the fantasy blockbuster of the year. You said, is Shen Duo planning to raise this mouse? Just like raising a silver baby? Parrot, raccoon, cat, now add a mouse. Xinyowe's house is about to become a zoo. It's still the kind where natural enemies live in the same room. In the studio, seeing this scene, the host Zabu Ling said in amazement, I have hosted so many programs, I have never seen a parrot bathing a mouse. A lot of money, it can always give us some new tricks. Both Gu Heli and Hu Yin closed their mouths with interest at this moment. After Wang Tang flushed the little chinchilla again, he seemed to feel almost done, and turned off the faucet. Then, like a dry towel, he shook the little chinchilla on his paws vigorously, and most of the drops of water on it were thrown away. At this moment, the little chinchilla, with wet hair on his body, looks thinner and pitiful, but it is indeed much cleaner. It lay in Wang Tang's paws in shock. Its little nose twitched, and it looked a bit pitiful. Wang Tang looked down at this new look little thing, and there was a hint of relief in the bird's eyes, as if he was quite satisfied. This time, netizens were looking at the screen nervously, worried that the little mouse would be eaten in one bite. In the picture, Wang Tang grabbed the little chinchilla and walked back to the living room. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of netizens, he put the little chinchilla next to the cat litter. Baby Yin woke up in shock, and the cat looked at the mouse next to him blankly. Wang Tang patted the little chinchilla with his wings, then shook his head, motioning to Baby Yin not to eat the little mouse. Little chinchilla, squeak. Its small eyes were full of great confusion. Netizens breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. It's a real hammer. A lot of money really has to support it. What is it to be placed next to the cat litter? Dancing with cats? Look, the eyes of the raccoon flower cat are alert. Baby Yin, so love will disappear, right? At this time, the sun shone in through the balcony, plating Wang Tang's body with a golden brilliance. His shadow was reflected on the complicated raccoon cat in the cat litter. Next to the cat litter, the little chinchilla began to secretly look at the new environment, and there was a feeling of catastrophe in his heart. This time, the chirping of birds came from outside again. Chapter 110, Black Mina robs beggars of their money. Teacher Sa, give me a shot. See if the birds are back with money. Netizens heard the movement and immediately launched a barrage. The director teacher, cut the balcony shot and give a close-up by the way. Sapuling's reaction was also first class, and he immediately shouted into the headset. His voice was full of expectation and a hint of excitement for the show. Soon, the camera cut to the balcony. I saw that the balcony, which was originally quite spacious, actually looked a little bird mountain bird seat at this moment. Standing first, it was the black starling with shiny feathers and a bit of social my starling temperament. It held its head high, its hair flying in the wind, like a general returning from victory. Behind the black starling, the lineup is luxurious, with magpies, sparrows, and larks, all of which add up to more than 20. They gathered together to form a large-scale bird and bird army. The camera quickly reached their beaks, because they were all holding banknotes in their beaks. Did they really get the money again? Netizens were surprised when they saw the picture in the camera. There are 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and 20 yuan. Where did they get them? Wait. In the mouth of the starling, there is another red ticket. Some enthusiastic netizens took the initiative to volunteer. I'm going to find the victim's perspective. At this moment, Wang Tang heard the movement, also fluttered his wings, and flew to the balcony. The king. When the black starling saw Wang Tang, he immediately took a step forward, respectfully put the stack of conspicuous red banknotes in his mouth on the open space in front of Wang Tang, and pushed forward with his small head. Wang Tang's little eyes lit up in an instant. He jumped off the foam throne, walked to the stack of banknotes, stretched out his paws, and pulled it apart in a decent manner. There was more than one, captured through live broadcast footage. Netizens also saw the denomination of the banknotes clearly. 2 sheets of 100. 1 for 50. Hiss. This number, 250? There is definitely a problem with this money. Who would throw 250 into the Trevi fountain? Isn't this a curse? And you see, the money is dry. It wasn't fished out of the water at all. Wang Tang also felt the humidity of the banknote with his paws. Dried out, he immediately raised his head and stared at the black starling like a torch, with a stern tone. Xiaoba, tell me honestly, where did this money come from? Wang Tang's eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through the bird's heart. The black starling was seen to be a little hairy, and his little head was lit up like a pecking rice. I picked it up. Picked it up on the side of the road. Its voice is still that weird tone, but if you listen carefully, you can find a trace of imperceptible guilt. Picked it up on the side of the road? Wang Tang repeated suspiciously, then turned to the group of magpies and sparrows holding change behind him, and asked in bird language, what about yours? Are they all picked up? Without waiting for the other birds to answer, the black starling immediately answered, her voice raised by an octave, as if this was more convincing. Yes. They were all picked up. On the side of the road. It's all on the side of the road. Netizens are happy. Which roadside can pick up so much change and hold bills at the same time? This script is too bad to make up. Brother 8, you have revealed it. I bet 50 cents, this group of birds is definitely going to buy for 0 yuan. Wang Tang's bird brain was running fast. This thing is weird. With so many birds, the money collected adds up to thousands, and there are a lot of zeros who would lose so much money at once on the side of the road. This probability is lower than winning the lottery. An idea formed in Wang Tang's mind. Could it be that Xiaoba took its air force to loot which vegetable market or small commodity stall? Not only did he guess so, but the netizens in the live broadcast room also thought so. The case is solved. There are still so many places where banknotes are in circulation, only vegetable markets and small vendors. Ya show. The Bird World Underworld gang ransacked the vegetable market. Stall owner, who did I provoke and who did I provoke? Robbed by a group of birds. Although it's funny, if it's true, it would be a big loss for a small-scale vendor. Seeing the barrage of netizens, everyone in the program group frowned at this moment. Although this was a spontaneous behavior of the birds, not at the behest of Wang Tang or the program team, after all, it happened during the live broadcast of the program, and the birds were also trying to make money for Wang Tang. If it really caused losses to ordinary citizens, the program team would be to blame. Director Lu made a quick decision, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and said in a serious tone, live. Team. Immediately send someone to visit the nearby vegetable markets and commercial streets, find out the source of the money. If it is confirmed that the birds took the money of the stall owners, immediately find the victim, double the compensation for the loss, and sincerely apologize in person. Fast. Roger that. Director Liu. The on-site staff immediately acted and scattered around to inquire. There must be many witnesses to the collective action of such a large group of birds with obvious characteristics. However, before the people in the program group could find the exact clues, the capable netizens in the live broadcast room had already taken the lead in solving the case. Outside the number. The victim's perspective video is found. Road shots from netizens near the subway station. Look. The link is out. Netizens were shocked after watching the video. What? Did the starling bird's money come from the beggar's bowl this time? I really can't laugh at this. These are hardworking people, and they finally got the money, but they were looted by a group of birds that fell from the sky. I hope the program team will find someone soon. Return the money and give more compensation. At this moment, Wang Tang also ordered the starling bird to lead the way and set off in person. Director, hurry up. Cut a lot of shots of Qian Duoduo's body. Upon seeing this, Saburin immediately ordered netizens also guessed one after another. What are you going to do with a lot of money? It also used a plastic pocket to bring 250 yuan with it. Could it be that Qian Duoduo knows that this is ill-gotten wealth and plans to return it? Soon, the starling bird took Wang Tang near the exit of the bustling subway station. Wang Tang spotted the victim at a glance. It was a young girl, squatting on the side of the road, head down, with a piece of white paper in front of her. It says, "Kind brothers and sisters. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Can you lend me 200 yuan to buy a steamed bun? I'm going. Borrow 200 yuan to buy a steamed bun?" Netizens in the live broadcast room were boiling when they saw the words on the white paper. Is this steamed bun inlaid with gold or diamonds? 200 apiece? This math is taught by a physical education teacher? Still treat me like a fool? Ha ha ha. I don't sympathize in an instant. This is clearly a professional beggar. Who was feeling sorry for her just now? Come out and take 2 steps. Some netizens shared their own experiences. I can be 1000% sure that this is a scam. I met the same routine at the light rail station last month. I thought she was pitiful and gave 50. Guess what? I saw her again on the commercial street the next day. The lines haven't changed. I've met something more outrageous. First she said she wanted 10 yuan to take the bus, and I gave it. Then she said she wanted 20 yuan to eat, and I gave it again. Then she said it was dark and she wanted 100 to stay in a hotel. I called the police directly. Fake. It's all fake. I have also encountered the kind of people who pretend to be deaf and dumb on a bus and ask for money. For 20 at a time, I will give 1 yuan. Don't want it yet. I have encountered someone before who said that she had no money to go home and asked for a toll. As a result, I offered to help her buy a ticket or contact the rescue station. She immediately panicked and ran away hesitantly. Wang Tang looked at the girl who was still performing with her head down, and then at the money in the plastic bag. A sly light flashed in her small eyes. Chapter 111. Aren't you going to buy steamed buns? Eat them. Look at the amount of money. Someone noticed Wang Tang's movement and immediately fired a barrage. Everyone immediately looked at the camera and saw that Wang Tang was carrying the money bag and flew away without looking back. Netizens are puzzled, huh? Why did a lot of money fly away? This plot is wrong. According to the conventional routine, shouldn't a lot of money be returned after the victim is found? Fuck. Shouldn't it be seen through, right? Impossible, right? Can a bird see through human scams? This IQ is too rebellious. In the live broadcast room, the barrage rolled quickly, and the curiosity of the audience was aroused, staring at the parrot in the camera one after another. Soon, Wang Tang came to a nearby bun shop called La Wang Wan Tang Bao. Near noon, the peak breakfast period has passed, and there are no customers in the store. The boss is leisurely wiping the table with a rag. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind passing above his head, and then a gray shadow snapped and fell on the freshly wiped table in front of him. The boss took a closer look. Good guy. It's a gray parrot full of energy. That's not all. This parrot still has a plastic bag firmly grasped in its paws. It seems, is it money? The boss rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Before he could react, the parrot pulled its unique smoky throat and said, "Boss. Buy steamed buns." The words are straight and round, and the tone is natural like a regular customer. The boss was in a daze at the time, and his mouth was so wide that he could put an egg in it. Huh? You want to buy steamed buns? He felt that his decades-old worldview had collapsed. It's the first time I've seen a bird with money to buy steamed buns for the first time after living for so long, and Wang Tang didn't talk nonsense. He just opened the plastic bag with his paws and took out the 50 yuan renminbi from it. This money. The boss suspiciously picked up the 50 yuan, looked at the light left and right, touched the collar, and looked at the watermark. He was beating drums in his heart. Don't you be a bird engaged in fraud, right? Use counterfeit money to deceive my steamed buns? These days, even birds keep pace with the times so much? After repeatedly confirming that the 50 yuan was real, the doubts on the boss's face were instantly replaced by surprise and a smile. Hey! It's actually true. God! How many steamed buns do you want? Wang Tang stretched out his wings, probably gestured, and emphasized, 1 pack. A pack of steamed buns. A pack? The boss was shocked when he heard this, and looked at Wang Tang's slap-sized figure and asked, "Little friend, you have a good appetite. This pack of steamed buns is bigger than yours. Can you finish it? Besides, how do you get it back? Can you carry it?" Although Wang Tang was able to move, he couldn't act too outrageous. He turned his black eyes, calculated his mind, pointed to the outside of the shop with his wings, and said confidently, "Come to the door. Home delivery." Ha ha ha. You bird, do you still know about home delivery? The owner of the bun shop couldn't help laughing. So, he took out a convenient bag, quickly picked up a mouthful of the bag, and asked, "Is that enough?" Enough. Enough. Wang Tang nodded immediately. At this time, he flapped his wings and flew up. The boss is also a wonderful person. He thinks this is so interesting. He really carried the heavy bag of steamed buns and happily followed the magical parrot out of the store. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also happy when they saw it. Ha! A lot of money. Is this a free labor force? The owner of the bun shop, I never thought in my life that I would be directed by a bird to deliver the goods. This picture is so beautiful, I dare not look at it. The parrot led the way, and the boss brought steamed buns. What are you going to do? I have roughly guessed it. High energy warning ahead. Wang Tang flew steadily in the air, looking back from time to time to make sure that the takeaway behind him had not been lost. After a while, he flew back to the subway station with steamed buns again. The girl is still in her original position. As for the starling bird, it stopped on a tree to stare. Netizens were all happy when they saw this scene. Huh? A lot of money also knows how to arrange stocking. I have almost guessed the next plot. The steamed buns bought with a lot of money must be for this begging girl. Sure enough, Wang Tengfei reached the girl's shoulder and fell down. What? The girl was so frightened by the sudden attack that she screamed and almost jumped from the ground. As soon as she turned her head, she met a pair of bird eyes full of humanity. Before Wang Tang could wait for the girl to react, he shouted in his unique smoky voice, "Steamed buns. Eat steamed buns." The movement here suddenly attracted passing pedestrians. They all stopped one after another. At this time, the owner of the bun shop carrying the buns also arrived in time. He glanced at the blank piece of paper in front of the girl that said, "Ask a well-meaning person to borrow a few you want to buy steamed buns to satisfy his hunger." He understood more than half of it in an instant, and a smile appeared on his face. The boss stepped forward very cooperatively, bent down and took out a big white and soft steamed bun from the bag, and enthusiastically handed it to the girl. "Girl, are you hungry? Come, the hot steamed buns that just came out of the cage, eat them while they are hot." Girl, she looked at the steaming steamed buns in front of her, and then at the more and more pedestrians pointing around. Her face turned red in an instant, and she was a little difficult to ride a tiger. "Pick it up." Someone whispered. I in full view of the crowd, the girl had to bite the bullet and take the steamed buns, biting them in small bites. Under a steamed bun, she just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, when the devil-like voice of the owner of the bun shop rang again. Her words were full of concern. Don't worry, eat slowly, there is more here." With that said, he handed over another one. The girl looked at the second steamed bun, her expression had already begun to stiffen. Netizens were immediately happy when they saw the picture in the camera. Puff. The boss knows how to mend knives. "Girl, I was so scared, a lot of money, are you moved? Girl, dare not move. Standing on the girl's shoulders, Wang Teng didn't forget to pat her back lightly with his wings, and shouted in an urging tone, "Eat fast. Eat fast." Puff. Netizens were all happy when they saw this scene. A lot of money is too bad. When I saw the girl asking for money to buy steamed buns, I really bought her a big bag of steamed buns. The girl almost burst into tears and stuffed the second steamed bun. She felt that her stomach had reached its limit. However, when the girl raised her head and saw the bag in the hand of the owner of the bun shop that was still bulging, as if it contained infinite bun magic, she finally couldn't help it, let out a vomit and retched, "Oops. Girl, is my steamed buns too dry and choking?" The boss of the Baozipu was outstanding in his acting skills. With a dawning expression on his face like a trick, he took out a cup of sealed soy milk from the bag again, inserted a straw affectionately, and handed it over. Fortunately, I was prepared a long time ago. Come, take a sip of soy milk and go smoothly. Let's continue to eat after drinking, that's enough." The girl looked at the cup of soy milk handed over and completely collapsed. "Don't be such a bully." Chapter 112. You are not a good bird. Netizens in the live broadcast room were very happy to see this scene. Ha. Killing people and punishing their hearts. Boss, did you do it on purpose? Definitely on purpose. This cooperation is really tacit. A lot of money and the boss can be called golden partners. Someone can't help but play with the stem. When the female liar thought that the Qingzhou had passed 10,000 mountains, it turned out that Wuming Mountain was connected to the outer mountains. The owner of the bun shop, hi, I'm here again. All causes will bear fruit, and your retribution is me. At this time, the surrounding people had already seen the clues, and they began to heckle one after another. Pick it up. The boss is very kind. Don't you want to borrow money to buy steamed buns? Now that the steamed buns are enough, why don't you eat them? Is it not delicious, or is it not to your appetite? Why don't we buy you something else? I think you have been here for several days, and you buy steamed buns every time. Does this steamed bun have a grudge against you? It's not that this buying steamed buns is just a cover. In fact, you just want money, right? Every sentence of questioning was like a sharp arrow, shooting through the girl's final disguise. Her face turned red like cooked shrimp in an instant, and she couldn't care less about people and performance anymore. I saw that the girl hurriedly rolled a roll of white paper on the ground, buried her head low, like a frightened rabbit, penetrated into the crowd, and instantly disappeared without a trace. The owner of the bun shop looked at the girl's embarrassed back, shook his head, and said, with emotion, "Oh, good hands and good feet. It's not good to do something, you have to think about this crooked point." Someone in the crowd of onlookers said, "This woman, I think she has asked for money many times here. Every time she buys steamed buns, she doesn't even change her words." At this moment, the owner of the bun shop looked at Wang Tung, who was still standing in place, gave a thumbs up, and praised sincerely, "Little guy, you are such a good bird." Wang Tang immediately replied, "You are not a good bird." Bao Zi shop owner? The smile on his face instantly solidified, and his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning and froze in place. The owner of the bun shop couldn't believe his ears. I was scolded by a bird? In the live broadcast room, netizens couldn't help laughing again. Puff. Ha. Fuck. Reversal comes too fast like a tornado. The smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Jianduoduo's mouth, is it smeared with heading hon, right? It's too poisonous. Boss, who am I? Where am I? Why didn't I want to praise it just now? Someone started taking screenshots and making emoticons. Boss, who am I? Where am I? Why was I scolded by a bird? It's not very hurtful, it's extremely insulting. I can laugh at the boss's confused expression for a year. When the surrounding crowd that had not dispersed saw this scene, they also burst into deafening laughter. Some people even patted their thighs with a smile. Oh, I can't do it anymore. This bird has become refined. It's definitely refined. It took a long time for the owner of the Bayo Zipu to recover from his petrified state. He looked at Wang Tang with tears and laughter, shaking his head helplessly. Got it. I have convinced you. You little guy, not only are you smart, but you are also a master who refuses to suffer. Just when everyone thought this was coming to an end, Wang Tang lifted the money in the bag and flew up. He also motioned to the owner of the bun shop to follow. Anyone else wants to eat steamed buns? The owner of the bun shop was a little surprised, however, a smile quickly changed to his face. Don't worry. I am a professional. On the other side, when the stalking starling bird saw the king flying towards him, it immediately yelled and led the way in front. The king, this way. Ha! There is also a starling leading the way? At this time, people noticed the starling bird stalking in the tree. Interesting. Even the birds know to cooperate. Not long after, the starling bird took Wang Tang to another exit of the light rail station. The owner of the bun shop followed breathlessly. Ouch. Old. My body is broken. In fact, this is across the road, just a few hundred meters away. Soon, Wang Tang targeted a target. This time, it was not a girl who was begging, but a lame middle-aged uncle who looked ragged. One of his legs was bent in an unnatural posture, sitting in the corner of the exit, with crooked characters written in chalk on the ground in front of him, and a dilapidated stainless steel basin with some small denomination banknotes was placed next to it. Seeing this scene, netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly felt pity, and the wind direction of the barrage also changed. This uncle looks as if he really needs help. You see, he didn't want much, so he wrote ask for 5 yuan to eat, which feels quite real. Yeah, I hope you don't accidentally hurt a good person this time. The staff of the program team will go up and take a look at the situation. If people who really need help are treated like this, it would be too sad. Not only the netizens in the live broadcast room were moved with compassion, but even the owner of the bun shop who was carrying the buns hesitated at the moment. This time, Wang Tang did not fly directly to the shoulder of the lame uncle, but stood on the roof of the exit and took a serious look. He has evolved to the second order, his various attributes have soared, and his observations have become more nuanced. Detail capture, the muscles of the target character's disabled legs are full and there are no signs of atrophy. Micro-expression analysis, his eyes flickered, and he frequently peeked at passers-by's pockets, rather than focusing on the inconvenience caused by the disability part. Behavioral logic judgment, people with real long-term disabilities will rely on auxiliary tools, such as crutches, and their surroundings will be empty. In an instant, many details gathered and analyzed in Wang Tang's mind, and he came to a conclusion in an instant, pretending. Moreover, this is another acting school. After confirming this, Wang Tang no longer hesitated. He flew to the shoulder of the boss of the bun shop, patted the boss on the cheek with the tip of his wings, and then looked firmly at the lame uncle. When the boss received the signal, although he still had a little beating in his heart, he still chose to believe in this magical Parrot. Soon, Wang Tang was sure that this lame uncle was pretending. After confirming this, he immediately flew to the shoulder of the owner of the bun shop. The owner of the Baozi shop couldn't help but glanced at Wang Tang, wondering what he should do. At this moment, Wang Tang flew forward. He landed in front of the lame uncle, picked up the chalk on the ground with his paws, and added 2 zeros after the word 5. The netizens in the live broadcast room were confused and exclaimed again and again. Fuck. What are you going to do with a lot of money? 5 yuan becomes 500? Is it that a lot of money also thinks that Uncle Lame is too miserable and needs more money? But, with 2 zeros added, who will pay for this? Isn't it pure mischief? At this moment, a netizen sent out a barrage. Ha ha. I understand. This operation is too showy. Chapter 113. There is a traitor. Terminate the transaction. Uncle Lame first looked at the chalk in front of him, and then at the grey parrot in front of him. His brain couldn't help but go down for a while. Immediately afterwards, something that made him even more confused happened. I saw the parrot raise his head and said in an extremely sincere way, "You need help. How can 5 yuan be enough? Let me help you. Uncle? I thank you. You will really help me increase the price." Before the uncle could react to which one of the parrots was singing, Wang Tang had already taken off again. His goal clearly fell on the shoulder of a police officer who was patrolling not far away. The police were very surprised when they saw a parrot falling on their shoulders. Thinking it was a bird lost in someone's house, Wang Tang pointed his wings in the direction of Uncle Lame and said, "Liar. Catch the liar. I understand. The meaning of a lot of money, this lame uncle, is pretending." When netizens saw this, they suddenly realized it, and he brought the police over. This is to be dealt with directly by professionals. High. It's really high. This wave is in the atmosphere. But, how can you tell that there is a lot of money? This is too amazing. Netizens finally reacted and praised Jianduoduo's wit, but they still felt incredible about how he saw through it. With doubts in his eyes, the policeman followed Wang Tang's guidance to the lame uncle. At this moment, the mutation suddenly appeared. Puff. A lump of warm bird poop fell from the sky, impartially, and accurately hit the forehead of the lame uncle. The initiator was the black starling who flew over. Uncle Lame felt the shit dripping on his head, and couldn't help but wipe it with his hands. The slimy feeling made him furious in an instant. The strong nausea and anger made Uncle Lame forget the role he was playing. Now he bounced off the ground, whoosh, pointed to the black starling in the air and yelled, "Oh, fuck me. Whose bird is this?" The scene was silent for an instant. The barrage in the live broadcast room was completely boiling. Fuck. He really pretended. These legs and feet. More flexible than me. Ha ha ha. I was broken by a piece of bird shit. What kind of magical bird shit is this that cured the disability of the lame uncle? Hua Tuo reincarnated? No. This is shit. A lot of money is awesome. The starling is awesome. The cooperation between these two birds is simply seamless. When the police saw this, they couldn't help laughing. He stepped forward quickly and stopped the lame uncle who was about to slip away. Comrade, don't go in a hurry, let's go back to the police station and talk about your medical miracle. The owner of the Bayozipa looked at the dramatic scene in front of him, his mouth wide open and unable to close for a long time. He has to greet all kinds of guests every day, and with a pair of fiery eyes and golden eyes. He didn't even see the flaws in this lame leg, however. It was seen by this bird. The owner of the bus shop once again gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. Little guy, you are really this. This time, he didn't mention the bird word again. Facing the compliment, Wang Teng combed the feathers on his body slowly. Then, he looked at the starling bird parked on the street lamp beside him. Huh? Could it be that there are still liars? Seeing the scene, netizens were surprised. It's normal for there to be many scammers in a place with a large flow of people like this. Usually, a subway station has to have 3 or 4 exits. Have you forgotten? Just now, the birds took so much money back and only robbed 2 people. It must be more than that. Seeing Wang Teng's gaze, the starling bird immediately fluttered its wings and led the way in front. Wang Teng looked back at the owner of the bun shop. Go. Who is afraid of who? 50 years old is exactly my age. My physical strength is fine. The owner of the bun shop, seeing the parrot's humane gaze, immediately said proudly. However, his gradual slowing down of the pace betrayed himself. Wang Teng didn't fly too fast either, but stopped flying from time to time. Soon, one person and one bird came to another exit of the subway station. Wang Teng noticed that the black starling stopped on a tree below. A young man who looked young and sallow. He lay with his whole body on a small wooden board with pulleys, supporting the ground with only one pair of arms, and sliding with difficulty. The young man's legs were dragged behind him in a twisted posture, wrapped in dilapidated pants, and he looked a bit more miserable than the lame uncle just now. Seeing this scene, netizens were boiling over. Fuck. This guy is even more ruthless, and he has a hemiplegia directly. With the experience just now, I'm sure this is also fake. There is a saying that this modeling, this acting, if I were on the scene, I would be 100% deceived and there would be no pants left. Wang Teng did not make judgments easily, but once again used his super intelligence to observe. Question 1. How did a person who was disabled with both legs to the point where he needed to slide on the floor break through many obstacles and reach this subway entrance accurately? Doubt 2. This person's eyes are not like the previous one with pleading and numbness, but they are a little flickering, glancing at the crowd from time to time, as if preparing for something. However, before Wang Teng could act, the young man with disabled legs seemed to have received the wind. He immediately looked around, and after seeing more and more people around him, a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. In the next second, in full view of the crowd, the young man with legs disabled made a move that made everyone jaw-dropping. I saw him propped up with both hands and jumped up from the skateboard with extraordinary agility. His movements were crisp and neat. This is not over yet. The disabled young man actually stabbed and tore open the dirty-looking pants wrapped in his legs. Seeing those intact legs, the live broadcast room was completely boiling. Fuck. There is a mole. Terminate the transaction. This is proper. It was a gang committing a crime. I have seen related cases before. There are gangs that control a group of professional beggars to beg abroad, and even mutilate them in order to survive. Behind-the-scenes controllers are more hateful than professional beggars. Wang Teng immediately observed it with his second gift, the eye of the spirit eagle. The world in front of him slowed down completely, and the noisy sounds around him were separated. Wang Teng's gaze, like a searchlight, quickly swept through the bustling crowd around him. His gaze was instantly fixed on a man wearing a black cap on the side of the road. The brim of his hat was pressed very low, pretending to be looking at the phone. This man, facing the direction of the disabled youth, gestured extremely concealedly, as if guiding his escape route. Look. Did Xian Duo find something? Netizens also noticed Wang Teng's abnormality. It's staring at a man wearing a peaked cap on the side of the road. Could it be that there is a problem with that person? Look at that man. There is definitely a problem. He has been typing the code. Morse code. It's Morse code. Could it be that he just let go of the wind? Suddenly, all eyes and lenses followed Wang Teng's gaze and focused on the peaked cap man who was trying to hide in the flow of people. Chapter 114. Hear thunder and silence. Not good. It was discovered. The man in the peaked cap felt uncomfortable when he saw everyone's eyes converging on him. He didn't care about continuing to meet the young man pretending to be a disabled person, so he turned around and ran away. However, just as the man in the peaked cap turned around, he just stepped out. Next to him, a seemingly ordinary uncle who was passing by with a vegetable basket seemed to have inadvertently stretched out a foot in an extremely coincidental manner. That angle, that time, is just right. It can be called a divine pen. Ouch. The man in the peaked cap tripped over, and suddenly a dog gnawed on the shit and fell to the ground. Catch the liar. Don't let him run away. Hold him down. The surrounding crowd, who had been holding their breath for a long time, swarmed up in an instant, and with 7 hands and 8 feet, they pressed the man in the peaked cap who was still struggling to get up to the ground. Fuck. Is this the people of Sichuan and Shu? Netizens in the live broadcast room all exclaimed when they saw the scene. The master is in the folk. It is worthy of being a descendant of the Sichuan army, and it is not faintly waved. Soon, a patrolling police officer came to hear the news and subdued the man in the peaked cap. Wang Teng knew that this matter was coming to an end, because, after the police caught a member of the gang, they followed the trail and were able to capture others soon. At this moment, Wang Teng looked at a trash can not far from the exit of the subway station. What is Jian Duo looking at again? Some netizens discovered Wang Teng's abnormality. Next to the trash can, there is an old lady picking up garbage. Is there a problem with this old lady? At this moment, Wang Tang exposed 3 scammers one after another, letting netizens see that everyone has a problem. Wang Tang fluttered his wings and flew towards the trash can. Netizens immediately watched nervously. Even some people started to open their brains. Could it be that this old lady belongs to Rome? She, like the man in the peaked cap, is also responsible for secretly stalking? This organization is really amazing. No wonder it has existed for so long. Everyone's eyes followed the live broadcast camera and were firmly fixed on the old lady flying to the trash can. Wang Ting gently put the convenience bag on the lid of the trash can. The grandmother, who was bending over to rummage for recyclables, straightened up and saw this scene with a kind and surprised smile on her wrinkled face. Ouch, whose bird is this? So smart? I also know to throw the garbage on the lid of the bucket. Pay attention. She thought Wang Tang was here to help her sort the garbage. However, when Grandma picked up the handy bag that looked clean, the smile on her face instantly solidified, replaced by incomparable shock, because it's not garbage in the bag, but a small pile of banknotes. The 2 red 100 yuan bills are particularly conspicuous, and there are a few 10 yuan bills next to them. Grandma's hand trembled a little. She raised her head and looked at the gray parrot standing on the edge of the trash can. With her head tilted to look at herself in disbelief. This money, yes, is it for me? Grandma's words had a strong accent and were full of doubts. Wang Tang immediately nodded his head vigorously, and responded crisply, yes. Yes it is. Seeing this scene, netizens instantly understood. Fuck. Solved the case. A lot of money is to give the money to this scavenging grandmother. This bird has become refined. How does it know that this granny needs help? Look at Grandma. Although her clothes are old but clean, her back is rickety, she is on crutches, and her legs and feet are obviously not good. It's definitely not easy to pick up a bottle at such an old age. Robbery and deception to help the poor. This pattern is too big. I cried. However, what surprised everyone was that after the initial shock, Grandma slowly shook her head. That peaceful smile returned to her wrinkled face. Grandma handed the purse to Wang Tang. Bird, thank you for your kindness. However, I can't ask for this money, old lady. Huh? Grandma didn't even want it? Netizens were surprised. Why? Grandma looks really in need. Do you think the source of the money is unknown? Not only were the netizens in a daze, but even Wang Tang tilted his head in confusion. I have hands and feet, and I'm not a beggar. How can I ask for this money for nothing? The old lady explained, I came to pick up this garbage, thinking about being idle, but also idle. There were onlookers who hadn't dispersed next to them who also persuaded Madam, just accept it. This is a bit of a change of heart. You are so old and your legs and feet are inconvenient. Take it and buy something delicious to make up for your body. Grandma shook her head firmly again, her back straightened a little. Thank you all for your kindness. I am disabled. Look at my leg. I heard it at work when I was young. However, I have a disability certificate and I have a subsidy every month, which is enough for my wife to get dressed and eat. She paused, looked into the distance, her eyes clear and calm. Old man, I just have enough money. A lot, that's a burden. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and I won't cause them trouble. This money, of unknown origin, I can't ask for it. How anxious should people who have lost money be? Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. I was actually educated by a scavenger grandmother. Although poor, the soul is noble. Pattern. Did you see it? This is the pattern. It is 10,000 times stronger than those scum with sound limbs but deceitful. In the live broadcast room, netizens were deeply shocked by Grandma's simple but powerful words. The original barrage of cheerful ridicule was instantly filled with emotion and respect. At this time, a netizen posted a barrage in the live broadcast room. I know who this grandma is. Huh? Is this still a celebrity? Netizen suddenly exclaimed. At this time, the netizen once again posted a barrage. You go and search. Grandma in her 70s saves 10,000 yuan to donate to the disaster area. As netizens searched, a series of messages popped up. The first piece of news is that 5 years ago, a 70-year-old grandmother saved 10,000 yuan and learned that a disaster had occurred in a certain place and wanted to donate it all. According to reports, the old man's fixed monthly income is 330 yuan, and the money is mainly saved by picking up garbage every day. Through comparison, netizens found that this is indeed the old man in the report. There is no specific name in the news, only the name of Grandma Sue. After reading the news, netizens posted barrage after barrage. I donated 10,000 5 years ago. That's how many bottles she picked up. I can't imagine how she saved that 10,000 yuan every dime. Look below again. Also, an old man surnamed Peng in his 80s, he has been scavenging for 30 years and donated more than 1 million. I also think of the kneeling giant. He is also disabled. He came from a poor family. He has lost his father and mother since he was a child. He is unable to stand and walk due to polio, but he relies on scavenging to fund poor children to go to school. Ugh. What makes me most embarrassed is that the girl funded by Mr. who passed away unexpectedly. It's really a hemp rope that picks out the details and breaks. At this moment, Wang Teng in the picture no longer insisted on pushing the money to Grandma, but suddenly flew up. He circled around the trash can and found an empty plastic bottle on the ground not far away. Wang Teng flew over quickly, picked up the empty plastic bottle from the ground, and gently put it in the dilapidated woven bag that Grandma carried with her. Grandma Sue was taken aback for a moment, and then understood what Wang Teng meant. The wrinkles on her face stretched out, smiling like a chrysanthemum in autumn. Okay. Good. Take this, Grandma. Thank you, smart bird. The sun shines down through the glass ceiling of the subway station, shining on a bird and a person, warm and holy. At this moment, this cute pet variety show has long surpassed the category of entertainment. A bird and an old scavenger used their seemingly ordinary interaction to give everyone who watched the live broadcast a silent but soul-shaking lesson on dignity, kindness, and style. Chapter 115 Go to school to find Shin Yue, Pop. Snapped. When the host Sabuling saw this scene, his eyes burst into tears, and he couldn't help but start applauding to I in the live broadcast room. Netizens also posted barrage after barrage. I didn't expect that a cute pet variety show has the texture of a public welfare promotional film. Grandma deserves applause. A lot of money is also a good bird. At this moment, Director Liu called an assistant. Hurry up and arrange someone to edit this video. In the name of the program group, we will donate 1 million to poor children. Pop. Snapped. The surrounding program team members all applauded and agreed. Since the start of the program, it has received countless laughter and praise. At this moment, for the first time, I received applause from the audience. Director Liu looked at Wang Tang in the camera. There is a lot of money, you really surprised me. Not only him, but everyone in the program group was impressed by this magical parrot. At this moment, the municipal police station was also alarmed. What? Because of a lot of money, we captured a core member of a fraud-related gang? Wei Jing got the news and stood up from his seat in a daze. He immediately walked towards the interrogation room in strides, and as he walked, he said to the captain of the criminal investigation who was following him, "Quick. Give me the preliminary interrogation record. Focus on checking his online and capital flow. This kind of gang that manipulates professional beggars and uses compassion to deceive is very likely to involve a larger criminal network behind it, such as the abduction and trafficking of women and children." Wei Ju's heartbeat accelerated a little. Last time, because of the chain reaction caused by this parrot, they accidentally solved 2 old unsolved cases and caught 2 wanted criminals who had absconded for many years. This time, is another big case going to be solved? Just when the police urgently interrogated the man in the peaked cap, the owner of the bun shop had just received a call. What came from the phone was her daughter's excited voice. "Dad. You are on TV." "I'm on TV?" The owner of the bun shop was a little stunned. You quickly turn on Douyin. Search for cute pets rushing forward. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching you. The daughter of the owner of the bun shop said excitedly. When the owner of the Baozi shop heard this, he turned on his mobile phone to search for it. Sure enough, he was broadcast live. Moreover, this live broadcast room has hundreds of thousands of viewers. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room began to greet the owner of the bun shop. "Hello, father-in-law. Dad. I remember your steamed buns. When you pass by another day, you must come and taste them. I saw countless barrage and greeted myself." Lao Wine couldn't help grinning. "It's really intentional to plant flowers, but the flowers don't bloom. There is no intention to insert willows, and the willows become shade." When Douyin was just on fire, her daughter took in to do a live broadcast for a while, steaming buns and bags at the camera, so tired that few people watched. "But this time, I just helped a bird deliver steamed buns, but it accidentally went out of the circle." At this moment, Wang Tang raised his little head and looked at the subway station sign. "It says the Southwest exit, and a string of place names below. See, actually have the name of Sichuanshu University. Isn't this where Shin Yue went to school?" As soon as Wang Tang's eyes turned, he had another idea. This time, it's almost noon, just in time to go to Shin Yue's school for a stroll. So, Wang Tang stood on the trash can, stretched out a wing, and waved his wings to the owner of the bun shop to say goodbye. "A lot of money, goodbye." The owner of the bao shop also knows at this moment that this parrot is not an ordinary parrot, but an internet celebrity bird with nearly 1 million fans. Wang Tang grabbed the bag of money from the trash can with his paws, fluttered his wings, and flew towards Sichuanshu University. Huh? Isn't this a place to go home? Netizens were a little puzzled when they saw this scene. As a result, they released a barrage in the live broadcast room one after another. Where are the on-site staff? A lot of money is off course. Hurry up and help Chen Duo lead the way. The host immediately looked at Lu Dao. Director Lu gave instructions through the headset. From the on-site team, just follow from a distance. With a camera, you can't lose a lot of money. Don't get too close. Soon, Wang Tang came to the vicinity of Sichuanshu University. When the 4 guild characters of Sichuanshu University appeared in the live broadcast screen, netizens suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. Shen Duo came here to find Shin Yue." No way? A lot of money actually knows which university Shin Yue goes to? Wait. Shin Yue belongs to Sichuanshu University? I used to watch her live broadcast silly and sweet. I thought it was from a certain technical school. I didn't mean that the technical school was bad. Don't run in front of you. Shin Yue is just a soft and cute character. She is a serious 985 top student. Wang Tang did not fly directly into the university, but wandered around the food street outside. At this point, it's almost time for lunch. Won't you be hungry with a lot of money? Food street. This is the rhythm of going to the restaurant. Which one will it go into? Mala tang? Fried chicken? Or rice noodles? In the expectation of hundreds of thousands of netizens, Wang Tang chose a Chinese fast food restaurant that looked clean and bright, with attractive dishes painted on the signboard, and flew in with a whoosh, landing accurately on an empty table that had just been cleaned up. On the table, a waiter saw a bird flying in and landed on the table in a dignified manner. He was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously waved his hand to drive away. Go. Where did the bird come from? Ouch. This table is wiped for nothing. However, at the moment he stretched out his hand, Wang Tang raised his arrogant little head, his words were round, and he said to the waiter with confidence, "Junior 2. Serve me wine." Puff. When the waiter heard this, he couldn't help laughing. A bird, calling him the second in command, still calls himself me. Isn't this bird that you have watched too many costume dramas? 666. It's so fun to have a lot of money. Netizens were very happy to see the scene, actually called the waiter Junior 2. When you go to the restaurant to eat, you still don't forget your identity as the emperor of the birds. At this time, the waiter also discovered that Wang Tang was unusual. Who was wearing a camera on the bird? Could it be that this is an internet celebrity bird, and its owner is a certain blogger who is shooting a video? Almost instantly, these thoughts turned in the waiter's mind. These days, there are a lot of bloggers who take pictures of pets shopping for things. Moreover, these strange videos still have traffic. Thinking of this, the waiter's brother was possessed by the spirit of the play and immediately put away the drive. That he took a half step back, made an extremely exaggerated, deep bow to Wang Tong, squeezed his throat, and shouted in the tone of the eunuch in the Qing Palace drama, "Yukong." The minion obeyed the order. That posture and tone were as professional as if they had been dug directly from the Qing Palace drama set. Puff. This made netizens even happier. This waiter doesn't think he is very humorous, does he? This minion is used by eunuchs. For the sake of traffic, the sacrifice is too great, right? As soon as Wang Tang's eyes turned, he immediately replied, "Little plum, flat body." Then, he looked at the menu on the wall and began to order. Hey! It's not a bird. Do you still know to look at the menu to order? Seeing this scene, the waiter felt that his three views were completely shattered. Chapter 116, Despised by a Bird, Meat. I want to eat meat. Wang Tang stood on the smooth dining table, one wing crossed his waist, and the other wing pointed to the male waiter who was holding back a smile in front of him and shouted in a serious tone. In his small black bean-like eyes, there was an unquestionable majesty of the emperor, as if he was not ordering a meal, but issuing a decree. Wang Tang actually read the menu a long time ago, but he held back and did not order according to the menu. After all, it is too extraordinary for a bird to know how to read and write. Want to eat meat. The waiter looked at Wang Tang suspiciously. Are you a parrot and still eat meat? Huh? I have decided. Wang Tang raised his small head, raised his chin high, and his chest stood up, and Ing's aura instantly filled up. Junior 2. Quickly bring the signature dishes of this shop and report to me. The waiter resisted his smile, leaned forward, and continued to say in his exaggerated eunuch voice, Bird Emperor, the red braised lion head in our shop is made of high-grade pork, finely cut and roughly chopped, simmered slowly over low heat, and melted in the mouth. This kung pao chicken, sweet, sour and spicy, is a must in Sichuan cuisine. There is also this boiled cabbage, which seems simple, but in fact it contains the universe, and it is a famous dish for state dinners. The waiter deliberately reported the names of some complicated dishes that were obviously not suitable for birds, with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He would like to see, how does this superb parrot pick up this stubble? Can you really point out 1, 2, 3? Netizens were all happy when they heard the words puff. This little brother is also a wonderful person. What a special state banquet dish. This is to spend a lot of money on the Japanese people. That is, the dishes mentioned are either not suitable for birds to eat, or they are not delicious at all. Cough. Cough. Kung Pao chicken. I want Kung Pao chicken. Wang Tang's eyes straightened when he heard the Kung Pao chicken. As he said, his beak opened and closed unconsciously a few times, and there was a slight grunt in his throat, and his saliva almost flowed out. Now it's the turn of the waiter's brother to be a bit difficult to ride a tiger. At this moment, Wang Tang pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his convenience bag. I'm not bad at money. Goku. Bird Emperor, please wait a moment. The waiter brother immediately took the 100 yuan bill and walked to the back kitchen. What? A bird came to the store and ordered a Kung Pao chicken? The chef who was turning the spoon heard Xiao Lizi's report, and the spatula in his hand almost fell into the pot. He widened his bronze bell-like eyes, and the flesh on his face was shaking. Who are you covering, kid? Thank you, I am a grandson. The bird is standing on the table outside. The thief has a style. The waiter brother swore to God, let me take a look. The chef was suspicious, wiped his hands on his apron, and followed the waiter to secretly lift the curtain of the back kitchen. When he saw the gray parrot standing upright and staring at him on the dining table outside, he couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed in a low voice, Hey! See you for a long time. It's really a bird ordering food. It's refined. This is. The other ants in the back kitchen who cut and washed the dishes also came when they heard the news, crowded around the door to watch the excitement, let out bursts of amazement and laughter. It's really evil. At this time, the chef encountered a difficult problem. Is this Kung Pao chicken for this bird to eat, or is it going to be taken away? Forget this. Let me ask. The waiter nodded. Soon, he returned to Wang Tang again, leaned down and asked, Long live master, are you eating here or packing? Wang Tang didn't even think about it, and waved his wings, send it to the door. Delivered to the door? Well, do you know the address? The waiter asked immediately. With that said, he stretched out his hand to get the convenience bag at Wang Tang's feet. Get out. Roll. Roll. Wang Tang instantly entered a state of alert, his whole body feathers exploded slightly, like a little hedgehog, his two wings tightly protecting him, his small eyes full of vigilance. Ha! Xian Duo is still very vigilant. Netizens were happy to see this. Xiao Lizi retracted her hand embarrassedly, unable to laugh or cry. Ha! Your Majesty the Bird Emperor, you have misunderstood. The minions are not trying to rob you of your money. I just want to see if your master has left you an address or something. Brother has brushed a golden retriever called Big Golden Teeth before. The dog owner is a beautiful sister paper, and it is also a daily routine to take pictures of dogs every day. In the morning, the dog will go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables with a basket, while the sister paper will follow behind and shoot with a mobile phone. Whatever you need to buy and how much you buy, you will put a piece of paper in the basket, send it to Chuanshu University. Wang Tang looked at his brother with a mentally retarded look. Ouch. I'm going. I was despised by a bird. The waiter's brother was very depressed when he saw Wang Tang's contemptuous little eyes. He slapped his head abruptly. Ouch. What a brain I am. This bird can talk, so what kind of note do you use? Netizens are even more happy. My little brother has ignored the fact that Xian Duo can say a lot. Don't talk about brother, now I'm used to having a lot of money and can talk a lot. The little brother went in immediately and told Wang Tang's words to the chef. When the chef heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. It turned out to be bought for its owner. That's a good feeling, just put it spicy normally. I'm also worried that birds can't eat spicy food. The stone in his heart fell to the ground. He fastened his apron again, ignited the fire, warmed the oil, and prepared to start performing his Sichuan cuisine stunts. On the other side, the waiter brother took a boiled egg from the side bowl. According to the store's regulations, every Tuesday is the members' day. Customers will be given a boiled egg. When he came to Wang Tang, the waiter brother held up the boiled egg with both hands and said like a treasure. Hooray, master, there is something in this folk people that seems simple, but in fact it contains the universe, is rich in nutrition, and is the most nourishing. Its shape is oval, its color is like jade, and when you peel off the outer shell, you will see that the inside is tender and smooth. It is boiled eggs. Hooray, do you want to taste something fresh? He deliberately blew the boiled egg into a mess. The waiter sneered in his heart. He wanted to see how this parrot dealt with the smooth and hard egg that needed to be shelled. He is sure of this joke. Netizens in the live broadcast room instantly gained insight into Brother Zhao's sinister intentions. Ha! Little Plum is very bad. I want to see our Emperor Aang make a fool of himself. Eggs. It's still shelled. How do you eat this? Did you use it to smash it? Waiting for a lot of money, Wang Xing sighed. However, Wang Tang's reaction once again surprised everyone. Instead of showing the slightest embarrassment, he nodded his head solemnly, presented quickly. In that tone, it seemed that he was not being embarrassed, but gladly accepted a tribute in line with his identity, Goku. One boiled egg. Little Plum smiled, sang loudly, and solemnly placed the boiled egg in her hand on the table in front of Wang Tang. He took a step back and held back his smile. Pretend. Keep pretending. I see how you can get down your mouth later. Everyone's eyes, including hundreds of thousands of live room viewers, were focused on that egg. Chapter 117, Professional Lackey. Two teachers, what do you think you will do with this egg if you have a lot of money? Before Wang Tang started to act, the host looked at Bu Heli and Hu Yen in the expert group, but the two of them haven't spoken for a long time. Hearing Sabu Ling's words, Bu Heli immediately straightened his waist and said confidently in his Mandarin with a strong accent. Lin Bei thinks so. This is not a problem at all. Xianduoduo's beak, you see, is hard, powerful, and has a hook at the front end. This is a natural demolition tool. It will definitely pack directly with its mouth. Knock twice, the eggshell will break. This is the most direct and in line with the nature of birds. On the side, Hu Yen pushed his glasses slowly and rationally, shook his head, showing an expression of you are still too young. Professor Bu's words are bad. We have observed many times before that Xianduoduo's claws are extremely flexible and can complete a variety of fine movements such as grasping, holding, pushing, and pressing eye in the face of such smooth, easy-to-roll objects. I think it will give priority to using more maneuverable claws. Maybe it will try to fix the egg, or find a clever focus point to grab it on the desktop and break the eggshell. Pecking directly with the beak may cause the egg to slip away, and it is not easy to break the eggshell. Good. Both experts have expressed their opinions. Let's find out. After listening to the analysis of the two, Sabuling said with a smile. I in the picture. Wang Tang tilted his little head and looked at the egg for a few seconds. Then, he stretched out his gray paw covered with fine scales and tried to grasp the egg. Sure enough, as Hu Yen expected, the surface of the egg was too smooth, and Wang Tang's claws had only 4 toes, which could not form an effective package like a human palm. As soon as his claws touched, the egg slid away from the edge with a grunt. Ha ha ha. Xianduoduo's first attempt failed. Netizens were all happy to see the scene. This egg, it can't slip its hands, it can't catch it at all. It seems that Professor Hu's judgment has failed. On the side, Xiao Lizi, the waiter, took out his mobile phone and stood not far away to secretly shoot. There was a funny expression on his face. Wang Tang saw that he hadn't grabbed the egg. Not only was he not frustrated at all, but there was a hint of cunning in his small eyes. He deliberately pulled the egg with his paws, and suddenly, the egg, under the action of thrust, rolled towards the edge of the table. Yeah. Not good. The egg is going to fall under the table. Seeing this scene, netizens suddenly exclaimed, hurry up and stop it. Upon seeing this, the waiter's brother didn't care about continuing the shooting, so he immediately rushed forward and blocked the egg with his hand. However, at the moment when the little brother's hand was about to touch the egg, a gray paw, with lightning speed, snapped and pressed firmly on the rolling egg. The picture is frozen. The egg was accurately frozen on the edge of the table, only 0.01 centimeters away from falling. Wang Tang's movements were clean and tidy, and the timing was so good that he grasped it. At this time, the camera captured his eyes, and the netizens suddenly boiled over. Ha ha. Look at the little eyes of a lot of money. It's intentional. Nima. This bird has become refined. It definitely dialed the egg over on purpose to test the reaction of the little brother, and by the way, it was handsome. I felt sorry for my brother for a second, and he was killed by a bird. After Wang Tang fixed the egg, he lowered his head, pointed his hard beak at the middle of the egg, and quickly tapped it with a knock, knock, knock. The sound was crisp and rhythmic, and the strength was well controlled. It did not break the egg, but it obviously created a circle of uniform cracks on the eggshell. Netizens were all boiling when they saw this scene. My goodness. It's knocking on the egg. This technique. It's exactly the same as before my mother peeled the eggs. A lot of money actually knows to knock around. It's not a random pecking. This power control. God. The egg membrane is not broken. Is this really what birds can do? I suspect it is a human in a bird doll costume under its skin. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes, after Wang Tang knocked in a circle, he used his beak and claws to cooperate. Along the cracks, little by little, extremely patiently began to peel off the eggshell. Although his movements are not as dexterous as human fingers and appear a bit clumsy, he is extremely focused and precise. Large tracts of eggshells are peeled off, revealing the smooth protein inside. The smile on the waiter's face froze completely, and his mouth was so open that he could stuff the egg he had just delivered. His mind was blank, and there was only one thought left: this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Finally, all the eggshells were peeled off, and a white and tender boiled egg appeared in front of everyone. After peeling the eggs, Wang Tang looked at the waiter brother with provocative little eyes. He didn't forget to put up a middle claw toe a little awkwardly. That's it? Puff. In the live broadcast room, netizens burst into laughter again. The waiter's brother was also surprised. This parrot, it's not serious. Wang Tang pushed the peeled eggshells with his claws, piled them on one side of the plate, then lowered his head and pecked at the Q-bomb protein with satisfaction. Every time he pecked, he shook his little head like enjoyment. After swallowing a mouthful of the egg, Wang Tang didn't forget to put up a wing and commented, "Very good." Netizens saw this cute shot and posted a barrage one after another. Look at Xianwood's expression. Kneel down. I really knelt down. It can also speak English. A lot of money, that's it? Still want to stump me? Little Plum, who am I, where am I? What did I just see? This wave is full. Full score. Not afraid of your pride. At this time, a little girl walked out carrying a packed disposable lunchbox. She looked at Wang Tang with a smile and said a blessing like a model. Your Majesty the Bird Emperor, your takeaway is packed. Wang Tang finished the last piece of egg, picked up a paper towel, and wiped his beak slowly, before saying solemnly, there is a reward. Puff. The waitress couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Wang Tang was not just talking. He pulled out a 10 yuan piece from the change he found, held it in his mouth, and motioned to the waitress to pick it up. Xiaomei, your Majesty the Bird Emperor rewarded you, don't you thank you? When the little brother on the side saw this, he held back a smile and urged, thank you, daughter of the people. The waiter's little sister immediately stepped forward and took the 10 yuan money from Wang Tang's mouth with both hands. Her face was flushed and her shoulders shook slightly. If she was not professional, she would have laughed loudly at this time. At this moment, Wang Tang looked at the waiter brother aside, Little Plum. The little brother was excited and immediately bowed and saluted, his voice even sharper than just now. Yukong. The minions are here. What is your Majesty's order? Set up Sichuan Shu University. Wang Tang fluttered his wings and flew to the waiter's shoulder to stop. Puff. A lot of money. This is to use my brother as a royal mount. Netizens couldn't help but post a barrage. However, it's worth it. Brother appeared this time, but there were hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes watching. At that time, there will definitely be a short drama crew inviting him to participate in the shooting. Yes. As far as the younger brother is concerned, he is a professional dogleg professional. At this time, a netizen posted a barrage in the live broadcast room. I am the director of the crew of the Empress's personal eunuch. I invite my brother to star in his true colors. Chapter 118. Xin Yue, your bird is here to bring you food. Seeing this barrage, the netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed. Haha. Someone really invited my brother to play the eunuch. However, maybe, the little brother can really become a role. I remember that if there is one who specializes in acting as a Taijun, he will make a lot of money. The big director upstairs, take a look at me. What am I suitable for? The director of the crew of the Empress's personal eunuch glanced at the barrage and replied solemnly, well, after my evaluation, you are very suitable for playing a corpse. Go there and it's over. In the barrage, there was a burst of laughter. Haha. Murder and punish the heart. At this time, the little brother had already arrived at the gate of Sichuanshu University with a bento. It's still 5 minutes to lunchtime. Brother looked at the time and said, go to the guard room. Go to the doorman's room. Wang Tang grasped his paws firmly on his brother's shoulders, pointed to the guard room with his wings and said. The little brother was amused, bowed very cooperatively, squeezed his throat, and replied in an extremely pompous eunuch tone, Yukong. The minion obeyed the order. This will escort His Majesty the Bird Emperor to the guard room. This interaction between one person and one bird once again caused the barrage of the live broadcast room to be swiped by Haha and Play Spirit. Soon, the little brother came to the doorman with a box of lunch and a parrot on his shoulder. Uncle Doorman was drinking tea from an enamel cup, and when he looked up, he saw this strange combination, and almost didn't spit out the tea. He helped his reading glasses and looked at his brother and the gray parrot on his shoulders in surprise. Ha! Young man, is the food delivery business so busy now? Also bring your own pets, engage in an atmosphere group? The uncle's surname is Qin, and the students call him Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin, I'm running errands for the Bird Emperor. Brother Xiao said with a smile, this bird is called urine yellow? When the doorman Uncle Qin heard this, he looked at Wang Tang on his shoulder in amazement. This sentence, urine yellow, is like a bolt from the blue, directly splitting the netizens in the live broadcast room to the outside and the inside. 666. God is so yellow in urine. Did this uncle do it on purpose or accidentally? I think it was deliberate and careless. Get out. Roll. Roll. You just peed yellow, your whole family peed yellow. Wang Tang's hair exploded instantly when he heard the words, and the gray feathers all over his body were fluffy. He stood on his brother's shoulders and jumped, pulling his throat and cursing, this uncle looks kind-hearted, so why is he talking so badly? This, Uncle Qin was completely stunned by the sudden bird language bombing. He pointed at Wang Tang, his fingers trembled slightly, his mouth opened, and he held back a sentence for a long time. This bird, it still curses people. The wrinkles on his face stretched out in shock. Uncle Qin, this is an African gray parrot, you can talk easily. Brother Xiao said with a smile. When he was in the store, he took out his mobile phone and took a picture, which was identified by the 100 poison recognition map. Oh. Parrot. Then, the name is urine yellow. Uncle Qin stared at Wang Tang and nodded suddenly. He had already looked for the name, and he nodded to himself, thinking it was quite appropriate. A warm horse. Wang Teng completely broke through the defense this time, and he didn't care about the traditional Chinese virtues of respecting the elderly and loving children. He directly blasted his hair again and yelled, "If it weren't for the other party's age, Wang Teng would have even swooped down and pecked at his Uncle Qin's naked forehead, ha. This Uncle Qin is amazing, and in 2 words, he let Xian Duo blow his hair twice. Netizens were all happy when they saw it. His old man, he can't get along with the yellow urine anymore. Actually, the young ones outside this door, I think, are about the same as my dad, in his 50s. You bird, you have a big temper. Uncle Qin was scolded. Not only was he not angry, but the shock in his eyes turned into a deep interest, as if he had discovered a new world. The little brother glanced at the time, with an anxious look on his face. Uncle, I can't do it anymore. The shop is going to be busy during the lunch rush. Shall I put you here for this meal first? I'm sorry to trouble you. Okay. Uncle Dorman nodded. He often goes to this restaurant to eat, and he is also familiar with this little brother. Xiao Wang, you go back first. I'll use the radio to shout for you in a while. Uncle Righteousness. The little brother immediately gave a thumbs up to the Uncle Dorman, and then said to Wang Teng, Your Majesty the Bird Emperor, I'm going back to the store to be busy. Wang Teng immediately fluttered his wings, flew into the guardroom, and fell straight on the uncle's table. You bird, you are quite human, and you know how to find a place to stay. Uncle Qin looked at Wang Teng, who was familiar with him, and said with a smile. Suddenly, he slapped his shiny forehead abruptly, with a look of annoyance on his face. Ouch. Look at my memory. Patronizing watching the birds, I forgot to ask who this meal is for? Shen Yue. Wang Teng immediately replied in a serious tone. Uncle Qin's eyes widened in an instant, as if he had discovered some rare animal. Hey. Do you even know this? Oh my god. But then, he encountered another problem. Shen Yue, which class is it from? There may be more than one Shen Yue in this school. This made it difficult for Wang Teng. He didn't know which class Shen Yue belonged to. However, Wang Teng's eyes turned and he said loudly, the 2nd class in 3 years. Puff. God is in the 2nd class in 3 years. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy when they heard the words, whose university has a 2nd class in 3 years. Shen Duo must have heard Zhou Dong Song. At this time, the bell rang after class. Uncle Qin was worried that Shen Yue had left, so he used the radio to shout loudly, the 2nd class of the 3rd year, the 2nd class of the 3rd year, classmate Shen Yue, your bird, here is the meal for you. At this moment, the cerebellum of the students who heard the broadcast shrank. 2nd class in 3 years? The bird delivered the meal? They have heard of their parents, grandparents, and even other relatives coming to deliver food, and they have heard of birds coming to deliver food for the first time, huh? Shen Yue, who was walking out of the classroom and preparing to go back to the rental house, also paused when she heard these words to I in the class. The other classmates all looked at her in unison. Ai Kuan urged, Shen Yue, what are you doing in a daze? There must be a lot of money to deliver you food. When Shen Yue heard the reminder, she carried her bag and trotted all the way towards the gate. The classmates all stopped. Ai Kuan, is it really a bird delivering food? No way. Don't you know that Shen Yue's birds will deliver meals? Ai Kuan was also surprised, but he pretended to ask calmly, am I too tired to prepare for the level 4 exam? When the classmates heard the words, their minds were buzzing. If you want to say it's a video, I still believe it. After all, AI can generate a lot, but this bird has delivered food to school, which is too outrageous. Outrageous fucking open the door to outrageous. At this moment, a classmate pulled his throat. What are you still doing in a daze? Let's go to the entrance of the school to have a look. As a result, a group of people didn't care about going to the cafeteria to eat, so they all rushed towards the entrance of the school. What are you doing? Did your bird deliver food to you too? Shen Yue was a little dazed when she saw the classmates who had caught up. Let's go see your bird. The classmates laughed loudly. They have to see for themselves if there are really birds that can deliver food to their owners. If this is true, can't you keep one? At this moment, Ai Kun in the crowd said coldly and quietly, actually, I also have a bird. Do you want to see it? Chapter 119. Call me husband, do you have birds too? Ai Kuan's words immediately attracted the attention of the classmates. They all turned their eyes from Shen Yue to him. Several boys showed expressions that they understood in seconds on their faces, and they heckled, buddy, you can't hide it. The girl's eyes were full of surprise and inquiry. Where is it? Take it out and show it to us. Ai Kuan was uncomfortable when he was seen, his face flushed, and he quickly waved his hand and said, so many people, isn't it inconvenient? If any of you are interested, you can add my V message and I will send you the photos, or you can go home with me and I will show you alone. However, before he finished speaking, his ears were picked up by a familiar and powerful hand. Ouch. What are you doing? Ai Kuan let out a series of screams, grinned, and raised his head, facing a pair of beautiful eyes burning with anger. This is exactly the girlfriend of Ai Kuan, who was 1.7 meters tall and the backbone of the Taekwondo club. At this moment, she raised her eyebrows upside down and stared at him, gritted her teeth. Okay. Ai Kuan. Have you grown up? Do you want to add someone to WeChat? Still send photos privately? Do you still want to take someone home to show it alone? What kind of bird thing are you showing? It hurts. It hurts. Be lighter. Honey, listen to me explain. Misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding. I'm talking about that bird. It's that. Ai Kuan was so anxious that he was incoherent, gesticulating with his hands indiscriminately, trying to quibble. Don't you want to show it? Come on. Now. Immediately. Right away. Take it out and show it to me. I count to 3, the girlfriend didn't listen at all, so she added 2 more points of strength to her hand. Can't get it out. I really can't get it out. I was wrong. My mouth is cheap. I don't dare anymore. AI Cohen was so painful that tears were about to come out, and he begged for mercy again and again, but his image was gone. Ha! The surrounding classmates suddenly let out a burst of laughter through AI Cohen's words. Everyone already understood what bird he was talking about, and they laughed one after another. Cut. What's so strange about your bird? Can it be compared with Shin Yoei's family? That's it. People can deliver food, can you bird do it? Scattered, scattered. Or go to see Shin Yoei's bird. The students once again surrounded Shin Yue and rushed towards the entrance of the school. Only AI Cohen was left in place, tugging at his ears by his girlfriend for love education. But in the breeze of early autumn, he was messy like an eggplant beaten by frost. At the same time, the guard room at the entrance of the school, after Uncle Chin finished the broadcast, he felt that it was quite funny, so he cheerfully renewed a cup of tea for himself, and then looked at the uninvited guest on the table. With interest, Wang Tang had already calmed down the anger of being called urine yellow a little bit at this moment, and was gracefully combing the feathers that had just exploded with his claws. He glanced at Uncle Chin's smooth forehead, played with his heart again, pulled his throat, and recited in a round voice. Bald head, don't worry about the rain. People have umbrellas, you have bald heads. Puff. Ahem. When Uncle Chin heard Wang Tang's words, he sprayed out the tea he had drunk directly afterwards. He looked at Wang Tang and almost yelled again, and quickly changed his mouth. Little guy. What's your name? Wang Tang didn't bother to pay attention to him, and twisted his little head, leaving his uncle with a proud back of his head. Netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene and laughed again. Ha. Bird Emperor, I don't want to talk to a mortal like you. Uncle, you successfully caught the attention of the Bird Emperor. Xian Duo, this grudge-bearing little look, I love it, I love it. At this moment, there was a sound of rapid footsteps from far and near. Coming. Sharp-eyed netizens saw a group of people running in the distance through the lens. It was Shin Yue who led the way. She ran with blushing cheeks and fine beads of sweat on her fair forehead. Behind her, there was a large group of classmates who were not too busy watching the excitement. Uncle Chin. My meal, Shin Yue panted and ran to the window of the guard room. Before she finished speaking, her gaze was firmly attracted by the familiar and conspicuous gray figure on the table. A lot of money? It's really you. Shin Yue was surprised and delighted. Her eyes lit up instantly. Wang Tang saw Shin Yue coming, so he turned around condescendingly, patted the lunchbox next to him with his wings, and said, Here. I personally delivered your meal to you. Don't thank you soon? Shin Yue's classmates all gathered around, looked at Wang Tang, and talked a lot. Wow. It's really a bird. It's so handsome. The feathers are so smooth. Did it point its wings at the lunchbox just now? It really knows it's here to deliver the meal. The classmates who followed exploded in an instant, and the mobile phone cameras were all aimed at Wang Tang, and the flashlights lit up. Wang Tang was very adapted to this kind of scene, and even deliberately straightened his chest and raised his head slightly to make himself look more heroic in the camera. The netizens in the live broadcast room are all happy. Ha! Did you see it? A lot of money, this aura, this sense of lens, absolutely. The scene of the large-scale fan meeting. The great Parrot, fuck, don't be six, sit down. Uncle Chin was also taken aback by this situation, and quickly handed out the lunchbox. Here, classmate Shin, your meal, and your bird. Look at it, this little guy has a good temper, and he scolded me just now. Shin Yue took the lunchbox that was still warm, her heart was warm, and she quickly thanked Uncle Chin. Thank you, Uncle Chin. It's more, lively with a lot of money, don't mind. She cautiously stretched out her hand to Wang Tang. There is a lot of money, come on, let's go to dinner. If it were normal, Wang Tang might fly on her shoulders, but today, in full view of the public, the shelf of his bird emperor must be lifted up. Moreover, with such a good opportunity now, how can it be done without a whole job? I saw Wang Tang turn a blind eye to Shin Yue's outstretched hand, but instead turned her gaze to the group of chattering and curious college students behind her. He tilted his head, his black eyes swept through the crowd like a scanner, and finally, he locked in a beautiful girl holding a bag of melon seeds in her hand. Wang Tang pounced and flew over, landing precisely on the girl's shoulder. The girl was taken aback, then flattered, her face flushed with excitement. It flew to me. Wang Tang pecked the bag of melon seeds in her hand lightly with his mouth, then raised his head and looked at her with an extremely innocent and expectant look, with a soft, coquettish cuckoo sound in his mouth. Who can withstand this? The girl was instantly adorable, and she hurriedly tore open the packaging bag, grabbed a small handful of melon seeds, and carefully handed it to Wang Tang. Here, for you to eat. Wang Tang lightly picked up a melon seed with his mouth, bared twice, and spit out the shell. Yeah. It can also nibble melon seeds. The girl looked at Wang Tang curiously. The netizens in the live broadcast room are also very excited. A lot of money has a vicious eye. This girl, among this group of college students, except for Shin Yue, has the cleanest temperament and the best appearance. Can't it just be the melon seeds in the hands of a greedy girl? Doghead saves life, ha ha ha. Watching the excitement, I didn't forget to bring a pack of melon seeds with me. This chick is a standard melon eater. Just after Wang Tang ate a few melon seeds one after another, the girl asked curiously, little guy, what's your name? When the surrounding students heard the words, they all looked over curiously. Shin Yue was about to introduce. Wang Tang stretched out her neck and said in a straight voice, husband. Chapter 120. This bird is so rogue. What? Called, old, husband? When the girl heard this, she was taken aback for a moment, and then her pretty face turned into a ripe apple with a swish, and then it spread from her cheeks to her ears, and even her slender neck was stained with a seductive pink. She stood there, neither entering nor retreating. The hand holding the melon seeds was hanging in the air, neither putting it down, nor handing it out. The whole person was at a loss, and his eyes glanced around in a panic, but he didn't dare to look at the culprit bird on his shoulder. The audience in the live broadcast room was boiling when they saw this scene. Puff. Ha ha ha. Husband? Is there something wrong with my ears? Fuck. This parrot is refined. Openly molesting a good girl. After a brief shock, the students' onlookers suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter and heckles. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you right? Husband? It actually knows to take advantage of the late night. People don't even have a boyfriend late at night, so there is one more husband for no reason. This husband is still a bird. Afterwards, everyone looked at Shin Yue with a blank expression in unison. Shin Yue felt the hot glances around her, and let out a slight groan in despair. She suddenly covered her face that became hot in an instant with her hands tightly. It's over. This is completely unexplainable. A lot of money. You cheated me to death. She couldn't wait to become a groundhog on the spot, dig 3 feet into the ground, and immediately disappear from everyone's sight. The girl named Late Night blushed blushingly, and hurriedly walked to Shin Yue to return the rogue bird on her shoulder. Her voice is as thin as a gnat. Young Wei, you, this bird in your family, it. Before she finished speaking, the girl turned around in a panic. Wang Tang dexterously jumped onto Shin Yue's shoulders, not forgetting to continue his hooligan behavior. He turned his head and rushed towards the back of the Late Night, who was fleeing from the desert, and whistled suspiciously. Phew. Phew. Wife. Don't run. Wife. The little head was still twisting and twisting, and the little eyes were squinting, living out the style of a street punk molesting a little girl, and the word deserve a beating was engraved on the forehead. Kuan, who arrived with his girlfriend, saw this scene and immediately fell to the ground in admiration. It has to be a lot of money. The barrage in the live broadcast room was even crazier. Ouch. I'm going. A lot of money. You are a bird. I actually have to find a beautiful girl to be my wife. Sheep, if it were a person, I'm afraid it would have been sent to the bureau. The classmates around him also joked. Late Night, your husband is calling you. The girl who called Late Night was at a loss. She just ate a melon herself, and now she is a girl in the melon field. Some students who were about to go out to eat came around. Seeing more and more people gathered, Shin Yue hurriedly put Wang Tang in her arms and ran towards the school. Seeing Shin Yue's embarrassed appearance, there were bursts of laughter from behind her. This time, a student in the crowd yelled, "That's a lot of money." What? Who is Qian Duo? Some students asked puzzledly. Kuan immediately explained, an internet celebrity bird that has been very popular recently is participating in cute pets rushing forward. Look at it. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Ha! I heard that hundreds of thousands of people watched the scene of the social death just now, and the girl named Late Night quickly covered her face and ran in the direction of the dormitory. This time, Shin Yue took Wang Tang to the canteen. She deliberately found a corner with few people. Kung Pao chicken? A lot of money. Is this your favorite dish, right? When she opened the lunchbox, Shin Yue immediately looked at Wang Tang. It's delicious. Delicious. Fleshy. Wang Tang stood on the table and nodded again and again. Shin Yue turned the lunchbox over, put it on the table, then used chopsticks to clip a few pieces of meat on the lid of the box, and whispered, "Here, eat less, you can eat too much salt." Before she finished speaking, Wang Tang couldn't wait to stretch his neck, pecked accurately and quickly, and a piece of chicken entered his mouth, eating with relish. Although Shin Yue had already hidden in the corner, the spectacle of a gray parrot eating in the university cafeteria quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Curious eyes frequently turned to this corner. Some people were surprised when they saw it. It's the first time I've seen a cat and a hamster in a dormitory, and it's the first time I've seen a bird come to the cafeteria to eat. The companion next to him was obviously more knowledgeable, and said mysteriously in a low voice, "Are you ignorant of this? I heard that there is a girl in our school who has a pig in her bedroom. The pig had her ex-boyfriend's name printed on it, and she wandered in the hallway every day." What? Raising pigs in the bedroom? The news spread into the live broadcast room, which immediately caused netizens to exclaim, "Are college students now so wild? Still raising pigs in the school dormitory?" Soon, it aroused discussion among netizens. This is not news anymore. I saw news a few days ago. There is a university. The president publicly asked at the opening ceremony that the school is no longer allowed to raise pigs. In addition to raising pigs, there are also tortoises and snakes. 666. Could it be that the university now offers a major in animal husbandry? Soon, Wang Tang finished the chicken in the box. He stared at the peanuts in Shin Yue's lunchbox and blurted out, "Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts." Puff. A boy next to him who had been secretly aiming here happened to take a sip of seaweed egg soup. When he heard this clear human words, he didn't hold back one of them, and sprayed them all on the face of his companion on the opposite side. Ouch. What are you doing? The companion on the opposite side was sprayed with helplessness. Cough. At this time, some students couldn't help but walk behind Shin Yue, looked at Wang Tang on the table, held back a smile and asked, "Classmate Bird, what grievances do you have? Go away. Go away." Wang Tang glanced at the boy in disgust and said, "Ha." All the other students were amused. Ouch. This bird is so personalized. Ha ha ha. It seems to really dislike you. It's refined. It's definitely refined. Some people didn't care about eating, so they all came over one after another. Upon seeing this, Shin Yue was depressed. "I have deliberately picked an unmanned corner. Why does it attract so many people's attention?" Facing Shin Yue's resentful eyes, Wang Tang shook the smooth feathers on her body, then he leaned forward with lightning speed, his long neck sticking out like a spring, and quickly grabbed a peanut from Shin Yue's chopsticks. Netizens have posted barrage after barrage. 666. Shin Yue didn't feed, Chen Duo moved her mouth by herself. This speed. This accuracy. The national football team must have this 10th level. As for my high blood pressure every day? Shin Yue, tired, let's go, hurry up.